Chapter 1. Cultivating immortality is fine, but suffering is not. At sunset on the mountainside, the geese fly against the slanting sun. On the back mountain of Hodao village, two figures sit cross-legged on the ground. What did you just ask me? Cultivating immortality is tough. Are you afraid? What was the previous sentence? Do you want to cultivate immortality? I don't want to. Li Qingshan was taken aback, stunned. Su Xian turned around and walked away, as if he had made a certain decision, never looking back at the immortal again. Suffering. He couldn't bear, even a little. Su Xian had calculated for himself in this life. He was fated for wealth and nobility, and he was most averse to suffering. In his previous life, in order to stand out, he studied hard for 16 years, from a remote rural area all the way to a first-tier city, and finally ended up working in a factory, dying young on the assembly line. That was true suffering. In this life, although he had crossed over to ancient times and still came from a rural background, his life in Hodao village was isolated from the world, exempt from tribute and taxes, hunting and farming, living without worries about food and clothing, and most importantly, marrying a wife without a bride price that he felt very happy. In short, cultivating immortality was fine, but suffering was absolutely not acceptable. This immortal dog won't rest. Li Qingshan heard this and couldn't help but twitch his mouth with a wave of his sleeve. A gust of wind arose. The wind swept up Su Xian, who was about to descend the mountain, lifting him into the air. What are you doing? Li Qingshan stepped out in a flash, appearing beside Su Xian in an instant, his cold eyes staring deeply, and he said softly, "You want to cultivate immortality. I don't want to." "You're lying. Are you sick?" The immortal said nothing, taking him away on the wind, leaving only his cries echoing in the back mountain of Hodao village. "Let me go. I'm afraid of heights. Help. Save me." Fanzhou, Windazong. Beneath the continuous green mountains was a crowd stretching for 10 miles, the sounds of greetings rising and falling, especially prominent amidst the noisy clamor. Bone age 13. Mixed water and fire spiritual root. Past. Next. Bone age 16. Too old. Come back earlier next life. Go back. Next. No spiritual root. Come back with a good fate next life. Next. Ice, fire, and earth mixed spiritual roots. Turn left out the door. Walk 5,000 miles. There's a falling immortal sword academy. Next. Some were happy, dancing with joy, full of spring breeze. Some were sad, pounding their chests and stamping their feet, secretly grieving. Today was the Windazong's 5-yearly disciple selection conference. All boys and girls aged 10 to 15 could participate. Those selected could enter Windazong to cultivate, and from then on, rise to success. However, the path of cultivation was a competition for the Great Way, with a ratio of 10 to 1, or 100 to 1 as the largest sect in Fanzhou. Windazong's selection of disciples was extremely strict. Spiritual roots were fundamental. Currently, the first round of the disciple selection assessment was in full swing. Testing spiritual roots. More than a dozen spiritual root testing arrays were activated simultaneously, occasionally flashing with spiritual aura as the boys and girls formed long lines, entering one by one. The disciple in charge of registration called out loudly, announcing to all, "Bone age 12, single attribute ice spiritual root." A particularly loud announcement drew discussions from the crowd. A single attribute spiritual root. In the cultivation world, spiritual roots, 4 or more attributes are called waste spiritual roots, 3 attributes are mixed spiritual roots, 2 attributes are chaotic spiritual roots, and 1 attribute is called a single spiritual root. The fewer the spiritual root attributes, the purer and better it is. A single attribute spiritual root means that the path of cultivation will be much smoother than others, both in understanding techniques and in breaking through bottlenecks in the future, extremely rare, with boundless potential. On the distant viewing platform, a group of elders who were originally drowsy instantly became alert, their eyes shining with enthusiasm. This was the first single attribute spiritual root of the day. "This little girl is good. She seems to be a descendant of the Lin family. No wonder, huh?" The old man in charge of registration, with a kind expression, asked, "What is your name, little girl?" Replying to the senior, "My name is Lin Qianqian, from the Yunzi Lin family." "Exactly. Good. Go rest over there. Feel free to find me if you need anything." "Thank you, elder." Single spiritual root, 12 years old, and still a junior from the Lin family. She was basically already confirmed. Her future achievements were limitless. It wouldn't hurt to curry favor a bit. The spiritual root testing continued from the early morning until noon. Originally, The long lines at the spiritual root testing arrays gradually dwindled to just a few people, with the elders in charge of the assessment chatting and laughing. There are more people this time than last time. Yeah, there are a few good candidates. Among them, the most esteemed elder in black said, I see no one left. Let's prepare and start the second round. Suddenly at this moment, a long rainbow shot through the sky, revealing an immortal riding the wind, approaching in the blink of an eye, drawing the attention of the crowd that it was a man, full of righteousness, sleeves fluttering in the wind, with a cold and stern expression, his eyebrows sharp as swords, like a celestial being in the world, holding a 10-year-old boy by the arm. Wow, it's an immortal. So handsome. Why is he back? Whispers arose around, filled with astonished voices. The disciples in front of the spiritual root testing array recognized the person and hurriedly ran forward, nervously saying, Greetings, Sect Master Li. Li Qingshan, the master of the sword peak. Li Qingshan set Su Xian down, calmly saying, Test his spiritual root. Okay. Su Xian landed, his legs weak, his stomach churning. Pushing aside the disciple blocking the way, he leaned against a nearby stone pillar and began to vomit. Ugh! Like a dam breaking, it gushed out endlessly. The surrounding disciples instinctively recoiled, pinching their noses, their faces full of disgust. Sect Master Li, what's wrong with him? Li Qingshan frowned slightly, remaining silent, waving his sleeve as he left, and soon reached the high platform, giving a slight bow to the elders. Qingshan, greetings to all senior brothers. Everyone hurriedly returned the gesture, demonstrating the demeanor of immortals. Qingshan, who is that child? Li Qingshan maintained his composure, saying, I picked him up. Everyone exchanged glances. After Su Xian finished vomiting, he slumped on the ground, his face pale, wiping his mouth, his head hanging low, cursing inwardly. Beasts, is there no justice? Is there no law? Earlier, a disciple stepped forward, saying, Young man, please enter the array. Su Xian first glanced at the disciple in front of him, who looked average with a slightly big nose. Then he slowly surveyed his surroundings, the cloud-wreathed mountains, the grand buildings, and the people flying around. A blessed land of immortals. Indeed impressive. What am I doing here? Finally, looking at the spiritual root testing array, his face showed a mix of disdain and helplessness. Now that he was here, what else could he do? Fly back. Even thinking about that made him shudder. Help me up. The disciple frowned, feeling the attitude was too big. What are you looking at? Reluctantly, the disciple helped him up. After all, he was brought back by Li Qingshan, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Thus, Su Xian was supported, walking into the spiritual root testing array like a lord, and then, under the gaze of the crowd, the array activated, the light aura swirling. The spiritual root testing began. The disciple responsible for the announcement looked at the result in front of him, swallowed hard, and said in a trembling voice, Bone age. 12, mutation. That he slowly turned his head to look at the high platform where the elders were, emphasizing his words. Spirit root of the sword. Upon hearing the term mutation, everyone was already shocked, but when they heard spirit root of the sword, even the elders couldn't sit still, their bodies shaking in astonishment. What? Spirit root of the sword? There was a stir among the crowd, and the looks directed at the boy had changed significantly, mouth slightly open, eyes wide. Su Xian instinctively straightened his back, stepped down from the questioning spirit array, and scoffed. TSK, how rare. Chapter 2. Spirit root of the sword. The mutated spirit root is extremely rare, and the spirit root of the sword is a natural sword type, unstoppable and exceptionally aggressive. Coincidentally, the sect of inquiry stands firm with swords, dominating the realm of mortals. It can be said that the sect of inquiry has long coveted the spirit root of the sword. To think it's the spirit root of the sword. Ha! Heaven bless our sect of inquiry. Brother Qingshan, impressive. Such a good seedling, and you happen to find him. Did you hit the jackpot? Hurry and tell us how you found this child. Li Qingshan squinted slightly, cleared his throat, and intentionally said, I encountered him by chance. As soon as he saw me, he cried and begged to be my disciple, wanting me to take him to Cultivate. Seeing his sincerity, I generously brought him back. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions complex. This. Indeed. Li Qingshan didn't mind and calmly said, we can start the next round now. After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left, a smile rising at the corner of his mouth in a deserted area, feeling pleased with himself. Indeed, I was right. It was true that he encountered the boy by chance. His request was naturally false. While passing through the mountain path, he caught a glimpse of the boy, who seemed to have a faint sword intent about to emerge. A trace of innate sword intent, nurturing a mortal body, only has two possibilities. Either he is a natural sword fetus, or he possesses the spirit root of the sword. This is also why, despite Su Xian's rejection, he forcibly brought him back. Although, the path of cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you retreat. It cannot be forced. But he is still a child. What does he understand? Sooner or later, he will naturally realize that it is all for his own good. Once the questioning spirit ended, the spirit array closed. In the sea of people stretching for miles, those who successfully passed the questioning spirit were few and far between. The boys and girls who passed the questioning spirit were brought to a bamboo forest, waiting for the start of the second assessment. Su Xian was, of course, among them. At this time, it was noon, the sun blazing, and the heat was unbearable, and the area in front of the bamboo forest was noisy. Thanks to awakening the spirit root of the sword, Su Xian was very popular, with a group of peers following him, flattering him endlessly. The girls were kind and gentle, blushing. The boys called him Brother Xian, bustling around him. Su Xian, however, was not in the mood to pay attention, his thoughts drifting far away. The young boy wore a worried expression. Su Xian was not an orphan. He had a family, a father and a mother, a sister who had not yet married, and a younger brother who had just been weaned. That was a happy harbor, although he had crossed over. He was only 1 year old when he arrived, more like he was reincarnated with memories. It had been 12 years. He had long since integrated into the village. His feelings were deep. And now, being brought to this ghostly place without a word, who could endure it? Brother Xian, want some water? Not thirsty. Brother Xian, are you hot? I can fan you. No need. Brother Xian, you might not know, but there are 3 rounds in the selection of the sect of inquiry. Oh, questioning spirit, questioning heart, questioning sword. We just passed the first round. Questioning spirit next is questioning heart. Whether we can stay is still uncertain, but Su Xian's eyes brightened with interest, quickly asking the chubby boy beside him. What do you mean? The chubby boy explained seriously. Questioning spirit goes without saying. The spirit root and bone age are set in stone. Those who meet the criteria stay, and those who don't leave. This is a hard condition, no negotiation. But the second round is questioning heart, the most difficult and mysterious of the 3 rounds. What's the questioning method? The chubby boy pointed ahead. Do you see that bamboo forest? That's the heart questioning forest. It grows heart questioning bamboo. Those who walk in from one place and stand out from the other past those who are carried out are eliminated, and one knows what happens inside, whether carried out or standing out. No one ever remembers what happened. Su Xian stroked his chin, skeptical. Is it really that eerie? The sect of inquiry is the foremost sect in the realm of mortals outside the 3 teachings and a model of righteousness. Since its establishment, it has taken the responsibility of protecting the people and suppressing evil. Every disciple of the sect of inquiry must wield a sword in the world, cutting down injustice. A clear voice suddenly interrupted. Su Xian turned to look. The speaker was a young girl, quite pretty, around the same age, with a hint of ethereal charm. The girl walked to Su Xian's side, slightly bowed in greeting, and continued. Therefore, when the sect of inquiry recruits disciples, it not only values talent and aptitude but also places great importance on the character and heart of the disciples. Hence, there is the questioning heart round. Although no one remembers what happens inside, it can be inferred that the so-called questioning heart is about recognizing people. As long as you follow your heart and harbor good intentions, you can pass. The chubby boy nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Su Xian also began to ponder. So, does that mean if I have bad intentions, I will be eliminated? The young girl observed Su Xian, smiled gently, and introduced herself. Nice to meet you. I'm Lin Xianxian, with an ice element single spirit root. Su Xian responded coolly. The chubby boy leaned in, grinning. I'm Zhang Yang. I'm a mixed wind and fire spirit root. Lin Xianxian politely smiled at the latter. Nice to meet you. But she was filled with curiosity towards the former. Su Xian. I heard you have the spirit root of the sword. You're really impressive. Su Xian looked at her strangely, thinking, why do I need you to tell me I'm impressive? It seems like it's about to start. Saying this, she parted the crowd and squeezed forward, leaving Lin Xianxian awkwardly standing there. Zhang Yang moved closer, smiling obsequiously. Sister Lin, you're also very impressive. Among us, counting you and Brother Xian, there are only 4 single spirit roots. Lin Qianqian merely glanced at him coldly, her gaze as frosty as frost, and walked forward. Zhang Yang scratched his head, confused. Silence, a deep voice commanded, and the surroundings fell silent. An old man, exuding an air of immortality, appeared before everyone at some point. Dressed in green robes with wide sleeves, one hand behind his back and the other stroking his long beard, he said lightly, "The next round is questioning heart. Young ones, please proceed." As he finished speaking, the shimmering and rippling barriers slowly descended, revealing the bamboo forest ahead, a gust of wind rising from within, bringing a refreshing coolness. Amidst the scorching heat, the wind could be felt, yet none of the people present showed any signs of ease. Instead, they all wore solemn expressions, as if facing a great enemy. It was as if a chilling wind had made everyone shiver and feel a sense of dread. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. They were all frozen in place, either looking around or swallowing nervously. Only Su Xian squeezed out of the crowd, hands in his pockets, seemingly oblivious, swaggering past the old man's side and directly stepping into the bamboo forest. Others were afraid. Su Xian was not afraid. Because he did not want to cultivate immortality, he was not afraid of failure. After all, he wouldn't die anyway. At this moment, there was a pool in the mountain, manifesting illusions, surrounded by the elders of the Windazong's 7 peaks and 13 halls, all observing the pool. The Windoxan bamboo in the Windoxan forest. The Windoxan water in the Windoxan pool. Both were spiritual entities and rare treasures of the Windazong. Anyone who entered the Windoxan forest would fall into an illusion, where they would forget who they were, where they came from, and where they were going. As for the Windoxan water in the pool, it could project each person's illusion into the pool. Then, a fairy was seen fluttering down from the mountain, and everyone hurriedly bowed to greet her. "Greetings, Sect Master." "Salutations, Sect Master." The visitor waved her hand and smiled, saying, "No need for excessive formalities. Rise at Yi Xianyu, the Sect Master of Windazong, was also the first-generation ancestor's little disciple." "Sect Master, why did you come personally?" "Out of boredom, I came to join the fun." Suddenly looking down, she happened to see Su Xian stepping into the Windoxan forest first, striding boldly forward. Narrowing her eyes, she smiled and asked, "Xiaoshan, is this the child with the sword spirit root that you brought back?" "Yes." Mastered at Yi Xianyu's eyes sparkled like autumn water, her face blooming with mountain flowers as she praised. "Indeed, the owner of the sword spirit root possesses a brave heart, daring to take the lead for the world. This child looks quite promising." Chapter 3. A question in the desolate village, the dry well, to save or not to save. When you are a treasure, the patina is the sediment of time. At this moment, the elders of Windazong looked at Su Xian in this way that he merely took a step forward ahead of everyone. Yet what they saw was a young man standing alone before the world, wielding a sword and questioning the heavens. Following the sect master's words, they began to echo, their eyes filled with admiration. They praised him for his handsome appearance, extraordinary bone structure, and emerging brilliance. Li Qingshan could barely suppress a smile, but still said seriously, "The path of immortality has never lacked exceptionally talented individuals, but in the end, how many truly attain the Tao and become immortals? Besides talent, having a firm and pure heart is also extremely important. If he cannot pass the Windoxan array, he will ultimately be a fleeting flower, at most a knight of glory, and I will not accept him." Surrounding murmurs erupted, with whispers of discontent. Who didn't know Windazong? This talented sword immortal, Li Qingshan, had 3 loves. He loved wine, loved swords, and loved showing off. The sect master fairy walked gracefully, taking her seat at the main position, gazing at the Windoxan pool, and said slowly, "Hee, Xiaoshan is right. Our Windazong is a prestigious sect that has always taken it upon itself to save the world and protect the people. Master Ancestor risked entering the North Sea to retrieve this Windoxan bamboo and Windoxan water, setting up the Windoxan array. In the array, 3 fundamental questions are posed. Anyone entering the array will forget their identity, the trials, and everything, thereby revealing their true selves, allowing those with impure hearts to be eliminated while retaining the pure-hearted. What we fear is that one day, our Windazong disciples will betray their original intentions and bring chaos to the world. The Taoists and Confucianists have debated for thousands of years, is human nature born good or born evil? There has never been a conclusive result. People are inherently different and born different. How can one generalize and draw sweeping conclusions?" Everyone echoed. what the sectmaster said. Hopefully, we can see more. Yi Xinyu smiled brightly and said, let's wait and see. Li Qingshan sat upright, exuding confidence that he had great faith in Su Xian. Although the boy showed some resistance to cultivating immortality, once he entered the illusion array, he would have no choice. He would forget those things. As the sectmaster said, he would act according to his true heart. He had learned that Su Xian's village was situated in vast mountains, where the people were simple and helped each other, living an isolated life. Su Xian had an excellent reputation in the village, known for his kindness and helpfulness, and was even being groomed as the future village chief. This was evident. The 3 trials of Wendoxin were not a big deal. In front of the Wendoxin forest, seeing Su Xian take the lead into the bamboo forest, the others no longer hesitated and followed suit, stepping into the bamboo forest one after another until they all had entered. The old man waved his sleeve again, and the array barrier closed, cheerfully saying, 963 people, I wonder how many will be able to walk out. The bamboo forest was quiet and cold, deep and dark, with no sunlight. Looking up, one could only glimpse a few openings where some light fell, which felt very cold. Su Xian instinctively shivered, rubbing his arms and stammering, hiss. This ghostly place is really cold. The others looked around in small groups. Suddenly, the wind rose. Fog began to blow in. It grew denser and thicker, like smoke and waves, surging like water, quickly enveloping the entire bamboo forest. What's happening? Where did this fog come from? So cold. Don't be afraid. I can't see anymore. Wow, where are you? This is too scary. I want to go home. I want to get out. The fog was vast, swallowing everyone within it. Visibility was only half a foot, and the surroundings were chaotic, with shouting, calling, and crying blending into one. These people were mostly no older than 15, and the youngest was only 10. Being still young and mentally undeveloped, they had never seen such a scene, naturally scaring many to tears. The noise gave Su Xian a headache. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't move, feeling weak all over, his legs soft, his eyelids heavy as if filled with lead, as if his body had been drained of energy. This fog is poisonous. In a daze, he fell backward with a thud. His eyes fluttered between closing and opening. What he saw was hazy, and the cries around him gradually faded until he closed his eyes and didn't open them again. In his ears, there was silence. By the Wendoxin pool, the fairy twirled her hair, her lips parting lightly. It has begun. Everyone focused their gaze, and the pool's water rippled, a scene of thick fog gently swaying, transforming into hundreds and thousands of dreamlike images, presenting before everyone. Quack, quack, quack. Cold crows circled above the desolate village, emitting eerie cawing sounds. Where am I? Zhang Yang looked around in confusion, forgetting everything that had just happened. Help! Save me! Hearing the cries for help, he instinctively followed the sound and ran into a small courtyard, where the cries were coming from a dry well. That he leaned over the well, looking down, where a woman, looking delicate and beautiful, was struggling in the water. Child, save me! Zhang Yang said. Wait, I'll go find someone. Don't go. There's no one here, just me. Then I'll go find a rope to pull you up. My foot is stuck. I can't reach it. Can you come down and help me? Zhang Yang looked at the dark well, hesitating. Please, I beg you. After a struggle between reason and emotion, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and made a decision. All right. With that, he climbed down into the well. A similar scene was unfolding in Lin Qianqian's illusion. She only glanced at the well before leaving the small courtyard and running out of the desolate village. Hundreds of illusions were playing out simultaneously. Some saved others. Some did not. In comparison, there were fewer rescuers, and many who did not save. In a strange environment, with strange people and unknown dangers, not saving was completely understandable. By the heart-questioning pool, a group of elders commented. This little chubby boy is not bad, kind-hearted, though his aptitude is a bit lacking, but it's not impossible to teach him. This girl from the Lin family is also good. Although she didn't save anyone, she was decisive and didn't hesitate like an ordinary person. Yi Xinyu, in a high position, remained calm, always smiling. The first question of the heart questioning. It was merely about one thing: that if someone fell into the well, saving them might cost you your life. Would you save them or not? Both saving and not saving were valid choices. The one who saves is kind. The one who does not save is wise. The ancestors had long given the answer. A gentleman does not save, while a sage acts without hesitation. They were all children. The choice to save or not was reasonable. It could only be said that Zhang Yang could become a sage, aiding the world, while Lin Qianqian could be a gentleman, avoiding danger and preserving herself, and that's all there was to it. Thus, no one would be eliminated in this question. It was true that those who saved could earn some points from the elders. After all, who wouldn't want their future disciples to become great sages? However, she was somewhat looking forward to whether Su Xian, with the sword spirit root, would choose to save or not. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Li Qingshan, who appeared quite confident. Hey, where's that kid with the sword spirit root? Yeah, everyone else is done. Why hasn't he come out yet? Wait a bit longer, that kid looks sturdy and has the sword spirit root, so he probably won't faint that quickly. That makes sense. Look, it's Su Xian's illusion. Chapter 4, Who to Save? Su Xian's choice. The sky darkened. In the desolate village, crows cawed, and he groggily woke up to a bleak sight. A faint scent of decay lingered in the air. Su Xian looked confused. Where did this bring me again? Wait, why did I say again? Help! Help! Hearing the cries for help growing urgent, Su Xian refocused his mind and, like others, found the small courtyard and saw the old well. The courtyard walls were mottled, the doors and windows were dilapidated, and the ground was littered with dry branches and leaves that it was clear that it had been abandoned for a long time. Su Xian approached the well, peered down, and saw a woman submerged in the water. Dressed in light gauze, with long hair, red lips, and white teeth, though not clearly visible, she still exuded a charming aura, making one feel pity for her. Child, can you help me up? You can't come up? My leg is stuck on something I can't reach. Can you come down and help me? Really can't move? Yes, please. Su Xian furrowed his brow. Wait. Great, thank you. Su Xian scanned the small courtyard and finally fixated on the collapsed wall beside the well that he jogged over, picked up a stone, and went to the well, glancing coldly downwards. Adjusting his grip on the stone, he let it go, allowing it to fall freely. Thud. Oh, what are you doing? Su Xian glanced down again, frowning, not dead yet. Then he began to run back and forth between the corner of the wall and the well, dropping stone after stone into the well, the chilling screams echoing amidst the crows cawing in. The desolate village. By the heart-questioning pool. The elders of the Tao Inquiry sect watched Su Xian in the illusion, all frowning and silent for a long time. Between saving and not saving, he chose to fill the well. Is this something a 12-year-old child could do? Huh? In the illusion, Su Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead, panting as he glanced into the well, seeing it was quiet inside, and finally gave up reluctantly. You little demon, trying to trick me, I'll just bury you and see how you harm others in the future. Withered vines, old trees, and crows. The desolate village, a dilapidated courtyard, a dry well. These combinations were fine, but there was a person in the well, and she was a beautiful woman, which made it a big problem. Su Xian was no longer a child, he couldn't be tricked by her. This type of water ghost only wanted to drag people down with them. He still had common sense. After a brief rest, Su Xian left the desolate village in a hurry. It was not a place to linger at this moment. The elders, who had witnessed the entire process, were unsure of what to say. They exchanged glances, remaining silent, yet their eyes were intentionally or unintentionally directed at the sect leader. Li Qingshan clenched his fists, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. The sect leader, Yi Xinyu, lightly tapped the armrest with her fingers and said with great interest, in choosing between saving and not saving, choosing to kill the person, this must be the first time in the history of our Tao Inquiry sect. Li Qingshan pressed his brows together, his cheeks twitching. The others were gleeful. However, Yi Xinyu looked at Li Qingshan, shifted her tone, and said slowly, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least this child is meticulous and different from ordinary people. He saw through the illusion's clues and mistook that person for a ghost trying to harm others, so he acted to kill her, which aligns with our Tao Inquiry sect's principles. Brave, resolute, and perceptive. Rare, very rare. The elders felt it was a bit strange, like forced praise. However, her reasoning was sound, and they quickly chimed in. The sect leader is right. This child is decisive. He will surely achieve great things in the future at such a young age. He dares to suppress evil spirits and isn't afraid that others will follow in his footsteps, choosing to kill and bury them, showing thorough consideration. In the first question of the heart questioning, he has created a third answer. This child is indeed unprecedented. Haha, that's right. Listening to the laughter and flattery of the crowd, Li Qingshan felt much better inside, coughed lightly, and said solemnly, when encountering ghosts and monsters, killing them. Is my duty we cultivators should act this way? Yi Xinyu smiled without speaking. The elders looked extremely disdainful. However, as new illusions emerged in the heart-questioning pool, the second question of the heart-questioning unfolded, and discussions about Su Xian briefly came to an end. The first question of the heart-questioning was essentially a probe and did not involve elimination. Even if Su Xian's actions were perplexing and shocking, it was still the case. The focus of the assessment remained on the second and third questions of the heart-questioning. As before. When the second question began, all the exam takers again, as before, forgot everything and appeared in a strange environment. But this time, they encountered an old divine immortal who could summon clouds and rain at will, recreating an illusion within the illusion. In the illusion, there is an out-of-control carriage speeding forward. In front of the carriage, on one side of the main road lie 5 people, and on the other side of the small road lies 1 person. No matter who the carriage hits, they will surely die. The old immortal asked. As an outsider, you can control the direction of the carriage once. Will you choose to hit the 5 people or the 1 person? Zhang Yang asked. Who is the good person? The old immortal said he did not know. Zhang Yang asked again. Can I make the carriage stop? The old immortal said no. In the end, Zhang Yang did not choose. Lin Xianxian also did not choose. The speeding carriage continued forward and ultimately vanished into thin air as it neared the intersection. This also indicated that they passed the test. As for those who chose to hit 1 person, or even the 5, they fell into a dream and slept through the past, which also indicated failure in the assessment. By the heart-questioning pool, sighs could be heard. It's a pity, from more than 1,000, only a few hundred remain. That's how it's always been. It's a shame that the boy with a single fire root was also eliminated, leaving him to benefit other sections. In the second question of the heart-questioning, not choosing equates to passing, while making a choice means failure. For cultivators, they naturally possess means far beyond ordinary people. Especially when they reach the nascent soul stage, controlling wind and rain is effortless, and if they cannot restrain themselves, they easily meddle in worldly affairs. For mortals, this is catastrophic. Being strict with oneself and not allowing personal desires or biases to interfere in worldly matters is the first lesson for the disciples of the Tao-seeking sect. In the second question, regardless of whether it's 5 people or 1, deciding who should die without knowing right from wrong, good from evil, is fundamentally a mistake. This is a trap question. Not choosing, actually, is also a choice that Li Qingshan preached. Better to lack than to have in excess. The teachings of the sages all convey one principle to the younger generation. At any time, one must have compassion and reverence for life. To cause others to die due to one's own likes and dislikes cannot be deemed wrong. But cultivators should not act this way. The crowd fell silent, quietly reflecting. It is indeed so. Although the second question is perverse, it has a time limit. As long as one does not provide an answer within the stipulated time, it is considered giving up and also considered passing. As long as there is reverence and compassion for life, one will hesitate, and in that moment of hesitation, they can pass. Those who were eliminated chose too quickly. In their eyes, the lives of others were merely a game, not worth mentioning. Although, compared to immortals, mortals are like ants, yet the Tao-seeking sect is not so. Just as Li Qingshan said, better to lack than to have in excess. Xiaoshan, what do you think Su Xian would choose? Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. Do you think he might surprise us? Unlike her expectations, Li Qingshan felt uneasy. He just hoped that this brat wouldn't pull any tricks. Chapter 5. Improper Person in the Heart Inquiry Pool. In Su Xian's illusion, he looked at the old immortal in front of him, then at the phantoms gathered around the old immortal, his mind racing. Something was off. Very off. He tried hard to remember. Time travel. Hodao village. Going up the mountain to hunt. Meeting a banished immortal. Asking him if he wanted to cultivate immortality. Then, young man, have you made your choice? Will you run over 5 people on the main road, or 1 person on the side road? The old immortal looked at him with kindness. Su Xian slowly raised his head. The truck turned into a horse-drawn carriage. The playful child turned into a lying adult. The problem was the same. The era had changed. So the props had also changed. He inadvertently twisted his thigh hard. Not painful at all. As expected, he raised his head and locked eyes with the old immortal. A glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he grinned and said, I've made my choice. What is your answer? Su Xian said, I won't choose for now. Let the horse-drawn carriage go straight and run over all 5 of them. The old immortal was confused. Huh. Su Xian paused, his tone heavy, ominously saying, then turn around and run over the last one too. Kill them all. The old immortal was dumbfounded. Su Xian squinted, looking at the dazed old immortal, and asked, what's the problem? You can't do that, the old immortal said. Su Xian retorted, didn't you say I could control the direction of the carriage once? You didn't say I couldn't turn around. They shouldn't have been sleeping in the middle of the road. They deserve to be run over. The old immortal fell silent. He was merely a thought generated by the hard inquiry, like a preset program, not capable of answering all questions. At this moment, it was like an error in command, frozen. As time ended, it dissipated like smoke, along with the evolving illusion of the horse-drawn carriage disappearing without a trace. Hey, old dang, don't go. Can't take a joke? Boring. After a long silence without response, Su Xian clicked his tongue, secretly thinking, you little brat. Still trying to trick me, you're the same. By the hard inquiry pool, it was currently silent, almost as if a pin dropping could be heard. Whether it was the elders or the sect master, like the old immortal in the illusion, they were all stunned in place, dumbfounded. The world was utterly quiet. It wasn't until Su Xian's illusion dissipated that they came back to their senses. You look at me. I look at you. The expressions in their eyes were intriguing. To run them all over, is that something a person can do? The flattery and praise from a second ago turned into slaps on their own faces in this second. Li Qingshan lowered his head, his face dark, feeling the urge to kill. Even the usually calm Yi Xinyu didn't know what to say at this moment. Her face stiff, trembling occasionally. This was no child. This was a little devil. But oddly enough, in the second inquiry of the hard inquiry, he was still deemed to have passed. Because the carriage couldn't turn around. Because the rules didn't allow for all to be run over. Therefore, his choice was invalid, and when time was up, it equated to an automatic forfeiture. It was like he had exploited a loophole. As a result, the members of the Dao Inquiry sect fell silent. He passed. But could such a person really be accepted? One person mustered the courage to tentatively ask the sect master, what do you think? Can we still take this child? Yi Xinyu countered with a question, what do you all think? The murderous intent is too strong, must not be kept. But after all, he did pass. And he had a sword spirit root. Some said he couldn't be kept, it was a matter of morality. Others said to follow the rules and cherish talent. Yi Xinyu asked, Xiaoshan, you brought him back, what do you think? Li Qingshan's eyes flickered, feeling the gazes around him, and braced himself to say, is there a possibility that he did it on purpose? Oh, Li Qingshan cleared his throat and said, I think we should respect the choice of the heart inquiry array. A gentleman judges the heart, not the actions. Even if he spoke some nonsense, since the heart inquiry array deemed he passed, it proves that he must not think like that in his heart. The whispers grew louder, but no one refuted him. After all, the rules were set by their ancestors. Yi Xinyu shook her head and smiled. Supporting what Xiaoshan said is not without reason. The rules were set by our ancestors. If he has passed the hard inquiry array, yet we refuse him at the door. News of that will surely tarnish the reputation of our Dao Inquiry sect. Let us see how this third question goes, she thought. This third question surely wouldn't lead to anything unexpected, right? Everyone nodded in agreement. The third question of the hard inquiry. It was a river, with a bridge over it. Su Xian stood in the middle of the bridge holding an axe, but unlike the previous 2 times, he was no longer confused. He clearly remembered what had happened. The illusion of the hard inquiry was a deceptive trick that could tempt one's heart. Once it was recognized as an illusion, one would no longer sink into it. Even if one were in the illusion, their heart would be as clear as a mirror. Su Xian was a time traveler. His mind was already more mature than ordinary people, and as a time traveler, he possessed far superior mental and spiritual strength. Coupled with the previous question being too familiar, he was able to gain insight from it. It was an accident, yet also within reason. Su Xian looked at the unfamiliar surroundings and muttered, here we go again? Plop. Suddenly, the axe in his hand fell into the water, and Su Xian felt puzzled, as he clearly hadn't let go. What is going on? Instinctively looking down at the bridge, he saw the spot where the axe fell bubbling up with air. More and more bubbles rose higher and higher. Finally, a refined man in white clothes with a green hat appeared on the surface of the river, standing in midair. 3 axes floated before him, lined up in a row. He squinted, smiling gently, his voice elongated. Young boy, I am the river spirit. Did you just drop this broken iron axe, this spiritual axe, or this immortal axe? the ordinary broken axe, the shimmering spiritual axe, and the golden immortal axe. Even someone completely ignorant of cultivation could tell that the golden one was extraordinary. This third question of the heart inquiry is about honesty. It is about whether one can maintain their true heart in the face of desire. As the saying goes, desire is like a ravine, difficult to fill with thick earth, and like rolling stones on a high mountain. Once they fall, they can never stop. As long as one answers honestly, they can pass. But facing such temptation, how many children of this age can remain unmoved? At this moment, within the illusion of the heart inquiry pool, some bit the bullet and claimed that they dropped the immortal axe. Others settled for less, saying they dropped the spiritual axe. Of course, there were also those who insisted that all three were theirs. The results were predictable. They all fell in. However, the elders all focused their attention on Su Xian's illusion. Rather than how others would choose, they were more interested in how Su Xian would choose. After all, based on his previous performance, the situation is not optimistic. At this moment, everyone is holding their breath, especially Li Qingshan, who is frequently swallowing saliva. His palms are drenched in sweat, silently praying for something. He has never been this nervous in his life. In the illusion, Su Xian can no longer hold on. His cheeks are shaking irregularly, and the river spirit has been summoned? He is truly impressed. He glanced at the river spirit, feeling as if he were looking at someone with a mental disability. With his hands in his pockets, he turned and walked towards the opposite bank of the river. Nerves. The river spirit was confused, Li Qingshan was confused, and a group of people were all confused. Is he just walking away like this? Chapter 6. Teasing the river god. Li Qingshan was the first to react, his eyes rolling around, and he took a quick glance at his still dazed fellow disciples. Then spoke in a tone of authority, saying not bad 3 times in a row. Not bad, not bad, not bad. The crowd was even more bewildered, staring at Li Qingshan as if he were a fool. Li Qingshan completely ignored them and earnestly praised Su Xian. To face the river spirit without changing color. To disregard the celestial artifact before him, not only refusing to take it, but not even glancing at it. I ask you, even among us immortals, who could do that? A child with such temperament as Su Xian is a rare find. I do not regret bringing him back. We cultivators ought to. Just as he was halfway through his sentence, he abruptly stopped, his brows furrowing tightly. This was because in Su Xian's fantasy, there was another change. The young figure had actually returned. Why did he come back? Who knows? The others were naturally not in the mood to listen to Li Qingshan's pretentious boasting, but shifted their gaze to the fading illusion. At this moment, the river spirit was also looking dazed, watching the returning young boy, his expression flickering. Why did he come back? Su Xian looked up and met the river spirit's gaze. I remembered. I think I really dropped an axe. The river spirit was stunned for a moment, then repeated the lines. Young man, did you drop this broken iron axe, or this spiritual axe, or perhaps this celestial artifact axe? Su Xian shook his head without thinking. None of those. The river spirit tilted his head. Su Xian said, I dropped the ancient divine artifact, the Pangu axe. The river spirit's small eyes suddenly widened. What are you staring at? Hurry up and fish it out for me. The river spirit still wore a kind smile, but his words were almost squeezed out between his teeth. I don't have the Pangu axe here. You must be mistaken. Su Xian refused to back down. You bold river spirit, talking nonsense. You want to keep my Pangu axe for yourself, right? I don't. You do. I don't. You definitely have it. The river spirit was furious. The river water surged wildly around them, transforming into waves that obscured the sky. The sunny day suddenly darkened, and the river spirit, filled with the world's rage, shouted, I said I don't have it. Su Xian, however, remained unfazed, showing no fear. His eyes narrowed as he provocatively said, You do. Are you going to kill me? Su Xian said casually. Are you going to silence me? Come on, kill me. The river spirit could no longer hold back, grabbing 3 axes and charging towards Su Xian on the bridge, accompanied by the overwhelming flood. The wind howled, and the waves crashed down. But Su Xian stood still amidst it all, unaffected. The torrential waves and the enraged river spirit dissipated like a gust of wind, leaving no trace behind. The bridge remained the same, the river remained the same, and Su Xian still stood at the bridge's edge, completely unharmed. However, 3 axes, black, white, and gold, were left on the bridge. Su Xian stood in the center of the bridge, venting his frustrations at the river below. Don't go. Come kill me. Come out and fight me. You shouldn't be called the river spirit. You should be called the turtle, a cowardly turtle. Yet beneath the river, Everything remained utterly still. Su Xian suddenly felt bored. Looking at the 3 axes on the bridge, he kicked each one into the river. He originally intended to leave, knowing it was all an illusion. However, after seeing through the illusion, his memories sealed by the heart question bamboo began to resurface, and he naturally recalled that he was participating in the examination of the Windazon. He knew very well what this stage was testing: honesty. He had learned that in elementary school, so he returned to mess around a bit. Not only did he lie, but he also framed the river spirit, not believing he could still pass after all this. He clapped his hands and walked away. In the heart question pool, everyone was completely dumbfounded, their minds blank, and their consciousness in disarray. Li Qingshan, like the river spirit, was completely broken, no longer caring about his previous image. Rolling up his sleeves and pointing at the illusions in the heart question pool, cursing. He did it on purpose. He absolutely did it on purpose. This kid must not be kept alive. I want to kill him. Don't stop me. Yi Xinyu took the lead, and a group of people quietly watched him. Don't stop me. Even if I'm punished, I must kill him. Yi Xinyu said, go ahead. Li Qingshan, huh? Go, kill him. We won't stop you. Li Qingshan weakly said, I really will go. Yi Xinyu narrowed her eyes. Go ahead. I promise not to punish you. Li Qingshan's eyes shifted, and he instantly lost his temper. The teacher knows the student best. Li Qingshan shrank back, still mumbling. He definitely did it on purpose. This kid must have known this was an illusion and did it on purpose. The others looked at the defeated Li Qingshan, but no one laughed. Instead, they all shook their heads, each feeling a mix of laughter and tears. Even if it was unbelievable, it couldn't be denied. Su Xian indeed did it on purpose. His behavior had already surpassed that of a normal person. It was obvious. He knew this was an illusion, so from beginning to end, they had all been played. This also explained why his behavior was so abnormal. A group of elders was outsmarted by a 12-year-old boy. Who would believe it if it were said? As they recalled their previous reactions and words, they felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. You were allowed to pass. You weren't supposed to break the illusion array. Where could they go to argue? Was he still human? On the side of the heart question forest, after an hour, the mist gradually dispersed, and the successful boys and girls began to walk out one by one from the other end of the bamboo forest. They looked at each other, confused. Looking back at the bamboo spirit, they felt joy in their hearts. No one remembered what had happened. It felt like they had just taken a nap. And aside from a slight heaviness in their heads, everything seemed normal. However, they knew the outcome. They had made it out. In the heart question pool, countless small illusions faded away as the thick fog dissipated, replaced by a clear projection of the bamboo forest. The elders had not left. Their eyes remained on that bamboo forest. Aside from those who had walked out of the bamboo forest, many others who participated in the examination were lying on the ground, unmoving. Su Xian was among them. Watching the fainted boy, they were truly baffled. They could not understand Su Xian's behavior, his mockery within the illusion, and the trickery outside the illusion. What was he after? While others were eager to join the Windazong, Su Xian seemed to be trying every means to eliminate himself, engaging in all sorts of self-destructive antics. They can't understand. Asking Taoism, the entire Wanzhou, apart from the 3 teachings, is the first major sect. Could it be? He doesn't want to cultivate immortality? But that doesn't make sense. How could anyone not want to cultivate immortality? Besides Li Qingshan, one by one, they are all in a fog. What exactly does he want to do? I don't know. So does this count as passing? The array has been broken by him, and you've eliminated him. If this gets out, I can't afford to lose face. Yi Xinyu looked at Li Qingshan and said meaningfully, Little Mountain, the person you brought back. Why don't you take a trip? Li Qingshan retorted, Master, should we keep him? Yi Xinyu squinted and smiled. Sword spirit root, breaking the illusion array. What do you think? Yi Xinyu put away her smile and said very seriously, talk to him properly. Li Qingshan said solemnly, I understand. Chapter 7. Stop acting. Li Qingshan left. Yi Xinyu also left. A group of elders followed closely behind, leaving the heart asking pool and heading straight to the Tao asking square on the main peak. The first test is to ask the spirit. The second is to ask the heart, and the third is to ask the sword. After the sword asking ends, it will be the final step of the apprenticeship ceremony. The 7 peaks and 13 halls will divide the new disciples among themselves. Regarding the third test of asking the sword, there was really not much to see. It was more like a ceremony before entering the sect, just going through the motions. Basically, Those who had already passed the second test were already considered disciples of the Tao-asking sect. The reason they gathered at the heart-asking pool to glimpse the illusion was simply to see how these children performed in the heart-asking test, coupled with their talent data from the spirit-asking, to have a rough idea when it came time to select disciples who would fit their temperament. That's all. In the square, the 7 peak masters and the elders from various halls arrived late, and while waiting for the new disciples to arrive, they engaged in idle chatter, discussing their opinions on these new disciples. Some praised, while others complained. The girl from the Lin family is not bad, with an ice attribute single spirit root. She looks smart, and her future is limitless. Speaking of which, the head of the Lin family also practiced at my sword peak back then. It's fate, I suppose. Among this group, this girl does seem to be quite good in many aspects, but unfortunately, her temperament is complex and too utilitarian, which may backfire. She needs more guidance. That boy with the earth attribute single spirit root is also not bad. Although he performed unremarkably in the heart asking, he looks plain too. But an earth spirit root is grounded and stable, which isn't a bad thing. The chubby boy named Zhang Yang has a pure heart. He was the only one who passed the first test of diving in to save others. That's pretty good, but it's a pity his spirit root is lacking. To become a great talent, he needs to invest. As for Su Xian, when he was mentioned, everyone fell silent, some furrowing their brows, others wrinkling their noses, clicking their tongues and shaking their heads, each with a different expression, but all were complicated. Only one venerable old swordsman gave a feigned evaluation. This child Su Xian has undeniable talent, putting aside his character. He is the best disciple I have ever seen in cultivation. However, if he stays, I fear the Tao-asking sect will be in chaos. Everyone unanimously agreed, having a deep understanding of this point. With his temperament, it would be difficult for the Tao-asking sect to maintain peace. Anyone who became his master would be cursed for 8 lifetimes. But they didn't have to worry about that, as he was brought back by Li Qingshan, who had already made arrangements. At first, they were quite envious when the spirit asking ended. After all, a mutated sword spirit root was there. Who wouldn't he want it? But now, well, they could only say they sympathized with Li Qingshan for 3 seconds. Never mind. Which extraordinary sect doesn't he have a few highly talented disciples who are mischievous and don't take things seriously, with strange personalities? We must believe in the abilities of junior brother Qingshan. That makes sense. Meanwhile, in the heart-asking forest, Su Xian, who was pretending to sleep, felt a shadow cover him, and then a familiar voice rang in his ears. Stop pretending, get up. Su Xian remained motionless. Li Qingshan, with a dark face, lowered his voice and said, if you don't want to die, get up. Su Xian slowly opened his eyes and sat up, feigning surprise and asking in confusion, where's this? How did I end up here? Li Qingshan's mouth twitched, angrily saying, are you addicted to acting? Su Xian stared wide-eyed, looking blankly at him. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and got straight to the point. Su Xian, I know you did it on purpose, and I won beat around the bush. Let me tell you the truth, you've caused a huge mess. You broke the heart-asking array. You have 2 choices in front of you. The first, put away your little thoughts and honestly stay to cultivate with me, and I won't treat you poorly. The second, I'll throw you into the wild wolf valley and let the wolves eat you, taking the secret of the heart-asking forest with you. Choose. Su Xian was unwilling and retorted, no, this can't be right. Did I want to break it? Your illusion array was too rough, with flaws everywhere. Is that my fault? Besides, I said I didn't want to cultivate immortality. You insisted on bringing me back, and now it's my fault? Li Qingshan remained expressionless and said lightly, that's your problem. It has nothing to do with me. You just need to tell me your answer. Choose one or choose 2. Su Xian was no longer a child, although he could tell that Li Qingshan was deliberately trying to scare him, and that the secret of the heart-asking forest wouldn't matter even if revealed, as the children who went in would still forget. So there really wasn't any secret. However, he also understood that Li Qingshan went through so much trouble to bring him back because he valued his spirit root. Right now, he felt like a piece of gold. Whoever picked him up wouldn't want to throw him away. Once he came out of the sword spirit root, there was no way he could leave. Thinking from Li Qingshan's perspective, if he couldn't have it, he would destroy it. Staying was his only option. At least with the sword spirit root, he wouldn't fare too badly. There's an old saying, since you've come, make yourself comfortable. As for the earlier teasing of the deity and river god in the heart-asking array, he regarded it as deliberately annoying Li Qingshan. Seeing the other's attitude, Su Xian understood that the goal had obviously been achieved. After satisfying his mouth cravings, he sprang up, brushed off the dust from his pants, and casually said, "Let us call it even. If it's cultivation, then let us cultivate. I'll follow you. Is that okay?" He then crossed his hands behind his head, humming a tune, and leisurely walked towards the bamboo forest. Better to shave my head and become a monk. Cutting off all emotions. Better to not meet at all. Li Qingshan watched the boy's figure gradually fade into the bamboo forest with a melancholic sigh. What kind of sin have I committed? Saying this, he chased after Su Xian. The third test, asking the sword. He had already informed the sect that he would preside over it, as he needed to keep an eye on Su Xian to ensure nothing went wrong. He had already lost face enough for one day. Just as Li Qingshan walked away, a group of disciples from the Deacon Hall emerged from the bamboo forest. They had come to carry the unconscious disciples out. Those who did not pass would be briefly unconscious and would wake up only after being carried out of the heart-asking forest. This is also why the second test of asking the heart spread the rumor that those who came out passed, while those who were carried out were eliminated. Who was that kid? What a big presence. Su Xian, you don't know? Is he the one with the awakened sword spirit root? Su Xian? Yes. He was personally brought back by Master Li Feng. The sword spirit root does look quite shabby. Stop chattering and get to work, and after we finish, we can head to the Dao Square to watch the excitement. What's so interesting to see? You have no idea. Last time several elders and the Peak Master got into a fight over snatching people. It was brutal. They really went all out. Is that true? Elders fighting? We definitely have to go take a look. Chapter 8. Stepping into longevity, there's someone. It's Su Xian. I thought he was eliminated? Why is he taking so long? Su Xian leisurely walked out of the bamboo forest, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He was the first one to enter, but the last one to come out. Lin Qianqian seemed thoughtful, while the others whispered among themselves. A little chubby boy in the crowd was tiptoeing and waving his hand. "Brother Xian, over here." Zhang Yang, who is a few months older than Su Xian, made a deep impression on him. He was a simple and honest chubby boy, and he walked over nonchalantly, cheerfully saying, "Fatty, you made it through too." Zhang Yang scratched his head, feigning humility. "Just lucky, hee." Su Xian glanced around. Originally, there were 1,000 people entering the bamboo forest, but now there were less than 100 left, which means a 10-to-1 elimination rate. He couldn't help but sigh. The Dao sect really picks disciples from the sea of people. They only take in a few every 5 years, clearly following the elite route. What does that prove? It proves that the disciples here must be very competitive. Zhang Yang asked, "Brother Xian, why did you come out so late?" Su Xian replied casually, "I got tired and took a nap." Took a nap? Zhang Yang was taken aback. Su Xian retorted, "With only a few taken every 5 years, the Dao sword sect is bound to go under eventually." Zhang Yang protested, "There are still nearly 100 left." Su Xian casually remarked, "Isn't there's still one more round?" Zhang Yang grinned widely. "Right, the sword questioning. But it's no big deal, just going through the motions." "Brother Xian, you can relax." Going through the motions? Just as Su Xian was about to ask, Li Qingshan also arrived late from the bamboo forest. As soon as he appeared, the surroundings fell silent, and everyone stopped discussing, instinctively straightening their backs. They didn't know him personally, but they had seen him before. He flew in just before the spirit questioning ended, very quickly. And the disciples in the mountains called him the Peak Master, so he must be an extraordinary figure in the Dao sect. Li Qingshan, dressed in green with wide sleeves, his hair tied up and adorned with a hairpin, walked at a steady pace, but in just a few steps, he covered 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the crowd from another direction, as if he floated over like the wind. The group of youths was amazed. Li Qingshan said, "The third round is the sword questioning. I will take you there. Follow me." After saying that, he led the way, deliberately slowing down his pace. The 100 people hurriedly followed, matching his steps, not daring to walk too slowly for fear of falling behind, nor too quickly to avoid bumping into the immortal, causing a rustling noise. A naive young girl said the immortal looked really good. A boy still in his teenage years said he wanted to become such an immortal in the future. "Brother Xian, who is he? He looks really impressive." Zhang Yang quietly asked. "Not familiar, but I see you came with him." Su Xian glanced at Li Qingshan's back and curled his lips. "Oh, it's nothing. I just happened to run into him. He insisted that I have extraordinary bones and exceptional talent, with the demeanor of an emperor, and begged me to be his disciple and take me to cultivate immortality. I originally didn't want to come, but seeing his sincerity, I gave him a chance. So here I am." Zhang Yang, "It's true he begged you. but it's a lie about his sincerity. He practically dragged you here. But he won't admit it. Too embarrassing. Nearby, two youths looked at him with disdain, looking up at the sky. One teased the other. Hey bro, why is the sky so dark? Oh, why is it dark? Because there are cows flying in the sky. How can cows fly in the sky? Because someone is blowing on the ground. Su Xian turned to look, his eyes playful. You two don't believe it? The two fell silent. But their attitude said it all. Su Xian waved his hand lazily. Believe it or not. This made the crowd burst into laughter. Li Qingshan walked in front. His head lowered, a dark line running down his face from his forehead to his jaw. His fists instinctively clenched together, the muscles in his face twitching irregularly. Gritting his teeth, it was as if he had been cheated on. After climbing the long steps and passing through a small path, they arrived at the summit of a mountain, where they saw a cliff, a line hanging in the sky. The canyon was deep and bottomless, shrouded in clouds and mist. And one could occasionally hear the wind from the valley below, resembling the roars of abyssal beasts. There was a long bridge, with iron chains ominously spanning the deep valley, slowly rising up to the opposite peak, where it reached heights that were invisible. The bridge lay there, with nothing supporting it below, and iron chains falling from the clouds above, wide enough for several horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side. Upon seeing this bridge, everyone gasped in amazement, filled with curiosity. Even Su Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "What a masterpiece!" The Immortal's abilities are indeed impressive. Such a project, even in the modern age of infrastructure, is rare. This must be the Longevity Bridge, so grand, even more imposing than I imagined. The opposite side must be the Sword Questioning Peak. The magnificent Longevity Bridge leads to the path of the Sword Questioning. If we cross it, we will be disciples of the Tao sect, and in this lifetime, we will truly make something of ourselves. Haha. Li Qingshan stopped, turned around, and intentionally glanced at Su Xian, saying warmly, "Cross this bridge and reach the opposite shore. You will become disciples of my Tao sect." After saying that, Li Qingshan's figure flickered and he vanished. A group of young boys and girls looked at each other, confused. Su Xian was also momentarily stunned. Is that it? Just then, a middle schooler in the crowd raised his arm and shouted, "Fellow Taoists, what are we waiting for? Step onto the Immortal Bridge, reach the opposite shore, seek the Tao of Longevity, charge. We're going to." As he spoke, a group of people surged onto the long bridge, heading towards the opposite shore, some running eagerly, others walking while looking around. Zhang Yang sniffed excitedly. "Brother Xian, let us go too." Su Xian took a deep look at the clouds above and coolly said, "Let us go." He stepped onto the Longevity Bridge. The long bridge was wide, the canyon deep, with iron chains and blue stones crisscrossing. The wind was strong, and it was cold up high. A group of youths seemed like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, looking around, knocking and tapping, chattering nonstop. While walking, Su Xian felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. He turned back to see a figure jumping in front of him, tilting her head, hands behind her back. Smiling brightly, "We meet again." Su Xian raised his eyebrows, thinking, "We never separated." Lin Qianqian was taken aback, her brows smoothing out. "That's true." The chubby boy waved his hand and took the initiative to greet. "Hee, hello Linjia," Lin Qianqian said with slight surprise. Fatty, you made it through too." Zhang Yang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just lucky, just lucky." Lin Qianqian pouted, casually saying, "Lucky people have lucky blessings." Zhang Yang. Lin Qianqian secretly glanced at Su Xian and smiled. "Su Xian, let us walk together." Su Xian replied, "As you wish." "You're from the mountains? Is it that obvious? Only people from the mountains would wear clothes made of pure animal skins. Good taste." Chapter 9. There really is something dirty while walking halfway. With no wind and no waves, Su Xian muttered that this really is just a formality. Nothing is happening. "You don't know?" Lin Qianqian asked. Su Xian, puzzled, replied, "Don't know what?" Lin Qianqian said meaningfully, "Why ask about the sword? What is asking about the sword?" Su Xian shook his head. Zhang Yang hesitated for a moment and also shook his head. Lin Qianqian smiled gently and said softly, "This bridge is called the Chongqing Bridge. This gorge is called the Yijian Gorge, and the mountain across the way is the Wenjian Mountain, which is also the main peak of the 7 peaks of the Wendation. The true entrance of the Wendasong." After a pause, she asked Su Xian if he knew why this bridge was called the Chongqing Bridge. Su Xian shook his head again. Lin Qianqian answered herself, "The Weiwei Chongqing Bridge," asking the sword to step onto the immortal path. Crossing this bridge means stepping onto the Wujian Peak and from then on cultivating to knock on the immortal gate, which is a kind of implication. Crossing this bridge means becoming a disciple of the Windasong, on the path of cultivation, seeking longevity, hence the name Chongqing Bridge, meaning that after crossing, one can attain longevity. Zhang Yang exclaimed in realization. Su Xian silently scoffed at that in his heart. Superstitious. Lin Qianqian then asked, "Do you know why this gorge is called Yijing Gorge?" Su Xian still shook his head, completely in the dark, and Zhang Yang leaned in closer, following the trend. Yijing Gorge was not naturally formed, but was cut out by a single sword, hence the name Yijing Gorge. Su Xian was shocked and instinctively looked around. The gorge was deep, unfathomable, wide, boundless, and long, stretching out of sight to the horizon, cut out by a single sword. What a powerful sword that must have been. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. And he gasped, "Hiss, that's ruthless." Lin Qianqian, with her hands behind her back, held her head high, her cheeks dimpled, and spoke eloquently. 10,000 years ago, in this world, demons and monsters roamed, and fierce beasts frequently ravaged humanity. However, there was a sword immortal who entered the world with a sword, wanting to right the wrongs, slay demons and monsters, and save people. With one person and one sword, he fought until no one dared to claim dominance over this land. His name resounded across the world, and he suppressed the seas, causing monsters to hide away and evil to retreat. People revered him as the Sword Ancestor. This Sword Ancestor is the founding ancestor of the Windasong. After driving away the evil, to ensure that demons and monsters would not return to harm humanity, he used supreme divine powers to move mountains and part seas. And with the art of geomancy and stars, he sealed the luck of the three clans here. Building a mountain gate, recruiting disciples widely, and teaching the world, suppressing this area. Before the mountain gate, he cut out a sword, naming it Yijing Gorge. Using 3 immortal swords for slaying demons, suppressing evil, and devouring malevolence as the core, laying down a great protective formation for the sect in this gorge. The formation is hidden in the depths, and demons and monsters do not dare to move. If they do, the sword will emerge, and they will surely perish. Only disciples of the Windasong must cross the Yijing Gorge by walking this Chongqing Bridge. Otherwise, the sect's grand formation will be triggered, slaying all invading enemies. With this, Lin Qianqian turned around, hands behind her back, walking backward, looking at the captivated Su Xian, and smiled. What is asking the sword? Simply put, it is to ask whether you can enter the Windasong by passing the recognition of the 3 swords. And why ask the sword? It is to prevent those great evildoers and monsters from using extraordinary means to conceal the heavenly secrets and infiltrate the Windasong. It may seem redundant, but it is actually to prevent future troubles. As long as we walk past and gain the recognition of the 3 swords, we can obtain a trace of sword breath planted in our dantian from the sword monument, and in the future, when entering the grand formation of the Windasong, we won't have to walk this bridge. This is the origin of the 3rd trial, asking the sword. Zhang Yang's eyes cleared up, and he understood. Oh, I see. This is to prevent those dirty things from mingling among us. Lin Qianqian nodded yes. Su Xian stroked his chin, pondering, and murmured, "Those not of our kind must have different hearts? That's not unreasonable. But with the Windasong being so exclusive, it might be hard to achieve great things. It can only settle in a corner, but to dominate the world is difficult." Su Xian didn't know much about this world. However, he did know that there were immortals riding clouds in the sky, and spirits and monsters dwelling in the deep mountains. He often heard the village elders tell interesting stories about ghosts and monsters, and every time he listened, he felt as if he were there. However, Su Xian was not a child. As a time traveler, his inherent understanding was that ghosts, monsters, spirits, demons, and humans should be similar, both good and bad. Of course, without knowing the full picture of things, one cannot rashly jump to conclusions. Perhaps there are secrets unknown to people? What did you say? Lin Qianqian leaned her face closer, curiously asking. Su Xian snapped back to reality and casually replied, "Nothing." Zhang Yang looked around vigilantly and whispered, "Hey, Xiango, you don't think there's really something dirty mixed in among us, do you?" Lin Qianqian smiled without saying a word. Su Xian chuckled, "What are you thinking? There's no way it could be that coincidental." Lin Qianqian agreed. "Yeah, maybe there were some reckless ones before, but there aren't any now? I already said it's just a formality." "That's true." Zhang Yang felt what the two said made sense, and his vigilance disappeared in an instant. However, the next moment, Su Xian suddenly stopped in place, his gaze fixed on a figure ahead, his throat rolling. "Gulp. Why aren't we moving?" The two looked at each other in confusion. Su Xian complained. Could it be that coincidental? The two were even more surprised and confused. Xiangu, what are you talking about? Yeah, it's so strange. While they were talking, they instinctively followed Su Xian's gaze and suddenly felt as if they were facing a great enemy. What the? Zhang Yang pointed ahead, about to shout, but Su Xian quickly covered his mouth, signaling him. Zhang Yang understood and nodded, swallowing the words he was about to say. What they saw in front of them was also a young boy, walking forward, but he looked like he had lost his soul, his steps appearing very strange. Most importantly, there was a trail of footprints behind him, resembling melted black wax, emitting a barely perceptible black smoke. Moreover, as he continued forward, it seemed like he was slowly melting away. Lin Qianqian was very nervous and shrank back behind Su Xian. After all, she was only 12 years old, just a slightly older child. Faced with this sudden unknown, fear was inevitable. As for Zhang Yang, he covered his mouth, and his legs had already started to shake. Lin Qianqian instinctively tugged at Su Xian's clothes, nervously asking, Su Xian, what should we do? Su Xian rolled his eyes, thinking to himself how he would know. This was also his first time encountering such a situation, but he could be sure that this thing was definitely not a good thing. His mind raced, and he whispered very softly, Run. Where to run? Shoo, keep your voice down, back away. Chapter 10. Sword Name slays demons. The three of them stared intently at that figure, quietly retreating, then silently turned around, bending down, huddling together, sneaking away like thieves. The people around them were confused, but fortunately, they were moving slowly, and there weren't many people behind them, so the commotion wasn't loud. Zhang Yang whispered, Xiangu, let's just run. Su Xian pretended to be calm. Don't panic, stay steady. Lin Qianqian weakly said, that person seems to be a soil-type single spirit root, named Ao Dai. He looks so honest. How could he be an evil spirit? Is it? Don't look back, such a broken name. It's obvious it's not a good thing. Exactly, in the three-person cricket game, that person's condition was even more unusual, completely melting away like ice cream under the scorching sun. His whole body collapsed on the ground, emitting a series of dull low moans, yet still wriggling forward. Roar. This bizarre and abnormal scene was gradually noticed by the crowd. And suddenly, shocked voices erupted, creating a din. Quick, what happened to that person? What is that thing? Brother, what is wrong with you? Monster, monster. Meanwhile, beneath the long bridge, in the deep gorge, a sound like a dragon's roar echoed. Zung. Ayo. Following that, a sword soared up from the depths of the gorge, carrying endless sword intent, heading straight for that person. Evil spirits intrude. The immortal sword emerges. The great formation opens. In an instant, the entire long bridge shook violently. The boy named Aob suddenly looked up, his already melted and unrecognizable face now had eyes as red as blood, staring fiercely at the incoming sword. And he shouted angrily. Roar. He literally tore apart his own flesh. Countless black mists surged out and churned, enveloping 100 meters in an instant, from which appeared a creature that was neither human nor ghost, leaping up, heading straight for that immortal sword. The surrounding boys and girls were stunned by the sudden scene. Some collapsed on the ground, some crawled away, and some wet their pants. The shouting and screaming momentarily drowned out the sound of the sword and the beast's roar. Su Xian suddenly looked back, and with just one glance, his mind trembled violently. There was a giant beast like a small mountain, shrouded in thick black mist. Its body vaguely visible, covered in heavy scales, with sharp claws and a hideous face. It was impossible to tell what kind of creature it was, but one look made it clear that this thing was an evil beast. What the hell? Su Xian blurted out, his throat rolling. He grabbed two people and ran. Run. Chaos reigned. Some ran forward, some ran back. The immortal sword broke through the air, its momentum like a waterfall crashing down, in just one exchange. That mountain-like monster was struck down, its arms severed with a piercing scream. Its body was further restrained in midair by an invisible sword intent, struggling in vain. Unable to move. Roar, damn it. It spoke human words, unwillingly roaring. An immortal sword hovered above its head, the sword body faintly vibrating, emitting a sharp hiss. As if it was desperately restraining itself, as if it would scatter its soul if it fell. Li Qingshan, at some point, stood on the peak of the long bridge. Coldly locking his hands behind his back, his expression unperturbed, with a pair of sword-like eyes looking down upon the world, he lightly reprimanded. You evil creature. Do you know your wrongs? The giant beast struggled fruitlessly, realizing it was powerless to turn the tide, its crimson eyes fixed on Li Qingshan, It scoffed. What a good demon-slaying sword. What a good sword formation. I underestimated you, Windazong. Since that's the case, I'll take a scapegoat. As it spoke, it slowly turned its gaze towards Su Xian, who was running back. Sword spirit root, you will do. Although Su Xian was fleeing, he still heard it clearly. Oh no. It's coming for me. 1,000 curses surged in his heart. Who did he offend? Is having a sword spirit root a crime? While quickening his pace, he didn't forget to shout, Immortal, protect me. Just as he said this, the beast grew furious, sacrificing its flesh to help a remnant thought break free from the restraints of the Great Formation, charging straight for Su Xian. Su Xian felt a chill run down his spine. A wave of coldness surged up his back, and his scalp instantly went numb. He felt he was doomed. It was as if the Grim Reaper was staring at him, ready to drop its scythe. He instinctively pushed Lin Qianqian and Zhang Yang to the sides. Get away. The remnant thought growled. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame that you shouldn't have come to Windazong, and even more so for having a sword spirit root. If I don't kill you today, in the future, your sword will stain my clan with blood. Die? Damn. For the second time, Su Xian felt death approaching. However, at this critical moment, just as the killing intent transformed from the beast was about to pierce through Su Xian, space fluctuated before his eyes. And then he saw an immortal sword tear through a corner of the void, instantly striking out, passing by his ear, and instantly shattering that remnant thought. It was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the strands of hair lifted by the sword hadn't even fallen yet, and that remnant thought had already vanished without a trace. Su Xian didn't even have time to react to what had happened. He could only feel the killing intent that had locked onto him disappear, and his steps slowed down. When he looked back, everything was calm. The beast was gone. The black mist was gone. Only an immortal sword hovered before him. The sword was 3 feet long, crystal clear, emanating a chilling light on the sword hilt. It seemed to be entwined with the essence of the Tao. Although it had slain a demon, the sword was not stained with blood, cold as frost. At that moment, the sword was only 0.01 meters from his eyes. Su Xian didn't know why, but he didn't dodge or blink, staring at the sword. At that moment, he felt a strange illusion, as if the sword before him was not a sword, but a person. It felt like, searching through the sea of people, suddenly looking back, seeing the person he had been looking for, just at the dim light. It was indescribable, very strange, and he wasn't afraid at all. The whole process lasted a full 3 breaths. The sword tip flicked, transforming into a wisp of firefly, heading straight for the sky. And then like a thread hanging from the heavens, it fell into the deep gorge. The sword was gone. The formation was closed. The beast was slain. On the eternal life bridge, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Even the black waxy mud left by that person was nowhere to be found. Su Xian, in a daze, looked towards Li Qingshan, who stood atop the iron chain, and the other also looked at him. Throughout, he hadn't moved at all. It was as if he had known all along that Su Xian would be fine. In the end, he simply said lightly, "Continue asking the sword." Then he disappeared, leaving behind a group of boys and girls standing there in a daze. Su Xian was among them. He let out a long breath, his suspended heart slowly settling down. This immortal really doesn't practice at all. Not to mention the hardships, it's really possible to die one day. Eternal life bridge? How can one achieve eternal life after dying? Su Xian, are you alright? Lin Qianqian jogged over, hurriedly asking. Su Xian pretended to be calm and said lightly, "I'm fine." Zhang Yang patted his chest, looking a bit terrified. "You scare me to death." I thought you. Su Xian glanced at him and mocked. "Look at you. It's just a small scene. Were you scared just now?" "Not scared. You're really brave. Keep a low profile." Lin Qianqian asked, "Shall we go now?" Su Xian pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Not in a hurry. Let them all pass first. Then we'll go." Lin Qianqian was taken aback. "Su Xian, are you scared?" Su Xian mysteriously said, "You don't understand. This is called being steady." Lin Qianqian responded with an "Oh." Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's better to be steady, better to be steady." Chapter 11. The two who were led astray. The sword formation stirred. The immortal sword awakened, unsheathed to slay the demon. The elders waiting in the Wendeaz square seemed to have seen this many times, showing no ripples. To inquire about the spirit, to inquire about the heart, to inquire about the sword. Only by passing all 3 trials can one become a disciple of the Windazong. The trial of the sword, being the final test, naturally has its reason for existence. In the past, after the sword ancestor established the Windazong, there were rumors among the people. It was said that the location of the Windazong suppressed the great fortune of spirits and demons in the human realm. Since then, in the lower realm, the alien races have withered, and the mortal states have become predominantly human. Spirits have avoided the world, and demons have retreated far away, not appearing for thousands of years. Later, as the sword ancestor traveled and did not return, spirits and demons began to stir, wanting to make a comeback and disturb the human world. More than once, they approached the Windazong with their armies, yet they were all blocked outside the mountain gate of the Windazong, with a sword tomb suppressing the northern borders of this mortal state, preventing the alien races from raising their heads for 10,000 years. Thus, those demons began to think of other plans. Since they could not break in, they aimed to sneak into the Windazong to unravel the great fortune suppressed by the sword ancestor from within. For this, they used all means possible. Some possessed mortals, some transformed into humans to recultivate, and some even went through reincarnation just to mix in during the time when the Windazong accepted disciples. However, for thousands of years, without exception, they were all exposed by the Sword of Inquiry formation and killed on the Eternal Life Bridge. Everything that happened today had occurred many times before. It was common to have 6, 7, or 8 at a time. But with each failure, the demons recognized reality and realized this path was not viable. So they hadn't come for a long time. Today's replay was unexpected yet within the realm of prevention. It was just a pity that a good seedling with a pure earth attribute root was lost just like that. It was merely an empty joy. Now only 2 good seedlings remained. That child looked so sincere. Who would have thought they would be transformed by a demon? Even the sect master did not notice. Their true identity must be extraordinary. Observing its appearance, it resembled the golden turtle from the North Sea. That can't be right. The demons of the North Sea have always kept to themselves and had no grievances with the mortal state. So why go to such lengths? Who knows? Regardless, anyone who dares to come will be killed. The master will still slay them, especially since it is just a mere spiritual body. After a small episode on the Eternal Life Bridge, the trial of the sword continued. One by one, young boys and girls crossed the long bridge and ascended to the Sword Inquiry Peak. This also meant that from this moment on, they would be true disciples of the Windazong. At the end of the Eternal Life Bridge stood the mountain gate of the Windazong, a magnificent stone door towering here, seemingly natural, with intricately carved dragons and vivid designs. It bore 3 characters, Windazong. The font was solid, the strokes lively, and faintly exuded a soaring sword intent, almost bursting forth from the characters themselves. At this moment, many people had already gathered in front of the mountain gate. Among these people, there were not only new faces who had just passed the assessment, but many were original disciples of the Windazong, most of whom had come specifically to witness the event and see these new junior brothers and sisters. Some were even attracted by the recently drawn sword that had slain a demon, wanting to catch a glimpse of the celestial sword's grace. Unfortunately, they arrived too late. The sword had returned to its sheath, leaving them with nothing but disappointment. They decided to stay and watch the upcoming disciple acceptance ceremony. After all, the 5-year disciple acceptance conference was quite a significant event in the Windazong. Cultivation was inherently tedious and dull, with no fun to speak of, especially for the disciples of the Windazong. Their lives consisted of either meditating or performing tasks outside, which could be exhausting, so this was a rare opportunity to relax. The new disciples gathered in the open space in front of the mountain gate, occasionally looking around, their eyes clear and full of yearning. They resembled freshmen stepping into a university campus, their minds filled with beautiful thoughts, completely disregarding what had just occurred. Even at this moment, they were surrounded by a group of older brothers and sisters, much like monkeys in a zoo, and they were oblivious to it all. Whispers and chatter filled the air as the disciples in the mountains exchanged glances and murmured. This batch of disciples didn't look impressive. Their appearances were ordinary, and their qualifications were mediocre. Yet they all seemed quite cheerful. Just look at their clear and naive little eyes. Sigh. I was once like that. Yes, full of vitality. Being young is wonderful. No worries. In less than 2 months, they will know the hardships of cultivating immortality. By then, they won't be able to smile anymore. I heard from the senior brother who oversaw the assessment that there is one with a mutated sword spirit root among this batch. I wonder who it is? They seem to have not arrived yet. I hope they didn't fall into a gorge. That joke isn't funny at all. Everyone was waiting. Waiting to enter the mountain gate. Waiting to become disciples. To start a brand new life. A life of immortality. Li Qingshan was also waiting. still wearing a stern expression. His brows furrowed, because 3 people had yet to arrive, including Su Xian. His gaze pierced through the long bridge. And what he saw made him grit his teeth in frustration. If not for so many disciples watching, he really wanted to run over and kick that kid. They were actually eating. Yes, you heard that right. They were genuinely eating. Just after the small episode, Su Xian suggested they play it safe and wait for others to pass before moving. The 2 listened to him and waited in place, while the little fatty pulled out a whole roast goose from somewhere. Yes, a whole one. He asked if the 2 wanted to eat. Su Xian happened to be hungry and started eating right away. Lin Qianqian couldn't hold back for more than 3 seconds before joining in. So the 3 of them sat on the ground, sharing a goose, leisurely eating with grease all over their mouths. Those who knew they were there for the Windazong disciple selection were puzzled, while those who didn't thought they had come for a picnic. What occasion was this? When was it? How could they still eat? Their hearts were unusually large. They had completely been led astray by Su Xian. He somewhat regretted bringing Su Xian back. With his personality, who knew how many more disciples of the Windazong he would lead astray? Anxiety. As time passed, many disciples grew impatient and began to fidget. What are we waiting for? Why aren't we being brought in yet? Is it not time yet? It seems someone is still missing. Who? Su Xian. Him again? And Lin Qianqian. At that moment, Su Xian and the other 2 had just finished the roast goose, wiped the grease from their mouths, and stood up contentedly. Glancing at the already empty long bridge, Su Xian said, "It's about time, let us go." The 2 hurriedly stood up and nodded in agreement. Okay. It was clear that, unknowingly, Su Xian had become the leader of the 2. At least Zhang Yang thought so. He felt that Su Xian not only had high talent, but was also quite carefree, so he respected him. As for Lin Qianqian, she initially approached Su Xian merely because he had a sword spirit root. Her father had advised her to build good relationships with those of exceptional talent, especially boys without family backgrounds, so she took the initiative to get close to Su Xian. Previously, there were only 4 single attribute spirit roots, including herself. Su Xian looked poor and was also a sword spirit root, which is why she actively approached him. However, when the monster just rushed at them, Su Xian proactively pushed her away, and her mindset changed. It was the feeling of being protected. It was not so much about being moved, but it made her feel very comfortable. Moreover, from their brief interaction, she found Su Xian's way of speaking very interesting and engaging. Even though he seemed to know very little about many things, he was composed, and being with him required no thought. Therefore, she was willing to play with them. Sister Lin, Brother Xian, the 3 of us have formed a bond of life and death, right? You both have to look out for me from now on. Su Xian burped, squinting his eyes. Sure, we're all brothers. Lin Qianqian said with a grin. For the sake of the roast goose, I'll give you some face. Zhang Yang chuckled foolishly. Hee. I'll bring you guys some good food in the future. How thoughtful. The 3 laughed and chatted, slowly moving along, completely disregarding the feelings of the crowd waiting in the scorching sun at that moment. Chapter 12. Illiterate. After a while, 3 figures appeared one after another at the bridgehead, stepping onto the asking sword peak. Swish. Everyone's eyes turned to them in unison. The originally lively Su Xian and the other 2 couldn't help but shudder, feeling as if they were facing a great enemy. Su Xian lowered his voice. Not good. There's a killing intent. Lin Qianqian and Zhang Yang positioned themselves on either side of Su Xian, instinctively protecting him. The group of new and old disciples of the Asking Dao sect looked at them with meaningful expressions, and the noisy discussions became denser. Look, isn't that Su Xian? Yes, that's the one with the sword spirit root. He looks pretty cocky. Li Qingshan's gaze seemed lethal, seeing the 3 hesitate at the bridgehead. He angrily said, "Hurry up and come over here." The 3 snapped back to reality, jogging forward, pretending nothing was wrong, and joined the line in front of them. Brothers, please make way. Thank you. Li Qingshan took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, calming his expression, and turned to step into the mountain gate. Come in. The towering mountain gate stood 10 zhang high, majestic and imposing. Behind the gate was the Asking Dao Plaza, and between the 2 was a sword monument, entirely black and worn with the passage of time. The sword monument was engraved with large characters, and beneath it lay a broken chess set. The crowd followed Li Qingshan into the mountain gate, first captivated by the vast plaza, then their gaze fell upon the sword monument. Li Qingshan led everyone to stop in front of the sword monument, turned around, one hand behind his back and the other at his chest, and slowly spoke. From today onward, you are all disciples of my Asking Dao sect. As for the rules of the Asking Dao sect, after you become disciples. You will be informed by someone when you return to your respective peaks and halls. I want to go into detail here. Behind me is this monument, known as the Sword Monument. It was left by our sect's ancestor, the Sword Ancestor. The ancestor instructed that anyone who enters the Asking Dao sect must pay respect to this monument. You have passed the third test of asking the sword. Just place your palm on this monument to receive a wisp of sword breath, which will be imprinted in your dantian. From now on, once you learn to ride the sword and come and go through the mountain gate, you will no longer need to walk this Longsheng Bridge and can directly cross the Long Gorge. However, do not rejoice too early. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. It is not something that can be achieved overnight. If you want to learn to ride the sword and ride the wind, you must at least break through to the foundation establishment stage. Refining the body and refining the qi are the two hurdles you need to overcome next. At this point, he deliberately paused, his tone growing heavier, and his gaze fixed directly on Su Xian as he continued. Although you are a rare talent among thousands, with extraordinary innate abilities, do not become arrogant. You must stay grounded and move forward step by step. Never slack off. Don't be like certain individuals, slow and lazy, who arrive late and make everyone wait for you. In the future, if you fall behind in your cultivation, no one will wait for you. Once again, all eyes focused on Su Xian and the other two. Lin Qianqian lowered her head. Zhang Yang wore a silly grin. Those with discerning eyes could tell that this was intentionally pointing out the three. Only Su Xian remained unfazed, his expression calm as if he hadn't heard anything. His face thick-skinned as he looked back at the crowd and said, "What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before." This inevitably drew a round of boos. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and said, "No problem. Just step forward one by one to touch the stone monument, and then go report over there. For the 7 peaks and 13 halls, whichever one you want to join, just go to the corresponding position. The elders will guide you." At this moment, a square-faced disciple raised his hand and asked, "Immortal, I have a question. Speak. May I ask if the chess game in front of the sword monument is the unfinished game left by the sword ancestor?" Li Qingshan glanced at the unfinished game beneath the sword monument and nodded, "Yes." The disciple, somewhat excited, said, "There are rumors in the Jianghu that a supreme opportunity is hidden within this sword monument. It is said that when the sword ancestor erected the monument, he intentionally left this unfinished game for anyone in the world to solve. Whoever can solve this game will gain the opportunity of the sword monument. Is this true or false?" Upon hearing this, a group of new students had bright eyes, filled with curiosity. Many of them had heard this rumor, including Lin Qianqian. However, the surrounding disciples of the Asking Dao sect revealed a gloating expression, as if watching a good show, more like watching a bunch of fools. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and replied, "Do you know how to play chess?" The disciple humbly said, "I know a little." Li Qingshan subconsciously nodded, his expression calm. This matter is true, but halfway through his words, he hesitated, falling silent. This left everyone puzzled. The disciple asked again, "Can I give it a try?" Li Qingshan, seeing the expectations in the eyes of the crowd, gently said, "Feel free." "Thank you." With the immortal's permission, a swarm of young boys and girls rushed towards the stone monument. Some touched the stone monument and received a wisp of sword breath in their dantian. Others surrounded the unfinished game, stretching their necks and standing on tiptoe, either frowning in deep thought or staring intently. Discussions began to arise. Can it be solved? Don't rush. Let me take a closer look. The disciples from the 4 states suppressed their voices, occasionally sneering. Li Qingshan stood aside, watching the new disciples discussing the unfinished game with great enthusiasm, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This game is unsolvable. If it could be solved, after 10,000 years, how could there be not a single solution? In the distance, a group of elders watched from afar, unhurried, instead smiling and enjoying the scene. Their interest peaked, and the corners of their eyes crinkled like mountains. Being young is good. They dare to think and act, unaware of their own limitations. It's not surprising. Every year there are several ambitious kids who consider themselves extraordinary, thinking they can solve this unfinished game. Once they realize the truth, they will behave themselves. This is good. It's just right to temper their sharpness, which is beneficial for their cultivation. One elder muttered in confusion, "What do you think the sword ancestor was thinking back then, leaving this game? Could it be that there is truly a way to solve it?" Another elder waved his hand. "Enough. Even if the chess saint crawled out of his coffin, he couldn't solve it. I think the sword ancestor left this unfinished game just to temper the minds of future generations." The others nodded in agreement. The cycles of life and death, an unsolvable game, is an undeniable fact, well known to all. However, compared to the unfinished game, Su Xian seemed to be more interested in the words carved on the stone monument. He looked up at the tall stone tablet, nudged Zhang Yang beside him, and asked, "Fatty, what does it say up there?" Zhang Yang also tilted his head back to look at the stone tablet. If he had a neck, that is. "You don't know?" Su Xian said casually, "I can't read." Zhang Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Xian. "God, Brother Xian, you actually can't read." Su Xian was speechless. "What?" Zhang Yang opened his mouth, shifted his gaze away, and looked back at the stone tablet, saying naturally, "I can't read either." Su Xian's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Damn, are you kidding me? If you can't read, why shout so loudly?" Zhang Yang looked guilty and avoided eye contact. Lin Xianxian, having finished examining the stone tablet, returned and asked, "What are you two looking at?" The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously asked Lin Xianxian, "What does it say on the stone tablet?" Lin Xianxian was surprised. "You don't know?" "We can't read," the two replied. Lin Xianxian's mouth dropped open in disbelief. "God, you actually can't read?" Su Xian, Zhang Yang, Chapter 13, A Sword Tablet. A game of incomplete chess. Su Xian felt speechless. So what if he couldn't read? Did it require such shock? He actually wanted to learn, but conditions didn't allow it. There wasn't a single literate person in the whole honest village. Only the village's shaman grandmother could scribble a few ghostly symbols. The language used in this world wasn't even Chinese characters. It took him a lot of effort to learn to speak the language of this world. Reading was ultimately a luxury. Mainly, being literate didn't matter in honest village. Hunting, fishing, farming, climbing trees for fruit didn't require education, right? Su Xian remained silent. Zhang Yang weakly asked, "Sister Lin, you can't read either, right?" Lin Xianxian looked at the two with sympathy, sighed, her eyes filled with pity. It would be tough for the two of them when cultivating. They couldn't even understand the manuals. Their path to immortality was fraught with difficulties. Oh well, she thought that at worst she could translate for them later. If they couldn't read, they could still understand spoken words. Seeing her sigh and look at him that way, Su Xian tentatively asked, "You really can't read, can you?" It shouldn't be the case. Just by her manner of speaking and attire, she looked like someone from a well-off family. Lin Xianxian looked deeply at the two, gazed at the stone tablet, raised her hand to point at the characters, and read them out loud, word by word. "Chess moves are risky. Swords take unconventional paths. Break and then establish, enlighten the new life." Zhang Yang counted on his fingers. "Brother Xian, it matches. Exactly 16 characters. There are also 16 up there." Su Xian looked at him as if he were an idiot. Lin Xianxian rolled her eyes, a bit playfully. Su Xian stroked his chin, pondering, subconsciously reciting in his heart, "Chess moves are risky. Swords take unconventional paths. Break and then establish, enlighten the new life." Zhang Yang imitated him, pretending to ponder, furrowing his brows and pouting. He thought it looked cool. A man should be like this. Lin Xianxian asked, "Do you know what this means?" Zhang Yang shook his head without thinking. "What about you, Su Xian?" Su Xian glanced at Lin Xianxian, then turned to Zhang Yang and said, "Let's touch the stone tablet first." "Oh." Lin Xianxian curled her lip, thinking to herself that her guess was right. They definitely didn't understand, no need to ask. Meanwhile, the two of them, shoulder to shoulder, approached the stone tablet. "Fatty, are you also from the village?" "No, I'm from Fire City. It's really big, a lot of people." Su Xian said he hadn't heard of it, and continued asking, "Is your family poor?" "Not poor, my family is quite powerful." "Then you can't read, didn't go to school?" Zhang Yang made a face of disdain. "I wouldn't read, it's too hard." Su Xian was speechless and didn't want to talk. Zhang Yang countered, "What about you, Brother Xian? Why didn't you go to school?" Su Xian answered off topic, "My family is also quite powerful." Zhang Yang. He reached out to touch the stone tablet. It seemed connected to heaven and earth. A trace of sword energy that ordinary people couldn't perceive entered his palm and sank deep into his dantian. Although Su Xian couldn't see it, he could feel it. Something indeed felt different inside him. His brows slightly raised, he clicked his tongue. "TSK, TSK. This is more amazing than science. Quite interesting." He then walked toward the crowd, wanting to catch a glimpse of the game. Little Fatty was quite considerate, walking in front and easily making a path for Su Xian with his physical advantage. Make way. Can't you see my brother Xian is coming? Don't you have any sense?" There was a bit of a feeling of taking advantage of his position. However, since the other party was the owner of a sword spirit root, and Su Xian seemed to have some connection with that immortal, these disciples, willingly or unwillingly, still made way. Su Xian strode into the crowd, standing with his hands clasped behind him, casting a glance with a hint of reproach. Fatty, that's quite rude. We are all fellow disciples. How can you be so impolite? His demeanor was quite well controlled. Zhang Yang repeatedly agreed, saying he would pay attention next time. And many disciples around cast kind glances. The boys, around 10 years old, didn't have much thought. They thought Su Xian was okay, though he looked a bit off. He was actually very friendly. This scene made Li Qingshan, who was watching from a distance, feel both amused and helpless, muttering to himself, "This little brat is even better at pretending than I am. It feels like I've met a rival in the path of pretentiousness." Su Xian was looking around. Zhang Yang was also looking around. Quite interesting. Lin Qianqian stood aside, seeing the two pretending, pouting her lips. "Can you two understand? Just this Su Xian and Zhang Yang shook their heads in tacit agreement. Not really. Not quite. The crowd of disciples watching erupted into boos. "What's going on? Are you making a scene? Not really understanding. Don't pretend to be knowledgeable and aloof." Lin Qianqian slapped her forehead, speechless. Su Xian stroked his chin, tilting his head, looking at the chessboard full of traces of time from a different angle, and asked, "May I ask, did the person who broke the game play black pieces or white pieces?" Lin Qianqian was instantly at a loss for words. Thinking this was not just a lack of understanding, it was complete ignorance. She thought he was being humble, but now it seemed that was rather obvious. Black pieces. Oh, the gazes of the surrounding disciples towards Su Xian changed significantly. They became strange, with some slight disdain. Initially, when they first saw Su Xian awaken his sword spirit root, he was like a star in the sky, shining brightly, dazzling beyond compare, and they could only catch a glimpse of him in their lifetime, filled with envy and admiration. Later, Su Xian remained silent among the crowd, yet when he boldly stepped into the heart-searching forest first, he appeared like a lonely swordsman, aloof and brave, not drawing his sword unless necessary, but once drawn, it could cut open a realm. In their eyes, he was worthy of praise and longing. Eventually, they felt Su Xian was just an ordinary person, a bit lazy and laid back, but had the demeanor of a big brother. Until this moment. Looking at the boy in front of her, all good impressions had collapsed, and disdain and contempt grew unchecked. They understood what it meant for the unfamiliar to be mysterious. Distance creates beauty. Lin Qianqian spoke up. "Su Xian, no need to look anymore. You can't break this game. Not just you. Even the chess sage in this world can't break it." Hearing Lin Qianqian's assertive words, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward her, their eyes filled with confusion and a thirst for knowledge. "What do you mean?" Lin Qianqian pondered for a moment and said meaningfully, "Because this is not a situation at all, but a deadlock." Deadlock. Everyone was even more bewildered. Each one lost in thought. What is a deadlock? Some understood, some did not, but everyone could hear. However, they gasped and murmured. Lin Qianqian, with the tone of someone older than her years, said, "That's right, it's a deadlock. The black pieces in this game have already lost. A situation can still be broken, but a deadlock has no solution. Otherwise, why would this game have been here for nearly 10,000 years without anyone breaking it? So, don't waste your effort, let us go." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized and began to complain loudly. "What does that mean? It turns out we lost long ago? Is that true? I thought I couldn't figure it out after looking for so long. Turns out it's a deadlock. Good thing my chess skills are fine. What a joke. We've lost and still need someone to break it. Isn't that just messing with us? Fine, I'm leaving. What a waste of my half a day." Everyone cursed and scattered, where there was once a crowd in front of the sword monument and the broken chess. In the blink of an eye, it was mostly empty. Zhang Yang and Lin Qianqian also left, but when they turned around, they found Su Xian still standing in place, showing no intention of leaving. The two were puzzled and urged, "Xian go, let us go." "Su Xian, what are you dazed for?" Su Xian, however, was oblivious, still staring at the chessboard, lost in thought, muttering to himself. Chess moves are risky, swords take unconventional paths. After a pause, he slowly raised his head and again focused on the sword monument. Break and then establish, reveal and renew. Chapter 14. Su Xian breaks the deadlock. Su Xian's expression was serious as he looked at the stone tablet and then at the game, his mind racing. Lin Qianqian and Zhang Yang returned, standing beside him, watching Su Xian, who was occasionally talking to himself, slightly dazed, and weakly asked, "What are you mumbling about? Xian Gu, are you okay? Don't scare me. I'm timid." Su Xian completely ignored them, still talking to himself. No break, no establishment. Break and then establish. Just like the phoenix reborn from the ashes. Since the game is here, there must be an answer. Chess is in the game, I am outside the game. Broken pieces. Deadlock, breaking the deadlock. Is the risky move an unconventional path, meant to tell others not to play by the rules? Break and then establish, reveal and renew. While talking to himself, Su Qingsong reached out and touched the chessboard, bending his index and middle fingers to gently tap on the empty space. Thud thud. It was indeed empty. The stone tablet and stone base, left by the sword ancestor, the chessboard was actually made of wood. If it were not stored in this fairyland, it would have decayed long ago. Su Xian had the answer in his heart. At this moment, Lin Qianqian and Zhang Yang looked worried, anxiously asking, Su Xian, don't scare us. What is wrong with you? Why are you talking nonsense? Su Xian withdrew his wandering thoughts, looked at the two in turn, and with a slight smile said, I think I might have found a way to break the deadlock. Zhang Yang was stunned, his face blank. Lin Qianqian was taken aback, blinking her big eyes, confirming that Su Xian was really out of it. Oh no, this kid has gone crazy. Su Xian smiled lightly, without responding, but amidst their confusion. He jumped onto the stone platform, his eyes sparkling with excitement. There is only one truth. If you don't let me win, I'll smash it. After saying that, he leaped into the air, his legs hanging, slightly bent, with power concentrated in his waist, suddenly glaring, using the gravity of his descent. Su Xian stomped hard on the chessboard. Boom. Crack. The chessboard shattered with a sound, pieces flying and rolling. Countless gazes converged in an instant. The world froze at that moment, the vast square silent as a cicada in winter. Zhang Yang was stunned. Lin Qianqian was bewildered. The disciples around were all frozen. Even the distant elders were completely confused. Each one stood there dumbfounded, as if petrified, mouths slightly open, pupils dilating in shock. Incredibly, they stared at the boy on the chessboard. It took a long time for them to come back to their senses. Su Xian, the spirit root of the sword, actually smashed the remnants of the chess left by the sword ancestor? Who would believe it? Compared to what they were seeing, they would rather believe that there was true love in this world. Hiss, gulp. The sound of gasps filled the air. The sound of swallowing was quietly overshadowed by the wind. Li Qingshan was truly insane, suddenly appearing before the stone tablet, looking incredulously at the already shattered chessboard. Stiffly lifting his head, his gaze moving up, his eyes wide. What are you doing? Su Xian confidently replied, I'm breaking the deadlock. Li Qingshan stared at Su Xian, his cold face contorting visibly. The temperature around them dropped sharply. Zhang Yang and Lin Qianqian silently retreated. Zhang Yang knew Su Xian was brave, but he didn't expect him to be this ruthless, daring to smash the things left by the sword ancestor in broad daylight. Lin Qianqian retracted her earlier words. This kid wasn't just foolish, he was crazy. Around them, whether they were new disciples, old disciples, or elders peeking from a distance, they all watched quietly, not daring to breathe. For them, what Su Xian did was too insane. I told you to break the deadlock. I didn't mean for you to smash the chess. Overturning cognition, absurdly. Was this something a person could do? Especially the elders, they could only say that Su Xian was too reckless, endlessly creating trouble. They could hardly imagine what kind of outcome awaited Su Xian. The atmosphere was terrifyingly quiet, and Su Xian also panicked, feeling the murderous gaze from Li Qingshan, as if falling into an icy cave, especially with the stone tablet behind him, showing no reaction for a long time, making him feel uneasy. Did he guess wrong? This wasn't a riddle. Swallowing hard, he avoided Li Qingshan's gaze and stammered. I was just saying I seem to have been possessed by some dirty thing. Do you believe it? Li Qingshan squeezed the words out between his teeth, coldly saying, Do you want to die standing or lying down? Choose one. Su Xian weakly replied, I want to cultivate. Time and again, Li Qingshan could no longer hold back. He knew that Su Xian was doing it on purpose, that he didn't want to cultivate, which was why he acted this way. Anyone could tell that the things left by the ancestors were not to be trampled on at will, let alone destroyed. He had previously tolerated it. Who told him to bring him back? Originally thinking he was just young, with a bit of a mischievous personality, as a genius, a bit of uniqueness wasn't surprising. It mainly depended on how he taught and guided him slowly. But who would have thought he could be this reckless? After causing such a ruckus and then stomping on the chessboard left by the sword ancestor. He had never seen anyone cause such a huge disaster in all his years at the Dao sect. He couldn't escape responsibility. He could no longer endure it. He must be taught a lesson, otherwise, if he stays, the sect of Asking the Tao will inevitably be destroyed by him. Just as he was preparing to take action and deal with Su Xian, a loud commotion suddenly erupted in his ears. Look, what is that? The sword monument is glowing. In the distance, the elders were astonished and jumped up, their jaws dropping in shock. This aura, could it be that the sword monument has awakened? All eyes were instantly drawn to the sword monument, and Li Qingshan looked up in confusion. He saw that the ancient sword monument, which was usually unadorned, was now shimmering with a milky white mist resembling chaos. Surrounding the sword monument, the space rippled like waves on a calm lake. The sudden scene caught him off guard, and he instinctively loosened his grip on Su Xian's collar. In a daze, he muttered, "This is..." Su Xian, overjoyed, laughed excitedly. "Ha, old dang. Did you see that? I told you I was breaking the deadlock, but you didn't believe me. You've blinded your dog eyes." Before Li Qingshan could recover from his shock, a sword intent like a rainbow suddenly erupted from the sword monument, as if a great flood was rushing upwards. A massive beam of light pierced through the sky in an instant, and the overwhelming sword intent rippled outwards. In that moment, a violent wind surged. Except for Su Xian, everyone within a kilometer was swept away by this force, including Li Qingshan. The white light was dazzling, obliterating everything in its path and covering the daylight. The fierce wind was ruthless, sweeping away all. In the sect of Asking the Tao, across 1,000 miles of green mountains, 7 peaks, and 13 halls, countless disciples stopped in their tracks, looking up at the sky, gazing in the direction of the sword peak. What is that? What a domineering sword intent. It seems to be coming from the direction of the Asking Tao Square. Yi Xinyu stood atop the mountain, her eyes shimmering. The sword monument can really break. While everyone was still in the dark about what was happening, at the peak of the sword peak, the clouds suddenly piled up, materializing out of thin air. With black mist churning, thunder roared above, and several terrifying figures descended from the ancestral peak. The oppressive force swept through, causing the mountains and rivers to change color. And the heavens and earth trembled in fear. A long sword fell from the sky, standing in the center of the square. In the void, a heavy yet ethereal voice echoed, resonating in the ears like rolling thunder, each word devoid of emotion. Retreat. Chapter 15. A simple-minded person. As soon as the voice fell silent, the disciples gathered at the Asking Tao Square showed no hesitation, each summoning their spirit swords. They fled on their swords, and in an instant, thousands of swords soared into the sky, creating a stunning scene. The elders waved their hands, using their celestial powers to wrap the new disciples in spirit energy and lead them away. Go. Li Qingshan took a deep look at the young man beneath the sword monument, his eyes filled with astonishment. He did not linger. He grabbed the unconscious Lin Qianqian and Zhang Yang, and with a step, left a residual shadow, arriving 10 miles away in the blink of an eye. A group of new disciples was bewildered. They completely failed to react, blinking in disbelief as the landscape around them transformed. In the distance, that sword light still shone, with dark clouds looming above, and a terrifying aura continued to spread outward, rippling across the vast expanse. Having witnessed such a spectacle right after entering, their eyes were filled not only with shock and confusion, but also with a fiery yearning. This is what cultivating immortality should be like. A single thought changes the clouds and wind. A single thought shakes the mountains and rivers. Wow, my goodness, incredible. The elders' eyes deepened as they stood with their hands behind their backs, gazing into the distance, their expressions shifting between brightness and darkness. The disciples in the mountains were in chaos. They huddled together, whispering in astonishment. Could it be that the ancestors are coming out of seclusion? The ancestors are indeed formidable. We can't see them, but we can feel their might, truly terrifying. What happened? Did the beast emperor from the great wilderness come? No. It was a newcomer who broke the sword monument's deadlock. How is that possible? Wasn't it a dead end? How could it be broken? I saw it with my own eyes. It really was broken. How was it broken? One person gulped and replied, with a single stomp. Ah! Everyone gasped in disbelief. The sword monument's chess game was broken. Broken by a newcomer. And it was done with a single stomp. This caused the current commotion, even prompting several ancestors to emerge from seclusion. Unbelievable. Unfathomable. The same definition appeared on different faces. Who would believe it? The so-called breaking of the deadlock was indeed real. At this moment, the Asking Tao Square was already empty, leaving only a young boy, his figure flickering beneath the sword monument. After a while, the soaring sword intent, like a dam that had released its flood, gradually weakened until it disappeared. At the top of the sky, 5 colored auroras fell one after another, resembling divine soldiers and celestial beings descending to the mortal realm. 5 figures then appeared one after another, surrounding the sword monument. They were a young man in green, a woman in red, a boy in dark armor, a silver-haired man, and an old man in fiery red. Before them stood the towering sword monument. Beneath the sword monument sat a small boy with long hair, dressed in animal skin, sitting cross-legged, hands clasped together, and eyes tightly closed, enveloped in a shimmering mist. The 5 looked at him with kindness, filled with both surprise and admiration. Sword spirit root, breaking the deadlock, comprehending the sword monument. Good, good, good. What a remarkable youth. Our heroes emerge from the young. At such a young age, already showing great talent. I urge the heavens to be more vigorous and not to restrict the emergence of talents. So he is the one Master has been looking for? I wonder what Master left in this sword monument, and how long this child can comprehend it. As they examined and praised Su Xian, Yi Xinyu also arrived. Bowing to each of the 5. Greetings, 5th senior brother, 6th senior brother, 7th senior sister, 8th senior brother, and little junior brother. The young man in green smiled slightly and said warmly, Little Tin is here too. Yi Xinyu smiled and replied, All the senior brothers are here. How could Xinyu not come? The woman in red asked, What is this child's background? Do you know? Yi Xinyu slightly furrowed her brows and answered, He is my disciple Li Qingshan's find. He said this child is from a village in the northern mountains. What village? The boy in dark armor asked again. Hodao village, Yi Xinyu replied. The expressions of the others subtly changed at that name. It indeed was a unique name. The silver-haired man crossed his arms, revealing his muscular upper body, and said solemnly, I've never heard of it, but if it has such a name, the people in that village should be quite honest. This child has thick eyebrows and big eyes, looks familiar, and at first glance, he seems to be an honest person, just like me. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, one's appearance reflects one's heart. He looks like he can't be bad. Since he could make it to the sword monument. He must have passed the 3 questions of heart, so his character is surely commendable. Yi Xinyu secretly lowered her brows. Thinking about what Su Xian did during the 3 questions of heart made her uneasy. If he is an honest person, then there would be no dishonest people in this world. By the way, what is his name? Someone suddenly asked. Yi Xinyu blurted out, His surname is Su, and his name is Xian. Su Xian said lightly, All right, sure, since you're here, I'll leave this to you. The enlightenment of the sword steel can take anywhere from a few days to several years. Before he wakes up, no one must approach him and disturb him. Understood. And when he wakes up, you can take him as a disciple on behalf of the Master and teach him in the future. Yi Xinyu pouted and said, Oh, with a tone that seemed less than pleased, but she was not surprised at all by the idea of taking a disciple on behalf of the Master. They left. The 5 of them departed as quickly as they came. The dark clouds and lightning quietly dispersed. The mountain winds calmed, and everything returned to tranquility. The clouds parted and mist cleared, revealing the sun as if nothing had happened. Yi Xinyu looked up toward the direction of the ancestral peak. The usually solemn and dignified female sect leader now had a hint of youthful nature as she rolled her eyes and complained, Every time we come down the mountain, it's either dark clouds and blood lightning or howling winds. If I didn't know better, I'd think the Asking Dao sect was a demonic sect. I'm really fed up. While she was complaining, she approached Su Xian without interrupting him, but her gaze was fixed on the already tattered chessboard, examining it closely. This is how the game was broken? Who would have thought? The sword takes an unconventional path, hinting at a new beginning. Only you could have done something like this. Truly, a fool has his good fortune. Suddenly frowning, she stared at Su Xian and lamented. But I'm afraid the Asking Dao sect will not be peaceful in the future. Just the thought of taking a disciple on behalf of the Master and teaching Su Xian made her head spin. Setting aside talent, the things Su Xian could accomplish indicated that things would not calm down in the future. However, thinking that she would no longer be the last one, she felt somewhat relieved. Little 11, once I train you up, I can hand over the position of sect leader to you. That doesn't seem too bad. Chapter 16. The conclusion of the Disciple Recruitment Conference at a certain place on the Asking Sword Peak. A group of elders and peak masters from the 7 peaks and 13 halls gathered with a group of newly admitted disciples in an open space outside the Asking Dao Square. Although the winds were calm, the shock in their hearts was still like the surging river, crashing against the shore. Especially for Li Qingshan. His feelings were complicated and somewhat dazed. He originally thought Su Xian had caused a huge disaster for himself, but unexpectedly, he broke the deadlock and achieved enlightenment of the sword steel, stirring all 5 of his masters in the mountain. It was a mixed bag of emotions. Happy that he had found a great talent for the sect, but sad that he would probably have to make a wedding dress for someone else. Originally a rare sword spirit root, now he had also achieved enlightenment of the sword steel. That kid's master was no longer himself, because he wasn't worthy. The elders beside him gradually came to their senses and began to comment on the matter, expressing their opinions, which were all the same old sayings. Unexpected, huh? I saw he was extraordinary long ago. This kid is a talent. Heaven bless the Asking Tao sect. The sword ancestor's former grace has a successor. Someone stepped forward and flattered. Qingshan Shitty, you've really made a great contribution to the sect this time. You've added another entry to the Immortal Pavilion ledger. Congratulations. Li Qingshan, who usually liked to appear deep and profound in front of people, showed a bitter smile in response to the flattery. Heh, I have no intention of showing off at all. What? You're not happy that the person you brought back achieved enlightenment of the sword steel? Li Qingshan shot a cold glance at the person, waved his sleeve, and suddenly left. Where are you going? Li Qingshan did not respond. Not picking disciples anymore. Li Qingshan still did not respond, but his figure had already disappeared from everyone's sight. He's ignoring people now. All right, stop provoking him. He's probably feeling depressed right now. What's there to be depressed about? This isn't a bad thing. That kid, Qingshan may not be able to handle him. All right, let us get back to business. As the mountains and rivers dimmed with the setting sun, the sky turned gloomy, and after a brief interlude, they returned to the main agenda. Under the reorganization of the elders, the disciple recruitment ceremony was hurriedly concluded in this open space. Today, as protagonist was destined to be Su Xian, while the others could only play supporting roles. It's getting late, young friends, quiet down, quiet down. First of all, congratulations on becoming members of my Asking Tao sect. We have 7 peaks and 13 halls, and today, the elders from each peak and hall are here. The choice is now in your hands. You can choose any peak or hall to join. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. A group of new disciples began to chatter, asking about this and that. Which are the 13 halls? Which are the 7 peaks? Who are they? What do they do? The elders took out banners, each inscribed with the names of their respective peaks and halls. The disciples pulled their thoughts back from Su Xian's matter and began to make difficult choices among the elders. Su Xian's accomplishments were his own business. They were merely spectators, watching the excitement, as these things had nothing to do with them. But the current choices were their own matters. Choosing which peak and hall to join was akin to selecting a major in college. If nothing unexpected happened, they would live with today as choices for the rest of their lives. Naturally, they did not dare to be slack. Some had already identified their desired peaks and chose without hesitation. Others were indecisive, comparing options before selecting a peak they were relatively satisfied with. Zhang Yang and Lin Qianqian were naturally among them. However, the two did not seem in a hurry. They were still looking in the direction of the Asking Tao Square, which was dozens of miles away, trying to see how Su Xian was doing in the center of the square. Everything that happened today left a deep impression on them. Having traveled together for half a day, the previous moment of brotherhood felt like a different world in the next moment. They were originally on the same starting line, moving forward, but while they dozed off for a moment, Su Xian had already run far ahead. When they looked up again, he seemed to have already reached the finish line, and they were already out of reach. They had initially thought of joining the sword-holding peak since Su Xian was brought back by its master. Unfortunately, Li Qingshan left. In the end, they could only choose from among the 6 peaks and 13 halls. In the center of the Enlightenment Square, Lin Qianqian naturally became the most dazzling presence. When she learned that Lin Qianqian had not yet decided which peak to join, a group of elders showed their skills, saying all the good things, offering enough benefits, bragging to the extent they could, and drawing grandiose promises. What? I want to personally take you as my disciple? Let you be my direct disciple? Grant you immortal techniques, elixirs, and spiritual weapons, each one more generous than the last. They were competing to the point of turning red in the face. For this, 2 hot-tempered elders nearly started fighting. The scene was truly spectacular. Maybe it was because a few ancestors awakened in the ancestral mountain today, so these elders were somewhat restrained. In previous years, they would have already started fighting in front of the new disciples. In the end, Lin Qianqian chose to join the Heavenly Sword Peak and became a 3rd-generation disciple under the Peak Master. In the Asking Tao sect, the hierarchy is as follows: Sword Ancestor, the disciples of the Sword Ancestor. the disciples of the Sword Ancestor. These elders were all disciples of the Sword Ancestor's disciples, making them the second generation. Below them, naturally, were the third generation. In the cultivation world, there has always been a custom of respecting the elders. Elders are not only defined by age, but also by seniority, which is equally important. In comparison, Zhangyang falls short in this regard. After all, the starting requirement for disciples in the Asking Tao sect is to have a mixed spiritual root. In other smaller sects, this might be a rare find, but in the Asking Tao sect, it is hardly noteworthy. The so-called geniuses of mixed spiritual roots in the eyes of the world are numerous here. There are tens of thousands. Here, having a mixed spiritual root is just the beginning. Single attribute spiritual roots, mutated spiritual roots, and innate sacred bodies are the scarce resources. Only these individuals have the opportunity to become third-generation disciples. The rest, after being taken back by the elders of various peaks, are handed over to suitable juniors in the mountains to join their ranks. Naturally, they then become fourth, fifth, and sixth-generation disciples. Zhangyang benefited from his actions in the first trial of Asking Heart, where he went down to save someone, which left a good impression on the elders. Among the short ones, he stood out. Although he wasn't snatched away by others, he was fortunate enough to join the sword-casting peak and became one of the third-generation disciples. As for the others, it's better not to mention them. After everyone chose to conclude, the elders of each mountain took their new disciples away from the Asking Sword Peak, officially starting their path of cultivation. They were filled with aspirations and vigor, vowing to attain enlightenment and immortality, to become great cultivators like the ancient Sword Ancestor, renowned across the world and suppressing the 8 directions, truly lofty ambitions. As for Su Xian, they couldn't help but ask their elder. The elder's response was not to worry about it, as Su Xian was no longer on the same path as them. Some elders even mentioned that for a long time to come, Su Xian would be the target they chased after on their cultivation journey. Chapter 17. Sword Tower and Book Spirit. A beam of light burst forth, and the sword intent stirred in the square. At the moment when everyone else was sent flying, Su Xian first saw a bright flash before being blinded by the dazzling white light. Then, the world went dark. After that, the world became bright again. Everything changed in an instant, as if he had just experienced another dream. What he saw was a sea of clouds in a fairyland, with white clouds drifting and the blue sky stretching infinitely, shimmering with floating light and colorful glimmers. Was it a cave of wonders? A blessed land? A legendary miniature world? Or was this still an illusion? Many guesses surged forth, but Su Xian's attention was quickly captured by a towering white building before him. The building rose above the sea of clouds, standing tall against the sky, made entirely of white jade, exuding a mysterious and sacred aura. It was adorned with patterns, designs, characters, and symbols. Counting from the bottom up, the building had 12 floors, and its doors and windows were tightly closed. On the facade were 5 large characters carved in a vigorous style, powerful and imposing. At first glance, it seemed like peering into the heavenly gates. At a second glance, the essence of the Tao was vaguely discernible, and upon closer inspection, the sword intent was rampant. Su Xian furrowed his brows and thought, "What does this say?" At that moment, he suddenly heard a long sigh from above the clouds, followed by an ancient and deep wail-like sound echoing through the air. Mixed within was a deep voice reciting, "Above the heavenly white jade capital, 12 towers and 5 cities, the immortal strokes my crown, granting longevity." Hearing this, Su Xian looked up, trying to find the source of the sound, but saw no one or anything, only feeling the intense sunlight piercing his eyes, and then sensed a breeze rising before him, soft as a light veil brushing his cheek. When he regained his senses, he saw a book appearing out of thin air, suspended between the tower and the clouds. The book had no words, and the gentle wind flipped its pages. As the rustling sound echoed, the 12-story sword tower suddenly scattered into countless sword intents, all rushing into the small book. One sword lay horizontally, one vertically, one slashed, and one stamped. Horizontal bends, curves, and angled thrusts. Every sword became a stroke, and every stroke was infused into the book, filling the pages with black and white ink. The howling swords, the piercing wind, and the vast white clouds all converged into the book. The young man witnessed the entire scene, already astonished beyond belief, his mind swirling in tumultuous waves, until he could no longer see the tower, until the sword energy dissipated, until the thick book was filled with writing, the gentle wind faded away. unwilling to turn the pages. The book closed. It seemed as if an immortal, in the void, picked up a pen and wrote 5 large characters on the black cover of the book. At this point, the world fell silent, the sea of clouds was quiet, and the scene was frozen, leaving only Su Xian's heart beating wildly. In shock, Su Xian raised his hand, reaching out to grasp the book. As the book entered his hand, his consciousness expanded like the sea. His whole body shook violently, feeling dazed. A flicker of light flashed in Su Xian's eyes, and he opened his lips slightly, murmuring, "Sword Tower, White Jade Capital." The young man, unable to read, was recognized by the book. It informed Su Xian that it was called the Heavenly White Jade Capital, a sword tower with supreme divine weapons, and a sword technique with supreme secrets. Su Xian turned the pages, one after another, and at that moment, the world around him fell silent. The words in the book seemed to transform again into countless sword intents, pouring into his brain. In his mind, countless scenes and information flashed by. Suddenly, he could read. He inexplicably understood. He stood there, as if 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Stars, sword intent, 9 heavens and 10 earths. A dream spanning a millennium. Coming back to his senses, Su Xian closed the book in his hand, exhaling a deep breath, and said in a daze, "Ah, it truly is a wondrous world of cultivation." He suddenly realized many things, such as the division of cultivation realms, the ranks of techniques, and that here, in the spiritual sea world of the Sword Monument, he was not physically present, but rather his consciousness, or soul, had appeared here. The world referred to this as enlightenment. He knew this book was called Heavenly White Jade Capital. It could be a weapon or a manual, but to Su Xian, it resembled more of an architectural blueprint. Su Xian could form a contract with it to awaken the book spirit. The book spirit would help him reconstruct the Heavenly White Jade Capital. In any case, this was a tremendous opportunity, and Su Xian was extremely fortunate. Su Xian calmed his thoughts slightly and proceeded to form a contract with it according to the process in his mind. He had said before that he could cultivate but couldn't endure hardship. Evidently, this book would help him avoid a lot of suffering now and in the future. Without hesitation, he set to work. After a long while of busying himself, Su Xian, sitting on the clouds, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Done." The book lying across his knees emitted golden fireflies, then slowly floated upward and opened. A miraculous scene unfolded. The words in the book wove into a cocoon of light. A small being tearing through the light, breaking free from the cocoon. Su Xian's eyes widened as he looked closely. A tiny figure, the size of a palm, resembling a porcelain doll, was small and cute, with short legs and arms, and skin as white as frost. Even its hair was white. It was dressed like a little book boy, wearing a hat that looked like a book, and it had a small book box on its back, with a few swords inserted in the box. But upon closer inspection, one would discover it's just an ornament, a little figure basking in divine light, its small eyes shimmering with colorful starlight. It intentionally lowered its height, slightly bowed, and said softly, "I heard your call, so I traveled thousands of miles to come here. From today onwards, you are my new master." Politeness to the extreme. As soon as it spoke, Su Xian understood a phrase from a book. What it means to have a refined demeanor from within. This is it. Cultivation is indeed something that radiates from the inside out. "Who are you?" Su Xian asked. It replied, "I am the little book spirit in the Sword Monument, called Shu'er." Su Xian stroked his chin, pondering. Shu'er sounded like a cultured person. He then introduced himself. "My name is Su Xian. You can call me Brother Xian." Shu'er respectfully replied, "All right, master." Su Xian didn't mind. After all, the little book spirit before him felt more like a program in his understanding. It had no feelings, so how it chose to call itself was inconsequential. He got straight to the point. "Do you know why I brought you out?" "Yes, to help you rebuild the Heavenly White Jade Capital." Su Xian was quite satisfied and squinted his eyes. Good. Then tell me, how should I build this building?" The little book spirit also squinted its eyes. "Build it slowly." The young man frowned. "How slowly?" The little book spirit answered, "Just like cultivation. It takes time to accumulate little by little." After a brief contemplation, the young man asked the most concerning question, "Will it be very hard?" The little book spirit was taken aback, and after a brief silence, said earnestly, "I don't know, I haven't eaten." Su Xian fell silent. He felt that what he was discussing with it was not quite the same thing. Chapter 18. For years in stasis. One day awakened in the mountains, the peach trees bloom and wither in 3 years. The question about the sword monument has been there for 3 years, with weeds growing in the cracks of the stones and fallen leaves covering the long steps. Under a sword monument sits a clay figure covered in dust. Any disciple passing by the mountains would unconsciously cast their gaze over. They often chatter, "It's been 3 years already. Do you think this person is dead? What are you thinking? It's only been 3 years. I heard that the book Immortal meditated in the heavenly book pavilion for 100 years before achieving immortality. Nothing happened then, so 3 years is nothing. Can it be the same? The book Immortal was already a golden elixir cultivator before his enlightenment. He could already fast. But Su Xian just arrived, with no cultivation at all. Why worry? With the ancestors guarding him, how could he really die? That's true, haha. I wonder how long it will take for him to achieve enlightenment. The longer, the better. Maybe it will take 100 years, or even longer. By then, we will have a monument immortal in our sect, overshadowing the 3 teachings. Enlightenment, for cultivators, is an opportunity that cannot be sought. Anyone who achieves enlightenment can grasp principles of the universe that ordinary people cannot understand. Although more time does not necessarily mean better, the longer it takes, the more certain it is. The golden cicada of the Buddhist school took 10 years to understand the Buddha's way and gained an immortal body, said to be unkillable. A Taoist achieved enlightenment after 60 years, slaying inner demons in a dream, and upon waking, ascended to become a celestial master. The record holder for the longest enlightenment is that old gentleman from Howard Academy, who sat for 100 years in the heavenly book pavilion, comprehended the way of the heavenly books, and with a single thought became immortal. Since then, whatever he spoke would come to pass, and he could summon wind and rain with a stroke of his pen. This record has yet to be broken. It can be said that there has never been anyone like him before, nor will there be anyone after. Historical records contain lines and segments of legends that have, more or less, all been achieved in dreams. Therefore, enlightenment is something everyone desires, yet cannot obtain. Su Xian, 3 years ago, entered the questioning Tao sect. Possessing the sword spirit root, breaking the remnants of the sword ancestor, and achieving enlightenment at the sword monument, sitting for 3 years. Regardless of what happens, even if he wakes up now, his future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Although he sat motionless before the sword monument, the rumors about him throughout the entire questioning Tao sect have never ceased for a moment. Even outside, there are rumors about him. It is said that the questioning Tao sect has gained a talented disciple with a sword spirit root, breaking the remnants, and achieving enlightenment at the sword monument. Great beings have sighed, saying that the questioning Tao sect has successors, and for 1,000 years, its fortune has flourished. Whether it's flattery or mere words, it doesn't matter. It's just that Li Qingshan has suffered. Su Xian sat for 3 years, and he has been guarding here for 3 years as well. Yi Xianyu said that the person was brought back by him, so naturally, he should guard him. To this, Li Qingshan happily accepted. After all, she is his master, right? Isn't a disciple meant to be used? Moreover, although he is the peak master of the sword-holding peak, he has never bothered with the matters of the mountain. He just holds a title, and throughout the questioning Tao sect, apart from his master, no one is indeed more idle than he is. One day, Yi Xianyu came by, took a quick glance, and frowned. Still not awake? I don't know. He won't be dead, right? Li Qingshan was speechless. This is not funny. Yi Xianyu shot him a glance. You're really no fun. Li Qingshan remained silent, drinking by himself. Yi Xianyu glanced at the wine jars scattered around, wrinkling her nose. Drink less, or you'll end up drinking yourself to death. Li Qingshan chuckled. When have you heard that immortals get drunk and die from drinking? Looking at the smug Li Qingshan, Yi Xianyu couldn't be bothered and casually said, Nonsense. All right, master has to go busy now. You take good care of your little master uncle. Yi Xianyu left. Li Qingshan looked up at the moon and the stars. The stars were light, and the crescent moon curved like a hook. He took a long drink and sighed deeply. Drunk, unaware of the sky and the water, the boat full of clear dreams presses on the star river. Time, like a rushing river. In a daze, another year has passed. Spring. The grass grows and the orioles fly. It has been exactly 4 years since Su Xian's enlightenment. Among the group of disciples of the same batch in the mountains, Lin Qianqian took the lead, successfully establishing her foundation first and entering the sword tomb to seek her destined sword. Zhang Yang had mediocre talent and mediocre cultivation, spending his days at the sword forging peak. Besides cultivation, he was busy working with iron. During this time, he mustered the courage to sneak into the questioning Tao square late at night when no one was around, intending to see if Su Xian was dead or not. The outcome was predictable. He was dragged back to the sword-forging peak by Li Qingshan as if he were a little chick. It is said that he was punished by his master to forge 1,000 pounds of fine iron before he was allowed to eat. What a tragedy. It was also that year that Su Xian finally showed some movement in front of the sword monument. One day, Li Qingshan, as usual, drowned his sorrows in wine, wasting time, when suddenly he heard a noise. His ears perked up. Even though it was faint, he heard it clearly. Holding the wine jar, he looked over slowly. He saw that the clay figure beneath the sword monument remained motionless, showing no signs of change. He furrowed his brow slightly. Was that an illusion? Just as he was puzzled by this, the mud encasing Su Xian began to shake off the dust, and then it cracked open, with countless fissures spreading all around. Li Qingshan stared in amazement. He woke up. Crack, crack, crack. Boom, boom, boom. The thick clay figure completely collapsed, sliding down from under the sword monument, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. What the hell? Where did all this dust come from? Su Xian woke up. He stood up, walked down from the sword monument, and kept waving his hands, trying to disperse the dust in front of him. As the dust settled and sunlight poured down, Su Xian slowly scanned his surroundings, a sea of fallen leaves, weeds, mottled stone slabs, a ground full of wine jars, and a slightly tipsy young man. In a daze, he felt a sense of illusion. It seemed like a long time had passed. Everything was different. More desolate than the deserted village he had seen in the heart-questioning forest. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. An ominous premonition flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, "Did the Dao sect close down?" Then he looked at the ground full of wine jars and couldn't help but complain. "How much have you drunk?" Li Qingshan stood up, holding a wine jar in one hand, and strode towards Su Xian. Su Xian instinctively stepped back. "What are you doing?" Li Qingshan said nothing, walked up to Su Xian, and his slightly tipsy face wore an unprecedented solemnity, with suspicion filling his eyes. He looked left and right, reached out to pinch Su Xian's face, fiddled with his arms, sometimes frowning, sometimes wrinkling his nose, occasionally clicking his tongue. "What are you doing? Don't touch me. It tickles. Are you crazy, big brother?" Li Qingshan paid no attention, holding the wine jar in one hand and stroking his chin with the other, muttering to himself. "Nothing's wrong. Not a bit different. The physical body has grown a bit, but the qi hasn't, and the dantian hasn't either. How come even the body refinement hasn't improved? That shouldn't be." Su Xian was completely confused, especially looking at Li Qingshan's unusual reaction. He was even more bewildered. He thought to himself, what kind of shock must this kid have suffered to become like this? He looked around again. The vast square was in ruins and desolation, completely empty, and his inner anxiety grew stronger. He secretly mumbled, "I just stayed in there for a few days. Could it be that the Dao sect really got destroyed? It can't be, right?" After a while, Li Qingshan put away the wine jar, looked deeply at Su Xian, and proactively asked, "How do you feel?" Although Su Xian was puzzled, he still replied, "I feel very good." Li Qingshan asked again, "Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable?" Su Xian moved his body slightly and said lightly, "No, just feel a bit tight. My whole body itches." Li Qingshan pondered for a moment, his brows furrowed, and pointed slowly, "It should be that the clothes are too small." "Huh." Su Xian looked down and saw his toes sticking out of his shoes, the pants legs that were too short, and the buttons on his chest that had popped open. He was stunned. What the hell is going on? Chapter 19. Meeting someone. Have I crossed over again? Su Xian's head was spinning. Li Qingshan saw through Su Xian's thoughts and asked, "Do you know how long you've been in enlightenment?" "How long?" Su Xian reflexively replied. Li Qingshan raised his hand, only bending his thumb, and said nothing. Su Xian swallowed. "For months?" He guessed big. After all, it was a fantasy world. It wasn't impossible to sleep for 4 months after becoming a cultivator. Li Qingshan shook his head and said softly, "For years." Su Xian's eyes widened. What? For years? But he clearly remembered that he had only stayed in the sword monument for a little while. The first time he saw the sword tower was formed. The young man read it, awakened the book spirit. Counting all the time in his memory, it would never exceed half a day. However, half a day at the sword monument, and 4 years in the mountains. Could this be what they call, "The world is but a great dream"? How many autumns in life? No wonder, this all makes sense now. He calmed his thoughts and gradually accepted this fact. Li Qingshan's brows were furrowed, and confusion also floated in his eyes. People say that a dream can last 1,000 years. Logically, during the time of enlightenment, a person in a dream would feel that time in the dream is long. Just like the book Immortal. After 100 years of enlightenment, when waking up, they often mention that they have roamed in a sea of stars for tens of thousands of years. Why is it different for Su Xian? It's no wonder. For years of enlightenment, waking up one morning, aside from his body growing a bit, his cultivation showed no change, still stuck at the entry-level stage, a mortal realm. A 16-year-old mortal in the Dao sect was unprecedented. Let's go. Su Xian looked up in confusion and said, "Where to?" Li Qingshan didn't explain. Just like when they first met, he transformed his spiritual power into wind, lifted Su Xian, and left the Dao questioning square. Su Xian didn't resist, but accepted it gladly. However, he remained emotionally low, even flying in the air, forgetting his fear of heights, feeling no tension. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, and he couldn't help but let out a wail in the air. My youth. Just gone like that. For years. That's a whole 4 years. I just dreamed for 4 years, over 1,000 days and nights. How many things could I have done? How many meals could I have eaten? How many 4 years can one have in life? The thought of this made his heart ache. Cultivating immortality? What kind of immortality? He hadn't even started cultivating, and he had already lost 4 years of his life. His heart was filled with bitterness. Li Qingshan watched him with a face of schadenfreude. Secretly pleased. Today is your day, Su Xian. After a moment, Li Qingshan brought Su Xian to a stream in the mountains, arriving at a deep pool. Su Xian hung his head, slowly scanned around, and weakly asked, "Why did you bring me here?" "Someone wants to see you," Li Qingshan said. "Who?" Li Qingshan flipped his hand under his sleeve, and a subtle spiritual aura flashed from the storage ring on his finger. Like a magic trick, he pulled out a neatly folded set of clothes from his palm. He said, "I see that your height is similar to mine now. These clothes should fit you. Go wash up first, and after you change, I will take you to see them." Su Xian didn't think much of it. It was indeed time to wash up. He had gotten all grimy. The clothes he was wearing were made of beast skin. Otherwise, after 4 years, they would have rotted long ago. He took the clothes and muttered, going all formal. Li Qingshan didn't respond, and walked to the shore with his hands behind his back. Su Xian shouted at him, "Aren't you coming with me?" Li Qingshan replied lightly, "I'll wait for you over there. Call me when you're done." The young man pouted, mumbling to himself, and entered the deep pool, stirring up a splash of water. He washed for a full quarter of an hour before finally finishing. After coming ashore and changing into new clothes, he casually tied up his long hair and went to find Li Qingshan. At that moment, Li Qingshan was drinking again. The moment he saw Su Xian, he was slightly taken aback. After a brief moment of surprise, his gaze lingered on Su Xian for quite a while. TSK. Feeling the strange gaze from the other party, Su Xian asked, "What's wrong?" Li Qingshan said lightly, "You look quite presentable." Su Xian raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Nothing, just complimenting you on looking like a person." "Let's go." Su Xian was speechless and said irritably, "That was a good compliment. Don't do it again next time." Li Qingshan ignored him and led Su Xian straight to the top of the main peak of the sword-questioning peak, where there was a large courtyard at the highest point of the main peak, the place where the Dao sect's past masters practiced. A courtyard, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, with large trees providing shade, and a stream running through it, where koi swim in the water. The aura is rich, and the scent of flowers is everywhere. Su Xian follows behind Li Qingshan, stepping on the bluestone steps, occasionally glancing around. His eyes full of curiosity, momentarily forgetting the earlier unpleasantness. Life, after all, must continue, right? As for the lost years, it's enough to reclaim them with one's own hands. They arrive at a side courtyard. The courtyard has flowers and grass, with butterflies seeking nectar. Beneath a solitary tree hangs a swing, beside which is a stone table surrounded by several stone benches. On the swing sits a woman, leisurely swaying in the breeze. The wind plays with her long hair and skirt, making them dance, and she hums an unknown tune, sounding like a celestial melody. Li Qingshan walks straight to the stone table and sits down. "Master, I have brought someone for you." The woman turns her head, looking from afar. Their eyes meet, and the young man is slightly surprised, as if he has seen a fairy from a painting. This girl has an excellent figure, extremely fair skin, and is exceptionally beautiful. 2 words, good-looking. She resembles a synthesized ancient beauty. She steps off the swing, gliding through the air, her feet touching the ground without disturbing the flowers or bending the grass, as if she were weightless, walking right up to Su Xian. Her deep, bright eyes scrutinize the young man carefully, her brows slightly furrowed. She raises her hand, pointing at Su Xian, tilting her head towards Li Qingshan, and asks, "Who is this?" Li Qingshan shifts slightly, pretending not to see. Su Xian straightens his back and states, "Su Xian, the idle person's idol." Yi Xinyu feigns surprise. "Ah, you are Su Xian?" Su Xian remains silent. Yi Xinyu squints her eyes, smiling brightly, looking him up and down, and says with a smile, "It's been 3 days since we last met. One should look at you with new eyes. I didn't expect you to be so handsome." "Not bad, not bad, not bad." Su Xian only feels perplexed. Without the pleasure of being complimented, instead, he feels as if he has been toyed with. However, it's certainly not Yi Xinyu's fault. After 4 years of sitting in silence, Li Qingshan has been nourishing Su Xian's physical body with spiritual energy. He has not stopped growing. 4 years ago, at the age of 12, Su Xian was already tall and strong, and now he has completely matured, becoming even more robust. Moreover, 4 years of being wrapped in mud has kept his skin from seeing any sunlight. It is fair and delicate, resembling a scholarly youth. Yet his demeanor still carries the spirited air of a young man. Thick eyebrows like swords, deep eyes like stars. Dressed in a white robe, he indeed gives off the impression of a jade-like nobleman, unparalleled in the world. It would not be an exaggeration to say he has undergone a transformation. Yi Xinyu glides past Su Xian, walking towards the courtyard exit, smiling, "Come with me." Su Xian, confused, glances at Li Qingshan, but sees no response from him. Furrowing his brows, not thinking too much, he turns and follows. Chapter 20. Sword Pavilion. Leaving the small courtyard, Yi Xinyu takes Su Xian flying with the wind once more. Faster than Li Qingshan, and before Su Xian even realizes it, they land. It is a grand hall standing at the edge of a steep cliff, resembling an ancient sword standing there. In front is a plaza, with giant stone statues on either side. They depict sword wielders in armor, guarding with swords. And in the center is a long corridor leading to the hall's entrance. The mountain is high and perilous, so the wind is strong, whistling loudly. Su Xian's hair is disheveled, and his thoughts are chaotic. Yi Xinyu remains silent, her steps light and graceful, walking straight towards the hall. Su Xian closely follows, not forgetting to look around. As he approaches the hall, he looks up and sees 2 large characters, Sword Pavilion. If one were to ask what Su Xian's greatest achievement was during these 4 years of dreaming, it would be learning to read, and not just one script. On this land of Fan Prefecture, he recognizes all the characters that have ever appeared in literature, including spells from demon clans, magical beasts, and more. He is undoubtedly a literary master. He thinks that even if he were to descend the mountain now and seek work translating literature in the mundane world, it should not be difficult to support himself. As for why he suddenly became capable, Su Xian does not know the reason. If you ask if it is reasonable, please. My classmate, physics no longer exists, so what is reasonable or unreasonable? His mind opens up. His perspective broadens. Accompanying Yi Xinyu, he steps onto the last step of the long stairs. The grand hall's door emits a heavy sound, creaking as it opens on its own. Su Xian exclaims in surprise, quickening his pace. The scene inside the hall fills his eyes. High, wide, grand, all exuding solemnity and dignity. Apart from black and white, there is no third color to be found. The candlelight does not count, as it is light, illuminating the entire hall exceptionally brightly. When the wind passes through, the flames remain unaffected, showing not a hint of flicker. Just as Su Xian steps into the hall, the stone door slams shut behind him with a loud bang. Startling him, Su Xian feels inexplicably nervous, with sweat instinctively forming in his palms. The hall is empty. There are many stone chairs placed on both sides. Further ahead, there are 3 steps, on which are 10 stone chairs. Going up again, there are another 3 steps, where there is only 1 stone chair. Located right in the center of the hall, also the highest point. It resembles a dragon throne, symbolizing absolute authority. However, that chair is different from the others. While the other chairs are empty, on this one lies a rusty, ancient sword. As Yi Xinyu walks, she slowly asks, "Do you know how many realms we cultivators have?" In response to her question, the answer automatically appears in Su Xian's mind, and he replies without hesitation, "For mortals cultivating immortality, there are 9 realms. The first realm is body refining. The second is chi refining. The third is foundation establishment. The fourth is golden elixir. The fifth is nascent soul. The sixth is transforming spirit. The seventh is integrating body. The eighth is great ascension. And the ninth is tribulation crossing." Pausing slightly, the young man raises his gaze. Staring at her, and emphasizes, above that is the immortal, who can ascend during the day and achieve immortality. Yi Xianyu's lips curl slightly upward. That's right. But do you know how many realms are considered immortals in Fan Prefecture? Su Xian is taken aback, shaking his head in confusion. I don't know. In this world, people often call themselves sword immortals, book immortals, Tao immortals, Buddha immortals, spear immortals. There are all sorts of titles, but they are merely names. They are just those who have comprehended a bit of celestial meaning, their abilities far from those of ordinary people. However, in the memories Su Xian has acquired, there are no true immortal-level experts in Fan Prefecture, nor even the existence of the 10th realm. Just then, Yi Xianyu arrives at the first step, steps up, and gracefully sits in the first stone chair on the right side, smoothing her skirt as she looks down with an air of a female sovereign. Su Xian wisely stops at the bottom of the long steps, gazing up in silence. Her voice is soft, slowly speaking, echoing in the empty hall, adding an invisible authority. She says, in the 8th realm. The young man raises an eyebrow slightly. She continues, in Fan Prefecture. Regardless of the 3 teachings or the myriad sects and races, one can call oneself an immortal after reaching the 8th realm of Great Ascension. While those who cross the tribulation can be considered ancestors, all of whom are formidable figures, dominating their regions. There are no immortals in Fan Prefecture. Those who cross tribulation call themselves respected. This makes sense. Su Xian instinctively nods. Yi Xianyu's voice paused slightly, and with a proud smile in her eyes, she said, I am a cultivator at the 9th realm of the tribulation phase. Su Xian raised his right hand, thumb up, and said earnestly, impressive. Yi Xianyu was momentarily taken aback, but then she smiled. If it were an ordinary disciple, upon hearing their realm, their eyes would either be filled with shock or fervent admiration and longing. However, Su Xian was different. His gaze was calm and unchanging, as if he already knew that she was a 9th realm tribulation cultivator. Of course, this was not surprising. Her realm was not a secret throughout the entire Fan state. What puzzled her was Su Xian's indifference, as if he were saying that the 9th realm was nothing special. But he was Su Xian, so she could understand. After all, Su Xian was not like others, the Su Xian in the illusion, the Su Xian before the sword monument. And the Su Xian standing in front of her now were all enigmatic children who always brought unexpected surprises. Not only was he a genius, but his temperament was also extraordinary. She continued, returning to the main topic, and said slowly, this is the Sword Pavilion, the most sacred and solemn place of our Asking Dao sect. Whenever there are significant matters to discuss and decide upon within the sect, it is done here. For thousands of years, any major event or decision of our sect has been made here. Su Xian understood immediately. It was just a conference hall, similar to a parliament or cabinet. To enter the Sword Pavilion and have a seat here, one must break through to the 8th realm of the Great Ascension. This is the basic requirement to join the Sword Pavilion. Other than that, all other disciples are strictly prohibited from entering at any time. After speaking, Yi Xianyu looked at Su Xian with a meaningful gaze. Su Xian raised an eyebrow and pointed to the door. Then can I leave? Yi Xianyu propped her chin with her hands and answered nonchalantly, however, besides that, there is another way to sit here without reaching the 8th realm. I wonder if you are interested? Su Xian pondered for a moment, sensing the profound meaning in Yi Xianyu's eyes. An inexplicable feeling of unease arose in his heart, and he weakly suggested, how about I just leave? Yi Xianyu was taken aback. You don't want to know? Su Xian shook his head. I don't want to. You really don't want to know? Su Xian shook his head again. Really don't want to. Yi Xianyu fell silent for a moment, and then asked 3 times. Are you sure you don't want to know? Su Xian took a deep breath and replied firmly, I am very sure. Yi Xianyu fluttered her long eyelashes, briefly closed her eyes, and then opened them again, saying seriously, no, you want to know. Su Xian replied, I said I don't want to. Yi Xianyu said, you are lying. Su Xian retorted, are you sick? Chapter 21. Sword Pavilion Discussion. What does it mean to inherit a lineage? This is it, just by speaking. One can tell who her master is. Su Xian sighed and reluctantly compromised. All right, I'm interested. Go ahead. Yi Xianyu's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling a bit smug, and said, see, I told you wanted to. Su Xian rolled his eyes. Yi Xianyu returned to the topic, pointing behind her, and slowly said, look at this chair. It is the position of the founder of our Asking Dao sect, the Sword Ancestor. That old sword represents him. The 10 chairs I am sitting in are for the first generation of disciples, that is, his direct disciples. The master had 10 disciples in total. And I am the 10th, so I sit on the far right. She paused for a moment, looking down at the hall and pointing left and right. As for those below, the distinctions are not so clear. There are second-generation and third-generation disciples, but in 10,000 years, it has never been fully occupied. Su Xian listened quietly, not understanding how what she was saying related to sitting here. After Yi Xinyu finished, she cleared her throat and continued, in our Asking Dao sect, there is an unwritten rule. Any direct disciple of the Sword Ancestor has the right to directly enter the Sword Pavilion and become an elder. So you understand, right? Su Xian, knowing this but pretending not to, shook his head. I don't understand. Yi Xinyu saw through his little trick, but didn't mind. With a slight flick of her finger, a stone chair flew into the hall from the back, across the hall, and landed steadily beside Yi Xinyu with a dull thud, startling Su Xian. Yi Xinyu said with a half-smile, "It's okay, you'll understand soon." In the young and confused mind of Su Xian, Yi Xinyu looked outside the hall, her eyes shimmering with a divine light. Though she didn't speak, her voice echoed outside the Sword Pavilion, like a bell, resonating through the mountains and valleys. Sword Pavilion discussion. All elders, please come quickly. The voice traveled 1,000 miles, not more than this. In the Asking Dao sect, amidst thousands of peaks and ravines, the reclusive elders all looked towards the Asking Sword Peak, the towering Sword Pavilion, their expressions changing. After a brief moment of surprise and confusion, they all hurried to this place. Discussion? Disciple, the master has something to do. I'll be right back. As the voice fell, one could see sword lights shooting out from various peaks and halls, like shooting stars in broad daylight. In front of the mountains and halls, many disciples were discussing it, speculating wildly. Is that the voice of the sect master? Is there something big happening at the Sword Pavilion? Could it be that the monsters from the wilderness are attacking? Can you just shut your crow mouth? A female disciple from one peak asked, Senior brother, where is the Sword Pavilion? I've been in the sect for 10 years. And I don't know? 10 years. The Sword Pavilion discussion hasn't happened in 100 years. It's normal that you don't know. You just need to know that to participate in the Sword Pavilion's matters, you must be in the Great Ascension realm. Or you must be a disciple of the Sword Ancestor. Forget it. With your qualifications, being able to form a core is already a blessing. Senior brother. I will work hard. Working hard is useless. How can those geniuses handle it? It's fine. Just think positively. Although your talent is average, you also look average. Outside the Sword Pavilion, a group of elders arrived one after another and then entered the Sword Pavilion together. The stone door swung open, and one could see figures first and then hear their voices. A group of old guys from the sect whispered to each other, discussing. It's been so many years. Why did the sect master suddenly think of holding a Sword Pavilion discussion? Does anyone know what happened? I don't know. I haven't heard of any major events happening in the world. Old Nyo, isn't your Shadow Hall responsible for intelligence? How come you haven't heard a whisper? You should spill some information. The old man called Old Nyo glanced at the person in front of him, Li Qingshan, and said lightly, ask him. Junior brother Qingshan. Long time no see. Li Qingshan was as cold as ever, strolling leisurely, pretending not to hear, and ignoring him. Ignoring people? This kid is getting more and more arrogant. All right, let us go in and see. You'll know once you do. Figures continued to enter the hall, each going to the center, slightly bowing to Yi Xinyu, and then each finding their seats on either side. Men, women, old, and even older, there were more than 20 of them. At this moment, aside from Li Qingshan, everyone else's gaze fell on Su Xian, filled with scrutiny and evaluation, creating a sparse buzz. Who is this boy? How did he get here? I don't know. It seems I've never seen him before. Why does he look so familiar? It feels like I've seen him somewhere, but I can't remember. Not to mention, he looks quite presentable, just like I did when I was young. You're quite something, being thousands of years old and still so shameless. Don't you feel embarrassed? Honestly, that's against the law. Don't talk to me, you're annoying. With so many eyes scrutinizing him, Su Xian felt a lot of pressure and was inexplicably a bit nervous. Although he considered himself a time traveler who had seen all kinds of scenes, among these people, each one was a being at the 8th realm's great completion stage. Every one of them was an ancient monster who had lived for thousands of years, each capable of moving mountains and seas with ease. This was only at the Windazong. If it were another sect or family, any one of these people would be an ancestral-level existence, an absolute pinnacle of combat power. They could annihilate a nation in an instant or slaughter an entire city. This clearly indicates that the Windazong has an incredibly deep foundation, worthy of standing for 10,000 years. For the entire Fan province, This is indeed a behemoth. Moreover, these are just the ones who have come. Su Xian thought there must be more wandering outside, yet to return. At the very least, the 9 chairs in front of Yi Xinyu were still empty. Those few must be even more impressive. He retracted his previous complaints made outside the mountain gate. With this lineup, it would be hard for the Windazong to fail. He instinctively straightened his back and pretended to be relaxed, trying to look as normal as possible. Yi Xinyu scanned the hall and saw that everyone had arrived, then spoke. Since everyone is here, let us begin. The crowd fell silent, sitting upright. Shifting their gazes from the young man to the front of the hall, Yi Xinyu said to Su Xian, "Introduce yourself to everyone." Su Xian was taken aback, pointing at himself. "Me?" Yi Xinyu nodded slightly, and the crowd's gaze returned to Su Xian, filled with curiosity and scrutiny, but mostly anticipation. Long before entering the hall, upon seeing an extra chair beside Yi Xinyu on the second step of the sword pavilion, they had already guessed what today's discussion was about. However, they still dared not confirm it. The young man before them, aside from being handsome, seemed rather ordinary. He looked about 16 or 17. Yet his realm was that of a mere mortal. Moreover, due to Su Xian's drastically changed appearance, they did not immediately recognize him as the mischievous young boy from 4 years ago. Of course, very few among them had seen Su Xian back then. There is a significant gap between elders and pavilion masters. In the Windazong, one becomes an elder upon entering the Yuanying stage, while in the Sword Pavilion, one must attain great completion. Usually, these individuals live secluded in blessed lands, seldom concerning themselves with matters within the mountain, let alone a mundane disciple-accepting ceremony. Therefore, it was not surprising that they did not recognize him. Su Xian mustered his courage, stiffened his neck, and imitated the others by clasping his fists and bowing, humbly stating, "My name is Su Xian. I have met all the esteemed seniors." Chapter 22. Under the Sword Ancestor, ranked 11 Su Xian? Is he really Su Xian? The one who broke the Master Ancestors game? The one with the Sword Spirit Root? When did that kid wake up? No wonder he seems a bit familiar. But wait, didn't he comprehend for 4 years? Why hasn't he changed much? As the young man's voice fell, a wave of whispers erupted on both sides of the hall. Noise resumed. 4 years ago, when the game was broken, the sword monument stirred, and an ancient sword intent surged into the sky. Everyone present at the mountain was awoken. Even the 5 in the ancestral peak were disturbed. It was precisely because those 5 awoke that a sword fell, sealing the entire Windazong square. Thus, regarding Su Xian, they only heard rumors and could not glean any real insight. Saying he broke the game was akin to saying he smashed the chessboard. When they first heard this, they could hardly believe it. Could there really be such a fierce child in the world? Now, seeing him, they still couldn't believe it. Looking at the young man, his demeanor and actions did not resemble that of an impulsive youth. The scrutiny intensified, and some old-timers wished they could fix their gaze on Su Xian entirely. Su Xian sighed inwardly. Sometimes, being too outstanding can also be a burden, right? Before the crowd could comprehend, Yi Xinyu spoke again. "Su Xian, come up." Without thinking much, Su Xian stepped onto the long staircase, 3 steps to the top. At this point, even a fool could guess what Yi Xinyu was going to do. Moreover, Su Xian was no fool. He did not resist. In fact, he felt a bit of anticipation. Yi Xinyu stood up from his chair, walked to Su Xian, smiled gently at him, stood with hands behind his back, looking down at the hall, and stated directly, "In the past, when the Sword Ancestor established the Sword Monument and left a remnant game, he said that anyone in the world could break the game and that the Sword Monument contains opportunities for future generations to seize. He also mentioned that if someone from the Windazong could break the game and comprehend the Sword Monument, they could inherit his teachings and wield the sword to protect the lives of the people. Su Xian, with the Sword Spirit Root, broke through 3 barriers 4 years ago, then comprehended the Sword Monument. According to the rules, he should naturally become a disciple of our master. However, our master is wandering outside, a dragon whose head cannot be seen, with no news, so it is impossible for him to personally accept disciples." After a slight pause, his tone grew heavier. "Today, I have called everyone here to witness that in the name of my master, I will accept disciples on his behalf." As his words fell, the surroundings fell silent, and it seemed as though everything was natural, and indeed it was. Regarding accepting disciples on behalf of the master, the elders showed no signs of resistance. Whether it was a norm or fear of authority was unknown. They simply focused their gaze on the high platform, on the young man and Yi Xinyu. Yi Xinyu withdrew his gaze from Su Xian and solemnly asked, Su Xian, I'm here. I ask you, are you willing to become a disciple under the Sword Ancestor? Su Xian did not think twice and immediately replied, I am willing. Li Qingsan furrowed his brows slightly, a bit surprised. Yi Xinyu paused for a breath. A hint of novelty in his expression, not for any other reason, but simply because Su Xian had agreed too readily. As for the others, they remained unfazed, utterly indifferent. After all, to anyone, being able to become a disciple of the Sword Ancestor was an unparalleled honor, a fortune that one could not attain in several lifetimes. Only a fool would refuse. Who is the Sword Ancestor? Before he was born, people did not know where the other side of the sword path was. After he appeared, he became the other side of the sword path in everyone's eyes. Some even said, if heaven did not give birth to Li Taibai, the sword path would be as long as the night. All sword practitioners in the world revered him, admired him, and pursued him, wanting to become him. However, Li Qingshan and Yi Xinyu were different. They understood Su Xian better than the others here and had interacted with him more. Su Xian was not the kind of person who would take advantage of a good situation. How to put it? He was very peculiar, and his thoughts were even more peculiar. For example, if others encountered an immortal and sought longevity but could not attain it, he, on the other hand, did not want to cultivate immortality. Moreover, before these people arrived, in short, Su Xian had issues. His eagerness to agree left the two of them a bit confused. Yi Xinyu asked maliciously, aren't you going to think it over? The elders were puzzled. Feeling it was inexplicable, Su Xian firmly stated, no need. If heaven gives and one does not take, it will bring disaster. I am willing. Yi Xinyu was taken aback. Li Qingshan was stunned. Did a dog just spit out ivory? As for the elders, they looked at him with appreciation, seeing everything clearly. It is rare for someone so young to understand such principles, that if heaven does not take from you, you might suffer instead. Yi Xinyu felt that Su Xian was just showing off, just like his disciple, but he let him do it anyway, and didn't he want to dwell on it? Fine. Then it's settled. All right. Come, bow once. Huh. Yi Xinyu turned around, pointing at the only stone chair on the steps behind him and the ancient sword, and said lightly, since Master is not here, just bow 3 times to this old sword of Master S, and that will count as paying respects to a teacher. Su Xian stared at the ancient sword, swallowing hard. Although it is said that a man should not kneel before heaven or an emperor, only before his parents and ancestors. Once a teacher, always a father. Bowing to a teacher is only right. He immediately knelt down. Master above, I bow 3 times as your disciple. Dong dong dong. He knocked his head 3 times in succession. Raising his head to look at Yi Xinyu, he asked, is that enough? If not, I can bow 2 more. Yi Xinyu smiled and said, get up. Su Xian hurriedly stood up. Yi Xinyu walked back to his seat, gracefully sitting down, and patted the stone chair beside him, saying, you sit here. Su Xian looked back at the elders in the hall, hesitating a bit, but not for long. He strode forward, nervously taking a seat, his whole body tense. From this angle looking at the hall, everything was clear, and that feeling was inexplicably refreshing. It was a kind of transparency. Yi Xinyu said, you are ranked 11th among Master S disciples. Su Xian straightened his body, deliberately sounding steady. Yi Xinyu's gaze fell on the crowd in the hall, and in a commanding tone said, everyone, let us begin. A group of elders rose from their chairs, looking at Su Xian with utmost respect, deeply bowing to the ground, and in unison said, we have seen the little master uncle. We have seen the little grandmaster uncle. Only Li Qingshan was very reluctant. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. His head was bowed, but his waist did not bend. Seeing this scene, Su Xian trembled all over, his eyes shining brightly, his blood boiling within. In that moment, he felt that his life had reached its peak. Power, territory, and beauty were all in his hands. A group of great ancestors at the 8th realm were bowing to him and calling him Master Uncle and Grandmaster Uncle. One might ask, how many people in the world could have such a situation? He thought. He should not have embarrassed the time travelers. It was exhilarating. Too exhilarating. He felt that cultivating immortality was not so bad. For a moment, he lost himself in it, grinning foolishly. Yi Xinyu saw him like this and couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head, giving him a look that silently reminded him to let the others rise quickly. Su Xian came back to his senses, put away his smile, adjusted his expression, cleared his throat, and looked down upon the world. All beloved ministers, please rise. Yi Xinyu, huh? Li Qingshan, huh? The elders, huh? Countless gazes turned toward him, their expressions complex and hard to describe. Su Xian covered his face, feeling extremely awkward. In his heart, he lamented, how embarrassing. Chapter 23. The Relative Fairness of the Sect of Inquiry. Su Xian awkwardly covered the sword, feeling disillusioned. Yi Xinyu was both amused and exasperated. Li Qingshan had a gloomy expression, thinking about what kind of thing he had brought back. The group of elders exchanged glances, and the solemn atmosphere in the grand hall was filled with an indescribable weirdness. Yi Xinyu waved her sleeve, easing the awkwardness. All right, the matter is settled. Let us disperse. The elders clasped their hands and bowed again, slowly retreating, chatting among themselves, with Li Qingshan among them. As they exited the hall, each returned to their own mountain. In no time, the grand hall was once again empty. Su Xian was still nestled in his chair, burying his face in his chest, not even noticing that Yi Xinyu had already stood up and walked down the long steps. Su Xian. Yi Xinyu frowned slightly, her gaze falling on the stone chair, and said, What's wrong? Are you really reluctant to get up? Su Xian felt twice as awkward and hurriedly stood up. He walked away. Oh. He quickly caught up with her, trailing half a step behind, hesitating to ask, Is that it? Yi Xinyu replied coolly, What else? You really think you can just don the dragon robe? How casual. Su Xian muttered under his breath. He felt that such a solemn occasion, with such a grand setup, ended with just 3 bows, which was a bit too casual. Yi Xinyu casually said, Should I gather all the disciples of the sect to pay their respects to you together, let you enjoy it? That would definitely not be necessary. You sure are dreaming. Su Xian smiled broadly, leaning forward and saying, Well, Yi Xinyu interrupted him, speaking boldly. What well? Call me sister. Sister. I just wanted to ask, doesn't our master have some sort of apprenticeship ceremony? I see others have one when they pay their respects. I've already bowed my head. You see, Su Xian said with a thick skin. What does cultivating immortality emphasize? It emphasizes background, heritage, magical treasures, immortal techniques, and elixirs. Otherwise, one would have to suffer. He didn't want to suffer, so he had to seize opportunities for himself. Yi Xinyu asked knowingly, Do you want a meeting gift? Su Xian denied. No, I'm just asking casually. There is one, a newbie starter pack, one for each person. And it's well known that the treatment for disciples of the sect of inquiry is the best. You can enjoy the benefits of the sect. You know I'm not talking about that? Yi Xinyu said lazily. Then it's a gift for paying respects, right? You'll have to ask master for that yourself. Su Xian was speechless. Where would he find that old man? He didn't even know what the other looked like, only that he was called Li Tai, the sword ancestor of Fan Prefecture, incredibly formidable. But the problem is, he is not here. He pouted and said, Sister, you really know how to joke. You were the one who started joking, Yi Xinyu said. Su Xian saw that he wasn't getting anywhere, so he simply relaxed, returning to his usual nonchalant demeanor, crossing his arms behind his head, swaggering as he dragged his feet. Fine, if you don't give it, then so be it. Anyway, right now, I have nothing. No techniques, no treasures, and no cultivation. Don't blame me for embarrassing him in the future. He deliberately said it very loudly. Unfortunately, Yi Xinyu didn't seem to fall for it. The benefits of the sect of inquiry are all invisible. The spirit swords of the sword tomb, the techniques of the Dao Pavilion, and so on. But these things are available to everyone, not anyone's privilege. She didn't explain further, simply asking softly, Little 11. Do you think that just because you are Master's disciple, you can easily obtain what others cannot, like immortal swords, like immortal techniques, power, status, or other things? Su Xian turned his head, looking confused. Isn't that so? The two walked out of the grand hall, crossed the square, and walked toward the cliff. Along the way, Yi Xinyu lectured Su Xian. Since you are taking on disciples on behalf of Master, let me remind you of 3 things today, and you must remember them well. Su Xian did not speak, listening attentively. The first is, publicly, one should be clear and open. Privately, one should be cautious and discreet. Matters of right and wrong should be judged without regard to distance. Su Xian was taken aback, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes, slightly startled. Yi Xinyu asked, Do you know what this means? Su Xian pondered for a moment, unconsciously nodding. Yi Xinyu was somewhat surprised. Su Xian came from a mountain village, isolated from the world, with hundreds of people in the village, none of whom could read, yet he could understand it, which was unexpected. She tested him. Care to explain? Su Xian did not hide anything and simply summarized in his own words. Senior sister said 2 sentences. The first 6 characters, fairness brings clarity. Bias brings ignorance, mean that fairness and justice can help people understand the truth, while biased listening and believing can lead to ignorance and confusion. Justice makes people wise, while favoritism leads to foolishness, serving as a warning for future generations. Those in power should not be biased due to justice. Otherwise, they harm both others and themselves. The second sentence, the matter lies in right and wrong, fairness knows no distance, has a similar meaning. To judge the right and wrong of a matter, one must rely on the inherent truth of the matter itself, not personal preferences or biases. A just and impartial person does not show favoritism based on the proximity of relationships. However, whether it is the first sentence or the second, it ultimately boils down to 4 words: fairness and justice. Yi Xinyu paused briefly, looked back at the young man, and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, little 11. I originally thought you were a rough person, but I didn't expect you to be knowledgeable." Su Xian returned a glance. What a surprise. He then shifted the topic, becoming lazy again, and sarcastically said, "But in this world, where is there any fairness or justice? From the moment people are born, they are destined to be different. Wealth and poverty are determined by fate. As you practitioners say, all is fate, not controlled by man. One must know that everyone has their own fate, which is beyond my control. Therefore, fairness and justice are a joke." Su Xian's pessimistic remarks made Yi Xinyu look at him differently. She wasn't surprised by the reasoning in Su Xian's words. After all, having lived for so long, such simple reasoning was nothing new to her. She just couldn't understand how someone so young could see through things so clearly. Could it be the sword steel? It must be the sword steel. She did not refute Su Xian's words and continued walking, finally stopping at the edge of Jiangu Cliff, standing against the wind, gazing down at the entire Windazong, taking it all in at a glance. Su Xian followed beside her, feeling slightly afraid of heights, and stepped back a little, staring into the distance, where his view suddenly opened up. Yi Xinyu's voice rang out again, calm and exceptionally pleasant. She said, "You are right. There has never been absolute fairness and justice in this world. Nature selects the strong, and the weak are prey. People are born with selfishness, but..." She turned her gaze deeply towards Su Xian and continued, "That doesn't mean it's right." Su Xian felt a bit confused. Yi Xinyu said, "You just said everything is predetermined, not controlled by man. But don't forget, we are not ordinary people. We are practitioners. What does it mean to cultivate? It means to seize the creation of heaven and earth for oneself, to pursue longevity, to compete with heaven and earth. This itself is an act of going against fate and changing one's destiny." Su Xian remained silent. "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." This has always been a favorite saying of practitioners. Yi Xinyu's words took on a profound meaning. Of course, there is no absolute fairness in the world, but there is relative fairness. What Windazong pursues is relative fairness. In Windazong, regardless of whose disciple you are, whether you are the disciple of the sword ancestor or mine, or if your master is just an ordinary steward, it's all the same. Merit is rewarded, and opportunities are seized. Those are the first 2 points. If you want techniques, go choose from the Dao Pavilion. If you want weapons, go to the Sword Tomb. If you get them, that's your ability. No one will be envious. If you can't get them, that's your own inadequacy, and you can't blame others. Pills, immortal plants, etc., can be exchanged for points. At this point, she turned to Su Xian and said with a heavier tone, "I can't manage what others do. I said people are born with selfishness. If they want to take care of their own disciples, that's their business. But I am different, and you are different. You and I are disciples of the sword ancestor, and we must follow the rules. Do you understand?" Su Xian was stunned for a long time. In that moment, he suddenly felt that Yi Xinyu was glowing, and he couldn't hide his respect for her, not because of her realm, but because of what she said. He swallowed hard and instinctively replied, "Understood. True understanding or false understanding?" Su Xian rolled his eyes and awkwardly said, "Be strict with oneself and lenient with others." After saying that, he gave a thumbs up, perfunctorily praising her for being noble. Chapter 24, The Way of Reason. Yi Xinyu, however, did not mind. She only smiled meaningfully. Returning to the main topic, the second sentence is, when poor, one should cultivate oneself. When rich, one should benefit the world. When foolish, one settles for a corner. When strong, one protects a territory. Senior sister summarized it for you in 8 words. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Su Xian, after listening, chuckled. That's good. As an ordinary person, my responsibilities are minimal. Yi Xinyu pointed a finger and poked his forehead, pretending to be serious. So, you need to work hard to become stronger. As a disciple of the master, there are no weaklings. Su Xian touched his belly, sulking in silence. The Tao of Windazong is indeed the Tao of reason, full of profound principles. The third sentence? Su Xian asked proactively, eager to finish quickly and get to the meal as he was a bit hungry. The third sentence. Yi Xinyu hesitated, teasing him, and sat at the cliff's edge, her long legs dangling over the abyss, swinging back and forth like a gentle breeze. She gazed at the vast sea of clouds and the bright blue sky, her face radiant like spring, and softly recited, "It's also 8 characters." Su Xian listened attentively. Yi Xinyu's tone grew heavier. Do good deeds without questioning the future. Su Xian lowered his brows and silently recited it in his heart. He then raised his gaze to the distance. He saw the blue sky and the clouds rolling, and the green mountains with peaks stretching into the distance. He was thinking, what kind of person is the sword ancestor? Surely, he must live very transparently. He must also be very reasonable. This time, Su Xian did not respond verbally. This time, Yi Xinyu also asked if he understood. The former felt that this sentence was too profound. Can anyone really do it? As for the latter, it was because she herself was uncertain if she could do it. Since she couldn't do it, she shouldn't demand that Su Xian could. As the saying goes, do not impose on others what you do not desire. She told him, simply because she should tell him. He is little 11, and he will take over her position in the future. In short, you must remember and strive. Only by enduring hardships can one become superior. Endure hardships? Su Xian hated enduring hardships the most, but this time he didn't say anything because he had no choice. He had come this far. Not cultivating would be a loss. Enduring hardship is better than suffering loss. The gentle breeze blew, and Su Xian sat down beside Yi Xinyu, taking the initiative to find a topic. Senior sister. Do you know which 2 types of people I hate the most in my life? No, Su Xian replied calmly. One type is those who use connections to take shortcuts. And the other? Su Xian said seriously, those who don't let me use connections to take shortcuts. Yi Xinyu could not help but laugh. I was just like you back then. Su Xian was not surprised. He just casually asked, oh, you also didn't pay a courtesy visit? Yi Xinyu pouted and said, back then, the senior brother also told me to ask the master for it. And then told me the 3 sentences you just heard. Su Xian was bewildered, looking puzzled, and asked in surprise, what do you mean? Yi Xinyu smiled brightly and said, yes, it means exactly what you think. Su Xian was speechless. Yi Xinyu continued, the senior brother was taken in by the 8th senior brother. Su Xian? Yi Xinyu, the 8th senior brother was taken in by the 7th senior sister. Su Xian's mouth opened slightly. Yi Xinyu, the 7th senior sister was taken in by the 6th senior brother. Su Xian swallowed hard. Yi Xinyu continued. The 6th senior brother was taken in by the 5th senior brother. Goodness, Su Xian exclaimed, goodness. Are you playing Russian nesting dolls with me? The emotion sword master himself doesn't even know how many disciples he has. It's all the disciples who collect them for him, which is true filial piety. Just a little sarcastic remark. It's just like a pyramid scheme. Yi Xinyu keenly heard this and curiously asked, what do you mean? What is a pyramid scheme? Su Xian changed the topic and casually replied, it's nothing. So if I'm not mistaken, the 5th senior brother was collected by the 4th senior brother, right? Yi Xinyu shook her head. Oh, then it's the 4th senior sister, Su Xian said. Yi Xinyu continued to shake her head and said, the 5th senior brother was collected by Master himself. He is also the only one among us senior brothers who has met Master. Su Xian's heart sank, and he weakly asked, are the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th dead? Yi Xinyu gave him a look and said impatiently, you are the one who is dead. Yi Xinyu explained, the 1st senior brother, 2nd senior sister, 3rd senior brother, and 4th senior sister went on a long journey with Master. But I don't know where they went, and no one knows. They have not returned to this day. Su Xian pondered and speculated, is it possible that you understand? Yi Xinyu was speechless and pointed to a tall building on a peak in the mountains and said, do you see that building? What about it? That's the eternal bright building. My human cultivators, after entering the nascent soul realm, can separate their own souls. For us, once we break through to the nascent soul, we will separate a strand of our soul and place it in the eternal bright lamp, which is set in the eternal bright building. When a person is alive, the lamp burns. When a person dies, the lamp goes out. The topmost floor has the eternal bright lamps of Master and several senior brothers, and to disappoint you, they are all burning brightly. Su Xian immediately said, the way you said that makes it sound like I hope they are dead. I'm happy that they are alive too. Yi Xinyu tilted her head and asked, really? If you're happy, why do you have such a long face? Su Xian rubbed his belly and complained, I'm hungry. By the way, when are we going to eat? Eat? Yes, there should be a casual meal since there's no welcoming feast, and it's getting late, Su Xian said. Yi Xinyu looked at him as if he were a fool and said lightly, I don't eat. Huh, I've been fasting for a long time, but I have to eat. Yi Xinyu lazily said, then you figure it out yourself. Su Xian was speechless and angrily said, I'm really speechless. I'm a small master uncle of the sect of Inquiring Tao, and I still have to cook myself? Yi Xinyu said with glee, then you should practice hard. If you suffer from hunger now, you won't have to suffer from it later. Let me set a small goal for you. Su Xian didn't really want to talk. Yi Xinyu said, establish your foundation within a year. With your talent, it shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Su Xian wasn't in the mood to think about this now and vaguely agreed. Okay, you're the senior sister. You have the final say. By the way, are you coming or not? If not, I'm leaving first. Yi Xinyu, no hurry. Su Xian, I'm in a hurry. Yi Xinyu, wait a moment. Su Xian, what else is there to do? Yi Xinyu, you'll know in a bit. Bored, the sound of the wind continued. As the sun gradually set, the sound of gulu gulu echoed in the evening breeze. Su Xian was already feeling disenchanted. The sun set at dusk, the evening glow blushing the sky's face, a mesmerizing scenery. But he had no heart to appreciate it, while Yi Xinyu was captivated and immersed in it. Suddenly, the girl spoke. It's here. Su Xian looked up and saw a woman in white, stepping on a sword as she descended and bowed with clasped hands. Master, you called for me? Chapter 25. When Xingxue in white clothes, with black hair, long legs, flat chest, a cold face, and a pair of eyes that seemed to brew a sword light. She exuded an aura that screamed, keep your distance. Su Xian's first impression of the woman in front of him was that she was not to be trifled with. Yi Xinyu introduced, let me introduce you. This is Wen Qingxue, the steward of the Sword Suppression Hall, a prized disciple of Hall Master Li Lao, and a sword cultivator at the 7th level of the integration stage. Su Xian nodded slightly and smiled at the latter. This is Su Xian. A flicker of light moved in Wen Qingxue's clear eyes. Yi Xinyu emphasized, he is also your little master uncle. Wen Qingxue obviously froze for a moment, taken aback. Yi Xinyu, however, didn't care and slowly stood up, casually saying, your little master uncle just joined the sect and doesn't know many things. You should help him get acquainted. Wen Qingxue frowned slightly and responded with an O. Yi Xinyu looked back at Su Xian and smiled. Little 11, don't forget our agreement, okay? If you don't establish your foundation in a year, your senior sister will have to punish you. Hee hee. They exchanged a glance. And Su Xian felt a chill down his spine at her smile. Yi Xinyu gave a charming smile. I'm leaving. Then she rode the wind away. Su Xian remained sitting on the cliff, feeling overwhelmed, thinking that he hadn't even agreed to that. Establishing a foundation in a year, breaking through 3 realms, and not being allowed to take shortcuts was a bit excessive. After Yi Xinyu left, when Qingxue remained silent, summoned a flying sword, and when the sword was unsheathed, it was only 3 feet long and of ordinary width. When the sword flew across the sky, it instantly grew larger. Wen Qingxue stepped onto the long sword and suddenly looked at Su Xian, saying, little master uncle, let's go. Su Xian didn't hesitate and immediately stood up, patted his bottom, and stepped onto the long sword. He wasn't afraid of heights, but flying was not a new experience for him, so it was just like that. Especially now that he was also someone of status. How could he lose face in front of his disciples? Mimicking the appearance of an immortal, the youth stood with his hands behind his back, raised his chin, and asked solemnly, disciple, where are we going? When Qingxue seemed to be unaccustomed to the title of disciple, a hint of disgust flashed across her brows, and she retorted, are you stable? Su Xian replied in a pretentious tone, just go. Wen Qingxue said nothing more, her mind moved, and with a flick of her hand, the sword whistled away at high speed, accelerating to 100 kilometers in a flash. Su Xian lost his balance and fell backward, tumbling off the cliff. Ah, disciple, save me. Wen Qingxue shook her head helplessly, the sword plummeting straight down, whistling like the wind, and in midair, the youth was already on the sword. Su Xian tightly hugged Wen Qingxue's waist, not caring about the so-called seniority or the propriety of male-female interactions. His legs trembled, and he dared not look up. Wen Qingxue frowned, silent, focusing on controlling the sword. The sword flew past 1,000 peaks, moving forward under the sunset. as they passed a mountain peak. A disciple looked up, caught a glimpse, and mumbled, "Damn, that guy dares to hug senior sister one. He's really brave, a model for us." When Qingxue, entrusted by Yi Xinyu, took Su Xian away from the Sword Inquiry Peak to the Sword Suppression Hall's main base at the Sword Holding Peak, which was also under the jurisdiction of Li Qingshan. When the immortal sword landed, Su Xian still tightly closed his eyes, clinging to Wen Qingxue. The latter reminded him, "Little master uncle, we have arrived." Su Xian opened his eyes. Huh. He let out a sigh of relief. "Can I let go now?" Wen Qingxue reminded him. Su Xian, with an embarrassed face, hurriedly released his grip, jumped off the immortal sword, and awkwardly explained, Sorry, I was presumptuous." Wen Qingxue remained unfazed, stowed away the immortal sword, adjusted her clothing, and walked forward. Su Xian followed, looking around. The bluestone path wound and twisted, with pavilions and towers standing tall. Occasionally, he saw cranes rising through the clouds, chasing the evening glow, and he also spotted strange flowers and plants growing along the mountain path. He curiously asked, "Where is this?" "Sword Holding Peak." Su Xian nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Where are you taking me?" Just then, Su Xian's stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Wen Qingxue, as always, spoke sparingly, "Let's eat." Su Xian's eyes lit up, and his confusion, bewilderment, and novelty were all dispelled, as if his residual blood returned to the spring water, instantly revitalizing him. He cheerfully said, "Eating is great." His steps involuntarily quickened, quickly overtaking Wen Qingxue, taking the lead. "This way, right? Let's go faster." Wen Qingxue remained silent and only accelerated. As they approached the first floor, they saw flickering candlelight and faint cooking smoke, with disciples bustling in and out all around. As they got closer, they could hear the noise coming from inside the building, and the evening breeze carried a delightful aroma that made Su Xian swallow hard. They stopped at the entrance, and Su Xian looked up and read the sign, Ling Shifang. Wen Qingxue glided past Su Xian and stepped inside. Su Xian quickly followed, taking 2 steps at a time. Inside the room, tables were arranged neatly, with chopstick holders on them. Many disciples were eating heartily. Wen Qingxue found a long table by the window and gracefully took a seat. Su Xian hurriedly sat across from her, his gaze still scanning around with an eager expression. Suddenly, a man approached, with a round face and big ears, his face shiny with grease, short sparse hair, an apron tied around his waist, a large spoon on his shoulder, and a bunch of kitchen knives at his waist. He walked towards them with a swagger and cheerfully exclaimed, "Oh, rare guests. Sister Wen actually came to my little place to eat today. What an honor. I was wondering why my right eyelid kept twitching today, and sure enough, something good was happening." Ha ha. In response to the flattery, Wen Qingxue quietly looked at him and said, "So, is it free?" Upon hearing this, the man's smile instantly faded, and he became particularly serious. He feigned unfamiliarity and asked in a solemn tone, "What would you 2 guests like to eat?" His face changed faster than the wind could react. He emphasized, "We operate on a small scale, and we do not offer credit." Wen Qingxue, with her cold gaze, tossed out a palm-sized green jade token and said lightly, "1 bowl of spirit porridge." The man's expression changed again, breaking into a beaming smile as he said, "All right." After taking the jade token, he glanced back and forth between Su Xian and Wen Qingxue and asked, "Is 1 bowl enough?" Wen Qingxue frowned slightly. The chubby man understood and nodded, saying, "Wait a moment." He hurried off with the large spoon, and Su Xian quickly shouted, "Make it a big bowl." The man turned to look at Su Xian with just a glance, scratched his already sparse hair, and shook his head as if deep in thought. Wen Qingxue remained silent. Su Xian had originally thought they would have a feast, but it turned out to be porridge. However, Su Xian was not picky. As long as there was something to eat, he didn't care about the details. Others didn't owe him anything. He eagerly took out his chopsticks, tapped them on the table, and kept staring towards the kitchen. "Dao Yu," Wen Qingxue said. Su Xian was taken aback. Wen Qingxue softly explained, "That jade token just now is called Dao Yu." "Oh," Su Xian responded, his gaze wandering as he continued looking towards the kitchen, waiting eagerly. Clearly, his thoughts were elsewhere. Wen Qingxue furrowed her brows slightly, exhaled a breath of frustration, and gradually relaxed as she elaborated. "Dao Yu is the identity token of the Windazong. Everyone has one, and it records your name, realm, the peak you belong to, and your position, automatically updating as you progress. Most importantly," she paused slightly, deliberately raising her voice to continue, "it can store task points, and those task points can be used like worldly currency in the Windazong. allowing you to trade. Buy spirit values, pills, talismans, exchange for spirit stones, materials, techniques, and weapons, and it can also be used for meals. Su Xian responded dismissively, right? Eating is good. People are made of iron, meals are made of steel. If you skip a meal, you feel anxious. Wen Qingxue widened her eyes and fell silent. Soon, a steaming bowl of spirit porridge was brought to Su Xian by a running disciple, who also respectfully handed the jade token to Wen Qingxue. The disciple couldn't help but glance back and forth between the two, his expression changing, and he called out, "Master, your Daoyu. You too eat slowly. Call me if you need anything." Su Xian didn't care about that. As soon as the spirit porridge was on the table, he snatched it up. The creamy porridge was dotted with colorful ingredients, and the broth shimmered like stars in the night. Starved, Su Xian eagerly licked his lips and pretended to be polite, saying, "Aren't you eating?" Wen Qingxue shook her head slightly. Su Xian grinned and said, "Then I want to be polite." He gulped down a mouthful of white porridge, and it felt like a cool spring fell into his heart during the summer. That sensation was truly indescribable. In just a few bites, the white porridge was gone, and Su Xian patted his stomach, let out a satisfied burp, and lazily leaned back in his chair, looking content. There was no better delicacy in the world than this. The surrounding disciples occasionally cast strange glances at him. He looked scholarly and had a certain demeanor, but his gluttonous eating style was indeed shocking. Moreover, it was just a bowl of spirit porridge, the cheapest spirit food in the Lingshi Fong. Was it really that delicious? How could he enjoy it so much after finishing? They couldn't help but look into their bowls, wondering if they were not eating the same thing. The disciples brought by the steward, and the chubby man in the kitchen added extra ingredients. The disciple who delivered the porridge was one of them, scratching his head and muttering to himself, "No, this is just ordinary spirit porridge, right?" Could it be that he served it himself and brought it up, doubting whether there was a mistake? Suddenly, a shadow stood behind him, a round belly pushing him forward. Turning around abruptly, he saw his master. The chubby man looked at Su Xian and Wen Qingxue from a distance and complained, "Look at what that kid has turned into from hunger. The life in the Zhengjian Hall is tough. It's nothing like our prosperous business hall. You shouldn't take your blessings for granted." The disciple nodded repeatedly, affirming, "What the master said is true. Don't worry, master, I will definitely work hard." The chubby man squinted his eyes, very satisfied, and patted the disciple hard on the shoulder, nearly lifting him off the ground, laughing, "You're the one I have the most hope for. You're a talent. Go on. Get to work. All right, watch my performance." At the long table, Su Xian looked at the ordinary-sized empty bowl in front of him and laughed. "You know, the food in the Windazong is really different. This little bowl is enough to fill me up. Back when I was at home, I could eat 10 bowls this size by myself." When Su Xian was 12, he was in the middle of growing up. As the saying goes, a half-grown boy can eat his father out of house and home, and he was no exception. Wen Qingxue remained expressionless and explained, "Spirit food is made from ingredients nourished by spiritual water, which contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When mortals consume it, it can strengthen bones, prolong life. And when immortals eat it, it can satiate hunger and restore some spiritual energy. You currently have no cultivation, which is why it feels this way." Su Xian subconsciously nodded. In summary, this stuff should be eaten more. It's good for the body and nutritious. Su Xian's gaze fell on the jade token at Wen Qingxue's waist, and he changed the subject, asking, "By the way, you just told me this thing is called Daoyu? What about mine?" Wen Qingxue replied, "It's getting late today. I'll take you to get it tomorrow. How do you obtain the points for exchanging items that you mentioned?" Su Xian took the initiative to ask, which was in line with her wishes, and patiently explained. Points can be earned by completing sect tasks or traded with others. Of course, you can also work for the sect to earn rewards. Work? Wen Qingxue nodded and said, "Yes, like me, I am a steward of the sword hall, and every month, a fixed amount of points is distributed to Daoyu. For example, the disciple who just served you porridge. He helps out at the spirit food workshop in addition to his daily cultivation, and he receives corresponding points as compensation. Similar tasks include sweeping, weeding, patrolling at night, and so on." Su Xian shrugged. "Isn't that just a job?" "You could say that," Wen Qingxue said calmly. Su Xian touched his nose and chuckled, saying that he would never work in his life. He was cultivating immortality, so why would he bother with a job? To put it simply, the so-called Daoyu is equivalent to an ID card, a bank card, and a salary card all in one. He couldn't help but marvel at how different the 10,000-year-old sect was, with such a complete system. Understood. Wen Qingxue continued. This is the Spirit Food Workshop, the only place in the Sword Peak that provides food. If you get hungry in the future, you can come here to eat, but it will be a bit expensive. Su Xian, unfazed, said, "Hey, you can't say that. What's wrong with it being expensive? It's delicious. Eating is a big deal. You can't be stingy about it." Wen Qingxue said nothing and stood up to leave. Where to? Home. Oh. The two of them left the Spirit Food Workshop. And Wen Qingxue chose not to fly with her sword, but instead followed a winding path, bathing in the last rays of sunset, heading towards a certain place in the mountains. Along the way, Wen Qingxue, like a robot, numbly informed Su Xian about the matters of the Winda sect, the structure of the Winda sect, the situation of the Winda sect, and the rules within the Sword Peak. The Winda sect consists of 7 peaks and 13 halls. The 7 peaks are Wanjian Peak, Zhongjian Peak, Zhijian Peak, Tianjian Peak, Luoyan Peak, Zhujian Peak, and Zufan Peak, in addition to our Sword Hall. The 13 halls include the Spirit Dan Hall, Merchant Hall, Shadow Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, Sword Casting Hall, Personnel Hall, Task Hall, and so on. The 13 halls are spread across the 7 peaks, each with their own sub-halls and industries, with distinct responsibilities and roles. The 13 halls complement each other, allowing the Winda sect to operate stably. For example, our Sword Hall is responsible for external affairs, monitoring the world, and wielding swords among people. The Task Hall issues tasks. The Shadow Hall is responsible for intelligence gathering. The Law Enforcement Hall maintains internal order within the sect. The Merchant Hall is for conducting business, led by the sect, with the Spirit Food Workshop being just one of them. There are also auctions and shops, and the outside world has their businesses as well. Su Xian followed behind Wen Qingxue, listening attentively and gaining a deeper understanding of the Winda sect. The Winda sect is like a small country, self-sufficient internally, employing both soft and hard tactics externally, engaging in economic exchanges, and possessing its own military. The Sword Hall is filled with sword wielders. Whenever there are external enemies, the Sword Hall takes action. The Winda sect has a complete system and structure, and with its 10,000-year heritage, it is undoubtedly a colossal entity in this world. Moreover, the Winda sect is different from the 3 teachings and other sections. The 3 teachings educate the masses but do not govern. They only seek to conquer, wanting the people of the world to believe in their path. Their followers are spread throughout the world, and although their power and influence surpass those of worldly dynasties, they rely on worldly dynasties for their existence. Within their respective spheres of influence, imperial surnames gain protection from the 3 teachings. As for other sects, they either remain indifferent to worldly affairs or are bound to dynasties, connected to some extent. Only the Winda sect does not allow imperial power in the 5,000-mile northern wilderness. The sword stands there, and worldly dynasties dare not advance even half a step. Even the 3 teachings, although publicly stronger than the Winda sect, have only ever sought to gradually erode the Winda sect by spreading and promoting their beliefs, never considering using force to conquer. The Winda sect is like a sword. It does not unsheath unless necessary, but once drawn, it fights fiercely. Like a headstrong youth, no one wants to provoke such an existence, especially since the Winda sect's sword is sharp and can truly kill. Wen Qingxue gave a general introduction and then said to Su Xian, "I've talked too much. The little master ancestor may not remember everything, but that's okay. If you stay in the mountains for a while, you'll understand. If you're interested, you can also go to the library to take a look. The rise and fall of our sect over the millennia are documented in books." Su Xian nodded in agreement. However, he actually remembered everything, and he could effortlessly recite what Wen Qingxue had said. Yes, Su Xian discovered that after comprehending the Sword Monument, he not only knew the common knowledge of cultivation in this world, recognized all characters, and understood all languages, but he also had an excellent memory. Everything he read was unforgettable, and everything he heard was memorized in his heart. Quite impressive. Su Xian couldn't help but think that if he had this ability earlier, he would definitely have been a top student and probably wouldn't have died from overwork at a manufacturing line. The stars were light, and the crescent moon was like a hook. The night wind in the mountains was particularly cool. Wen Qingxue brought Su Xian to a small courtyard in the mountains and handed him a palm-sized bag, saying, "This is a unique spirit bag of our Winda sect, with a space of 3 feet square. You just need to drop a drop of blood on it, and it will automatically recognize its master. From now on, you can store and retrieve items at will. As for the contents inside, every new disciple receives one. You can take a look." Su Xian didn't stand on ceremony and immediately accepted it, thanking her. Thank you. Wen Qingxue continued. The sect leader entrusted me to take care of you. So before the little master ancestor breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, you will have to stay in the same courtyard as me. Su Xian raised an eyebrow and said, all right. Wen Qingxue pointed to the room in the west wing and asked, then, little master ancestor, will you stay in the west wing room? Is this okay? Sure. It's getting late. You should rest early, little master ancestor. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the personnel hall for registration. Okay. After Su Xian finished speaking, he walked towards the west wing room. A bowl of spirit porridge costs 10 points. Su Xian paused and looked back, confused. Wen Qingxue reminded him calmly, remember to pay me back. Su Xian was stunned. After saying this, Wen Qingxue turned and entered the house. Su Xian stood there for a long time, unable to help but laugh out loud. Haha. Being a master ancestor isn't worth a bowl of porridge. What a huge misunderstanding. In the Winda sect, there are no favors, only transactions. He weighed the spirit bag in his hand and returned to the house. Inside, the oil lamp lit up as soon as the door opened, illuminating the space. The room was not small and quite spacious. It was a humble abode. Apart from a meditation cushion, it was empty. And the window had a hole that let the wind blow in. It was quite chilly. Su Xian stood frozen in place, taking a long time to come back to his senses before uttering a single word, impressive. He initially thought that when Qingxue's mention of being put out was just a saying, a polite expression. Now it seemed that this girl, while stingy, was indeed sincere. This was officially the first day of joining the sect, and Su Xian was already feeling the hardship. As the little master ancestor, he gained nothing. There was no way to use back doors. Even the place he was staying was hard to describe. After a day of turmoil, he was already left with a 10-point hunger debt. He seemed to foresee that the future days would be very challenging. Well, never mind. Let's take it one step at a time. Closing the door, he walked to the window, sat down on the mat with one hand supporting his chin. Gazing at the bright moon outside, the young man was lost in thought. Someone once said, the moon is a compassionate deity that can illuminate the lonely souls of the night. At this moment, there was no better description. A myriad of thoughts surged through his mind, and Su Xian felt for the first time what it meant to feel like he was in another world, sitting in silence. For years had passed in the human realm. At this moment, gazing at the moon in the sky, Su Xian's homesickness surged uncontrollably, his brows tightly knitted, his gaze heavy. It had been 4 years. His little brother could probably go up the mountain to chase pigs now. His elder sister should be getting married too. He didn't know which of those scoundrels she would end up with. He wondered if his parents were in good health. The village chief was so old. He hoped he wouldn't die before he could return to take over. He missed home. No matter how bright the moon was in a foreign land, it couldn't compare to a light in his hometown. He sighed deeply, his brows etched with melancholy, looking down at the storage bag in his hand. He thought to himself, this immortal cultivation is tough too. Once I fly, I'll go back to visit my family. Wait for me. Once I achieve enlightenment, I'll let the chickens and dogs of Hodao village ascend to the heavens. As the saying goes, immortals and mortals are different, surpassing the separation of yin and yang. Once entering the immortal gate, the mortal world becomes a pile of bones. Su Xian understood this principle, but he thought, since he could cultivate immortality now, he should do something for his family. At the very least, he wanted to ensure they had no disasters or illnesses. Extending their lives was the most basic requirement. Of course, it would be great if they could avoid death altogether. Anyway, if this couldn't be achieved, then what is the point of cultivating immortality? He slowly raised his right hand, extended his index finger, narrowed his eyes, and bit down hard. Ouch! Accompanied by a drop of blood, falling onto the spiritual bag. It immediately glowed with a white light, surpassing the moonlight for a brief moment. Then, as if his thoughts were connected, Su Xian merely focused his mind, and everything inside tumbled out, scattering in front of him. Wow, this thing is good. 3 fist-sized spiritual stones. A brand new thin book. A brand new thick book. And a sword. That is all. After the initial surprise, Su Xian frowned, his eyes revealing undisguised disdain. Is this newbie gift really that shabby? A quick glance revealed. And his eyes widened in shock, as several lines of milky white text suddenly appeared on a few items. Low-grade spiritual stone. 30 purity low-grade spiritual stone. 31 purity low-grade spiritual stone. 29 purity cold iron sword. Ordinary item body refining technique. Xian level high-grade waste of the sect S Simple Rules Chapter 28. Insightful. Su Xian was stunned for a moment. Forgetting the pain in his fingertip, rubbing his eyes vigorously, and after confirming several times, he incredulously exclaimed, "Am I cheating?" "Not cheating, it's visual sharing." A voice devoid of emotional fluctuations echoed in his ears, as if spoken directly on his forehead, and Su Xian instinctively looked up. With the red of the candlelight and the white of the moonlight, the roof was empty, with a few black beams. "Little book spirit, where are you?" "Please lower your head, master." Su Xian shifted his gaze down and saw the little book spirit from his dream, standing on the ground, arms crossed, puffing its cheeks. Staring at him, it was elusive and ghostly. Su Xian couldn't help but complain. The little book spirit tilted its head, a glimmer of clarity emerging in its deep eyes. It felt that its master was somewhat lacking in intelligence, rather silly. "Why are you looking at me like that?" The little book spirit sighed softly. "Well, if being a bit silly is what it is, then so be it. Who told me to choose this master?" Su Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He always felt this thing was looking down on him. The little book spirit, having formed a contract in the dream, became its master and resided in Su Xian's sea of consciousness. It said it would lead Su Xian to the pinnacle of life, standing at the peak of swordsmanship, ruling over eternity, and rebuilding the heavenly white jade capital. As for how to build it, the little fellow didn't say. When Su Xian asked, it pretended to be mysterious, saying the time had not yet come, and the heavenly secrets could not be revealed. It all sounded quite mysterious, leaving Su Xian bewildered. However, after waking up, a whole day had passed, and Su Xian had tried to call it countless times, but it had never responded, leading him to believe that the little fellow was lost. Its sudden appearance was unexpected. The young man lazily said, "Where did you run off to during the day? I called you all day, and you didn't react at all. I thought you were gone. I just woke up from the sword monument, and am still not accustomed to the laws and constraints of this world, so I slept for a while, just woke up." The little book spirit replied earnestly. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Su Xian stared intently at the little book spirit and asked, "So you don't belong to this world either?" The little book spirit was momentarily confused. "What do you mean, also?" However, it didn't think much of it. After all, this master wasn't very clever, so it was reasonable to say some nonsense. It said mysteriously, "The heavenly secrets cannot be revealed." Su Xian pondered for a moment. It was being secretive, but the answer was obvious. Indeed, the intelligence of this book spirit was as low as its appearance. Muttering to himself, "It shouldn't be. Could it be that the sword ancestor isn't from this world either, just like me?" The little book spirit, baffled, looked up and asked, "Who is the sword ancestor?" Su Xian frowned and directly called out his master's name, Li Taibai. The little book spirit was doubly confused, blinking its eyes. "Who is Li Taibai?" Su Xian responded with a sound, not answering but instead asking, "You don't know?" The little book spirit thought carefully and then shook its head, sighing, "I haven't heard of him. I've been asleep for a very long time, and there are many things I don't know." The little book spirit's eyes were lonely, and its small body exuded an indescribable sense of weariness and sadness. Su Xian understood. It must be a very long story. He didn't doubt it, but informed it of what he knew. Li Taibai, the founder of the sect of inquiry, known as the Sword Ancestor. Yes. He is the one who placed you in that square, and the unfinished game was left by him. I encountered you while breaking the game. The little book spirit understood, stroking its chin, and said in a wise tone, "Oh, then I might have been picked up by him. As for that unfinished chess game, it was left by me. Not him. It's nothing, not important." Su Xian didn't press further. It really wasn't important. Since the person was already lost, raising this topic was meaningless. He pointed at the pile of items in front of him, where lines of text were appearing, and asked, "So, what is going on here? What is visual sharing?" "A type of divine ability." "Divine ability?" "Yes, a great divine ability, insightful eye, capable of seeing through all things at a glance, understanding everything, predicting the future, tracing the past. Of course, your current body is too weak to bear it. You can only see these lifeless objects, not living ones. However, as your cultivation improves and your spiritual power strengthens, you'll gradually unlock this ability." Saying this, she raised her hand, bending her index and middle fingers, pointing at her own eyes, then turned her palm to point at Su Xian, saying mysteriously, "At that time, with your eyes, you'll be able to kill people with a glance. Isn't that amazing?" Su Xian curled his lips, giving a thumbs up, and said reluctantly, "Impressive. Killing with a glance is indeed quite cool. But the premise is that I have to become stronger. If I become strong, why would I need to sneakily kill people? That is useless. However, The ability to see through everything, even predicting the future and tracing the past, sounded quite good. In the world of cultivation, it is not illegal for cultivators to fight. During a battle, if one can see through their opponent, they can seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Besides identifying treasures, this is also an essential skill for one-on-one duels. The little book spirit said triumphantly, "Humph, what is so impressive about that? Once we build the white jade capital in the sky and open all 12 floors, even gods will be slaughtered." Su Xian touched his nose and fell silent. Such big talk. The drawing was even bigger. But one must consider the present. Steady progress is the wise choice. He set the little book spirit aside and packed everything on the ground back into his spirit bag, leaving only a body-refining technique behind. Suddenly remembering something, he asked seriously, "By the way, there's something I need to ask you." "What is it?" "I remember I was only in the sword steel for a few days. How come 4 whole years have passed outside?" The little book spirit first wiggled its index finger, then switched to 4 fingers to deny. It wasn't a few days. To be precise, it was only 4 hours. Only 4 hours. Su Xian felt even more cheated. He continued to ask, "So, what is going on?" The little book spirit shrugged its hands and said casually, "It's nothing much. I just sped up the flow of time in the sword steel space. 1 hour here equals 1 year in the mortal realm. After you came in, I forgot to switch it back, so that's how 4 years passed." Su Xian widened his eyes. The little book spirit said nonchalantly, "You don't know. Waiting is hard to endure. If I hadn't sped up the time flow, I would have been bored to death." It spoke so reasonably that Su Xian couldn't refute it. "Is that reasonable? You made a mistake. And I lost 4 years of my prime youth. What a scam." Su Xian rolled his eyes. "You're really something." Then, with a hint of expectation, he asked, "Do you have any other abilities that you can share with me? Others can't see me. Only you can. Does that count?" Su Xian remained silent and gave it a look. The little book spirit sat down on the ground and said calmly, "Well, for now, that's all I have." Chapter 29, Body Refining Technique. Setting the little book spirit aside, Su Xian opened the body refining technique in his hand and began to study it by the light of the lamp. In the Tsangming realm, in the mortal state, the ranks of cultivation techniques, from weakest to strongest, are yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, heaven rank, immortal rank, and divine rank, each further divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. The body refining technique in his hand is of the upper tier of the profound rank. In the mortal state, there are 2 stages for cultivators to begin their practice. The first is body refining, and the second is qi refining. Body refining is about tempering the physique. This stage is about breaking through the limits of the physical body. The methods recorded include 2 types. One uses external forces, such as pills, spiritual plants, and celestial liquids to forcibly expel impurities from the body. The other relies on the body refining techniques to gradually practice and polish. Simply put, one relies on external forces to hasten growth, while the other relies on oneself to slowly hone. However, whether it is the former or the latter, one must experience body tempering, bone forging, blood condensing, and finally breaking the 10 shackles that bind oneself, thus achieving great success in the body refining realm. After that, one can draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their body, forming a qi sea, and at that point, they can practice the techniques of the qi refining stage. In the mortal state, the highest ranked body refining technique known is the Vajra Sutra, practiced exclusively by ascetic monks in the Buddhist sect, which is of the lower tier of the earth rank. Apart from that, whether righteous or demonic, Confucian or Taoist body refining techniques, the highest rank is merely the profound rank. Indeed, the spirit body technique of the Tao Inquiry sect is undoubtedly among the best of body refining techniques in the mortal state. Moreover, unlike other sects, in the Tao Inquiry sect, while talents may differ, the techniques provided are the same. Whether you are a direct disciple of an elder or an ordinary disciple, you can practice it. Furthermore, the Tao Inquiry sect does not differentiate between inner and outer disciples. The Tao Inquiry sect stands by the sword, and swordsmen are fearless and uphold a down-to-earth approach, taking one step at a time. The greatest taboo is to take shortcuts using external forces in the cultivation path. Therefore, all disciples of the Tao Inquiry sect tread the hard path and consider it shameful to use methods that hasten growth. Of course, there is one exception: those born with innate celestial or sacred bodies. These special physiques, born carrying the aura of heaven and earth, are favored by the heavens and do not require cultivation. They can break through the body refining realm simply by growing naturally, similar to many powerful bloodline beasts. Su Xian opened the first page of the spirit body technique, where 2 lines directly stated the fundamental principle of this technique, without enduring the bone-chilling cold. How can one obtain the fragrant plum blossoms? As he continued to read, Su Xian felt overwhelmed, closing the book and pinching the corners of his eyes, complaining, "What kind of cultivation is this? This is risking one's life. Breathing exercises, meditation, these are just the basics. Climbing mountains, standing in a horse stance, standing under a waterfall and letting the water wash over you, and so on. Any exercise you can think of that can temper your body is recorded here, and it's the extreme version. It can be said that this so-called body refining technique, apart from the breathing and meditation methods being somewhat sophisticated, is essentially a super fitness regimen." Sighing, he lay down on the ground and suddenly looked out at the moonlight. "I really don't want to cultivate." The little book spirit jumped onto the book and asked, "Master, can't you understand? I can teach you." Su Xian glanced at the little creature and, with a thought, asked, "Hey, little book, do you have a way for me to instantly succeed in body refining without going through all this hardship from the book?" Upon hearing this, the little book spirit put one hand on its hip and pressed down its hat brim with the other, confidently saying, "Of course, there's more than one way." Su Xian's eyes lit up, sitting up eagerly and asking, "Really? Hurry and tell me." The little book spirit acted like an old sage, saying, "The simplest way is to take some medicine." "What kind of medicine?" The little book spirit counted off a list of items on its fingers: 9 lives divine void grass, golden crow fusong liquid, taishu moon tree fruit, chaos burial god flower. Su Xian stared wide-eyed, having never heard of any of these. However, it was common sense that ordinary people wouldn't have access to these things. Let us change to something else. The little book spirit paced back and forth in front of the book, saying, "Okay, those are indeed hard to find. The laws of this continent are so weak that it's impossible to produce such things. I didn't consider that. So how about drinking blood?" "Drinking blood? What blood?" The little book spirit said lightly, "Any blood will do, as long as it's from ancient divine beasts, ancient ferocious beasts, or ancient divine beast hybrids. The older, the better, the purer, the better. Dragon blood is the most potent. Just 1 drop. After refining, you can refine qi in a day without any problem." Su Xian was speechless, unable to help but mutter, "Do you realize you're not speaking human language? Where am I supposed to get these things? Can't you be more realistic?" The little book spirit rolled its eyes and retorted, "Please, you were the one who started with unrealistic expectations." Su Xian was momentarily speechless and tentatively asked, "Is there anything simpler or easier?" "Yes, there's one very simple method." "Tell me." "Take out that sword you just had, and then give yourself a cut." The little book spirit said, "Die early, reincarnate early. Maybe in your next life, you can have a good start. If you can be born into an imperial family, a divine race, or mix some divine beast bloodline, wouldn't that be great?" Su Xian fell silent. "It's confirmed. He's been played." The little book spirit, however, was unconcerned and reasoned, "Why are you looking at me like that? What I said is true. 3 paths. Either fight hard for a good start, or you have money and take drugs. Otherwise." He stomped his right leg on the spiritual body formula and said lightly, "You can only suffer." Su Xian was at a loss for words. Some people are born in Rome. Some are born as cattle or horses. Clearly, he belonged to the latter. A sleepless night passed, and suddenly he heard the rooster crow. Then the sky brightened, and the celestial crane floated above the clouds, with morning light coming with the wind. In the morning, disciples of the Windazong discovered that the Windaground, which had been sealed for 4 years, was now open. Disciples from the Jianjian Peak were busy sweeping, weeding, pruning, and renovating. The passing disciples couldn't help but stop and take a look, and soon the news spread like the wind throughout the entire Windazong. Su Xian was awake. It was common knowledge. Many people came to join the excitement. In the Windaground, the sword monument was still there, but the remnants were gone. And the young man had also disappeared. As the protagonist, Su Xian was woken up early by Wen Qingxue, without even washing his face, and was dragged to the Human Resources Hall on the Jianjian Peak. Wen Qingxue said, "The Human Resources Hall is one of the 13 halls of the Windazong, responsible for the registration of all personnel and internal personnel transfers, as well as the welfare distribution of sect disciples. Your immediate family in the mortal world can receive condolences from the Human Resources Hall every year, some worldly gold and silver, or food, depending on the situation. To ensure they are well fed and clothed, allowing disciples to focus on cultivation. Su Xian's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Oh, is it that good? One Qingxue continued lightly. If you accidentally die for the sect, your relatives within 3 generations will be supported by the sect. These are all under the jurisdiction of the Human Resources Hall. When Qingxue suddenly stopped, looked back at the young man, and reminded him, so when you fill out the information later, try to be as detailed as possible to avoid not being able to find your family later. Su Xian was confused, thinking, what does this mean? But he still nodded in agreement. Okay. Chapter 30. Strange Regulations in the Human Resources Hall on Jinjin Peak. An old man sat lazily in a chair, yawning, looking at the young man in front of him with sleepy eyes. Young man, you came quite early. I just opened the door and you arrived. So what can I do for you? Registration. Registration? The old man was slightly taken aback, glancing back and forth at Su Xian, thinking, whose child is this? How did he come in through the back door? Otherwise, why would there be talk of registration before the 5-year recruitment conference? He asked, name? Su Xian. Huh. The old man was startled and immediately became alert. You are Su Xian? Su Xian smiled slightly. The old man changed his demeanor, looking kindly. You actually woke up? As expected, a person of talent. While praising, he took out paper and pen, laid them on the table, and said cheerfully, let's go through the process. Who is your master? Where do you currently live? And where are you working? Su Xian followed Wen Qingshue's instructions and recounted everything. I am a disciple of Li Taibai, currently living on Jinjin Peak, and belong to the Jinjin Hall. Li Taibai, the sword ancestor of the Fanzhou, the founder of Windazong, a legend in the realm of swords. The old man stared at Su Xian, his throat rolled, and his expression shifted between joy and seriousness, remaining silent for a long time. What's wrong? The old man came back to his senses. Please wait a moment. Then he stood up and walked into the back room, seeming to use some kind of divine communication to converse with someone, confirming something. It looked somewhat like a phone call. After a long while, the old man turned around and came out, changing his expression to one full of smiles, respectfully standing in front of the table, and said to Su Xian, Little Master Ancestor, sorry to keep you waiting. While speaking, he took out a brand new jade token and performed a spell on it. During this, he didn't forget to ask, May I ask where Little Master Ancestor comes from? Daodao Village, Su Xian said, also proactively mentioning, I need to tell you something. I am the village chief of Daodao Village, and I care for my people like my own children. There are hundreds of people in the village. All are my relatives. You understand? The old man's mouth twitched slightly, looking skeptical. Ah, Little Master Ancestor is kind-hearted. I understand. May I ask where this Daodao village is located? Su Xian frowned, feeling troubled. Southeast? Northwest? How would I know? The old man seemed to see the young man's embarrassment and quickly said, No worries. I will let the people below find it. It's a small matter. Su Xian smiled. Then it's much trouble. Not long after, the old man presented the jade token with both hands, bowing respectfully. Little Master Ancestor, please keep it safe. Su Xian was very satisfied, took the jade token, gave it a quick glance, and the information in the jade token synced to his mind, like an ID card. Name, Su Xian. Identity, first-generation disciple. 11th disciple of sword ancestor Li Taibai. Peak affiliation, Jinjin Peak. Position, disciple of Jinjin Hall. Points, 0. Current realm, none. Wait, what do you mean? Su Xian frowned and asked, Why are my points 0? Is there a mistake? The old man laughed. There's no mistake. Su Xian continued to ask, Didn't they say that ordinary disciples of Jinjin Hall receive a monthly subsidy of 1,000 points? Is it going to be given next month? When he entered, he had asked Wen Qingxue. The welfare of Jinjin Hall disciples included a base salary of 1,000 points per month, with additional points for completing tasks and going out, and it could increase with the improvement of realm and position. Wen Qingxue also said that in Windazong, Jinjin Hall had the highest salary. There won't be any next month, the old man said. Su Xian immediately became indignant and slammed the table. What does that mean? Is it targeting me? I am your master ancestor. The old man was kindly and explained proactively. Little Master Ancestor, how could I dare? You might not know, but in Windazong, first-generation disciples do not receive basic point subsidies. I am just following the rules. What? Who set the rules? The old man weakly replied, Your master, the sword ancestor. Su Xian's eyes flickered. The old man didn't seem to be lying, but he really thought this ridiculous rule was absurd. He tentatively asked, Not even the sect master? The old man confirmed, No. Su Xian put away the jade token and had no choice but to give up reluctantly. What else could he do? He, as the elder, couldn't make things difficult for this younger generation. All right, I'm leaving. Master Ancestor, take care. Su Xian was speechless, cursing inwardly. Master Ancestor, my foot. What use is being a Master Ancestor? Are Master Ancestors not human? Don't they need to eat? What will I do if I don't get paid? This strange regulation truly baffled him. Feeling downcast, he walked out of the Human Resources Hall, where Wen Qingxue had been leaning against a stone pillar, waiting for a long time. Done? Where to next? To cultivate. Su Xian curled his lip and hurried to catch up, not forgetting to complain to Wen Qingxue about not having a salary as a Master Ancestor, asking if it was absurd or not. Wen Qingxue remained silent. Be strict with oneself, be lenient with others. This was something the Sword Ancestor had said years ago, and it has been adhered to by Wendazong ever since. As a disciple of the Sword Ancestor, the future leader of the Wendazong, talent and cultivation are only part of it. Character is also extremely important. Every word and action may very well influence the fate of the sect. The path taken is inherently different from others. The Sword Ancestor has his reasons for doing this. Seeing Su Xian complaining nonstop, Wen Qingxue suddenly interjected, worriedly saying, Little Master Ancestor. You wouldn't be saying all this because you don't want to pay me back, would you? Su Xian immediately replied, how could that be? Your Master Ancestor is not that kind of person. I value my reputation the most. Do you know where I come from? From the honest village. Who doesn't know the honest village? I, Su Xian, am the most honest. Oh, that's good then. The latter sighed in relief. Su Xian rubbed his hands together, smilingly said, Disciple, I was thinking, why not lend me a bit more to make it a round number? That way it will be easier to remember. When Qingxue drooped her face. Sure enough, the truth has been revealed. Su Xian continued, I need to eat, right? My senior sister entrusted me to you. You can't just ignore me. Don't worry, when your Master Ancestor becomes successful in the future, I will definitely repay you. Su Xian appealed to her emotions and reason, plus the previous groundwork. When Qingxue sighed and quietly took out her Dao Jade, saying, How much do you need? Su Xian also took out his Dao Jade from his waist pouch, smilingly said, You transfer me 990, making it 1,000. I will pay you back 1,100 later. I am righteous, right? When Qingxue glanced at him, not saying anything, she transferred 990 points to him. Looking at the balance in the Dao Jade, Su Xian raised his eyebrows and praised, Righteous indeed. Remember to pay me back. Don't worry, your Master Ancestor is not short of money. Wen Qingxue was skeptical and coldly said, Little Master Ancestor, go back and cultivate. If you have any questions, you can ask me or the people in the mountain. I have to go get busy. All right, you go ahead. When Qingxue left, Su Xian was in a good mood, holding the jade token, humming a tune, heading straight to the spirit food workshop. You need to eat well to have the strength to cultivate, right? Hey, little fatty, bring me a bowl of spirit porridge. Chapter 31. The hardship of cultivating immortality. The bald fat man at the spirit food workshop waved a big spoon, pointing at Su Xian, and said unkindly, Who are you calling little fatty? No respect. You should call me Uncle Master. I am on the same level as Junior Sister One. Su Xian remained silent, simply tossing the jade token onto the table, crossing his legs, and said nonchalantly, Why so many words? Hurry up with the food, I'm busy. The fat man scoffed, took out the Dao Jade, and scanned it with his spiritual sense. What the hell? He was taken aback. His gaze shifted back and forth between Su Xian and the Dao Jade several times before realizing, hurriedly putting away the spoon, and said uncertainly, You are Su Xian? The young man slightly squinted. No respect. Are you calling Su Xian? In the Wendazong, seniority is of utmost importance. The bald fat man quickly changed his tone. Smilingly said, Little Master Ancestor, Little Master Ancestor. I didn't recognize the greatness of your presence, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please don't take it to heart. I was wondering why my left eyelid kept twitching this morning. It turns out, a noble guest has arrived. How delightful. Su Xian twitched his lips, apart from the title. He didn't change a single word. It was truly perfunctory. Really? The sun and moon can testify. Su Xian said playfully. Then I will give you a chance to show your worth. Master Ancestor commands. You treat this meal. The fat man instantly changed his expression. Seriously said, Master Ancestor wants a bowl of spirit porridge, right? 10 points. I will get it for you right away. Just wait a moment. Saying this, he didn't give Su Xian a chance to speak, took Su Xian's Dao token, and hurriedly left. Su Xian was speechless. The fat man is really fat, and stingy too. The spirit porridge was served, costing 10 points. After eating and drinking to his fill, he chatted a bit with the fat man. This big fat man is Zhou Tao, the owner of the Spirit Food Workshop, and like Wen Qingxue, he is a third-generation disciple. He is fat and very stingy. Little master ancestor, from now on. If you want to eat anything, just come to me. I will make it for you. I'm not bragging. Among the Wendazong, although I'm not the most powerful, I am definitely the one with the highest culinary skills. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Su Xian sincerely asked, "Can I get credit?" Zhou Tao pondered for a moment. Said, "I didn't say anything." They parted unhappily. Back at the small courtyard, Su Xian began his cultivation. The first step is body refining. The heavens are strong. A gentleman should strive unceasingly. Let's get started. If he doesn't endure the hardships of cultivation, he won't have food to eat in the future. Even if he really didn't want to cultivate immortality, Su Xian had to quickly establish his foundation. Only by establishing a foundation could he go to the Wendazong's task hall to take on tasks and earn points. Only by establishing a foundation could he fly. And then he could go wherever he wanted. In the following days, Su Xian's life was very plain. He woke up early, bathed in the morning sunlight to breathe, went to eat, came back to train his body, climbed mountains, jumped long stairs, meditated under waterfalls, went to eat, came back to meditate, and then slept, living in seclusion, repeating the cycle. His self-discipline was terrifying, exhausting him to the point of near collapse. Fortunately, having grown up in the mountains, he had a good foundation and could withstand it. However, the rumors about him in the mountains only increased rather than decreased. Su Xian woke up. The sect master took on disciples on behalf of the teacher. Su Xian became the youngest disciple of the Sword Ancestor. Su Xian was referred to as the youngest ancestor of the Wendazong and similar titles. Did you know? Little Master Ancestor loves to drink porridge the most. Is that true? Can I lie to you? My buddy is from the Sword Peak, and everyone from the Sword Peak knows that he drinks 2 bowls a day. One time, Su Xian heard this by chance and sneered. Was he really fond of drinking porridge? He could only drink porridge, okay? Thus, Su Xian earned a loud nickname, the Porridge Ancestor. The Spirit Food Workshop at Sword Peak sold spirit porridge like hot cakes, and many disciples, regardless of the distance, came to taste this spirit porridge. Zhou Tao took the opportunity to raise the price. The spirit porridge that cost 10 points was suddenly sold for 15 points. Not only did it not affect sales, but it also became even more popular. After Su Xian learned about this, he specifically found Zhou Tao, claiming that he had brought the business and wanted a share. Zhou Tao disagreed, stating that he could only provide it to Su Xian at the original price. Su Xian, in a fit of anger, reported Zhou Tao. The price of spirit porridge returned to normal. Zhou Tao lost weight significantly. A month passed. Su Xian's body refinement reached minor success. The first stage of body refining was completed, and he began the second stage of bone refining. His appetite increased, and his balance was less than 300 points, looking as if he wouldn't even be able to afford porridge soon, feeling quite depressed. During this time, Yi Xinyu came by and asked Wen Qingxue how Su Xian was performing. Wen Qingxue honestly evaluated him, saying that Su Xian was the most diligent of all the disciples she had seen, spending every day either eating or cultivating, not resting for a moment. Yi Xinyu was skeptical. It was hard to believe that, given Su Xian's previously displayed character, he was actually so motivated. A gentleman is judged by his actions, not his heart. It seems that she indeed misjudged him. Regarding this, Yi Xinyu was very pleased. Before leaving, she asked Wen Qingxue, "I heard Su Xian likes to drink porridge?" Wen Qingxue replied, "Yes, he drinks it every day." Yi Xinyu then asked, "You said he cultivates all day and does nothing else. Where does he get the points to eat?" Wen Qingxue explained about borrowing points. Yi Xinyu frowned and specifically reminded Wen Qingxue not to lend any more money. Wen Qingxue didn't understand, but still agreed. After Yi Xinyu left, she felt a bit down and muttered to herself, "Why didn't I think of borrowing money back then?" It seems that one shouldn't be too strong-willed in life. Everything Su Xian experienced, she had gone through as well. Back then, she was also thrown to the Sword Town Hall by her junior brother, had no points. And to eat, she had to practice while working 2 jobs. Life was truly tough. As her junior brother said, "Only by enduring the bitterest of hardships can one become a person of merit." That was the tradition she had followed, so she applied it to Su Xian. Who would have thought? Su Xian actually borrowed money to get by. Moreover, he borrowed from the usually cold and distant Wen Qingxue. Absurd. Half a month later, Su Xian completed his bone tempering. His strength greatly increased, and his appetite doubled, but his balance was wiped clean again. He went to Wen Qingxue to borrow money and raise the investment return to 20%. Wen Qingxue refused, saying she could introduce some work for Su Xian, like sweeping or weeding in the spiritual herb fields. Su Xian declined. He had already endured the hardships of cultivating immortality. There was no way he would endure the hardships of working. Let's not talk about it. Working is absolutely impossible for me. In this lifetime, I would rather starve to death in my house, even if it stinks, than work. For Su Xian's stubbornness, when Qingxue chose to respect him, Su Xian started borrowing from others, but unfortunately, he didn't know many people, and none were willing to lend him money. Even Zhou Tao wouldn't let him owe any debts. He was very angry and pawned 3 spirit stones. He barely got by for another 2 days. He felt that his ancestor must be the most miserable one in history. The Tao-seeking sect was doing inhumane things. Just when he was about to run out of resources, someone came to visit, knocking on the door. Su Xian opened it and saw a person. Their eyes met, and both were stunned, simultaneously asking, "Who are you?" Chapter 32 Reunion. With an old friend outside the door stood a young man in a blue robe, untainted by dust, with bright brows and white teeth. His long black hair flowing like a waterfall, captivating. Inside, Su Xian was in a white robe, slightly yellowing, modest and gentle, with his hair tied back, full of vigor. After 4 years apart, they didn't recognize each other at first. Su Xian? Lin Qianqian. They recognized each other and were pleasantly surprised. As dusk fell, the young man asked, "Are you hungry? Let me treat you to porridge." The latter gladly accepted. They walked together to the food stall. Su Xian said, "I'll treat you. You pay the bill." Lin Qianqian was dumbfounded, a string of question marks hanging over her head, and she confusedly agreed, "Okay." Food was served, and Su Xian devoured it like a whirlwind, leaving no trace behind. Lin Qianqian was stunned, frozen in place, not moving her chopsticks. "Why are you looking at me? Eat," Su Xian said. Lin Qianqian took a small bite and said, "I heard from my senior sisters that you love porridge the most. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do." Su Xian smiled, but didn't explain. "They all call you the ancestor who loves porridge," Lin Qianqian added. Su Xian replied nonchalantly, "Worldly fame is nothing to mention." The two chatted for a long time, reminiscing about the past. Lin Qianqian mentioned that she had joined the Heavenly Sword Peak and was under an elder, being a third-generation disciple. Zhang Yang also went to the sword forging peak to forge. She also said that when Su Xian woke up, she had been at the sword tomb for over a month, and after hearing about his situation, she came to see him. As she spoke, she took out her sword and placed it on the long table, smiling. "Look, this is the sword I got. What do you think?" The sword was entirely white, surrounded by spiritual essence, and the blade was sheathed, hiding its sharpness. In Su Xian's perspective, a line of text floated above it. Qing Shuang, low-grade heavenly weapon. In the world of weapons, ordinary weapons, spiritual weapons, earth weapons, heavenly weapons, immortal weapons, divine weapons. The sword he saw at Chongqing Bridge was an immortal weapon, while the sword in the newbie gift pack was an ordinary weapon. Qing Shuang was a heavenly weapon, even if it was only low-grade. In the Tao-seeking sect, and even the entire common state, it was a rare weapon worth its weight in gold. This sword caught Zhou Tao's attention, and he came over with shining eyes, amazed. "Wow, it's actually a heavenly weapon. Lin Jr. sister, at such a young age. You obtained this sharp weapon at the heavenly sword pool. Your future is limitless." Lin Qianqian smiled and said, "Brother Zhou is overpraising me." Su Xian didn't hold back his words and also praised, "It's indeed good. I remember you're from the ice spirit root. This sword named Qing Shuang is very suitable for you." Lin Qianqian was surprised. "Wow, you recognize this sword?" Zhou Tao also looked at him with astonishment. Su Xian coughed lightly and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Of course I recognize it. Don't forget, I am the disciple of the sword ancestor." The two looked at him with strange expressions. Su Xian didn't care and urged Lin Qianqian to eat quickly. Lin Qianqian took another 2 bites and frowned. "I'm full." "Huh." She glanced at the bald, fat man with the corner of her eye and whispered, "It's not very good." Su Xian looked at the bowl of spiritual porridge that seemed untouched and, in a tone of an elder, lectured, "I'm not saying you. How can you waste food?" "But I can't eat anymore," Lin Qianqian pouted. Su Xian sighed, feeling quite troubled. "Forget it. I'll help you eat it. Who told me I'm your ancestor?" Without waiting for Lin Qianqian to refuse, he took it and began to eat heartily. To be honest, his appetite had increased recently. Previously, 1 bowl was enough. Now, 2 bowls were just right. Lin Qianqian stared wide-eyed. "No, I've already eaten. If you're still hungry, I can buy you another bowl," Su Xian said nonchalantly. So what if I've eaten? I don't mind. Lin Qianqian's eyes widened even more, her cheeks slightly flushed. Well, okay then. After another bowl, Su Xian felt satisfied, burped, and called Lin Qianqian to leave. On the way, they encountered many fellow disciples, who all bowed and greeted him. Seen the little ancestor. Seen the little ancestor. Su Xian walked proudly, chest out, occasionally nodding and smiling in response, already accustomed to it. As for his status, Su Xian didn't need to say more. He enjoyed it very much, especially when he was feeling down. He would deliberately go to crowded places, listening to others call him ancestor, which would instantly lift his spirits. He didn't forget to show off to Lin Qianqian. Hey, it's annoying. You saw it too, with my current status. I can't keep a low profile even if I want to. It's troubling. Lin Qianqian couldn't help but laugh and retorted. Does that mean I should also call you little ancestor? Su Xian replied generously, no need. We're not strangers, you can still call me brother. But your master has to call me uncle. Each has their own title, haha. Lin Qianqian's eyes squinted into crescent moons, happily saying, okay, I'll follow your lead. On the way, they chatted about other matters, including cultivation. Lin Qianqian shared some insights, and Su Xian listened attentively. She also told Su Xian to focus on his cultivation. And once he reached the foundation establishment stage, he could go to the sword tomb to choose a sword. As night fell, the stars were quiet, and the Milky Way hung in the sky. It's getting late, I have to go back. Okay. Lin Qianqian extended her jade-like little hand and said, give me your Dao Jade. Why? Just give it to me. Su Xian didn't think much and handed over his Dao Jade. Lin Qianqian scanned it with her divine sense, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Then she took out her own Dao Jade, tapped it against Su Xian's, and returned it with a smile, reminding him, remember to eat well. I'm leaving now, and I'll come see you another day. After saying that, Qing Shuang was drawn from its sheath, and with a step, she waved goodbye under the starry sky, disappearing into the vast night. Su Xian looked down at the Dao Jade in his hand. A faint trace of fluctuating points visible on it. Tian Jianfeng, disciple Lin Qianqian, is trading points with you. 3,000 points. Su Xian was initially taken aback, remaining silent for a long time. Then the corners of his mouth turned up, grinning as he muttered, didn't he expect her to be a little rich girl? Wealth can lend 1,000 taels of gold, but poverty cannot even borrow half a dough of rice. Su Xian admitted he was a bit moved. Their hasty acquaintance 4 years ago turned into her taking the initiative to transfer 3,000 points to him 4 years later. He didn't know whether 3,000 points was a lot or a little for Lin Qianqian, but for him, it was like a timely help in a crisis. Originally, he just intended to trick her into paying for a meal, but he didn't expect it to resolve his urgent needs. This friendship, Su Xian silently noted. He felt Lin Qianqian was a friend worth keeping. He put away the jade tablet and returned to his small courtyard. Su Xian secretly vowed to himself that he must cultivate his body refinement before spending these points. The next morning, Su Xian went out as usual, preparing to absorb the purple energy of the days beginning at the mountain peak, but he saw Wen Qingxue already sitting in the courtyard. Upon seeing the young man come out, she asked, Little Master Ancestor, have you considered the job of weeding the spiritual herb field? 1 month for 1,000 points. Su Xian, hands behind his back, strolled outside and declined, not going. Wen Qingxue frowned. Do you still have points to eat? Su Xian chuckled, boasting. Your master ancestor has plenty of friends. I won't run out of money for meals. That's a joke. Chapter 33. Dao Pavilion. 1 month for body refinement. 1 month for bone forging, 10 days for blood condensation, and 20 days to break 10 shackles. Su Xian reached the great completion of body refinement. And on the night he broke through to qi refinement, he sat up and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Who? The young man laughed, finally succeeded. After 3 months of body refinement and suffering through hardships, he finally broke through, raising his head and exhaling. He took out the jade tablet, connecting his divine sense. And the realm within the Dao Jade automatically updated. Su Xian, current realm, qi refinement period. In the Windazong, body refinement, qi refinement, and foundation building are merely the basics. Anyone chosen, as long as they do not perish prematurely, can successfully build their foundation. Golden core is just the average line, while nascent soul is the passing line. Therefore, below the golden core, body refinement is simply body refinement, qi refinement is simply qi refinement, and foundation building is simply foundation building, with no so-called distinctions among early, middle, and late stages. From now on, he could finally suffer less. Qi refinement focuses on qi, Unlike body refinement's self-forging, chi refinement relies on comprehension, understanding the heart method, sensing the laws, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish the body and cultivate the sea of chi. At least, Su Xian wouldn't have to go out to face the wind and sun. Moreover, in the chi refinement realm, he could convert some spiritual energy into energy, allowing him to eat less. He sniffed lightly, detecting a foul odor wafting through the air. Looking down, he saw his skin covered in dark impurities. Su Xian had gone out at midnight for a bath by the creek, and a pool of fish and shrimp suffered innocently. The next morning, Su Xian left the small courtyard and randomly caught a disciple from the Sword Peak. Little disciple, do you want an opportunity to show off? What do you say? Master Ancestor, take me to the Dao Pavilion at the Sword Peak. What do you want to go there for? Su Xian replied casually. If you don't want to take me, I'll find someone else. No, Master Ancestor, I'll take you. The young disciple drew his sword and carried Su Xian straight to the main peak. Soon, they arrived in front of the Dao Pavilion. Master Ancestor, we've arrived. Thank you for your hard work. Should I wait for you? No need, you can go back. All right, Master Ancestor. The Dao Pavilion is the library of the Wendazong, storing all the martial arts manuals, divine abilities, and some ancient formations and alchemical books. Every disciple of the Wendazong, upon breaking through to chi refinement, has one opportunity to enter the pavilion, where they can choose any heart method for cultivation. Of course, if you feel it's not enough, you can also use points later to exchange for an entry opportunity. Although it was early morning, many disciples were already coming in and out of the Dao Pavilion. Su Xian's arrival immediately attracted many curious glances, and those nearby actively made way, not forgetting to bow and greet him. Whispers filled the air. Look, that's the little Master Ancestor. Why is he here? Of course, the little Master Ancestor must have entered chi refinement to select a heart method for chi refinement. He entered chi refinement in 3 months. Truly impressive for the little Master Ancestor. Indeed, with a sword spirit root, you think this is a joke? For years of enlightenment at the Sword Monument, he must have gained a great opportunity. Walking to the pavilion, the registering disciple was very respectful and greeted him. Disciple has seen the little Master Ancestor. Su Xian held himself upright, took out the Dao Jade, and proactively handed it over. I want to enter the pavilion for a look, so please register. Understood, Master Ancestor, please wait a moment. The disciple was quick, completing the registration and handing Su Xian a Dao entry pass, reminding him, Little Master Ancestor, this is the entry pass. The Dao Pavilion has 6 floors, and you can stay inside for 3 hours with this pass. When the time is up, the laws inside will force you out. During that time, you may select one martial art to imprint. Su Xian nodded slightly, casting an appreciative glance. Thank you for your hard work. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. Understood. Putting away the entry pass, Su Xian walked straight into the pavilion, understanding the rules. He had already inquired about them before coming. The Wendazong's principle is that opportunities are presented before you, to be taken based on one's abilities. Whether it's selecting martial arts in the Dao Pavilion or seeking immortal swords in the Sword Tomb, it all comes down to fate. In front of opportunities, everyone is equal. Relatively fair, no doubt about that. If it weren't for Su Xian being the little disciple of the Sword Ancestor, he might truly not believe it and would suspect this is just a facade put on by the higher-ups, secretly pulling strings behind the scenes. But he is. He truly has no privileges. It's just that the disciples in the mountains respect him very much. But this is something he cannot exchange for with his lack of salary. Who among the ancestors, the only junior brother of the sect master, can live as he does, where even meals are a problem? But complaints aside, in the Wendazong, Su Xian really couldn't pick out any faults. In his past life, he had seen those scheming women and arrogant disciples in fantasy novels, mocking others in public while stabbing them in the back, bullying the weak. All of that does not exist in the Wendazong. Do you want to show off and slap faces in the Wendazong? Impossible. There's no opportunity for that. The law enforcement hall will make you question your life. It must be said, although there are only 100 disciples recruited every 5 years, the quality is indeed high, especially with the 3 questions of introspection, which directly eliminates those with improper intentions. One can say that the Wendazong is truly upright in the mortal realm. No wonder. The prominent families and even the royal descendants in Fan Province are willing to go to great lengths, even risking their lives, to get their juniors into the Wendazong. Unfortunately, Wendazong does not allow backdoor entries. Even for special recruitments, one must pass 3 tests, Wenling, Wenxin, and Wenjian. whether royal or of noble lineage. Only geniuses and virtuous individuals can enter Windazong. Su Xian heard that there was a royal descendant who, after entering Windazong, stubbornly refused to return home to inherit the throne, only wanting to eliminate demons and uphold the Tao, which infuriated his father, who had no choice but to practice a secondary instrument. As Su Xian stepped through the gate of the Tao Pavilion, he felt a power that did not belong to him descend, sealing his divine consciousness. The Tao guide in his hand emitted a golden light, protecting him within. This was the celestial restriction left by the sword ancestor in the Tao Pavilion. Anyone entering the pavilion would have their divine consciousness sealed. What lay before him was an intricate maze of bookshelves filled with heart methods and secret scriptures, stacked layer upon layer, densely packed. What does the word Yuan mean? It means that anyone entering the Tao Pavilion can only view the names of the techniques to select from and cannot open them. Once touched, it counts as a choice, and the Tao guide in hand will automatically record it. However, as when Qingxue said, when cultivating techniques, it's not about strength or weakness. The most suitable is best. High-ranked techniques might not be manageable, but cultivating low-ranked heart methods to their extremes can yield unexpected gains. Su Xian had no great pursuit in this matter. The little book spirit said that as long as he establishes his foundation, he can cultivate the Sword Tower Divine technique obtained from the Sword Steel. For now, it was just a transition. Originally thinking of casually picking one, he unexpectedly found that the scriptures before him were filled with entries. The Jimmy Sword Song, Earth Grade, Upper Tier, the Essence of Pill Techniques, Mystical Grade, Lower Tier, the Killing Array, Earth Grade, Lower Tier, and the Dragon Seeking Technique, Earth Grade, Middle Tier. Su Xian was directly stunned, not expecting that the restrictions within could not limit the insights shared with him by the little book spirit. With a sly smile, he thought, then I can't be blamed for this. Su Xian scanned the first floor, then went to the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth floors. And after completing a round, he returned to the third floor, took a scripture from the pavilion, held it in his hand, and squinted with a smile. This one. The Qinglian Sword Song, the only celestial grade sword technique in the Tao Pavilion. Chapter 34. Qinglian Sword Song. Dragon's Cry. The sword rests in the cold pond, singing wildly in the box. Qinglian Sword Song. When cultivated to the great completion, the sword emerges like a blooming blue lotus, 1,000 miles of azure. One sword gives birth to one lotus. One lotus spawns 10,000 swords. Su Xian did not choose to imprint it. Instead, he used the little book spirit's ability to memorize it and engraved it into his consciousness. He left, taking only half an hour. After returning the Tao guide, he inevitably chatted a few more words with that disciple, exchanging pleasantries. Master Ancestor, you're done so quickly. Won't you take a closer look? No need. I'm leaving. As soon as Su Xian left, that disciple couldn't help but curiously explore the information in the Tao guide. And upon seeing that Su Xian had chosen the Qinglian Sword Song, he couldn't help but gasp. Looking at Su Xian again, he saw that the latter had already left on a sword with another disciple. Scratching his head, he mumbled, Little Master Ancestor really lives up to the title. Starting off with such a fierce technique. Can he handle it? Haste makes waste. Cultivation emphasizes being grounded, steady, and methodical. Body refinement is the stepping stone. Qi refinement is the foundation. Although the techniques in the Tao Pavilion cannot be casually browsed, the names of the techniques are not hidden. Any third-generation disciple in Windazong can clarify the names of the top-tier techniques. However, very few disciples choose these heavenly-tier techniques right from the start. Most begin with earth-tier techniques, and a significant portion even actively choose mystical tier ones. The higher the tier, the rarer and stronger it is. This is a truth understood even by 3-year-old children. However, cultivators must have self-awareness. The higher the technique level, the harder it is to master and comprehend its principles. If you can't learn it, it's like a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water, merely superficial. You can only see it, not consume it. Even if your comprehension is astonishing and you truly learn it, trying to master a heavenly tier technique at the Qi refinement or foundation establishment stage is inherently risky. A moment of carelessness can lead to disaster, falling into madness, and the destruction of one's Tao seeds. This happens frequently in the cultivation world, especially in Windazong. The heavenly tier sword techniques are known for their dominance. In the past, there were many proud individuals who could not withstand the energy backlash from high-tier sword techniques, resulting in their bodies exploding. Cases of falling into madness are common. He clearly remembers that when he entered Qi refinement and went to the Tao Pavilion to select techniques, his master specifically warned him to act according to his abilities, saying that his constitution was not like others, being a water and wind mixed spiritual root, relatively soft, and advised against practicing techniques above earth tier middle rank before forming the Dan. It's likely that other disciples are not much different from him. In Windazong, everyone starts by choosing a suitable technique for cultivation, and once they form the Dan or even enter the nascent soul stage, they can use points to enter the Tao Pavilion to attempt cultivating higher tier techniques. After all, the cultivation philosophy of Windazong has always emphasized that moving quickly is not as good as moving steadily, and moving steadily is not as good as lasting longer. Like Su Xian, choosing such a high-tier technique right at the beginning of Qi refinement is something he has never seen in decades here. Especially since Su Xian chose the Qinglian Sword Song, the highest-tier sword technique in the entire Tao Pavilion, the renowned sword technique of the Sword Ancestor, and one of the top 10 most dominant sword techniques in Fan Province. It is rumored that since the Sword Ancestor, no disciple of Windazong has ever successfully cultivated this sword technique. It is not only dominant, but also extremely difficult. If he were not Su Xian, he would have definitely mocked him, asking where this reckless young man came from, as if trying to be funny. But he is Su Xian, Sword Spirit Root. Sudden enlightenment at the Sword Steel. 3 months of Qi refinement. A little disciple of the Sword Ancestor, being a bit abnormal, is normal. While he was mumbling, he removed the mark on the Tao Guide, recycled it for use, and when he looked up, a beautiful figure appeared before him. That disciple was slightly taken aback. Senior Sister Wen? When Qing Xue, expressionless, asked, "What technique did the little master ancestor choose just now?" The disciple hesitated, thinking that it was not appropriate to speak of the master ancestor's matters. One Qing Xue frowned tightly and said in a deep voice, "The sect master asked me to watch over the little master ancestor. If I ask, you answer. Do not break the rules." The disciple swallowed hard, avoiding her gaze, and said, "Qinglian Sword Song." When Qing Xue was obviously taken aback, her eyes flashing with alternating light and darkness, questioning, "Really?" "Absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can ask the master ancestor." "Thank you," Wen Qing Xue said with a nod, leaving with her head down, looking worried. The answer of Qinglian Sword Song was unexpected. She had clearly told him the pros and cons. Why wasn't he listening? It was one thing to choose a high-tier technique, but he had to pick the Qinglian Sword Song. Just as she was thinking of going to persuade Su Xian again, she remembered the sect master's instructions from a few days ago and immediately dismissed the thought. Forget it. He probably won't be able to cultivate it anyway. It's time for the little master ancestor to settle down. Not long after when Qingxue left, another person arrived in front of the Tao Pavilion. The disciple had just closed his eyes for a moment when a shadow covered him, blinking his eyes in a daze. He saw the person coming and hurriedly stood up, respectfully saying, "I greet sect leader Li. Windazong has 13 halls and 7 peaks. Aside from the main peak, there are a total of 6 peak masters and 13 hall masters. The one before me is the master of the sword peak, or the hall master of the sword hall, and also the only direct disciple of the sect leader, making him the youngest elder of the sword pavilion. He gathers countless glories in one body, a legendary figure of the Asking Tao sect, rarely seen in public. However, everyone knows him. Can I ask you something?" The peak master instructed. What cultivation method did Su Xian choose? The disciple was taken aback, hesitated not at all, and blurted out, "Qinglian Sword Song." Unlike the former, Li Qingshan did not doubt what the disciple said, and after receiving the answer, he left with a stride. He understands Su Xian. For this kid, normal people's tasks are never done. What is abnormal is normal for him. After Li Qingshan left, the disciple brushed his chest and let out a long sigh. Wondering what was going on, so many big shots came early in the morning. Later, Li Qingshan, feeling uneasy about Su Xian, especially went to Wen Qingshue's small courtyard and secretly observed Su Xian for a whole day and night. That is the only immortal grade sword technique of the Asking Tao sect. One of the 10 great sword techniques of the mortal realm. He wasn't afraid that Su Xian couldn't practice it. He was just afraid that if Su Xian could practice it, he would end up getting himself killed. Fortunately, after a day and night, everything was calm, and he finally felt relieved to leave. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but shake his head and self-deprecate with a smile. What am I worried about? Even if he is a genius, he can't possibly master the Qinglian Sword Song during the Qi refining stage. Haha. Inside the room, Su Xian, after a day and night, looked dispirited, holding the sword technique, gazing at the ceiling, and sighed sadly. Cultivating immortality is so damn hard. A day and night, with nothing to gain. He was about to go crazy. Body refinement is too bitter. Chi refinement is too difficult. This immortal cultivation is truly frustrating. I don't believe it. A fine young man from the 21st century, fully developed in virtue, wisdom, physical fitness, aesthetic, and labor, can easily screw in a screw. Yet I can't master this little Qinglian sword song. Chapter 35. Cultivating immortality is hard in the mountains. Months passed, and as spring arrived, Su Xian woke up with the mountain flowers gradually blooming. Su Xian broke the mirror and began refining qi in April, when the peach blossoms were at their most vibrant. In the blink of an eye, the peach blossoms had fallen, and the branches were bearing fruit, big and sweet. Su Xian paced in place, without making any progress. He had recited the sword technique countless times, already able to recite it backward, and during the countless days of sleeplessness, the young man rarely left his small room. He would go out once every few days for a meal, working hard to an alarming degree. He was dead set on the Qinglian sword song. Wen Qingxue once thought Su Xian had gone mad. Initially, she didn't pay much attention, thinking he wouldn't last long, but as months passed, she had no choice but to regard Su Xian with new eyes. Some rumors about Su Xian also collapsed in her heart without any attack. Time was precious. When Su Xian finally woke, she had once overheard several elders discussing privately that Su Xian was not an easy child and would eventually cause trouble. And she had also heard some things about Su Xian in the 3 inquiries of Asking Heart. Filling the well, killing everything. The most shocking was that Su Xian had angered the river spirit from the 3rd inquiry to the point of bursting. Originally, she held a skeptical attitude. But now she was disbelieving. How could such a hard-working little master do those ridiculous things? She wanted to say that rumors stop with the wise. During Su Xian's seclusion, Lin Qianqian came to visit him once. When she saw Su Xian looking dejected, she was startled, and after understanding the reason, she only reminded Su Xian not to rush. Su Xian casually brushed it off in a few words. Lin Qianqian said goodbye, mentioning that she had to go out with her senior brothers to carry out a task for the sect and wouldn't be back for a few months. So she specially brought some points for Su Xian, fearing he wouldn't have food to eat. Su Xian refused, saying he hadn't spent the last points yet. And that with the breakthrough in qi refining, he spent all day in the room comprehending the sword technique, consuming little energy, and that with a qi refining body. He could eat once every 3 days. However, Lin Qianqian didn't intend to negotiate with Su Xian, insisting and transferring 2,000 points to him. Su Xian expressed that he liked this domineering girl. Suddenly, he had a feeling of being supported by someone. In less than half a year, he borrowed 5,000 points, which was no small amount for a disciple in the mountains. He silently noted it down, lowering his head in thought. If I can't comprehend this, I really have to go work to pay off my debts. Master, you must believe in yourself. Reading 100 times, the meaning will naturally reveal itself. The principle is the same. As long as you persevere, you will surely see the moon when the clouds clear. Su Xian hung his head, rolling his eyes at the little book spirit in front of him. It's been almost 3 months, and I'm not persistent enough? The little book spirit encouraged. Cultivation is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Some people don't enter qi refining for years, and some don't sense spiritual energy for many years. You're already ahead of many. Su Xian replied indifferently. I'm not the same as them. I'm a genius. The little book spirit said, truly narcissistic. Time continued to pass. The seasons changed. At the peak of Asking Sword Peak, in the sect leader's courtyard, Li Qingshan came uninvited. Yi Xinyu was swinging on a swing, casually asking, what are you here for? Just came to see you, old lady. Yi Xinyu chided, if you're so idle, find me a disciple. Someone who is completely idle is disgraceful. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes and complained, I want to teach too, but there's not a single one I like. The only one I liked was snatched by your master. Yi Xinyu scolded gently, what do you mean by your master? That's your ancestor. You're being disrespectful. Li Qingshan didn't care. What is there to be afraid of? He can't hear me. Casually bringing it up, Yi Xinyu took the bait and asked, by the way, how is your little master uncle doing? Li Qingshan lazily replied, why are you asking me? Didn't you send that girl Qingxue to keep an eye on him? Hearing Li Qingshan's tone, Yi Xinyu fell silent and disdainfully retorted, is it my fault? I asked you to take him, but you refused. Li Qingshan shrugged, it's my fault, all right? I'm just stating facts. Li Qingshan fell silent, thinking about how to take him. Following that kid around, calling him little master uncle, How embarrassing would that be? The person was brought back by himself. And in the end, he became his master uncle. Who would he explain that to? Especially thinking about encountering Su Xian at the Sword Peak. That kid would call out to him from afar. Come here, little mountain uncle. He couldn't help but laugh and cry, if it weren't for his speed. In short, it was hard to explain. Yi Xinyu jumped off the swing, walked up to Li Qingshan, kicked him, and angrily said, I'm asking you a question. Li Qingshan pouted, looking like a boy who had made a mistake, and honestly replied, not much. He stays locked in the courtyard all day, comprehending his sword technique. Like he is possessed. Yi Xinyu became interested, gracefully sitting down, resting her chin on her hands, and asked, Oh, what's sword technique? Li Qingshan glanced out of the corner of his eye. You don't know? Yi Xinyu replied nonchalantly. How would I know? I just asked that girl to watch him and not let him cause trouble. Besides, I'm so busy every day. Do you think I'm like you? Li Qingshan, somewhat skeptical, uttered 4 words. Qinglian's sword song. Yi Xinyu's eyes widened upon hearing this. Li Qingshan laughed and said, When I heard it, I had the same expression. Yi Xinyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, her gaze wandering, muttering, Is it that fierce? Starting with such a powerful sword technique, this Azure Lotus sword song. Even my senior brothers can't do it. Yet, Li Qingshan said lightly, You don't know him, do you? He is Su Xian, the one who dared to smash the ancestral master's chessboard. What is this? Yi Xinyu pondered for a moment, recalling Su Xian's previous actions, and agreed. That's true. He doesn't follow the usual path. After a pause, she couldn't help but exclaim, But your little martial uncle is indeed different. He is impressive. I didn't expect him to work so hard and be so dedicated during his training. I was still worried he might cause trouble. But it's been almost half a year and nothing has happened. He's quite reliable. Li Qingshan straightened up a bit, smirking proudly. I said it before, in the illusion. That kid was just acting. His nature isn't bad. Yi Xinyu pointed her finger like a sword and poked his forehead hard, reproaching. What do you mean, that kid? That's my little martial brother, your little martial uncle. No respect. Li Qingshan fell silent, feeling that calling Su Xian martial uncle was harder than killing him. The two bantered back and forth, occasionally discussing Su Xian's recent situation, even placing a bet on whether Su Xian could comprehend the Azure Lotus sword technique. Yi Xinyu chose first. Bet against it. As usual, they wagered 1 million points. Li Qingshan was used to it since his master had already tricked him many times before. But who told him he only had one master? How do you know I just saved up 1 million points? Yi Xinyu declared confidently, Because I am your master. You got me there. 3 months. What 3 months? Yi Xinyu smiled and said, If you can't learn the first sword in 3 months, I win. Li Qingshan's expression suddenly changed. I heard that your little martial uncle likes to drink porridge. Haha, what are you laughing at? Li Qingshan gritted his teeth and sneered. When I first entered, I also liked to drink porridge. Yi Xinyu beamed. What a coincidence, so did I. Because I got rained on, I wouldn't let others use an umbrella. Chapter 36. The Azure Lotus appears autumn. The mountains are covered in red leaves. In the morning, the autumn wind blows gently, and the red sun rises. A young man sits atop a mountain, an iron sword resting on his knee. As the first ray of sunlight shines down, the boy slowly opens his eyes, revealing a flicker of purple energy in his gaze. He takes his sword, stands up, adopts a half-bow stance, one hand gripping the sword sheath, the other grasping the sword handle. The young man takes a deep breath, sinking his energy into his dantian, and slowly exhales. The Azure Lotus appears. The boy draws his sword, and beneath his feet, a blue lotus flower materializes from nothingness. As the sword is drawn, blue fluorescence surges into the sheath, and then follows the sword out, slashing forward. Clang! A sound of the sword ringing echoes, the long wind like a blade, howling forward. Boom! With a loud bang, a giant rock 3 meters away shatters into pieces. The sword energy ripples through space, and the ground is cut open, leaving a trench about a foot deep. In a flash, dust and leaves fly. After a while, as the long wind sweeps by, the dust settles, the Azure Lotus dissipates. And the boy stands holding his sword, gazing up at the sky, his eyes shining with fervor, suddenly bursting into wild laughter. Ha! I did it. His voice is desolate, filled with madness. The first form of the Azure Lotus sword song is the Azure Lotus appears. 5 full months. Su Xian has been neglecting sleep and food, exhausted, and finally comprehended a trace of the true meaning of the Azure Lotus sword technique. executing this sword. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. You've reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The little book spirit flits around excitedly. Su Xian smiled lightly, suddenly sheathing his sword. Casting a glance with a carefree demeanor, it's no big deal, just a routine operation. With a flick of his hand, he sheathed the sword and descended the mountain, heading straight for the spirit food workshop. Today, his swordsmanship has been achieved, and it must be celebrated. Taozi, Zhou Tao, with a big ladle on his shoulder, peeked out and laughed. Oh, little martial ancestor, you're here. Same as usual? Drinking spirit porridge? Su Xian shook his sleeve, full of spirit, and said, Who do you look down on? Huh. Su Xian boldly declared, Add an egg for me. Zhou Tao, is that all? Just as Su Xian left, Li Qingshan arrived, standing in front of the shattered rocks, one hand supporting his elbow, the other stroking his chin, sometimes frowning, sometimes wrinkling his nose, his expression shifting between gloom and brightness. He muttered to himself, did he really manage to practice it? Originally, he had no expectations for Su Xian, thinking he was just young and ignorant. Later, he was impressed by Su Xian's persistence. Until now, his shock was beyond words. Could it be that the Azure Lotus Sword Song can only be mastered by those who comprehend the stone tablet? People say he is a genius in swordsmanship, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy in Fan Prefecture, and he never stays low-key, asking himself if it is indeed so, as there is no one among his peers who can catch his eye, invincible yet lonely. But today, he had to admit that Su Xian's understanding of swordsmanship far surpassed his own. The Azure Lotus sword technique. He had practiced it, so he knew how difficult it was. Back then, with his golden core cultivation, he spent a full 3 months just to barely use the Azure Lotus appears. Even now, he could only use 7 forms of it, still superficial and lacking in intent. Now Su Xian, in 5 months, with his qi refining realm, had actually forged the first sword. Moreover, judging by the traces left by this sword, it was extremely pure. He thought Su Xian might truly comprehend the last 4 legendary swords of the 13 swords of the Azure Lotus Sword Song in the future. First sword, Everlasting Life, second sword, a lotus withered and crossed third sword, Infinite Lotus Ring fourth sword, 10,000 lotuses blooming together according to the historical records of the sect. It was said that the sword ancestor once used the last sword, 10,000 lotuses blooming together, transforming one sword into a vast ocean, where lotus flowers bloomed for thousands of miles, turning into countless sword intents, rising to the heavens. The current lord of the great wilderness, Beast God Bai Zhe, suffered a narrow defeat. Afterward, he led the Beast clan to flee the great wilderness. Just thinking about that scene makes one's blood boil. Li Qingshan returned. When Qingxue followed out, standing in place, she was lost in thought for a good half a stick of incense before she finally left, heading straight to the main peak. Yi Xinyu, upon learning that Su Xian had comprehended the first sword of the Azure Lotus Sword Song, was also overjoyed, praising, the student surpasses the master. After comprehending the Azure Lotus appears, Su Xian spent 3 days consolidating his understanding, and a small hill was cut into pieces by him. Once skilled, Su Xian shifted his focus to the cultivation of his mind method, using a trace of Azure Lotus Sword intent to fill his qi, nurturing that sword intent with the spiritual energy of the world. This process is much like farming. The Azure Lotus Sword intent is the seed. The qi is the land. The sword intent plants in the qi, absorbs spiritual energy for nourishment, takes root and sprouts, and when the lotus flowers bloom, it will be the time of breakthrough. Since it's farming, if the land is fertile, it grows fast, and one can also use external forces. The most common method is to absorb spiritual energy from spirit stones for nourishment, which is faster than self-cultivation and comprehension. It's like fertilizing. Unfortunately, Su Xian's 3 spirit stones were blocked by himself. He had visited the spirit stone shop run by the merchant hall. A low-grade spirit stone costs 100 points. A middle-grade spirit stone costs 200 points. And a high-grade spirit stone costs a whopping 500 points. What's the difference from robbery? Once upon a time, Su Xian traded 3 pieces of spirit stones for a total of only 120 points, clearly being taken advantage of by Zhou Tao. This act of betrayal against his mentor and ancestors was indeed regrettable. Su Xian could not afford such extravagant resources and could only diligently focus on his cultivation. However, the trip was not in vain. He learned that the business hall had a recycling service, where crafted swords, refined pills, mined spirit stones, and cultivated spiritual herbs could all be sold for money. He planned to start making money after he established his foundation. After retrieving his sword from the sword tomb, he would begin farming and refining pills. After all, he still had a famine of 6,000 points hanging over him. Time flew by during his cultivation days. Su Xian, who did not wish to become an immortal, still worked hard. Apart from occasionally going out to meet his basic needs and taking occasional naps to prevent sudden death, he was always meditating and comprehending the Tao. His qi gradually expanded. Thanks to the foundation of the sword's spirit root, the guidance of the little book spirit, and the enhancement of the Qinglian sword song, Su Xian's realm progressed rapidly. However, the Qinglian sword intent was quite violent, constantly trying to take control and shatter his qi. Fortunately, the book spirit said that there was a sword embryo left by the sword tower within him, enough to suppress it, allowing Su Xian to cultivate freely. Otherwise, he might have already been destroyed by the violent sword intent. Destined by fate, after 2 months, Su Xian's qi was full, reaching the peak of qi refinement, and only 1 step away from establishing his foundation. One day, he knocked on Wen Qingshue's door for the first time. "Little master ancestor, what is it?" Su Xian said somewhat shyly. One, can you lend me some points?" Chapter 37. Foundation Establishment Pill. Wen Qingxue scanned Su Xian with her eyes and, unlike before, did not refuse. Instead, she asked, "Master ancestor, what do you need it for?" Su Xian replied frankly, "I want to make a foundation establishment pill to establish my foundation." Wen Qingxue looked at Su Xian calmly, silent, her gaze strange. The phrase clear as snow, cold as frost was indeed describing her kind of gaze. Su Xian felt a bit dazed under her stare, shrugged, and thought it was no use. A gentleman does not force others into difficulty. Seeing Su Xian turn to leave, Wen Qingxue called out, "The foundation establishment pill doesn't cost anything." Su Xian stopped in his tracks, suddenly turned back, and said in disbelief, "What? It doesn't cost anything?" Wen Qingxue nodded. Su Xian, still skeptical, asked, "Is there really such a good thing?" "This is not the style of the Tao-seeking sect," Wen Qingxue explained. "Disciples of the sect can directly go to the pill hall to receive a foundation establishment pill when establishing their foundation. However, before going to the pill hall, you need to get a certificate from the task hall and fill out an application form. Once you break through to the foundation establishment, you will have to repay the debt by completing a task. 1 foundation establishment pill is equivalent to 1 A-level task or 3 B-level tasks." Su Xian's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "It can be done this way?" Wen Qingxue nodded. "Yes, foundation establishment pills are very expensive, costing 10,000 points each, while a normal A-level task only rewards around 3,000 points. The sect naturally hopes that its disciples can break through to the foundation establishment as soon as possible, so they won't make things difficult for them. This method is used to prevent waste and to motivate the disciples. If you owe a debt, you must repay it. Of course, if you don't want to complete a task, you can buy it with points, but it will be more expensive." Su Xian understood immediately. The Tao-seeking sect governed 5,000 miles of territory, situated deep in the northern frontier, bordering the Northern Sea to the north, the Great Wasteland to the east, and the Demon Abyss to the west. Except for the south, it was surrounded by enemies, filled with foreign races. Although the Sword Ancestor had driven these foreign races away back in the day, over time, some of them would inevitably sneak across the border and cause chaos. The Tao-seeking sect took it upon themselves to eliminate demons and uphold righteousness. Within the sect, A and B-level tasks mostly involved slaying demons and evil spirits, which was indeed quite suitable. "All right, I got it. Thanks, little one, I'm off." "Master Ancestor, is there anything else?" Wen Qingxue asked softly. "Although the foundation establishment pill can be credited, you still need to complete tasks to repay it. It's best to stabilize yourself. This way, you can minimize failures. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Su Xian flashed a confident smile, showing his white teeth as he said, "Don't worry, who am I? A natural talent. I'll handle it in one go. Just watch." Wen Qingxue furrowed her brows, as if she had heard a boast, but she did not refute him. Although this little master uncle seemed somewhat out of touch at times, he was actually very reliable, especially in terms of his cultivation talent. In 10 months, he had refined his body and qi, and now he was starting to establish his foundation. This speed was rare even in the entire Tao-seeking sect and the mortal world. After all, throughout this entire process, he had not relied on any external forces. Not even half a piece of spirit stone, and his meals had only consisted of spirit porridge. If they did not spend every day together in the same courtyard, she would have suspected that Su Xian had secretly consumed some pills to accelerate his growth. Otherwise, how could he be so fast? It wasn't until Su Xian left the small courtyard that she withdrew her gaze, lowered her eyes, and silently thought, I hope so. Upon returning to her room and closing the wooden door, she sometimes found it hard to understand why the master ancestor, who worked so hard and had such strong talent, was treated so harshly by the sect leader and peak master, with no resources allocated to him at all, especially since she had been chosen to look after Su Xian, and she was specifically instructed not to intervene in his cultivation unless he asked. Other disciples, even her former self, could not avoid having their masters by their side guiding them and helping them in secret during their cultivation. But for the little master ancestor, there was nothing provided, only the cultivation methods, truly self-taught. To be honest, although the little master ancestor's realm was not as high as hers, and he was much younger, she genuinely admired him from the bottom of her heart. Of course, she couldn't understand but accepted it, believing that the sect leader must have his reasons. Su Xian stepped out and randomly stopped the disciple. Master ancestor, what is it? Take me to the task hall. Oh, the disciple summoned a sword, and Su Xian leaped onto it, standing with his hands behind his back. As they flew, the disciple reminded, Master ancestor, my sword control is a bit rough. You might want to hold on to me. Su Xian glanced at the male disciple in front of him, ultimately refusing and cheerfully saying, how rough can it be? Just go. Oh, a moment later, in front of the task hall on sword-seeking peak, Su Xian jumped off the sword and looked deeply at the disciple, imprinting his appearance in his mind. It really is rough. Almost sent him away. Young man, you need to practice your sword control more. This isn't safe. He got it. Master ancestor, you go ahead and be busy. The disciple grinned and added, Little master ancestor, I'm not busy. I'll wait here for you. Aren't you going to the pill hall later? Su Xian shivered all over. No need for that, he said with a quick thanks and dashed away. The disciple scratched his head, grinning foolishly. The little master ancestor is quite polite. Then he left on his sword. 3 breaths later, outside sword-seeking peak, a loud curse was heard. Damn it, can't you watch where you're flying? You almost hit someone. Su Xian heard this and glanced back, feeling a lingering fear. TSK. This child is so fierce. In the entire task hall of the Asking Dao sect, there is only one. It's quite large. All tasks are received and released here. Disciples above the foundation establishment stage can take on external tasks here. The tasks are divided into 2 types, one initiated by the sect, and the other initiated by individuals within the sect. The latter not only requires a reward, but also a 10% commission for the sect. Tasks are categorized from difficult to easy, with clear pricing. It is noon. Many disciples are coming and going, some alone, some in groups of 2 or 3, creating a lively and harmonious atmosphere. Su Xian did not squeeze into the crowd, but went directly to the Foundation Establishment pill registration area after making inquiries. In the Asking Dao sect, there are not many new disciples. They recruit once every 5 years, with only about 100 at a time. Along with some disciples recruited by the sect's ancestors and elders on other occasions, the average number per year does not exceed 50. Therefore, any business related to new disciples is extremely relaxed. At this moment, when Su Xian arrived, the female disciple handling the business was fast asleep. It's indeed rare to see a girl snoring. After going through the process and filling out the form, Su Xian left the task hall under the enthusiastic farewell of the female disciple. Just as he was about to randomly pick a lucky person, a snow-white hand patted his shoulder. Little master ancestor. Chapter 38. Yao Xiao. Su Xian turned around abruptly and saw a stranger. A girl with long silver hair tied into 2 long ponytails with a white hair band, falling down to her waist. The mountains were as dark as ink. Her brows and eyes were like a painting, dressed in a light blue long dress, with a small green bag slung over her shoulder, adding a touch of youthful vitality to her. Her eyes were large and clear, and when they met his, it felt like standing by a slow-flowing creek in summer. The water clear enough to see the bottom. On her forehead hung a line of words, Mid-stage golden core. She stood on her tiptoes, hands behind her back, and smiled brightly. You really are the little master ancestor. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Her voice was ethereal, like a lark in an empty valley. Su Xian was taken aback and asked, Who are you? The silver-haired girl bowed to Su Xian and sweetly said, Hello, little master ancestor. My name is Yao Xiao, a disciple of the Falling Cloud Peak Alchemy Hall. Su Xian pondered for a moment and said, Oh, Yao Xiaoxiao was full of anticipation, her clear eyes shining brightly. Do you know me, little master ancestor? Su Xian shook his head. I don't know. Yao Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly smiled. Then it might be because little master ancestor doesn't go out much. I'm actually quite famous. Su Xian. Yao Xiaoxiao paused for a moment and continued. Of course, I'm a bit less famous than you, little master ancestor. Su Xian did not intend to linger and asked proactively, do you need something from me? Yao Xiaoxiao waved her hands repeatedly, smiling. No, I just wanted to greet you, little master ancestor. Su Xian straightened his posture, looking a bit older than his age, and said, okay, I'll remember you. But now I have to go. You can play by yourself. However, Yao Xiaoxiao jumped in front of Su Xian enthusiastically. Where are you going, master ancestor? Let me accompany you. Su Xian raised an eyebrow. Sure, I happen to be going to the alchemy hall. How coincidental. Just so coincidental. Yao Xiaoxiao was very happy, twirling her fingers in the air, and suddenly a large jade gourd appeared out of nowhere. Yao Xiaoxiao called out, little master ancestor, please. Su Xian looked on with curiosity. Although disciples in the mountains did not all use swords, it was common to see some disciples using other magical tools like boats, wish-granting rods, compasses, sticks, and even a leaf from a distance. This was the first time he saw a magical tool up close besides a sword. He couldn't help but take a few more glances and reached out to pat it, praising, your gourd is pretty good. It has a celestial aura. Yao Xiaoxiao squinted her crescent-shaped eyes and happily introduced. This is a jade gourd, given to me by my grandpa. It flies very fast and steady. Su Xian said seriously, steady is good, safety is very important. Yes, little master ancestor, let's go. Saying this, Yao Xiaoxiao looked around and smiled. Otherwise, people will think we're monkeys. Su Xian glanced around and saw many disciples passing by, looking at them and discussing among themselves. He was used to it and found it nothing unusual. All right, let's go. Unlike the sword, this jade gourd was rideable, and it even had a cushion on top, making it soft and comfortable to sit on, giving Su Xian a full sense of security. He liked it very much and thought that when he learned to fly, he would get one of these magical tools too. Flying with a sword was too risky. You had to stand the whole time, which was tiring. The jade gourd, under Yao Xiaoxiao's control, soared into the clouds, away from the hustle and bustle. However, the discussions behind them only increased, becoming noisier. That girl seems to be Yao Xiaoxiao, the granddaughter of old man Yao. Yeah, only the descendants of the Yao family have white hair and a jade gourd. Can't be wrong. Hee, she's really cute. I advise you not to have any ideas about her. Be careful, old man Yao catches you and makes you a specimen. TSK, what a pity. Such a good cabbage is being pushed by a pig. Who is the pig? Who is the cabbage? Obviously that guy. He looks at least 18 and is still at the chi refining stage. That person is the little master ancestor, Su Xian. Cough, cough. What a match made in heaven. Truly a perfect couple. Above the green mountains and clouds, the jade gourd flew steadily, and Yao Xiaoxiao boasted, little master ancestor, do you know how I recognized you? You've seen me? Su Xian probed. No. Then how? I guessed. Guessing is quite accurate. It's actually not hard to guess. Disciples at the chi refining stage either came in 10 years ago or 5 years ago, and there aren't many of them. You're so handsome. You must be the little master ancestor. Su Xian was taken aback, genuinely praising. I have to say, you have great insight. He thought this girl was quite nice. Yao Xiaoxiao smiled even sweeter, like a simple-minded little girl, and indeed, she was a little girl. Thank you for the compliment, little master ancestor. Changing the subject, she asked, by the way, little master ancestor, what are you going to our alchemy hall for? Su Xian said straightforwardly, nothing much. I'm going to get a foundation establishment pill. Suddenly, Yao Xiaoxiao came to a sudden stop, almost flinging Su Xian off. Why aren't we moving? Yao Xiaoxiao turned back to look at Su Xian, her face innocent. I have foundation establishment pills. Huh. Saying this, to Su Xian's confusion, Yao Xiaoxiao took out a small medicine bottle from her bag, shook it in her hand, and proudly said, look, foundation establishment pill. Then she generously handed it directly to Su Xian. Here you go. Su Xian was taken aback. For me? Yes. Before Su Xian could refuse, Yao Xiaoxiao grabbed his hand and forcefully stuffed the medicine bottle into his hand, not forgetting to say generously, there are 10 inside. If it's not enough, I can get you more. At the moment of contact, Su Xian's whole body trembled, his eyes lowered, and he instinctively looked at Yao Xiaoxiao's hands. A fleeting sense of daze crossing his eyes. It wasn't because of the gift of medicine. but because Yao Xiaoxiao's hands were extremely cold. Just a brief touch felt like putting his hand into a snowbank on a winter day. For a moment, he was lost in thought. Little Master Ancestor Su Xian regained his senses, looked at the elixir bottle in his hand, then turned to the girl in front of him, swallowed hard, and said blankly, "I don't have any points." Yao Xiaoxiao chuckled, "I don't want points." Su Xian was taken aback. "Really, for free?" "Yes." "Isn't that a bit too much?" Su Xian hesitated a bit. Yao Xiaoxiao confidently patted her not-so-prominent chest and said, "These are all made by me. It won't cost many points. Just take it. No need to be polite. This is my filial piety as a junior." Seeing her generosity, Su Xian stopped hesitating and smiled. "All right, since the lady is sincerely giving it, I want tea refuse. I accept." After a pause, he poured one out from the elixir bottle and handed the rest back, continuing, "But one is enough. I one tea needs so many. The rest is for you." Chapter 39. The boy establishes his foundation. Yao Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise, as if she had heard something incredible. Su Xian smiled slightly. "Yes, just one. Little Master Ancestor?" Yao Xiaoxiao said earnestly. "I feel like you're bragging." Yao Xiaoxiao spread her hands, "But I have no evidence." Su Xian was amused, feeling this girl was a bit silly, but she was quite nice. "Just keep it." He handed the elixir bottle back again. Yao Xiaoxiao pushed it away. "You keep it for emergencies. My Dan hall is lacking everything except elixirs, hee. Su Xian declined again. "No, it's really enough. One shouldn't be too greedy. Enough is fine." Seeing Su Xian persist in refusing, Yao Xiaoxiao didn't insist further, skeptically taking back the elixir bottle, unable to help but ask, "Is one really enough?" "Of course." "All right." After a slight pause, she inexplicably emphasized, "Actually, I also succeeded in establishing my foundation with just one." Su Xian was taken aback, looking at the girl with interest, thinking, "I didn't even ask you?" Yao Xiaoxiao felt a bit shy under his gaze, her eyes flickering as she said, "I'm telling the truth." Su Xian nodded seriously, "I believe you." "You're lying." Yao Xiaoxiao seemed to feel relieved, cheerfully saying, "Hee. Shall we go to the Dan hall?" "No. Turn around and take me back to the Sword Peak." "All right." Yao Xiaoxiao readily agreed, and on the way back, the little girl chattered nonstop like a lark, with endless things to say and questions to ask. Yao Xiaoxiao asked, "Little Master Ancestor, did you really smash the mess left by the Sword Ancestor to gain enlightenment from the Sword Steel?" Su Xian smiled and said, "Yes." Yao Xiaoxiao asked, "Little Master Ancestor, I heard you like to drink porridge?" Su Xian lazily replied, "That is false." Yao Xiaoxiao asked, "Little Master Ancestor, I heard that you encountered Master Li and cried to him to take you back?" Su Xian angrily said, "Rumors, pure rumors. Which bastard is spreading lies?" After a while, the jade gourd landed at the Sword Peak, and Su Xian jumped down gracefully, exchanged a few pleasantries. "Thank you today, Xiaoxiao." "You're welcome. When the master becomes successful with this foundation establishment pill, I'll return it double." "Great." Su Xian's gaze unconsciously fell on Yao Xiaoxiao's palm, but he ultimately held back his words, smiling. "All right, you can go back now, fly slowly on the way." "Okay, I'll come to see the ancestor another day." "Sure. I'll treat you to porridge then, haha." Yao Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. "All right, it's settled then." Then she controlled the jade gourd and flew away. "Goodbye, little Master Ancestor." Su Xian looked up at the blue sky, waving his hand, with tenderness in his brows. This child is quite nice. However, he ultimately didn't ask why Yao Xiaoxiao's palm was so cold. Perhaps it was just her constitution. He raised his eyebrows, didn't think much about it, and hurried back to the small courtyard. He was eager to establish his foundation and start his money-making plan. He wanted to have money. He wanted to become rich, eating mountain delicacies and seafood every day. Then let us see who still goes around saying they like to drink porridge. In the clouds, Yao Xiaoxiao rested her chin on her hand, her brows like green mountains, a bit melancholic. She murmured to herself, "Little Master Ancestor is truly a genius. One is enough." While I'm heartbroken, when Su Xian returned, when Qing Xue was sitting in the courtyard, holding a blue cup in one hand and stroking the long wind with the other, looking up at the sky. Occasionally, a few golden leaves fell from the parasol tree in the courtyard, dancing gracefully in the wind, creating a beautiful scene of a girl in love, waiting for someone's return. The young man hesitated to break this ambience. When Qing Xue looked over from a distance, her clear and cold eyes carrying a hint of fragility, curiously asking, "Little Master Ancestor, why are you back?" Su Xian grinned and said, "I got the foundation establishment pill, so naturally, I came back." Wen Qingxue was slightly taken aback. So soon? Su Xian smiled without speaking, entered the courtyard, and headed straight for the west wing. You drink slowly, I'll go back to my room first. Wen Qingxue furrowed her brows, glanced sideways, took a sip of the tea in her cup, and muttered, looks like Little Master Ancestor is in a good mood today. Su Xian returned to his room, and twilight was approaching. He sat cross-legged on the mat, took out the Foundation Establishment pill in his palm, summoned the book spirit, and said, Little book, are you ready? The little book spirit replied loudly, always ready. Then let us begin. Understood. Su Xian no longer hesitated, full of anticipation, swallowed the Foundation Establishment pill. And as the pill entered his stomach with a roll of his throat, it fell into his energy sea. The young man slowly closed his eyes, bringing his hands together. He operated his dantian, drawing the spirit energy of heaven and earth into his embrace. Foundation Establishment begins. The little book spirit flew above Su Xian's head, sitting cross-legged like the young man, emitting a white radiance, resonating with the breath within the young man, assisting him in establishing his foundation. Su Xian was so confident that he could succeed in establishing his foundation with just one Foundation Establishment pill, and this confidence came from the little book spirit. Outside the room, when Qingxue finished her cup of tea, glancing towards the west wing, she knew Su Xian had started his foundation establishment. 3 months for body refinement. 5 months for qi refinement. How long will it take for foundation establishment? Can it really succeed at once? The answer is unknown. However, looking at the cultivation world, even in the Tao-seeking sect, there are many who can successfully establish their foundation in one go. Su Xian's talent is extraordinary, and it's not impossible for him to succeed. Of course, this is not necessarily proportional to talent. A successful foundation establishment in one go requires a bit of luck as well. For ordinary people, the first time is exploration. The second time is an attempt. The third time is when they can grasp the essentials. When she established her foundation, it was on the 4th attempt that she succeeded. In the Tao-seeking sect, establishing a foundation is something everyone will experience. This process may fail or be tortuous, but the outcome is consistent. After all, the techniques provided by the Tao-seeking sect, combined with the rare mixed spiritual root qualification, make it impossible not to reach foundation establishment through cultivation. Time trickled by, mountains and rivers basked in twilight. Stars and moons shifted, morning light broke, and the sun hung high in the sky. Foundation establishment is a long process. Su Xian was still in seclusion. Wen Qingxue remained sitting in the courtyard, not moving. Upon learning that Su Xian was establishing his foundation, she specifically took a leave and guarded him closely, fearing any accidents. Fortunately, everything was safe without any surprises. On the morning of the 3rd day, a strange yet familiar aura rippled out from the west wing, and a rare look of astonishment appeared on Wen Qingxue's face, which usually kept others at bay. It really happened. Chapter 40. Visiting an old friend. 3 days of enlightenment. A root established in the Qi Sea, catching a glimpse of the laws of heaven and earth, and successfully establishing a foundation. Su Xian opened his eyes, brimming with spirit, unable to hide his excitement. With a thought, the Tao Jade appeared in his hand, and as he gazed at it, he saw his own realm. Foundation establishment stage. Finally succeeded. Clenching his fist, the Tao Jade vanished, and the young man stood up, pushed the door open, and stepped out into the autumn light. Su Xian stretched lazily, his joints popping. Wen Qingxue stood up from across the courtyard. Congratulations, Little Master Ancestor, on successfully establishing your foundation. Su Xian came back to his senses and smiled. Yes. Is little one at home? Yes. Su Xian placed his hands behind his back, strolling leisurely, casually saying, establishing a foundation in October, nothing to mention. When Qingxue's brows twitched. Hearing it sounded strange. Su Xian sat down at the stone table, like a master, inviting Wen Qingxue to sit as well. Come, sit. Wen Qingxue remained silent and sat down quietly. Su Xian poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and finding it cold, he set it down and looked at Wen Qingxue, asking, Little one, remember you said that as long as I establish a foundation, I can apply for a residence, right? Wen Qingxue replied softly, yes. In the Tao sect, everyone has their own designated residence, depending on the situation. Anyone who establishes a foundation can apply. However, it's not free. You need to pay points annually. The residences are categorized into different grades. The higher the elevation, the higher the price. If there are spiritual fields, medicinal herbs, and other supporting facilities, the price increases. However, Obviously, Su Xian seemed unaware of this. Su Xian said with an air of maturity, "You accompany the master ancestor tomorrow to arrange a place to live. It's not convenient for me to stay here all day. You're a young lady. Don't let people talk." When Qingxue hesitated but ultimately did not explain and simply agreed. All right. However, she still reminded Su Xian, "Little master ancestor. Shouldn't you go to the sword tomb to get your sword first before discussing this?" Su Xian raised an eyebrow and nodded. "Sure, it won't take long." "When does the little master ancestor plan to go?" Su Xian glanced at the sky and then touched his stomach. "Tomorrow. I just broke through. I need to settle down." "Okay, then I will accompany the little master ancestor tomorrow morning," Wen Qingxue said. They set a time. Wen Qingxue collected the tea set from the table and left the courtyard. After resting for a moment, Su Xian took out the iron sword from the beginner's gift pack and tried to fly using the wind. His talent was acceptable, and with the guidance of the book spirit, Su Xian could communicate with the iron sword every hour, controlling its movements freely. However, he could only make the sword fly. He couldn't stand on it and fly yet. 2 points. First, the sword wasn't capable. Second, he wasn't capable. He didn't dwell on it too much. Although the iron sword was forged from meteorite iron, it was ultimately just a first-tier mortal weapon. To control it to carry a person in the air, he would need a spiritual weapon. Of course, if he learned a technique called lifting heavy as light, lifting light as heavy, he could achieve that as well. Su Xian begrudgingly put away the iron sword and left the small courtyard, striding away. Foundation established. My heart is very happy. He felt that one shouldn't be too selfish. This joy should be shared, so he planned to go see Lin Qianqian. Exiting, he caught another disciple. For this, the people of the Sword Peak were already used to it. The little master ancestor flying with a sword was not the first time. After all, it was just a matter of raising a hand, and no one would refuse. Tianjin Peak, known for its dangers, had hundreds of peaks, thousands of cliffs, and countless sheer cliffs with many strange rocks. It was even higher than the main peak, Windafing, hence the name Tianjin Peak. Outside the Sword Pavilion that day, the Changming Pavilion pointed out by Yi Xinyu was located on Tianjin Peak. The Sword Ancestors' Changming lanterns still burned to this day. Su Xian wandered around, inquiring among the people in the mountains, and finally found Lin Qianqian's residence, an independent small courtyard, which was a bit inferior to Wen Qingxue's, but had an extremely wide view. Standing outside the small courtyard, one could see a panoramic view of the surrounding mountains. Lin Qianqian was in closed-door training. Upon sensing someone visiting, she ended her practice, opened the door, and seeing that the visitor was Su Xian, she was overjoyed and rushed towards him in 3 steps. "Su Xian, why are you here?" Su Xian stood at the door, pondering for a moment. "I came to see you." Then, his gaze wandered around, approvingly saying, "This environment is pretty good, quite spacious." Lin Qianqian walked in front of Su Xian, slightly raising her chin. Su Xian was 17, over 8 feet tall, already towering half a head above Lin Qianqian. "Wow, you really succeeded in establishing a foundation." Su Xian pretended to be modest, but in reality, he was proud. "You noticed that?" Lin Qianqian shot him a glance. "Please, I'm not blind, okay? Moreover, I went to see you the day before yesterday. Senior Sister Wen said you were trying to establish a foundation, and I didn't expect you to succeed so quickly." Su Xian was slightly taken aback. "Little one?" Lin Qianqian casually said, "Yeah, Senior Sister Wen has been guarding you, protecting you." As she spoke, she couldn't help but wink at Su Xian, playfully saying, "You have good relations. Senior Sister Wen is so beautiful. You got lucky." Su Xian rolled his eyes. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." You're shy?" Su Xian retorted, "Shy, you big-headed ghost. By the way, aren't you going to invite me in to sit, just leaving me standing here?" Lin Qianqian chuckled, quickly stepping aside and smiling with squinted eyes. "Little master ancestor, welcome to my humble abode." Su Xian stood with his hands behind his back, solemnly saying, "That's more like it." Lin Qianqian showed Su Xian around the small courtyard. There wasn't much to see, just a few leafless dead trees, a withered flower bed, a room, and 3 bedrooms, that's all. She invited Su Xian to sit down and poured him a cup of mountain spring water, smiling. "I usually don't have visitors, there's nothing here. Just make do with some mountain spring water. We're all cultivators, we don't fuss over these things," Su Xian said casually. Lin Qianqian sat down and asked Su Xian, "Xiangu, how many foundation establishment pills did you use to succeed?" Su Xian pretended to be humble, but was actually proud. "1. Ah, 1. Su Xian said matter-of-factly. "Aren't they all 1? Lin Qianqian pouted, feeling frustrated. "No way, I used 5 at that time, okay? Oh, maybe I'm just exceptionally talented. Lin Qianqian exclaimed, unable to hide her disdain, feeling both envious and frustrated. I really envy you. Establishing a foundation in a year, and only 1 pill to succeed. Unlike me, it took me 4 years to establish a foundation successfully, and I used 5 foundation establishment pills. Now, I still owe 3 first-class tasks to the task hall. Su Xian comforted her. It's fine. Now that I've established my foundation, once I settle down, I'll help you repay it. Lin Qianqian smiled and cheerfully refused. No need. I can take my time. It's not urgent. Su Xian remained silent. Whether or not she wanted help was her own business. But doing or not doing was his own matter. As the saying goes, a drop of water in need should be repaid with a spring. There was nothing more to say. By the way, when do you plan to go to the sword tomb to get your sword? Tomorrow, Lin Qianqian said. That's good. Zhang Yang went there a while ago. Maybe you'll run into him. Su Xian frowned and complained. How come he just established a foundation? Lin Qianqian clicked her tongue and said, come on, Xian Ge. Do you think everyone is as perverse as you? It took you a year to establish your foundation. And among the 10 people who came with us, 8 of them Haven Tea established their foundation, okay? Chapter 41. The porridge at Tianjin Peak is also quite delicious. There's a saying in the Wendazong. 3 years of body refining, 5 years of qi refining, and 10 years of foundation building at a leisurely pace. A 10-year foundation is the passing line, which is the standard of Wendazong. In the small sects of the mundane world, there are many disciples with poor qualifications who, throughout their lives, seek to establish their foundation but fail to do so. In the entire human realm, establishing a foundation is already a rare occurrence. How can it be compared? Su Xian, who established his foundation at 18, might seem ordinary in the entire Fan Prefecture's cultivation world. However, breaking through to foundation establishment from being immortal in just 10 months is explosive in the whole cultivation world, regardless of the 3 teachings or Wendazong. His talent is almost monstrous and will definitely leave a significant mark in the history of immortality cultivation. Unfortunately, he is Su Xian, the 11th disciple of the Sword Ancestor, the youngest ancestor of Wendazong. Therefore, people in Wendazong think this is a matter of course. Just like Lin Qianqian, when she learned that Su Xian entered foundation establishment, she was pleasantly surprised but certainly not astonished. Su Xian took a sip of mountain spring water and squinted slightly, thinking, after all, not everyone is as gifted as me. Lin Qianqian pouted, unable to bear it, and said, enough already. Su Xian chuckled awkwardly and changed the subject. Haha, I was originally thinking of going to see that kid. But I didn't expect him to go to the sword tomb. This kid even said he wanted to hang out with me. Yet he hasn't come to see me once. My Qianqian is the best. Lin Qianqian smiled and said, all right, don't blame him. His master doesn't allow him to go out. 2 years ago, he sneaked into the Wendaeguang Square and got caught by Master Li and was thrown back. His master gave him a good beating and said he wouldn't let him leave the mountain until he established his foundation, or else he'd break his legs. Su Xian was curious. Oh, there is such a thing? Why would I lie to you? That's fine. Although Su Xian felt a bit schadenfreude, he still felt warm inside. He casually asked, do you know how many foundation establishment pills he used? Lin Qianqian thought for a moment, counting on her fingers, and said, I'm not sure, but it should be around 7 or 8. He has been establishing his foundation for about half a year now. Su Xian clicked his tongue and said, TSK, that little fatty is not bad, just his talent is a bit worse than mine. I only used 1. Lin Qianqian felt powerless to retort. She realized that Su Xian came today just to show off. She thought, at such a big age, he still acts like a child. Not wanting to dwell on it, she casually said, that's not too many. I heard from my senior brothers that there was once a person in our sect who ate over 100 foundation establishment pills before successfully breaking through. That's really a lot. Su Xian's interest peaked. Over 100? Is that true? Who is it? Isn't that more than a pig could eat? Lin Qianqian thought for a moment and said, it's from the Dan Hall at Luoyan Peak. I can't remember the name, but I think it's a girl with white hair. Su Xian suddenly froze. Yao Xiao. Lin Qianqian's eyes lit up, and she said a bit louder, yes. That's right, Yao Xiao, do you know her? Su Xian couldn't help but want to laugh, but still replied, not very familiar, but she's a nice girl. Lin Qianqian's eyes widened as she stared into Su Xian's eyes, questioning, really not familiar? Su Xian didn't know how to respond. If he said not familiar, she would point out that she gave him her foundation establishment pill. If he said familiar, They hadn't spent even an hour together. He just casually replied, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, they are all juniors. Let us go, it's getting late. I'll treat you to dinner." Lin Qianqian warily said, "I'll pay." Su Xian shook his head and smiled. I'll pay." Lin Qianqian stood up and firmly refused. "No way. This is my territory. I make the rules." "Huh." Lin Qianqian suddenly smiled and mischievously said, "I'll treat. You pay?" Su Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. "Isn't it different?" Lin Qianqian replied, "It's different. All right, suit yourself." The two of them left the small courtyard. Lin Qianqian summoned Qing Shuang and took Su Xian straight to the Spirit Food Workshop at Tianjin Peak. They arrived at noon, and there were very few people, making the shop seem quite deserted. The person in charge of the Spirit Food Workshop at Tianjin Peak was a woman who was well endowed and still retained her charm. Upon seeing Lin Qianqian, she warmly greeted her. "Oh, Qianqian is here. Senior sister." It was clear they were quite familiar. "Here to eat?" Lin Qianqian replied earnestly, "Yes. Let us have a signature dish." The woman was slightly surprised, not having porridge anymore. Lin Qianqian squinted her eyes and looked at Su Xian, saying, "I'm treating. He is paying." The woman had already noticed Su Xian, so she asked, "Who is this young brother?" Su Xian smiled slightly and introduced himself. "I'm Su Xian." The woman was taken aback for a moment. Her eyes shifted, looking at Lin Qianqian. "Which Su Xian?" Lin Qianqian smiled and said, "It's that Su Xian." The woman suddenly understood, the little master ancestor. She quickly tidied her hair, which had fallen, and with her charm still intact, she clasped her hands together, revealing a pair of white flowers. "Liu has met the little master ancestor." Su Xian hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No need for too much formality." Liu stood up, smiling warmly. "Master ancestor, actually the porridge at our Tianjin Peak is also pretty good. I've heard you like to drink porridge. How about a bowl?" Su Xian's lips twitched slightly as he declined. "No, let us go with what Qianqian said. Today she calls the shots." Lin Qianqian looked at Su Xian, her eyes filled with little pride. Liu understood and smiled. "All right, please wait a moment." Su Xian handed over his jade token, and the two found a table to sit at. While waiting, Lin Qianqian kept smiling and talking about the interesting things at Tianjin Peak, while Su Xian quietly listened, his gaze particularly gentle. He clearly remembered that Lin Qianqian didn't like drinking porridge. The 5,000 points weren't just given. They were saved up little by this little girl. Although cultivators at the foundation establishment level can fast for a short time, they still need spirit food to provide energy during cultivation. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, Lin Qianqian intentionally checked his jade token balance, which still had over 1,000 points left. She furrowed her brows and asked the young man, "Why is there still so much left?" Su Xian simply replied, "I'm not a pig. How can I eat that much?" She reminded Su Xian, "You should eat and drink well, don't save. My mother said that girls bloom at 18, while boys grow slowly until 30. You're only 18, you're still growing. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth doesn't care about being full." Su Xian just smiled and repeatedly agreed. He wanted to share these words with Lin Qianqian, but he could only say them verbally. Su Xian didn't want it to be like this. He was only thinking about quickly going to the sword tomb to retrieve the sword, and then earning points to make it up to this girl. At the end of their parting, Su Xian caught a ride on a favorable wind sword. Lin Qianqian reminded Su Xian to eat well before entering the mountain, saying that nothing could be taken into the sword tomb. She also said to wait for his good news. Su Xian responded to each point, and finally gently reminded her, "You also remember to eat well. I'll be able to earn points soon. When I come out, I'll take care of you." The latter smiled knowingly, squinting her eyes, and generously said, "This is what you said." The disciple felt like he had just eaten a mouthful of dog food, feeling quite sour. On the way back, Mingzigu asked knowingly, "Little master ancestor, what is your relationship with Uncle Lin?" Su Xian lazily replied, "My sister." The disciple asked again, "Same mother, different father?" Su Xian responded, "Different father, different mother." The disciple was confused. Su Xian grew anxious. "Oh my, we're going to crash. We're going to crash." Moments later, the master ancestor said, "Can you not mention that matter just now?" All right. Chapter 42. Sword Tomb. The next morning, when Qingxue woke up early, waiting and waiting, Su Xian arrived late, looking awkward, his belly round and full, with his mouth stuffed, and holding a few spiritual steamed buns in his arms. He mumbled, "Little one. Good morning." When Qingxue frowned, puzzled, "Master ancestor, where have you been?" Su Xian swallowed the food in his mouth, patted his chest, and let out a satisfied burp. "Eating. Of course. You need to be full to have the strength to draw the sword, right? He offered the buns. Want one? Wen Qingxue instinctively took half a step back, waving her hand in refusal. No, thanks. Su Xian wrinkled his nose. All right, then let's go. Wen Qingxue summoned her long sword, and Su Xian stepped forward. Little master ancestor. Are you steady? Let's go. Taking off from level ground, they soared into the sky. The sword tomb, located deep within the sword-casting peak, is the foundation of the Windazong and the most mysterious and sacred place of the entire sect. The sword tomb was left by Li Taibai. No one knows exactly how many swords are inside. Every Windazong disciple can enter the sword tomb to take a sword on the day they establish their foundation. Spiritual weapons, earthly weapons, heavenly weapons, immortal weapons, everything is available, and what one can take depends on their ability. It is said that the 3 immortal swords beneath the Chongqing Bridge were obtained from the sword tomb by the sword ancestor. The swords of the sword tomb, regardless of their rank, are all spiritual swords, choosing only one master in their lifetime. When a person dies, the sword seals and returns to the sword tomb. For thousands of years, disciples of Windazong have entered the mountain to choose swords. Those who obtain spiritual swords are ordinary, while those who obtain heavenly swords stand out. Very few have obtained immortal swords. Lin Qianqian obtained the heavenly weapon Qing Shuang, which is already exceptional. As they reached the front of the sword tomb, Wen Qingxue landed in a square at the foot of the mountain and looked up at the long steps, saying, Little master ancestor. The sword tomb is surrounded by a magnetic field. We can't use our swords. Let's walk up. Su Xian nibbled on a bun, surveying the surroundings. The square was small, paved with blue stones. The long steps stretched up into the clouds. There was a giant stone at the foot of the steps, with the word sword tomb carved in cinnabar. Looking up along the long steps, clouds and mist surrounded it, adding to the mystery. As they walked, Wen Qingxue took the opportunity to explain once more about the origins, rules, and laws of the sword tomb, especially emphasizing the rules for taking a sword. She said, in the sword tomb, there are 5 sword pools: the spiritual sword pool, earthly sword pool, heavenly sword pool, immortal sword pool, and divine sword pool. Taking a sword is like climbing the steps now. Inside, there are 5 levels of sword heavens, corresponding to the 5 sword pools. To reach the first level of sword heaven, one must ascend 99 stone steps to see the spiritual sword pool, where there are millions of swords to choose from. To go higher, one must ascend 999 steps to reach the second level of sword heaven, where there are 100,000 earthly swords. The third level of sword heaven requires ascending 999 steps to see the heavenly sword pool, where there are thousands of heavenly swords. The fourth level of sword heaven requires ascending 999 steps, and if one makes it up there, they can see the immortal sword pool. At this point, a burning longing appeared in Wen Qingxue's cold eyes as she sighed with a hint of regret. Back then, I reached the third level of sword heaven and wanted to go further, but after less than 100 steps, I couldn't withstand the sword intent of the fourth level. So I took a heavenly sword and returned. At that time, I looked up and didn't even see the shadow of the immortal sword pool. I heard that there are 100 legendary swords in the fourth level's heavenly sword pool, but very few have seen them. Looking at Su Xian solemnly, she said, for thousands of years, apart from the sword ancestor, only 5 people have been recorded to have taken an immortal sword from the immortal sword pool. Each one a genius of swordsmanship. 5. Su Xian repeated softly, captivated. The fourth level of sword heaven, just one step away, is 100,000 long steps. 5 is quite a lot. Do you want to know who those 5 are? Wen Qingxue asked proactively. I do, Su Xian admitted candidly. Wen Qingxue listed them one by one. The 6th ancestor, the 7th ancestor, the 8th ancestor, the 9th ancestor, and our sect master. Su Xian said, oh, what a coincidence. They're all my senior brothers and sisters? Wen Qingxue said mysteriously. Actually, our Windazong has an unwritten rule that not many people know about. Su Xian's curiosity was piqued. Oh, what is it? Wen Qingxue looked at the peak solemnly. Anyone who can reach the 4th level of sword heaven and return with an immortal sword from the immortal sword pool can become a direct disciple of the sword ancestor. After a pause, she glanced at the young man and smiled slightly. But, little master ancestor, you are already one, whether you obtain the immortal sword or not. After hearing this, Su Xian suddenly realized, so that's how it is. No wonder, since 5th senior brother, all have taken in disciples on behalf of the master. I originally thought it was absurd, but now it seems very reasonable. At this point, when Qingxue fell silent and quietly climbed the steps, Su Xian felt something was off and asked, "You haven't mentioned the 5th level of sword heaven yet, with 1,000,000 stone steps? How many swords are there in the divine sword pool?" When Qingxue glanced sideways and shook her head, "I don't know." Huh. When Qingxue seemed lost in thought, "No one knows. No one has ever climbed up there. Perhaps you can ask the sect master. She might know." Su Xian understood. Only 5 people had reached the immortal sword pool, and the rest had never even seen it, let alone the divine sword pool in the last level of sword heaven. However, he still pouted and complained. "Where am I supposed to ask? I can't just go back and come again, can I?" "No need. The sect master is waiting for you at the mountaintop." Su Xian was taken aback. "Oh, my senior sister is here?" When Qingxue answered vaguely, "Sect leader Li is here too." Su Xian took a bite of the bun, chewed, and laughed. "Haha, is it this grand? It's making me a bit nervous." When Qingxue shrugged her shoulders and said no more, their footsteps instinctively quickened. The mountain was extremely high. The long steps numbered in the hundreds. But these long steps were just ordinary stone steps, and the climbers were cultivators, so they felt no fatigue at all. When they reached the mountain top, they did so effortlessly, without even breaking a sweat. Was it that they weren't tired at all? Or was it that the early winter mountain air was too cold? That remained unknown. Upon reaching the summit, they saw a majestic heavenly gate floating among the clouds. With 2 figures below, 1 male and 1 female, very familiar. Su Xian was not in a hurry to admire the grandeur of the heavenly gate. Instead, he waved his hand to greet them. "Senior sister. Qingshan Jr. nephew. Sorry to keep you waiting." The girl heard it, and her eyes curved with a smile. The young man heard it, and his face darkened. Chapter 43. Spirit Grain Pill. A sword gate stood tall at the mountain's peak, 100 feet high, with clouds floating beside it, several feet wide, majestic and grand, resembling a gateway to the heavens, born between the clouds and the green mountains. Looking up, it seemed like a divine palace descending from the heavens, radiating sacred light. It didn't look like a real object. Rather, it resembled an illusion. In modern terms, it could be called a holographic projection. In the language of this era, a mirage. Above the sword gate, 3 large characters were inscribed, "Sword Outside Heaven." Su Xian gazed at the gate, pointed at the characters above the archway, and softly recited, "Sword Outside Heaven." The 3 people beside him were taken aback, their gazes fixated on the young man in a daze. Yi Xinyu asked in surprise, "Do you recognize these characters?" Su Xian looked back at the 3, understood the confusion in their eyes, and casually replied, "Just a wild guess." The characters on this sword gate were from the extraordinary state, but Su Xian recognized them. Li Qingshan's mouth twitched. "Are you kidding? You're really talking nonsense," without blushing. When Qingxue remained silent, Yi Xinyu, however, questioned, "Can you really guess that?" Su Xian casually thought of an excuse to brush it off, saying he heard people mention it, "Sword Outside Heaven," fitting perfectly with the 3 characters. Yi Xinyu clicked her tongue, and with her head lowered, she chose not to press further. However, when Qingxue and Li Qingshan exchanged glances, silently communicating, this gate was the entrance to the sword tomb, hence, within the sect, it was all referred to as the sword gate. The 3 characters inscribed were "Sword Outside Heaven." No more than 5 people in the entire sect knew these 3 characters, and even Li Qingshan did not know. He claimed he heard it from someone else. It was false. It had to be false. The truth was singular. He recognized the characters above. This was something hard to comprehend, yet not entirely unexplainable. They speculated that it must have something to do with Su Xian's 4 years of enlightenment at the Sword Monument. However, since Su Xian was unwilling to speak about it, they did not intend to pry further. Instead, they got straight to the point. Yi Xinyu stated directly, "All right, let's talk about serious matters. I assume Xiao Wen has already informed you about the situation of the sword tomb." Su Xian nodded and shared some details. Yi Xinyu admired the sword gate, standing with his hands behind his back, and spoke solemnly. "The sword tomb is the foundation of our Asking Dao sect. The world outside has long coveted it. Any disciple of our sect who enters the foundation establishment realm can enter through this gate, into the sword tomb, to seek celestial swords. Since Xiaowen has explained it to you, I won't go on about it. If you have any unclear questions, ask away. If not, then go in and retrieve your sword." Su Xian indeed had a question and immediately asked, "Senior sister, do you know how many swords are in the divine sword pool?" Anticipating that Su Xian would ask this question, Yi Xinyu showed no surprise. Rather, it was when Qingxue beside them who cast a longing and curious gaze. Yi Xinyu smiled and said, I don't know. I haven't been up there. After a pause, she asserted. However, what I can tell you is that behind the 4 layers of the sword heaven, the stone steps do not end, but continue upwards. Thus, there must be another layer of sword heaven above. As for how many steps there are and how many swords exist, no one knows if there is a 6th layer after the 5th layer of sword heaven. Not even our master knows. The reason it's called the divine sword pool is simply that above the immortals is divinity, hence the name. Just that. Su Xian instinctively nodded, understanding. So, the so-called 5th layer of sword heaven was fabricated, and in reality, no one had ever seen it. Yi Xinyu suddenly patted Su Xian on the shoulder. Laughing softly, perhaps you can tell us the answer. Huh. Su Xian was taken aback. Yi Xinyu nodded in affirmation. Su Xian pouted and clicked his tongue. Senior sister, you think too highly of me. I do have some talent, but I don't believe I'm stronger than the legendary sword ancestor. I might be okay at using my brain. But climbing the sword steps relies on physical fitness, willpower, and perseverance. I know I'm not good at that. Yi Xinyu said nothing. Opportunities must be seized by oneself. Destiny dictated that Su Xian would carve his own path, and he did not need her to interfere. She simply glanced at Li Qingshan, signaling, Xiaoshan. Li Qingshan understood, stepped forward, and took out a white pill about the size of 2 fists from his storage ring, presenting it to Su Xian. Su Xian instinctively stepped back, not forgetting to take a bite of the bun in his hand, and asked indistinctly, What is this? Li Qingshan remained silent. Wen Qingxue took the initiative to explain, Spirit grain pill, it's for eating. Su Xian was taken aback. Yi Xinyu stared at Su Xian's round belly, gleefully saying, In the sword tomb, there are specific rules. Once you pass through this sword gate, all external items cannot be used. However, retrieving swords from the sword tomb can take anywhere from several days to several tens of days, consuming a lot of energy. Therefore, the pill hall specially made this spirit grain pill for the disciples. 1 pill can be eaten, and for 2 months, regardless of how much energy you expend, you won't feel the slightest hunger. All disciples entering the sword tomb eat this. She emphasized, and it's free. Su Xian was stunned, staring wide-eyed at the pill the size of a soccer ball. The bun in his hand suddenly lost its appeal, and the food in his mouth felt like it was stuck in his throat. Li Qingshan's eyes gleamed with mischief, teasing, This was just baked this morning. Eat it while it's hot. Su Xian looked at Wen Qingxue with a sullen face. Shaowen, can you explain? Wen Qingxue, confused, replied, What do I need to explain? I don't understand what the little master ancestor said. Su Xian pointed at the spirit grain pill. With this, why didn't you say so earlier? Wen Qingxue retorted, But you didn't ask. Li Qingshan forcibly stuffed the spirit grain pill into Su Xian's hands, half smiling. Yi Xinyu narrowed her eyes, eagerly waiting. When Qingxue's gaze wandered, indifferent to the situation, Su Xian held the spirit grain pill, feeling like he was about to cry. He felt played, but he had no evidence. He indeed hadn't asked. Yesterday, he had actually mentioned it to Lin Qianqian, who informed him that before entering the sword tomb, she had eaten a very large pill, even demonstrating its size. At that time, Su Xian thought Lin Qianqian was exaggerating. How could a pill be that big? Not even a dung ball is that large. It was absurd. She had specifically emphasized that it was given to her by her master. Su Xian thought to himself, he had no master. And considering the requirements and standards the Asking Dao sect had for the ancestors, he couldn't hope for that. He could only rely on himself, so he got up early, waking Zhou Tao before dawn. He drank 4 big bowls of spirit porridge, ate 10 boiled spirit bird eggs, and an additional 10 big buns. Now, his stomach had reached its limit, and he couldn't eat another bite. Staring at the pill in his hand, Su Xian instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looking at the 3 with vague words. I think I'll come back tomorrow. I need to go back and settle down. Yi Xinyu suddenly appeared behind him. Just as Su Xian turned around, their eyes meeting, she smiled brightly. No, you can't. Su Xian stood his ground, stating confidently, If I don't want to go, can you force me? Yi Xinyu counted on her fingers, her smile chilling. Hee, little junior brother, if you're disobedient, sister will have to spank you. Su Xian instantly felt a chill run down his spine. When Qingxue stepped back, Li Qingshan crossed his arms, enjoying the spectacle. Su Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, staring at the elixir in his hand. After a difficult decision, he spoke without words. Childish, I'll just eat it. Chapter 44. The million spirit swords resound together a quarter of an hour later. Su Xian's face was twisted, his eyes red. one hand covering his mouth while the other supported himself against the wall as he stepped into the sword gate. Li Qingshan, Wen Qingxue, and Yi Xinyu stifled their laughter as they watched him go. Li Qingshan clicked his tongue and said he really can eat. Yi Xinyu remarked, "Little one, you're too bad." Wen Qingxue replied seriously, "He really didn't ask." Yi Xinyu looked at the heavenly gate and asked, "Do you think he can pull out the immortal sword?" Li Qingshan stroked his chin and analyzed seriously. Although Su Xian seems out of sorts, both his talent and temperament are extraordinary, rare in a millennium. I think it shouldn't be a problem. Yi Xinyu turned to Wen Qingxue and asked, "Little one, what do you think?" Wen Qingxue shook her head suddenly. "I don't know." Yi Xinyu smiled slightly, narrowing her eyes. "Then Little Mountain, how about we make a bet?" Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. "You still haven't paid me the million you lost last time." Yi Xinyu continued without care, 200,000 points. "Let's bet on whether your little master uncle can pull out the immortal sword. If he does, you win. If he doesn't, I win. If you win, I'll give you 300,000 at once. If you lose, just give me 100,000. Li Qingshan refused. "No bet." Yi Xinyu seemed not to hear. "Then it's settled." Li Qingshan glared angrily. "Yi Xinyu, enough. Are you threatening me?" "I'm not." "Bet or not?" "Not betting." "You're threatening me." "Fine. Bet or not." "Last time. Deal." Wen Qingxue stood by, listening to the two argue, and silently glanced at the 5-digit points in her jade pendant. Her eyes drooping as she muttered to herself, "They really have money." Seeing Li Qingshan agreeing, Yi Xinyu was extremely happy and looked at Wen Qingxue with a grin. "Little Xue, do you want to bet?" "I have no money," Wen Qingxue replied bluntly. Yi Xinyu waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine, betting 50,000 points is okay too." Wen Qingxue trembled slightly, incredulously staring at Yi Xinyu, and asked, "Sect Master, how did you know I just happened to have 50,000 points?" "Haha, guess." Wen Qingxue. On the other side, after stepping into the sword gate, Su Xian successfully entered the sword tomb. What he saw was a vast expanse of white clouds and a blue sky. The heavenly gate he came through was nowhere to be seen. And beneath his feet was a wide stone platform, floating amidst the sea of clouds like a sky pavilion. At the end of his sight, a stone staircase extended upwards, disappearing into a sea of clouds. Looking up, he could feel the sword intent surging in the clouds. Su Xian endured the discomfort in his stomach, sensing the changes in the laws of this new world, and began to observe the surroundings, muttering, "Is that the first layer of Sword Heaven?" The first layer of Sword Heaven has 99 steps. Since the establishment of the Sect of Inquiry, no one has ever returned empty-handed. The Spirit Sword Pool is the minimum guarantee. Su Xian did not linger too long, crossing the stone platform in the sea of clouds and stepping onto the staircase. As soon as one foot landed, Su Xian could distinctly feel his body becoming heavier. His shoulders naturally sank. However, after just a moment, Su Xian stepped forward again, bracing against the gravity as he began to ascend the steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each step up, the weight on his body increased. And this process was extremely slow, forcing the climber's body to adapt anew at every moment. Su Xian was not surprised at all. Even before entering the sword gate, he had done his homework. In the small world behind the sword gate, one's cultivation would be restricted, only usable for internal circulation and unable to act externally. Flying was impossible. Using qi to protect the body was even less feasible. Climbing this long staircase, the only reliance could be on one's physical fitness and willpower. This is also why the Sect of Inquiry repeatedly emphasizes that cultivation during the body refining phase cannot rely on external forces to break through. Because retrieving swords from the sword tomb, the cultivation during the body refining phase is extremely important. As long as one diligently cultivates according to the body refining methods, the first layer of Sword Heaven is as obtainable as raising one's hand. The second layer of Sword Heaven is also not a big problem, with a bit of grit. Most people can climb up. As for the third layer of Sword Domain, climbers need not only talent, but also perseverance and willpower far beyond the ordinary. However, Su Xian found the climb very painful, not because it was too heavy, but because he felt so bloated that it seemed his stomach would explode. And this feeling of fullness continued to grow over time. The spirit grain pill is like a compressed biscuit for cultivators. Those who understand know. As he climbed the steps, Su Xian cursed under his breath. So bad. They're all so bad. It must be intentional. They definitely did it on purpose. Soon, Su Xian reached the first layer of Sword Heaven and arrived at the Spirit Sword Pool. He slowly raised his gaze and saw an endless space of sea of clouds. densely floating with countless swords. The spirit swords had spirit and emitted a glow: red, white, blue, green. Millions of spirit swords, each with different shapes: long, short, heavy, wide. Some stood suspended in the air, some swayed with the wind, some were embedded in the sword pool, and others lingered above the sea of clouds. Sword pool? That has too small a scale. This should be the sea of swords. Su Xian thought there were probably not just a million. Among them, there were even broken swords. Shattered swords. It is well known that every disciple of the sect of inquiry has a life sword, which recognizes only one master throughout its life. If the master dies, the sword will fly back to the sect of inquiry, reseal the sword tomb, and wait for a new master. This life sword is obtained from the sword tomb. This is a story well known in the cultivation world of the mortal realm. Su Xian thought. The broken swords he saw must hide a tragic and magnificent story. One life chooses one sword. One sword serves one life. Once the contract is established, as long as the master doesn't perish, the sword won't abandon. Su Xian's arrival stirred the previously calm spirit sword sea. Countless spirit swords vibrated wildly as Su Xian approached. Some even rushed from afar, actively hovering beside him. They greeted him enthusiastically, responding fiercely, as if welcoming their king. Millions of immortal swords echoed together in the sword pool. Such a scene would certainly astonish an ordinary person. The sword chooses its master, and the master seeks the sword. This is a two-way choice. Retrieving swords from the sword tomb is not just about climbing into any sword pool and taking whichever sword you want. You need to gain the sword's recognition. And only when the sword responds can you take it away. This process generally requires actively touching the sword body and responding with intention to know. However, the sight before him, with millions of swords actively responding and vying to show off, must have happened before, but it was only a few swords occasionally. Having them all together was unheard of. Su Xian was also stunned, pondering that no one had told him about this situation. Were they this enthusiastic? Am I the sought after? Chapter 45. Encountering old friends on the sword steps. Passing through the sea of 1,000 swords. Not a single sword touched him. The sword has feelings, but unfortunately, Su Xian's ambition is not here. He passes through the sword pool and steps onto the long stairs. In the double sword domain, gravity doubles. Su Xian sinks his dantian again and exhales a mouthful of turbid air. Looking up at the sky, at the end of the long stairs. He steps up. Behind him, in the spirit sword pool, millions of spirit swords are lost in thought, silently returning to calm, as if they have suffered a heartbreak. As time passes, Su Xian once again steps into the earth sword pool. A similar scene unfolds again, with 100,000 earth swords raining down. Their presence even stronger than the spirit swords, and their reactions even more fervent. Not only do the sword bodies tremble, but one can even hear the noisy sword cries. Being too outstanding is also a kind of trouble. Su Xian, as before, crosses the sword pool without stopping and ascends to the triple sword heaven. Meanwhile, somewhere on the long stairs leading to the heaven sword pool, a figure is struggling to climb, drenched in sweat. Hearing the commotion from the sword pool below, he suddenly looks back, bewildered. What noise? However, as Su Xian departs, the sword pool returns to silence. He wipes the sweat from his brow and mutters. It seems it was just an auditory hallucination. He looks ahead again. The long stairs stretch endlessly, with no end in sight. Can I really not climb up? I don't believe it. Sister Lin can do it, so can I. I'm no worse than anyone else. I can still climb. He grits his teeth and moves up step by step, but with each step, it feels as if he is exhausting all his strength. Clearly, there is nothing behind him, but it feels as if he is carrying a mountain on his back. Behind him, Su Xian, the later comer, gradually catches up. In the triple sword heaven, there are 999 steps, nearly 10,000. After just climbing 1,000 steps, Su Xian begins to feel the strain. Sweat beads on his forehead, and his breathing becomes hurried. However, there is also good news. As it becomes more strenuous, his digestive system is working overtime. His stomach, which felt like it was about to explode, starts to gradually adapt and feels much more comfortable. It really works. Su Xian feels slightly happy, and his speed increases instead of decreasing. The reason he climbs so fast, apart from wanting to finish collecting the swords and leave earlier, is mainly that he wants to consume energy to digest the food in his stomach. Especially that spirit grain pill, which felt like it was going to burst him at any moment. Soon, he spots a figure in his line of sight. The person is also climbing the stairs, but instead of walking, he is crawling, slowly inching upwards, looking from afar like a caterpillar. Su Xian quickly walks past him, stops, and looks down. The other person raises his head with great effort, managing to squeeze out a smile despite his predicament. The one lying on the long stairs is a muscular man with bronze skin, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. Su Xian hadn't seen him before, but he still tries to call out, "Zhang." The other man, surprised, swallows hard and says, "Senior brother recognizes me?" Su Xian examines him back and forth, unable to help but gasp. They say girls change a lot at 18, and this saying applies to boys as well. Who would have thought that the chubby little boy with a fat head and big ears back then would now become a burly man? It's unbelievable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would dare to believe it? Wow, it really is you. Zhang Yang, already exhausted and somewhat dazed, becomes even more confused upon hearing this, staring at Su Xian's face, trying hard to remember, but still can't recall who he is. Do we know each other? Su Xian steps back 2 steps, sits down beside Zhang Yang, showing a bright smile. How could you not recognize your brother Xian? Zhang Yang is stunned. Disbelief in his eyes. Xian? Brother Xian? Uh-huh. Zhang Yang, recovering from his shock, beams with joy and weakly says, "Oh my God, it really is you, brother Xian. How have you changed so much? I almost didn't recognize you." Su Xian squints his eyes, teasingly says, "Who can change as much as you?" Zhang Yang struggles to move his body. After much effort, he finally sits up, panting heavily, and grins, "Don't mention it. After you comprehended the sword steel, I went to the sword forging peak, hammering iron every day." As he speaks, he spreads his large palms, revealing thick calluses, complaining, "Look at my old calluses. My master is working me to death. A few times I almost didn't make it through. It's tough." If one were to say which of the 13 halls of the Wandao sect has the highest risk of death, it would undoubtedly be the sword-suppressing hall. But if one were to say which hall is the most arduous and exhausting, the sword-forging hall would be second, and no one would dare to claim the first. A group of iron-pumping men, just like garbage collectors, not only suffer physically, but it is said that there are no female disciples, a bunch of muscle men every day. Just thinking about it is terrifying. The work of forging swords is something even dogs wouldn't do. However, it is said that the sword forging hall is also the only one in the entire Wandao sect that provides meals. Su Xian comforts him. "All right, you're still complaining. Can you suffer more than I do? I can hardly afford to eat." Zhang Yang doesn't believe it. After all, Su Xian is the little master ancestor, the personal junior brother of the sect master, who in the entire sword forging peak doesn't envy him. But now he also has no strength to argue with Su Xian. He can only smile foolishly, and that's it. "Brother Xian, do you know what step this is?" Su Xian thinks for a moment and says, "I guess around 2,000 steps." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's face instantly droops, and he lies down on the long stairs, breathlessly saying, "Brother Xian, you climb ahead. Once I'm out, I'll go to the sword peak to see you." "Not together?" Su Xian invites. Zhang Yang waves his hand weakly. "You go ahead. I can't do it anymore. Really can't hold on." Su Xian scorns, "You're just a big guy. Even Xiao Xian can climb up, and you can't? Aren't you embarrassed?" Zhang Yang feels like crying without tears. He has been in here for almost a month. The next day, he climbed to the Earth Sword Pool, but in the following dozens of days, he only climbed 2,000 steps, with still more than 7,000 steps to go. Even if he doesn't accept his fate, his body can't take it anymore. Bitterly, he says, "It's all fate. I can't hold on anymore. You don't need to care about me. I'll jump down from here. Go to the Earth Sword Pool to pick a ground weapon and get out. I don't want to die here." With a slight smile, he doesn't forget to show off to Su Xian. "Besides, I'm a sword forger. Once I succeed in the future, what kind of sword can I make?" Hee. Su Xian remains silent. In today's world, the most powerful sword forger can't forge heavenly weapons. Those who can forge spiritual weapons are extremely rare. Pure nonsense. It sounds easy, but he still catches the unwillingness in Zhang Yang's eyes. However, some things really cannot be forced. Looking at Zhang Yang like this, he is indeed at his limit. He glances back at the long stairs behind him. Unlike the previous Spirit Sword Pool and Earth Sword Pool, he can see the other end of the long stairs at a glance. The Triple Sword Domain has 10,000 steps, and it is impossible to see the end at a glance. He thinks for a moment, struggles for a while, squats down, pats his shoulder, and says, "Come on. Climb up, I'll carry you up." Chapter 46, Ascending to the Heaven Sword Pool. "Ah. Hurry up, don't dawdle." No, 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 this is impossible, absolutely not." Zhang Yang repeatedly refuses. He thinks Su Xian's idea is too crazy. Carrying him up? How could that be possible? The gravity in the sword tomb acts simultaneously on individual objects. To put it simply, now it feels like carrying 1,000 pounds on my back. If Su Xian is carrying Zhang Yang, then that's 2,000 pounds plus Zhang Yang. Moreover, as we go further, the gravitational force on my body has long exceeded 1,000 pounds, and it will only continue to increase. This is not simply about carrying a person. It's like carrying another mountain, bearing double the gravity. The purpose is to prevent cheating. Carrying someone up is just ridiculous, right? Su Xian naturally understands what Zhang Yang is thinking, so he jokingly said, "All right, your brother is a man destined to ascend to the 4th layer of the sword heaven, and I don't even regard the sword pool as anything serious. I can handle double the gravity. Besides, if it really gets too much, I can just throw you down. It's just nice to have someone to talk to. It gets a bit boring." Zhang Yang was adamant. "Brother Xian, I appreciate your kindness, but it really isn't appropriate. Just listen to me and go up by yourself. Don't worry about me." Su Xian frowned. "Am I not your brother anymore?" "You are. Then listen to me." However, Su Xian threatened, "If you keep talking nonsense, don't call me brother in the future." Left with no choice, Zhang Yang compromised. Su Xian carried Zhang Yang on his back, and the gravity doubled, bending his waist. Zhang Yang weakly asked, "Brother Xian, can you do this?" Su Xian gritted his teeth, looked ahead, and teased, "Remember, a man can't say he can't do it. Even if he can't, he has to try." Zhang Yang was confused. Su Xian began to ascend the steps. Time passed second by second. Each step was a struggle, and Su Xian's clothes gradually became soaked, sweat dripping down. "Brother Xian, can you still hold on?" "I can." "Brother Xian, take a break." "No need." Eventually, Zhang Yang fainted from the overwhelming pressure on Su Xian's back. This startled Su Xian into a cold sweat. He almost dropped him. There is a rule in the sword tomb. When you are unable to climb up, you can simply jump down from the steps, and you won't die. Instead, you will return to the nearest sword pool. Fortunately, little Shuling appeared in time and informed him of the situation. She assured him that there would be no life-threatening danger. And as long as he climbed to the sword pool, Zhang Yang would naturally wake up. With his worries temporarily set aside, Su Xian took a short break. With Zhang Yang on his back, he continued climbing. Huff puff. He didn't forget to encourage himself. "It's fine if you're fainting. It saves me from your nagging. They say chubby people talk a lot, but you're not chubby anymore. So why are you still so talkative? Damn it. Who the hell made this damn staircase so long? It's unbelievable." The 9,000 steps were particularly so. The 100,000 steps of the 4th layer of the sword heaven is something no human should attempt. Following this logic, the 5th layer would have 1,000,000 steps. That would truly take someone's life. Not to mention the gravitational hindrance. Even under normal circumstances, climbing up wouldn't be feasible. No wonder that for thousands of years, no one has seen the so-called divine sword pool. Su Xian calculated in his heart that as long as he could manage to get a fairy sword, that would be enough. Finally, as the sky darkened, Su Xian reached the last stone step, and his surroundings suddenly opened up. He entered the sword pool, and the heavy burden on him vanished in an instant. Su Xian felt a lightness, as if he had been relieved of a great weight. With thousands of pounds of gravity suddenly lifted, Su Xian was momentarily unaccustomed to it, feeling as if he floated up, which caused him to misstep and fall into the sword pool with Zhang Yang. Ouch! Ouch! Zhang Yang groggily woke up, incredulously gazing at the nearby group of heavenly swords, completely dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? What happened? It felt like a dream. In his daze, he saw Su Xian sprawled on the ground and still couldn't believe it. "Brother Xian, you really brought me up here. I'm not dreaming, am I?" Su Xian lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and smirked. "Try slapping yourself." "Huh. If it hurts, then it's not a dream. If it doesn't hurt, then it is a dream." Zhang Yang sat on the ground. Without thinking, he slapped himself hard. Smack! The full power of a blacksmith slap. Pain surged through him, and tears welled up in his eyes as he took a deep breath, hissing. However, instead of feeling any pain, he felt as happy as a child. Crawling in front of Su Xian, excitedly saying, "Brother Xian, it hurts. It really hurts. It's not a dream." Su Xian was both amused and exasperated, thinking he was foolish. He didn't expect the boy to actually slap himself and so hard, showing real sincerity. Zhang Yang didn't care about that. He was so moved he was about to cry. He quickly expressed, "Brother Xian, I'm so touched. Really, if you don't mind that I'm a guy, I'll dedicate myself to you. Get out, get out, get out." Su Xian sat up, scolding him in annoyance. "What kind of repayment is this? You're repaying kindness with enmity." Zhang Yang scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Hee hee, I'm just too excited. Su Xian calmed down, then stood up and said, All right. Go find your sword. What about you, Brother Xian? Su Xian's gaze pierced through the sword pool, falling on the long staircase that disappeared into the clouds, confidently saying, As for me, of course, I'm going to keep climbing. I won't return until I get a fairy sword. Meanwhile, outside the sword tomb, as the sun set, the red clouds stretched for miles. In front of the sword gate, Yi Xinyu, Li Qingshan, and Wen Qingxue had not left, but were still waiting there. Suddenly, in the dusk, two blue lights swept across the sword gate, like shooting stars in the night sky. Although it was a brief flash, it was clear to the three of them, drawing their attention to look up in awe. Yi Xinyu frowned in surprise. Why are there two? Li Qingshan shook his head. Unsure. Maybe some other disciples ascended together. Wen Qingxue remained silent for a moment before volunteering. I found out that 30 days ago. Zhang Yang from the sword forging peak entered the sword gate and hasn't he come out since? Yi Xinyu exclaimed. Zhang Yang? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Li Qingshan replied. He the chubby guy who was with Su Xian back then. Oh, still can't remember. Li Qingshan was speechless. When Qingxue didn't he say anything. Yi Xinyu laughed. But it's not bad. It's not easy to climb up to the sword pool. I remember in their batch. Only that girl from the Lin family made it to the sword pool. Li Qingshan smiled. Now there are three. Back then, it was also these three who walked together over the eternal life bridge. He thought this might just be the fate that was destined. Wen Qingxue softly admired. The little master ancestor climbed to the third layer of the sword domain in just one day. That's incredible. Anyone who ascended to the sword pool would receive a response from the sword gate. A flash of white light signified the spirit sword pool. A flash of green light signified the earth sword pool, the blue sword pool, and the golden fairy sword pool. Today, white, green, and blue flashed simultaneously, meaning Su Xian ascended to the third layer of the sword heaven in half a day. Yi Xinyu asked, Little Mountain, how long did it take you back then? Li Qingshan replied, 3 days. After a pause, he asked in return, How about you, master? Yi Xinyu smiled and said, I, like your little master uncle, have been here for less than a day. Li Qingshan had an idea in his heart, thinking it must be longer than Su Xian's time, which likely meant that Su Xian could pull out the immortal sword. And if Su Xian pulled out the immortal sword, it would prove that he had won. That was 2 million points. Suddenly, his mood improved significantly. Chapter 47. 3 bell tolls, Brother Xian. This is too awesome. All these swords want to acknowledge you as their master. What a big deal. Terrifying indeed. All right, I'll continue climbing. You finish up and hurry outside. Okay. Su Xian left Zhang Yang, who looked shocked, and stepped into the 4th level of the sword domain. Instantly, gravity weighed upon him, making it difficult to move. Su Xian furrowed his brows and sneered. The 4th level of the sword domain is nothing much. He ascended step by step, stepping into the sky alone. While Zhang Yang looked up in admiration, his eyes brimming with worship. So powerful. The pool of heavenly swords fell silent. After a long time, Zhang Yang finally withdrew his gaze and began searching for his destined sword among the thousands of swords in the forest. A sleepless night passed without a sound. The next morning, in front of the sword gate of the sect of inquiry, ripples appeared. The 3 people waiting there suddenly raised their eyes in unison and saw a figure walking out from behind the sword gate. Zhang Yang stepped out from the sword gate with a broad sword on his back. He was momentarily taken aback by the 3 figures around the square, but quickly recognized Li Qingshan among them, realizing what was happening. They must have come here to wait for Su Xian. He hurriedly bowed and said, Disciple Zhang Yang of the sword casting peak, greetings to the 3 senior elders. Yi Xinyu slightly nodded and asked, Are you Zhang Yang? The honest man responded quickly, Yes, senior. Yi Xinyu pointed at the heavy sword on his back and asked, Is this your sword? Yes. What is it called? Wufeng. Yi Xinyu squinted her eyes slightly. Wufeng, not bad. To possess a heavenly sword, this child has good fortune. Zhang Yang scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Li Qingshan sat lightly atop a tree branch and asked from afar, Zhang Yang, have you seen Su Xian? I have. He climbing the long stairs of the 4th level of the sword sky. He started climbing last night, and by the time I woke up, I couldn't see his back anymore. Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. All right, you can go back now. Zhang Yang responded with an "oh," shouldering his heavy sword, and prepared to descend the mountain. As he approached the stone steps, he turned back 3 times, subconsciously glancing at Li Qingshan. looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Li Qingshan noticed everything, casually saying, "If you want to say something, just say it. A man should not hesitate." Zhang Yang, feeling a bit shy, said, Sect Master Li, actually, I didn't climb up to the heavenly sword pool by myself." The three of them looked at him with varying expressions, their gazes involuntarily falling back on him. "What do you mean?" Zhang Yang honestly replied. "I couldn't climb past the 2,000 steps. It was Little Master Ancestor who carried me up. But this has nothing to do with him. I asked him to carry me." The three were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. They first exchanged glances, then stared intently at Zhang Yang. "He carried you up?" Yi Xinyu's figure flickered, and in the next moment, she stood straight in front of Zhang Yang, her feet suspended in the air, pressing for answers. "What? You said it was he who carried you up?" Zhang Yang was startled and instinctively stepped back, nearly falling. He swallowed nervously and stammered, Yes." Yi Xinyu frowned and fell silent. Zhang Yang sensed he might have said something wrong and looked to Li Qingshan for help. "Sect Master Li, this isn't illegal, right?" Li Qingshan remained silent, merely looking at him as if he were a fool. Zhang Yang became anxious and quickly added, "This has nothing to do with Little Master Ancestor. I forced him to carry me up." Yi Xinyu raised her eyes, staring directly at the young man in front of her with skepticism. "Are you kidding? You forced him? What did you use to force him?" Zhang Yang's eyes rolled around as he racked his brain. "Kidnapping. Kidnapping?" Zhang Yang pretended to be fierce. "Yes, kidnapping. I morally kidnapped him. I told him that if he didn't carry me up, I would break off our friendship." Yi Xinyu was speechless and rolled her eyes at him, clicking her tongue. Not funny at all. Then she turned and left. Zhang Yang stood there, frozen, not daring to move. Li Qingshan reminded him, "Why are you dazed? Go back." "Okay." Zhang Yang came to his senses, confirming again, "This isn't illegal, right?" Li Qingshan glanced at him, but said nothing. Zhang Yang understood and hurriedly went down the mountain with his heavy sword. After Zhang Yang left, Yi Xinyu sat on the ground, stroking her chin, sometimes raising her eyebrows, sometimes frowning, revealing no signs of joy or anger. On the contrary, Li Qingshan was in a good mood and deliberately swaggered in front of Yi Xinyu, pretending to be mysterious, and said, "Just now, I calculated, within 10 days, the immortal sword will definitely appear." Yi Xinyu didn't even lift her eyebrows, remaining still as if she hadn't heard anything. 1 day, 2 days. The three continued to guard outside the sword gate, waiting. Li Qingshan lay lazily on a tree branch, taking a nap, when Qingxue sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating. As for Yi Xinyu, feeling quite bored, she occasionally snacked a bit and sometimes fetched water to boil inscriptions. Passing the time. Suddenly, after a long silence, a golden light suddenly lit up at the heavenly gate, then extinguished in an instant. Though it was just a fleeting moment, it dissipated quickly. However, this scene was still keenly captured by many. Yi Xinyu, Li Qingshan, and Wen Qingxue were among them. Besides them, some elders in the mountains happened to glance this way and inadvertently caught sight of it. Of course, on the opposite peak, an old man who had been waiting there for years also witnessed this scene. He immediately stood up, his previous weariness vanished, almost going mad with excitement, saying, "Ha ha! Golden color, it's golden. Someone has climbed up to the immortal sword pool." While he spoke, he arrived at an ancient bell before a stopped pavilion and struck it hard. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the ancient bell echoed through the mountains, drawing many disciples to stop and look, followed by a chorus of complaints and discussions. What's with the sword-casting peak making such a fuss in broad daylight? Ringing the ancient bell? Who knows? It's rare to hear the bell from the sword-casting peak. A long-time disciple with considerable seniority said mysteriously, "When the bell on the sword peak rings 3 times, it signifies the emergence of the immortal sword. When it rings 6 times, it indicates the return of the immortal sword. When the bell on the heavenly sword peak rings 12 times, it proves that a light has gone out, and our sect has lost a sword cultivator in the Great Ascension stage. When it rings 6 times, it proves that someone has entered the Great Ascension." Is that all? Is that all? The sword-casting peak rang 3 times, and you haven't finished yet? The older disciple replied confidently, "I don't know. Damn, I don't know what I was expecting either." Amidst the complaints, the hidden powerful figures, elders, and peak masters within the sect were all well aware. The ancient bell of the sword-casting peak had 2 special meanings, both related to the immortal sword, but unfortunately, not many in the sect knew. First, ringing 3 times signifies the emergence of the immortal sword. Second, ringing 6 times signifies the return of the immortal sword. Today, the three sounds echoed through the mountains. A fisherman on the mountain raised his gaze, his eyes deep, muttering to himself. 2,000 years have passed, and the Windazong finally has a new generation stepping into the immortal sword pool. Chapter 48. Ascending the immortal sword pool. The sound of the bell resonated gently, echoing through the mountains and fields, startling the cold birds in the forest. Just as the disciples of the sect were speculating about the ancient bell's sound, figures had already arrived at the foot of Sword Gate Mountain, riding the wind and landing in the mountain, then starting to ascend the long stairs to the peak. Windazong has been established for millennia, and the recorded number of immortal swords totals 14. Among them, 9 were crafted by Sword Ancestor alone, which naturally includes the 3 swords from the Sword Gorge, slaying demons, exterminating evil, and devouring malice. The remaining 6 swords consist of 1 in the Sword Ancestor's hands and 5 in the hands of his 5 direct disciples. The names of these swords remain unknown. As for the other 5, they are in the possession of the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th ancestors, and the current sect master, Yi Xinyu. Counting carefully, throughout the millennia of establishing the sect, the Sword Tomb stands there, and countless disciples have ventured into the Sword Tomb to retrieve swords. However, only 5 individuals, aside from the Sword Ancestor, have managed to ascend to the immortal sword pool and obtain an immortal sword. Today, after a millennium, another person has emerged. They already knew, and naturally couldn't help but come to witness the event, to catch a glimpse of the new sword and showcase the prowess of the new generation. They arrived in pairs or threes, discussing among themselves, whispering and speculating about who the sword puller could be. Various opinions circulated, and while they had a general idea, they still couldn't be certain without seeing the person's true face. They had come hurriedly but ascended slowly. To reach the 4th sword domain, step into the immortal sword pool, and retrieve a sword was no small feat. Searching for a sword, recognizing its master, and pulling the sword. This process could take anywhere from several hours to a whole day. Attempting to climb the 5th sword domain would take even longer. There was no rush. Time was still early. Who could it be, this young talent? Quietly stepping into the immortal sword pool. TSK, what a long face. Knowing the advisor, aside from the little master uncle. I can't think of a second person to come. You old ghost, so cunning, did you get some intel? Hurry up and tell us. I just took a moment to investigate. The intelligence hall indeed has news that 2 days ago, the little master uncle entered Sword Gate. And today the golden light of Sword Gate has appeared, with the bell ringing 3 times. What more is there to think about? Not necessarily. There could be others as well. If it truly took just 2 days to ascend to the immortal sword pool, then the little master uncle must be quite formidable. Back then, it took me 10 days to reach the heavenly sword pool and more than 20 days to ascend to the 4th sword domain. I only managed to climb 1,000 steps before exhausting my strength. I comprehended the sword monument for 4 years, and after awakening, I broke through 3 realms in 10 months. The little master uncle is indeed extraordinary, far beyond what we can compare to. There were occasional disputes and discussions, and one after another, they reached the peak, catching sight of Sword Gate and seeing sect master Yi Xinyu waiting there. In their hearts, they had already arrived at a certain answer. Old man pays respects to the sect master. Old lady pays respects to the sect master. Upon reaching the heavenly gate, they first bowed in greeting. Yi Xinyu responded with a bow, smiling and saying, "Elders, you've truly come quickly." The elders complimented. "We are a bit slower than the sect master." The ancient bell rang 3 times, and the immortal sword has appeared. This is a rare joyous occasion for our Windazong in 1,000 years. Since we heard the news, we naturally had to come and admire the splendor of the immortal sword. Heaven bless our sect, the Sword Ancestor's grace, with another immortal sword and an extraordinary talent. Yi Xinyu squinted her eyes and said, "All right, at this age, we don't need to flatter each other with pretty words. It seems insincere. Since you're here, let us witness together as an immortal sword enters the mortal realm." Very good, very good. Excellent. Before long, more than half of the elders had arrived, including peak masters, hall masters, and some long-standing elders, gathering one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were no less than 100 people. At this moment, someone knowingly asked, "May I ask, sect master, who is the one retrieving the sword from the tomb?" Yi Xinyu calmly replied, "Your little master uncle, Su Xian." Although everyone had already guessed the answer in their hearts, hearing Yi Xinyu say it out loud felt different, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd, followed by gasps of surprise. One person hurriedly said, I heard the little master uncle entered the sword tomb the day before yesterday, and in just 2 days, he ascended to the immortal sword pool. The little master uncle's fortune is unparalleled throughout history. Yi Xinyu pursed her lips and glanced over. You seem quite well informed to know such details. I dare not, just happened to hear. Yi Xinyu did not pursue the matter further. Instead, raising her gaze to the sword gate, recalling what Zhang Yang had said, and sincerely sighed. Indeed, while others may spend their entire lives without success, he only needs 2 days to climb up. Your little master uncle is truly an exceptional talent, destined to be a part of our Windazong. Recalling the past, she also once ascended the stairs. 2 days to reach the heavenly sword pool, 15 days to climb to the immortal sword pool, and after 20 days, she failed to ascend to the divine sword pool, spending a day retrieving the sword. At that time, just like today, the elders congratulated her. Her master had said she was the fastest disciple in Windazong history to reach the immortal sword pool. They praised her as an unparalleled prodigy, a future great sword immortal. Thus, her master took her as a disciple, and they became peers, with her master becoming her little senior brother. 300 years passed. She cultivated to the Great Ascension realm. 500 years passed. She reached the peak of the Great Ascension realm. 1,000 years passed. She broke through and transcended tribulations, becoming the youngest tribulation-transcending powerhouse in the entire mortal realm. Her little senior brother retired, and she became the new sect master of Windazong, managing sect affairs for 1,000 years. Throughout these 1,000 years, Windazong never lacked talented cultivators and good seeds, just like Li Qingshan, who was somewhat renowned in the entire cultivation world, a Great Ascension realm powerhouse over 500 years old. Yet even so, he could not pull out the immortal sword, barely qualifying as a genius, but not a prodigy. Su Xian was different. Ascending to the immortal sword pool in 2 days far surpassed her achievements back then. Not to mention he had carried that child while climbing thousands of steps. If not for that, he might have been even faster. However, this incident was enough to show Su Xian's excellent nature. He was fit for great responsibilities. As long as there were no accidents and he was well cultivated, he would surely stand alone in the future, even leading Windazong to new heights. At this moment, Yi Xinyu held great expectations for her little junior brother in her heart, almost intuitively. However, this was not necessarily a good thing for Su Xian. At least in Yi Xinyu's expectations, the future requirements for Su Xian would, unconsciously, become more stringent. Around them, discussions continued. Elders, hall masters, and council elders whispered to each other, their words mostly filled with admiration and praise. Wen Qingxue had hidden herself in a corner, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Here were all these second-generation old fellows, and as a third generation, she felt out of place. Yet she was reluctant to leave. She also wanted to witness Su Xian's success and catch a glimpse of the splendor of the immortal sword. Li Qingshan, not knowing when he had come to Yi Xinyu's side, was full of spirit and said, Master, how about it? This time, I didn't embarrass you, right? Yi Xinyu suddenly asked, What does that have to do with you? Li Qingshan replied, He is the one I tied up and brought back. Yi Xinyu looked at him with interest and countered, So what? Li Qingshan was speechless and extended his hand to collect debts. All right, then you owe me 200,000. What 200,000? Yi Xinyu pretended to be confused. Li Qingshan looked around and said in a hushed voice, If you don't acknowledge it, I might shout. You wouldn't want everyone to know that the dignified sect master of the Windazong can't afford to lose, right? Yi Xinyu shot him a glance and replied irritably, All right. I admit it, okay? That's enough. Li Qingshan pulled out a jade token and said, Now pay up. Yi Xinyu smiled and said, Not so fast. Let's gamble on one more thing. Yi Xinyu continued, This time, let's bet on whether your little master uncle can ascend to the 5th level of sword heaven and pull out the legendary divine sword. If he pulls it out, you win. If he can't, I win. Let's wager 3 million points. Li Qingshan's eyes widened. Come on, you're at it again? Yi Xinyu decisively stated, It's settled then. Li Qingshan. Yi Xinyu, what did you say? Li Qingshan. I said, You're really damn beautiful. Yi Xinyu. Hee, everyone knows that. Chapter 49. 3 months without return. The sect remains calm on the first day after the ancient bell rang at the sword-casting peak. Everyone was calm. On the second day, everyone was still unperturbed. On the third day, everyone was bored. They didn't find it strange, thinking that since Su Xian could ascend to the immortal sword pool in 2 days, he would definitely challenge the divine sword pool at the 5th level of sword heaven. However, The divine sword pool hung high in the sky, and climbing up was harder than reaching the heavens. Historically, no one had ever ascended, and there was no clear indication of how many steps there were. However, based on the previous 4 levels of Sword Heaven, it was easy to guess that there should be 1,000,000 steps. It was worth trying. Yet no one here believed that Su Xian could actually climb up. After all, that was the 5th level of Sword Domain. The 4th level of Sword Heaven was already like carrying 10,000 pounds while ascending. The 5th level was even more daunting. Yi Xinyu said that when she ascended to the 5th level of Sword Heaven, she only reached 1,000 steps and already felt as if she was carrying nearly 20,000 pounds. She had already reached the limit of what a foundation establishment body could bear. Let's not forget that the gravity increased continuously and it was a climb. When the senior brothers sat together discussing, they boldly guessed that if one wanted to reach the divine sword pool, they would likely have to endure over 100,000 pounds of gravity. Climbing up those million stone steps with a weight of 100,000 pounds was not something human strength could achieve. Even an ancient divine body or the offspring of ancient ferocious beasts would find it impossible during the foundation establishment stage. Su Xian was special. He had a sudden insight into the sword monument before establishing his foundation in October, and he bore a rare sword spirit root. He gathered countless advantages, but that was still not enough to support him stepping into the divine sword pool. They speculated that at most, within a month, Su Xian would recognize the difficulty and choose to leave the immortal sword. The waiting time was long. A month passed. The days went by in a cycle of sunrises and sunsets 30 times. For ordinary people, it wasn't too long, but for those waiting here, it felt like just a fleeting moment. In the realm of cultivation, entering the foundation establishment stage allows one to live for 200 years, the golden core stage for 500 years, and the nascent soul stage for 1,000 years. Hence, there is the term nascent soul old monster. Continuing upward, lifespan accumulates. And when one succeeds in transcending tribulations, their lifespan can even reach a terrifying 10,000 years. Some ancient beings in the mortal realm, using certain methods, can even extend their lifespans. Among those present here, aside from Wen Qingxue, all had realms above the 7th stage. For them, a month was merely a moment and hardly worth mentioning. However, as time passed, they gradually became uneasy. Half a month passed. The sword gate remained still. Another month passed. The sword gate still showed no signs of movement. As the 2-month mark approached, the elders began to grow anxious, pacing back and forth, looking up at the heavenly gate, then looking down to calculate, unease and worry gradually blossoming in their hearts. It's been 2 months. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could something have happened? Shut your crow's mouth. Even Li Qingshan couldn't sit still anymore, frequently asking Yi Xinyu, could something really have happened? Yi Xinyu only calmly replied, don't worry. Let's wait a bit longer. But this wait stretched into a full month. In spring, as the world thawed and all things began anew, Su Xian still had not returned. No one knew what was happening in the Sword Pavilion, nor did anyone know what Su Xian was doing and why he was delayed in returning. Speculation and discussion grew in everyone's hearts, and worry intensified. Many elders could no longer sit still. They even went so far as to use their origins under the stars and moon, practicing divination to glimpse the heavenly secrets and determine life and death. Senior brother, what's the outcome? Is it good or bad? I can't see clearly. What do you mean you can't see clearly? There is a restriction on little master uncle, left by the sword monument. Our divination and star observation cannot glean anything. Just tell me, is he still alive? The elder known for star observation and fate calculation could only shake his head helplessly and bitterly say, I don't know. I can't deduce it. A group of people sighed and lamented, pounding their chests in distress. How could this happen? It's likely bad news. It's been 3 months. Even if he hasn't reached the divine sword pool, he should have come out by now. Is heaven really going to cut off 1,000 years of fortune for our Wendazong? Let's not be too pessimistic. There might still be a turnaround. The pessimists were many, while the optimists were few. After all, the situation was too unusual. 3 months without coming out had never happened in the history of Wendazong. The longest wait before was at most 2 months. They had all been to the sword tomb to retrieve swords, so they understood the situation inside clearly. In there, one could not rely on their physical body to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nor could they rely on food to replenish energy. Even with the aid of spiritual food pills, an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator could last no more than 2 months, under normal circumstances. Moreover, in the sword tomb, one had to constantly endure the ravages of gravity. To ascend the heavenly steps consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Lasting 2 months was already the limit. Lasting 3 months could be considered a miracle. Yet now, 3 months had passed, and Su Xian still hadn't come out. They were genuinely worried that something unexpected had happened to him inside. Although historically, no one had ever died in the Sword Tomb. Cultivators always believed in one truth: nothing is absolute. Just because something hasn't happened before doesn't mean it won't happen in the future or that it can't happen now. They could only pray that it was just a false alarm and that Su Xian would come out soon. Li Qingshan was so anxious that he paced back and forth at the door all day. He was the one who brought Su Xian back. If something really happened, he couldn't get over it in his heart. Wen Qingxue was also very anxious, but she still tried to comfort Li Qingshan, saying, "Peak Master, don't worry too much. Little Master Uncle eats a lot, so he might stay longer than others." This reasoning lacked persuasion. But at this point, Li Qingshan could only cling to this hope. He hoped Su Xian was an exception, different from ordinary people, even though he was already different from ordinary people. "I hope so." Yi Xinyu observed everything with a calm expression, but the entire Windazong knew that when the sect leader became serious, it meant the matter was significant. Half a month passed, yet there was still no news. "Sect leader, think of a way. We can't wait any longer." "Yes, sect leader, do something." Yi Xinyu felt helpless. If she had a way, she wouldn't be waiting around. This was the Sword Tomb, where the laws inside were far stronger than those in the mortal realm of Fanzhou. Not to mention her, even an immortal would find it impossible to open it or intervene in the matters inside. But they were right. She had to do something. Su Xian, the child who comprehended the sword monument, had revealed extraordinary talent in just a year, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was exceptionally gifted. Although she had been raising him loosely, it was merely an educational approach to help him become independent and understand the complexities of life early on, so he could better lead the entire Windazong in the future. Without exaggeration, as long as Su Xian could retrieve the immortal sword and return safely, the 1,000-year fortune of Windazong would be tied to him. If he were to perish, it would be a tremendous loss for Windazong, one that Yi Xinyu could not accept. She looked at Li Qingshan and said hoarsely, "You keep watch. I'll go to the ancestral peak." Chapter 50. The ascending youth Yi Xinyu went to and fro, taking a whole day, facing the expectations of everyone. She simply shook her head, nothing more, and the surroundings erupted in whispers. After waiting several more days, 2 figures descended the mountain, an old man and a young boy. The old man was the master, and the young boy was the disciple. "Master, this pill is too big. I really can't eat it." "Eat. If you can't swallow it, force it down. Once you get inside, you won't get anything else to eat." "All right, fine. Disciple, remember, protect the earth soldiers, compete for the heavenly soldiers. 10 years ago, among your batch, you were the slowest in foundation building. This time, even if you have to crawl, you must reach the earth sword pool and redeem your honor. Otherwise, I want to have a place to put my old face." "Master, I'll definitely work hard." Let us go." As the master and disciple chatted, they climbed to the mountaintop, but what they saw left them frozen in place. Countless eyes turned towards them. The old man's face turned pale. Looking around, there were over 100 people, and he recognized only 5 or 6. The rest all exuded a presence that was above his own. If it weren't for the towering heavenly gate standing there, he would have thought he had come to the wrong place. The disciple awkwardly swallowed the pill in his mouth and said weakly, "Master, should we just go back?" The usually proud master didn't even think twice before agreeing. "All right." Just as they were about to turn back down the mountain, Yi Xinyu called out to them. The 2 were both frightened and surprised, hurriedly bowing to the sect leader. Yi Xinyu looked at the young man and asked, "What is your name?" The young man respectfully replied, returning to the sect leader, "My name is Yang Wei." Yi Xinyu said, "Nice name. Do you want to enter the sword tomb to retrieve a sword?" The young man glanced at his master, then nodded in confusion, "Yes." Yi Xinyu smiled kindly, waved her hand behind her, and the elders all stepped aside to clear a path, with Yi Xinyu also stepping aside to say, "Go ahead." The young man nervously looked at his master. His master urged in a hushed voice, "Why are you looking at me? If the sect leader tells you to go, just go. Don't embarrass our sect." Yang Wei gathered his courage and walked through the crowd, a feeling that was indescribable. Yi Xinyu followed closely behind. As they approached the sword gate, she inexplicably entrusted a message, "Yang Wei, disciple is here. If you manage to climb to the immortal sword pool and see a person, can you pass on a message for me? Tell him to come out quickly." Yang Wei was stunned, standing there dumbfounded. Yi Xinyu tilted her head. "Is that not possible?" Yang Wei replied, "Sect leader, I will try my best." Yi Xinyu nodded in satisfaction. "Good, I have faith in you, go." Yang Wei cupped his hands and took a big step into the sword gate, deep within the sword tomb. Looking up at the stone steps above and recalling the scenes he had just experienced along with the sect leader's instructions, he gritted his teeth and thought, "I'll give it my all." Outside the sword gate, the elders exchanged glances, thinking the sect leader had gone mad to have such an idea. Could the immortal sword pool be something one could just climb up to? Especially Li Qingshan, who sighed deeply. "Master, you really are sick." Yi Xinyu pouted. "What else can be done? Treating a dead horse as a living horse, I suppose. Can't my several martial uncles do anything?" Yi Xinyu lamented. "Come on. This is the sword tomb. What can they do?" The world was filled with worries, but only Yang Wei's master was ecstatic. He thought about how his disciple had gained the sect leader's favor, and his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. "This kid is truly bringing me honor." At the same time, on the seemingly endless stone steps of the 5 heavy sword heaven, a figure was slowly moving upward, each step seemingly requiring all the strength they could muster. Su Xian, at this moment, had long lost his previous charm, now appearing worn and ragged, with a haggard face. Disheveled hair, hunched back, cracked lips, and vacant eyes, resembling a living corpse as he climbed upward. Raising his gaze, he finally caught a glimpse of the end of the stone steps, a sea of clouds shimmering with brilliant colors above. There it was, the peak of the 5 heavy sword heaven, the legendary location of the divine sword pool. He was so close, just a little more. The encouraging voice of the small book spirit in his ear continued, "Master, keep going. There are 300 steps left to the top." Upon hearing 300 steps, Su Xian had already become numb. 1,000,000 stone steps, 1,000,000. He had been climbing for 4 months. He started with a burden of 20,000 pounds, and now it had increased to 100,000 pounds, far exceeding his body's load limit. Every bone in his body had long since broken and shattered. Yet time and again, under the nurturing of the sword fetus left by the sword monument, they healed. Broken bones, shattered bones, and then healing again. With each cycle, he endured suffocating pain, fainting several times. Yet, just as he passed out, he was immediately jolted awake by pain. The torment felt like a lifetime of sin, as if he were being fried in hot oil, electrocuted in an electric box, unable to seek life or wish for death. Most importantly, he remained conscious, enduring the pain while finding a twisted sense of enjoyment in it. Countless times, he had the thought of jumping down from here, returning to the immortal sword pool, and picking a sword from the 86 immortal swords to leave, thinking, why endure this suffering? But he still persevered. At first, he only managed to push through 2,000 steps. At that time, he knew this path was not easy and would require much suffering. So he thought, just getting one immortal sword would suffice, and it wasn't necessary to push further, so he planned to give up. But at that moment, the small book spirit came out and said to Su Xian, "Haven't you always been asking me when you can cultivate at the heavenly white jade capital? Haven't you always been asking me why you can't cultivate at the heavenly white jade capital? The answer lies within this sword tomb." It said, "Climb up, and you can start cultivating in the celestial jade capital and forge your body into the sword tower." It also said, with the protection of the sword embryo within the sword steel, as long as Su Xian perseveres, he will definitely be able to climb up, though the process might involve a bit of pain. Upon hearing this, Su Xian cursed, saying he felt cheated, that 4 years of youth were ruined in an instant, and that he didn't believe in such nonsense, not even a little pain. He found it all unbelievable. But there was some truth in what the book spirit said. Since he was already here, why not give it a try? Enduring some hardship, climbing up, achieving success and fame, retreating now would mean all 4 years would be wasted. So he gritted his teeth and began to climb, not for anything else, but to ensure those 4 years were not in vain. However, as he climbed, he started to regret it again. It was not just painful, but it hurt. Real pain, the kind where you can't seek life or death. He thought about giving up again. The book spirit persuaded him once more. If you give up now, all the suffering you endured before will be for nothing. Su Xian thought this made sense and gritted his teeth to persist. Thus, he cycled through the motions of giving up, struggling, continuing, giving up, struggling, continuing. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, the more he felt he was losing out. He held on stubbornly until now. Even the little book spirit was too lazy to persuade him anymore. Looking at the sword pool that was so close, Su Xian couldn't entertain the thought of giving up. Giving up now would be like being the last person left in a group by just about to cash out. Stopping here felt worse than death. He gritted his teeth and bore it, enduring it. He roared in response, "Don't worry, today, even if I die, I will die there." Chapter 51. The Sword Cocoon Breaks. The sword body is born the clear sky, the starry sea, the morning breeze, the sunset. The sky in the sword tomb was like the outside world. Day and night alternated, allowing you, who were deep in suffering, to still perceive the slow passage of time. In the last 300 steps, Su Xian climbed for an entire day and night. The white sword shirt that Li Qingshan had given him a year ago was already worn out at the knees and cuffs, and his palms were soaked in blood. His fingers a bloody mess. The world in Su Xian's eyes was hazy. His ears were filled with silence, leaving only the sound of his heavy breathing and heartbeats. His head buzzed. His body and will had long reached their limits. He relied solely on a single thought to push through, and with the last bit of strength, he climbed to the final sword step. In an instant, the nearly 100,000 pounds of force that had been pressing down on him vanished, and Su Xian felt as if his whole body was floating like a balloon. The suffocating pain that had been compounded by gravity also dissipated, leaving only the lingering old ailment. But compared to before, it was completely negligible. He strained to turn his head and raised his eyes to look, in a daze. He saw a sword pool, cold locks, iron chains, divine swords, and blood, until his vision extended infinitely, confirming he was on the endless long stairs. He finally withdrew his gaze, exhaled a long breath, and murmured, "A little sword pool, I've got it." Then, his eyes, heavy as if filled with lead, closed, and he never opened them again. Su Xian fainted. In a half-dream, half-awake state, he heard the book's spirit calling, "Master, Master, Master." He had a dream, dreaming that he stood under the blazing sun, bathed in the spring breeze, feeling very comfortable. He indulged in it, unwilling to wake up. Meanwhile, at the peak of the sword pool, countless sword intents resonated with the sword embryo within Su Xian's body, whirling from above the sword pool, below the sword pool, and rushing in from all directions, transforming into threads that merged into the boy's flesh. Su Xian's body was lifted into the air by the myriad threads of sword intent, and in the end, the sword intent coalesced into a cocoon, turning the boy into a sword cocoon. In the human realm, spring silkworms spin silk, binding themselves in cocoons. In the sword tomb, sword intent condenses into silk, wrapping the living cocoon. The book spirit stood before the sword cocoon, her eyes narrowed, her small palm stroking her chin, as if admiring a piece of art, and proudly said, "This is a naturally born sword spirit root." Later, the sword embryo nurtured the dantian. Now, having ascended to the peak of the sword tomb to take the sword intent to give birth to the sword cocoon, once it breaks free, it will be the postnatal sword body. Sword spirit, sword embryo, sword body, TSK TSK, you are a living sword, a sword of the great way, and will be the toughest, hardest, and fastest man in the entire Tsangming realm in the future. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to find such a treasure under the heavens. This wave, I've won big. It was unclear how long it had been, but Su Xian dreamed that he had become a sword. He struggled desperately and finally tore apart the sword body that had imprisoned him, and then he woke up. At the sword pool, the sword cocoon broke free and became a person, and Su Xian emerged unscathed. The pain had long since disappeared. Even the worn-out knees and fingers were restored to their original condition, and his previously messy long hair was now slender and straight, gently swaying in the wind. If it weren't for the blood still staining the torn parts of his white clothes, it would seem as if nothing had ever happened. He slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, a sword light was nurtured, cold and sharp, deeper than the vast starry sky above. Su Xian was a bit dazed. He looked up. What he saw was night, the starry river boundless, with shooting stars occasionally streaking across the silent deep space. He lowered his gaze. There was a sword pool, with giant swords inserted into it, but they were entangled with countless iron chains, densely packed. These iron chains were interconnected, binding each sword to the sword pool. Upon careful counting, there were exactly 12 swords. 12 swords, thousands of chains. Under the starlight and moonlight, the iron chains gleamed with a chilling light. These swords were as black as ink, soaked in the vicissitudes of time, heavy and ancient, yet they were enveloped in a crimson mist of blood, with a murderous aura lingering around them, making anyone who looked at them feel that these swords were not good swords at all. In the same sword tomb, the same sword pool, yet it was a completely different scene. What the hell? Su Xian's mind went blank, his thoughts racing as he tried to recall what had happened. Piecing together the information before him, he had climbed to the sword pool and then had a dream. He dreamed he had become a sword. He woke up. Surrounding him were fallen sword cocoons. In front of him were locked 10 ancient fierce swords. Not to dwell on details, only to discuss results. After organizing his thoughts, Su Xian couldn't help but complain. This is not the sword pool. This is a damn demon sword pool. Unlike the 4 sword pools of spirit, earth, heaven, and immortal, the swords in this sword pool had never responded to Su Xian at all. He didn't know if they were locked up or if they were just like that. But Su Xian was very clear that the thought of pulling a divine sword from here was basically shattered, just as he was in a daze. The little book spirit appeared as promised, floating beside him, smilingly congratulating him. Congratulations, Master, congratulations, Master, for reaching the peak of the sword tomb. Su Xian glanced at her, pointing at the 12 swords and the countless cold chains before him, and said in disappointment, Congratulations for what? What is there to congratulate? Tell me, how do I take these swords? The little book spirit flew around him in a circle, finally hovering between his eyes, extending a finger and smiling. This first good thing. Congratulations, Master, for breaking out of the cocoon. The sword body has reached great success. Su Xian was taken aback, not understanding. Sword body? What sword body? The little book spirit patiently explained. There are 2 types of sword bodies in the world, the innate sword body and the acquired sword body. As the names imply, the innate sword body is born with it, while the acquired sword body is refined through later cultivation, which is what the master currently possesses. Originally, you comprehended the stone tablet and gained a trace of the sword fetus born in your dantian. Now that you have ascended to the 5th level of the sword heaven and traversed through 1,000,000 long stairs, through the repeated refining with the sword fetus, your physical body has reached great perfection, and you have also received nourishment from the primordial sword intent in the sword tomb. Thus, this acquired sword body has been nurtured. Upon hearing this, Su Xian cast aside his previously troubled thoughts and focused his attention on his own body. To his surprise, he discovered that his injuries had healed, and his skin seemed to have become more delicate. When the qi in his dantian resonated, he felt his body filled with strength, as if an ordinary punch could crush an elephant. I didn't notice it until you mentioned it. Is my sword body really that impressive? Su Xian asked. The little book spirit nodded seriously. Yes, super impressive. Su Xian leaned forward, eagerly asking, Can you tell me more? The little book spirit thought hard and said, Let me put it this way. This acquired sword body is only slightly inferior to the innate sword body. Su Xian widened his eyes and asked, What about the innate sword body? The little book spirit pondered again and said, Let me put it this way. The innate sword body is only slightly stronger than the acquired sword body. Su Xian fell silent. He took a deep breath, and the words seemed to squeeze out from between his teeth. Are you messing with me? Chapter 52. The new master of the sword tomb. The little book spirit smiled and tried to appease him, saying, Master, don't be angry. A strong sword body means you have a keen perception of any sword intent and a level of comprehension of the sword path that ordinary people cannot reach. You can learn and master ancient sword techniques and sword methods in a very short time. When you cultivate to the extreme, you can turn all things into swords, even yourself into a sword, unleashing sword energy that can destroy the heavens and the earth. Of course, in terms of cultivation, you also have a unique advantage. In this mortal realm of Fan Prefecture, your acquired sword body surpasses both the immortal body and the holy body, comparable to the divine body. In the same realm, no one can break through your physical defenses. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are invincible in the same realm. After listening, Su Xian still had a vague understanding of the concept of the acquired sword body, but it didn't matter. He only needed to know that having a sword body made his path to greatness broader. The little book spirit paused and continued. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that your sword body can become more powerful and perfected as your realm increases, and in the future, it may even surpass the top 10 innate sword bodies. This was a big promise, but Su Xian was not interested in empty promises. He snorted dismissively. The little book spirit raised her second finger and shook it, smiling. The second piece of good news is that congratulations on gaining the recognition of the sword outside heaven and becoming the new master of this entire sword tomb. Su Xian's interest shifted from his body to this new title, looking up in confusion. Master? Yes, according to the rules of the sword outside heaven. Whoever can ascend to the 5th level of the sword heaven and reach this divine sword pool becomes the new master of the sword tomb, controlling the entire sword tomb. All the swords within the sword tomb, regardless of their rank, will obey your command. It sounded very mysterious, and Su Xian felt even more bewildered. Is that true? The little book spirit affirmed. Of course it is true. Su Xian felt he had hit the jackpot and excitedly asked, so, does that mean I can take as many swords as I want from here? The little book spirit confirmed again. Yes, all the swords here are yours. Su Xian felt his head buzzing, rubbing his palms together and grinning foolishly. I hit the jackpot. I hit the jackpot. I hit the jackpot. From Su Xian's understanding, in Fan Prefecture, a spirit sword is worth between 100,000 to 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. A ground sword is worth between 1,000 to 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. As for a heavenly sword, it is nearly priceless, with any that come into existence fetching millions at auction, not to mention the immortal swords. Immortal weapons in Fan Prefecture are a non-renewable resource, likely only found in large ancient relics and immortal graves. Each one is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. This sword tomb has millions of spirit swords, hundreds of thousands of ground swords, thousands of heavenly swords, and 86 immortal swords. It can be said without modesty that Su Xian is just half a step away from becoming the richest person in Fan Prefecture. That is, by walking out of here. Hee. The little book spirit seemed to have guessed Su Xian's thoughts, slightly furrowing her brows, and poured a bucket of cold water on him. Master, the swords here cannot be sold. Huh. Su Xian was taken aback. The little book spirit explained. The swords in the sword outside heaven are sentient swords, choosing only one master in their lifetime. If you take a sword out of here, it recognizes you as its master, and others cannot use it. After your death, the sword returns to the sword pool. The difference is that others can only take one sword in their lifetime, while you can take many, even all, provided you can bear it. It felt like a heavy blow to the head. Su Xian was dumbfounded on the spot. Huh. But after a moment's thought, he waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. If I can't sell swords, I can't even sell tickets, but I can let others come in and take them themselves. It's a risk-free business, hee. The little book spirit stared at him as if he were a fool. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? The little book spirit honestly replied. Master's idea is certainly good and feasible, but have you considered the feelings of the Taoist sect? Su Xian raised an eyebrow. The little book spirit spread her hands. If you do that, they might tear you apart. Su Xian was momentarily stunned, then reacted and scratched his head. That's true. It's like guarding a mountain of gold, but not being able to take it with you. Su Xian was not discouraged. Instead, he optimistically clicked his tongue and said, no worries. I won't say anything for now. I'll quietly develop. When I reach the tribulation realm one day, I won't be afraid of them anymore. I can sell them then too. The little book spirit smiled gently, assessing the situation and waiting for the right moment. Master is indeed wise. You need to work even harder in your cultivation. So fake. Su Xian rolled his eyes in annoyance. Great. Now I have one more reason to endure hardship. He simply sat down on the ground, swayed his head left and right, and cracked his neck lazily, saying, 1, 2. What other good news is there? Just say it all at once. The little book spirit also lowered her height, smiling. The third piece of good news. And the last one is that starting today, Master can practice in the heavenly white jade capital. Su Xian propped his chin with one hand, casually asking, how do you practice? The little book spirit's eyes sparkled. By using your body as the foundation to build a tall building. Oh, Su Xian replied. Have you seen these 12 divine swords? Of course, I'm not blind. The little book spirit asked again. Do you know why these 12 swords are locked by these iron chains? Su Xian calmly looked at her and said, guess? The little book spirit was momentarily stunned, then answered her own question. The heavenly white jade capital has a total of 12 layers, 1 sword per layer. 1 sword per floor, 12 swords, just enough for 12 floors. Su Xian remained silent as the little book spirit recounted. In the past, the white jade capital in the sky stood tall amidst the chaotic sea. There were 12 swords in the sword tower, guarding the Tsangming, repelling the evil beings from beyond the realm and the dark creatures. Anyone daring to cross the chaotic sea would find the sword tower appearing, the divine swords emerging, exterminating all enemies. Throughout its life, it has slain countless strong foes. Later, chaos erupted in the dark realm beyond the chaos, and the beings from outside invaded our Tsangming. The powerful figures of Tsangming ventured into the Starry Sea to resist the foreign enemies, and my lord also brought the Sword Tower and White Jade Capital to battle, fighting in the shattered Star Sea until the skies darkened and the earth trembled. Eventually, Tsangming achieved a tragic victory. But my lord was exhausted and on the verge of passing away. The Sword Tower collapsed, and the 12 divine swords became unowned objects. However, the 12 divine swords, having accompanied their master in countless battles, were imbued with heavy killing intent. Without the suppression of the Sword Tower, they generated immense malevolence. Fearing that the 12 divine swords would be tainted by dark blood and gain sentience, causing chaos among the living, my lord forged a sword tomb with his flesh. Sealing the 12 divine swords within the sword pool, he entrusted me with the task that if a new master were to come in the future, they must gain the sword tomb's recognition to reconstruct the sword tower. For each layer of the tower built, one sword could be unsealed, allowing the tower to control the swords and suppress them. Once all 12 towers were completed, the seals would be fully opened. After my lord passed away, I erected a sword monument, leaving behind a game of chess, and with the sword tomb, I fell into a long slumber in Tsangming, waiting for a fated person to become my new master. Understanding the sword monument leads to the birth of the sword embryo. Ascending to the sword heavens allows for the forging of the sword body. Building the sword tower grants access to the divine swords. And questioning Tsangming makes one invincible in the world. This is my story, as well as the origin of the sword tomb and the sword monument. Unfortunately, the little book spirit lowered its brow, sighed softly, and then looked at the 12 swords, speaking in a subdued tone. I have slept for too long, and many memories have faded. I can't remember many things, including what they were once called. Looking back at Su Xian, its eyes were dim. Even I can't recall what my lord was once called. Chapter 53. Taking the sword, it was very small, and its eyes were even smaller. Yet within those tiny eyes lay a depth of sorrow and desolation that even poets could not express. Su Xian sensed this. He thought, its story must be quite remarkable, and its master's story must be even more extraordinary. However, stories are ultimately just stories, and the past is the past. He extended a finger and gently pressed down on the little creature's hat. The latter looked up in confusion. Su Xian smiled and said, "My name is Su Xian." The little book spirit was momentarily stunned, blinking its eyes, feeling perplexed. Su Xian instructed, "Remember this, don't forget it." The little book spirit remained dazed for quite a while before finally understanding, its eyes brightening as it dispelled its sadness, nodding and saying, "Yes, I've noted it down. Su Xian, the name of my master." Su Xian gazed up at the starry sky, murmuring, "The pleasures of the world are like this. Everything flows away with time. Do not ponder the endless matters beyond oneself. Just enjoy the limited cup of life while alive." He looked down at the little book spirit, curling his lips into a smile, saying, "I will give you 8 words. Let go of the past. Live in the present." The little book spirit seemed to understand but was confused. However, in Su Xian's eyes, it saw a similar melancholy, as if Su Xian too had lived through a lifetime again. His eyes were also filled with stories. It responded with a soft hum, nodding earnestly, mimicking a youth gazing at the starry sky. It asked, "Master, was that poem you just recited your own? What's wrong? It was really good." Su Xian replied calmly, "No, it was written by someone else. I just pieced them together." The little book spirit suddenly realized, so it was copied, no wonder. Su Xian rolled his eyes and lectured, "For scholars, how can it be called copying? It's called borrowing. Don't speak nonsense if you don't understand." The little book spirit was astonished. "That makes a lot of sense." Su Xian chuckled and asked, "So how was it? When I recited it just now, didn't it sound very cultured?" "What does cultured mean?" Su Xian thought for a moment and explained, "It means it sounds very sophisticated, carefree, and unrestrained." The little book spirit laughed and pointed out, "So it means showing off? It really does sound pretentious." Su Xian was speechless, finally understanding the meaning of the phrase not hitting it off. He changed the subject, saying, "All right, enough of that. Let us talk business. From what you said, I can't take those 12 divine swords for now, right?" The little book spirit stopped smiling and nodded obediently. "Yes, these are ancient divine swords, having too much bloodshed. They are tainted with malevolence. You cannot wield them right now. So you must first build the sword tower to suppress them before you can lift the seal." Su Xian didn't like hearing that he could not wield them, as it felt like saying he wasn't capable. But the fact remained true. Now that he had gained the sword tomb's recognition and became its master, a tenuous connection formed between him and the sword outside the heavens. Through this connection, he could clearly sense the terrifying nature of the 12 swords before him. Even though they were imprisoned by cold locks and sealed by the sword tomb, the killing intent emanating from them still made one shudder unexpectedly, and when gazed upon, it felt like falling into an icy abyss. His spirit trembled with fear, as if just a touch would shatter him, let alone wielding them. So shall we go? Sure. Su Xian stood up, glancing back at the 12 divine swords, as if staring at 12 ancient behemoths, taking a deep breath before asking, by the way, little book, once I build the sword tower, I want you need to come back here, right? You will. The little book spirit answered without a moment's thought. Su Xian froze in his tracks, staring intently at the little creature perched on his shoulder. The little creature understood, chuckling, and explained, don't worry, you are the master of the sword tomb. Although your cultivation is not high right now and you cannot fully control the sword tomb, returning here is just a thought away. Su Xian was skeptical, really? The little book's spirit affirmed, absolutely. Once your first layer of the sword tower is built, you won't even need to go through the sword gate of the outer heavens. You can enter the sword tomb anytime, anywhere. Upon hearing this, Su Xian felt relieved, even expressing some delight. That's great, that's great. If that's truly the case, in the future, if he encountered unavoidable danger, he could just hide in this sword tomb, which would be very safe. Furthermore, this sword tomb is so vast, it is essentially a world of its own, and could also serve as a storage space. The little book spirit reminded, but the premise is that you have to build the sword tower. Su Xian shrugged, all right. Let us build as soon as we go out. I understand building towers very well. Su Xian just wanted to say, no one understands building towers better than a civil engineering graduate. The little book spirit pumped its tiny fist, cheering, yes, then let us start with the first step. Breaking through the golden core realm. Su Xian was taken aback. Break through to the golden core? The little book spirit explained matter-of-factly, yes. Only by breaking through to the golden core can you withstand the power of the laws of the first floor of the white jade capital. Su Xian's smile froze, and he lowered his head in silence, quietly walking towards the edge of the divine sword pool. The little book spirit continued. And you need to prepare many high-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones? For what? Su Xian casually asked. The little book spirit explained, you can think of them as bricks. Su Xian's heart sank. Huh. The little book spirit counted on its fingers. You will also need to find some rare materials, like special woods and rare ores. Su Xian felt overwhelmed, quickly interrupting the little book spirit. Wait. Just one question. How many spirit stones will I need for one layer of the sword tower? Little Shuling thought for a moment, tapping her lips with her finger, and said, I haven't calculated it. But based on the strength of the spiritual stones and the concentration of spiritual energy in Fanzhou, I estimate that a single floor would cost at least a few million. Su Xian staggered, nearly dying on the spot. How much? A few million, maybe even more. Little Shuling was completely unaware. Su Xian's mouth twitched. His heart was already in turmoil. A few million. Still top-grade spiritual stones. What the hell? Even robbing a bank wouldn't be enough. Indeed, there is no free lunch in this world, and there is no such thing as luck or fortune. All the luck and opportunities you gain through hard work are forcing you to endure more suffering, pushing you to work harder, pushing you to be competitive. Su Xian had had enough and saw through it all. What's wrong? I think we don't need to rush to build this building. But before little Shuling could finish, Su Xian stepped into the air and jumped down from the divine sword pool, feeling disillusioned. The wind howled in his ears as he fell rapidly. Moments later, Su Xian stood once again on the immortal sword pool, his gaze drifting over the rows of swords, making a difficult choice. What sword building? What divine sword? All of it was virtual. Taking a sword was the most tangible thing right now. He stroked his chin and confirmed again. Are you sure I can only take one for now? Can I take two? Chapter 54. Sword name. Wait a moment. Little Shuling sat on the boy's shoulder, her head drooping as she raised her hand to press down her book-like little hat, weakly saying, My master, I've said it 800 times. Su Xian frowned, feeling quite troubled. Although he was the master of the sword tomb, he faced many restrictions that made him very distressed. His cultivation level was too low. Therefore, he couldn't withstand the power of this sword tomb and could only take one sword. The sword tomb was now like a mountain of gold in front of him. It belonged to him, yet he needed to unlock it with his cultivation and realm. You'd say it's unreasonable, right? It indeed made sense, leaving no room for criticism. You'd say it's reasonable, right? Su Xian still had some thoughts in his heart. Forget it, One sword is fine. After all, it will be mine sooner or later. He waved his hand and began to make another choice among the swords in front of him. The immortal sword pool was different from the other 3 sword pools. The swords in the immortal sword pool were all immortal swords, swords with identity and status. Therefore, each immortal sword was inserted on a sword platform, and every sword had a scabbard. There were a total of 100 sword platforms, arranged neatly. Each sword platform was about a yard square and half a person tall, with inscriptions on the front, coming from the same source as the sword sect. Su Xian recognized it. The upper part was the sword name, and the lower part was the serial number, from 1 to 100. Among them, sword number 86 had an empty platform. 14 empty platforms were numbered 10, 18, 19, 20, 36, 49, 53, 57, 66, 88, 90, 93, 94. The empty platforms had no swords and names, only numbers remained. As his gaze swept around, Su Xian couldn't help but wonder which stone platform the sword that slayed demons he had seen that day came from. Since the sword platforms had serial numbers, could they be considered rankings? His gaze fell on the first sword. Ghostly heavy sword. The sword was extremely large, with a wide blade, entirely pitch black, without any embellishments. Heavy and solid, a truly deserving heavy sword. It was not like the other swords, which were shining brilliantly and lively. This heavy sword looked clumsy and somewhat ugly. Yet, its simplicity could not hide its sharpness. However, the name made Su Xian hesitate. He approached the sword, looking up at it, and the heavy sword roared, responding strongly. Su Xian mumbled, "This name sounds a bit like a demon's sword." The little book spirit, aware of her master's worries, spoke up. "I forgot to tell you, master. The swords in the immortal sword pool can have their names changed, except for the serial number. The name you see now was given to it by its previous master or the name bestowed by the creator when it was forged. When it chooses a new master, its name can be defined by the new master. One day, when the master dies and the sword returns, the sword platform will be engraved with its new name." Su Xian suddenly understood, so it explained why the 14 stone platforms only had serial numbers without sword names. "Oh, I see. Then it's you." Su Xian no longer hesitated. Leaping onto the sword platform, gripping the sword hilt with one hand, and the heavy sword responded again, vibrating and ringing. In that moment, a flash of surprise crossed Su Xian's eyes, and countless images flashed through his mind. He saw a giant sword slicing through the ghostly realm, piercing the heavens, shattering stars, breaking the moon, and rising from the turbulent rivers and seas. The ghostly heavy sword emitted a cold light, and with one sword stroke, it stabilized the world. Suddenly drawing the sword, the heavy sword unsheathed, slashing through the air, cleaving the void. The fierce wind howled, and the sword intent surged across the wilderness. Su Xian stepped down from the sword platform. The heavy sword plunged into the ground. His thoughts returned, and he pursed his lips, saying, "What a heavy sword, so imposing. From today on, you shall be called." Wait a moment. The heavy sword trembled, and the space rippled, responding to Su Xian. Little Shuling was taken aback. "Wait a moment?" Su Xian mischievously said. "Sounds nice, right?" Little Shuling reluctantly replied. "Sounds nice, not at all." Su Xian, of course, didn't care. It was just a name, merely a title. If it could have some unexpected effect, that would be best. With a flick of his sleeve, "Wait a moment," return. The heavy sword broke the ground, and the scabbard returned, turning into a flash of cold light that disappeared into his sleeve. Ordinary people would have to carry the sword out. Su Xian was different. He was the new master of the sword tomb and had some privileges. "Let's go, it's time to return." Having obtained the sword, feeling invigorated, Su Xian first jumped down from the heavenly sword pool, then jumped from the earth sword pool, and finally from the spiritual sword pool, returning to the place he originally entered. However, the difference was that the originally empty path now revealed a door of emptiness, opening and closing. Su Xian did not hesitate and stepped into it. As his vision blurred, he saw the sword gate right in front of him. But he felt as if he had been emptied, collapsing to the ground in an instant, an unprecedented hunger gnawing at his stomach. He bent down, leaning against the wall, his eyes glowing green, his voice hoarse, slowly moving outside, leaning against the wall to enter, leaning against the wall to exit. "I'm going to die." At this moment, outside the sword gate, the sky was faintly brightening, the stars gradually fading, dawn approaching. In the mountains and fields, it was silent. Even the morning birds in the mountains were startled into silence. The square in front of the sword gate was crowded with people. Some stood on treetops. Some sat cross-legged on stone slabs, some leaned against trees, and some stood straight, all closing their eyes and saying nothing. Closest to the sword gate, 5 figures stood in front of Yi Xinyu, each emanating a terrifying pressure, their aura so strong that it overshadowed Yi Xinyu. They were the 5 ancestors of the Ancestor Peak, the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th direct disciples of the Sword Ancestor. It was precisely because of the presence of these 5 people that the elders and guests present did not dare to speak loudly. In the Dao sect, everyone knew that the 5 ancestors were in seclusion at the Ancestor Peak, not involved in the affairs of the mountain, and had never appeared together before. Yet, in just 5 short years, they had appeared twice. The first time, only their voice was heard, but they were not seen, because of Su Xian. This time, unheard in voice, yet seen in form, it is also due to Su Xian's emergence. All of this is simply because, yesterday at noon, a glimpse of the heavenly gate revealed a 5-colored glow, as if celestial light had descended upon the mortal realm. White, blue, and green are naturally common, and even golden light has been recorded. However, the 5-colored glow had never appeared before. Even if the entire process was but a fleeting moment, it was still captured by the members of the Dao sect who had been paying close attention to this matter. During the time of everyone's astonishment, 5 ancestors appeared one after another before the sword gate. They stood in silence until now. Even the elderly man responsible for guarding the sword tomb left the ancient bell pavilion and came before the sword gate. The 5-colored glow had never been seen before in history. If one had to speculate, it would be that someone had ascended to the legendary Divine Sword Pool. That is the Divine Sword Pool. At the peak of the Immortal Sword Pool, one can ascend to the million sword levels. But even with such speculation, no one dared to confirm it, nor did they know whether the ancient bell should be wrong. Indecisive, he could only come here and wait alongside everyone else. The others were the same. The only one who could have ascended to the Divine Sword Pool was Su Xian. For months had passed, a full 4 months. Just when they thought Su Xian might have encountered an accident, the sword gate's unusual movement caused their numb hearts to rise again. Waiting. Another day and night of waiting. Suddenly, the sword gate rippled, and everyone fell to shiver, their gazes intense and focused. Even the 5 ancestors had their hearts in their throats at that moment. Yi Xinyu couldn't help but step forward. Senior brother, there's movement. Chapter 55. I'm hungry. A figure emerged from the crowd, unsteady as they walked, slowly raising their gaze. In the silent stares of everyone, they held their breath in astonishment. Su Xian swallowed hard and took 2 steps forward, seemingly using all his strength. Like a kite with a broken string, crashing forward. The young man in blue reacted first, catching him just as he was about to hit the ground. The rest rushed over in the blink of an eye, surrounding him completely. Little uncle, little ancestor, little junior brother. In the haze, all that could be heard were the commotion around him. Su Xian struggled to lift his eyes, slowly scanning the unfamiliar faces. Finally, his gaze landed on the only familiar one, Yi Xinyu, as he raised his hand with all his might. Senior sister. Yi Xinyu hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling before Su Xian and grasping his hand, worriedly asking, little junior brother, I'm here, what do you want to say? Su Xian's lips parted slightly, hoarsely uttering a single word. Hungry. Yi Xinyu was taken aback. The ancestors were stunned. The elders exchanged glances, most of them bewildered and at a loss. Senior brother. What do we do? Is the little junior brother okay? The young man in blue spoke solemnly. It's fine. He should just be hungry. I've stabilized his spirit with my spiritual energy. Once he wakes up, he just needs to eat something. Upon hearing this, everyone's worried hearts settled down completely. After a while, the 5 ancestors personally escorted Su Xian away first. While Yi Xinyu left a remark, everyone disperse. Today's events must not be spread. Then they left. Li Qingshan followed closely behind. He now knew that Su Xian was not in serious trouble, but he still wanted to know whether Su Xian had obtained the divine sword. This was a matter related to 3 million points. As for the others, their doubts were the same, but since the ancestors took the person away, they could only watch helplessly, discussing amongst themselves and speculating. Thank goodness he's fine. May the heavens bless our sect. What a pity he fainted from hunger. We still don't know whether little uncle managed to climb the 5 levels of the sword heaven, reach the divine sword pool, and pull out the divine sword. Yeah, it's driving me crazy. When little uncle came out, he was empty-handed. He didn't get anything, right? That can't be, at the very least. He must have taken the immortal sword. Should we follow and take a look? Forget it. I can't handle the presence of the ancestors. Let's wait for Qingshan to come back and ask. Right? How could he faint from hunger? Of course. Try staying in there for 4 months when you're in the foundation establishment stage. You might not last 2 months. Thank goodness it was just hunger. Disperse, disperse. Everyone go back. After months of guarding, in a single day it all dissipated. Although they did not receive an answer in the end. After entering the sword tomb for 4 months, regardless of whether Su Xian ultimately pulled out the divine sword or ascended to the divine sword pool, the records of the Dao sect would still write a note for him. It read, Su Xian, at a young age, established his foundation at 10 months, entered the sword tomb to seek the sword, and emerged after 4 months. Recorded here, not seeing old friends. As for whether the later arrivals could surpass him, that could only be left to time to test. As the celestial light faded, the sword-forging peak returned to its former tranquility. In the celestial mansion at the peak of the sword-questioning peak, Su Xian lay on Yi Xianyu's bed, sound asleep. Before him, 6 figures surrounded a heavy sword, carefully examining it, occasionally clicking their tongues and expressing their opinions. Little junior brother is delicate-looking, yet he chose such a heavy sword. Quite the contrast. Xiao Yu said he was born in a secluded village, raised in the mountains, hunting and fishing since childhood. A bit rough around the edges is only natural. 6 senior brother's words are indeed true. I remember this sword. I saw it when I took the vermilion bird back then. Although it's a bit ugly. It's the best among 100 swords. I have some impression too. It's a pity if only little junior brother could pull out the divine sword. Perhaps the divine sword pool doesn't even exist. Being able to pull out the immortal sword's best is already far superior to you and me. Indeed. After a while, knowing Su Xian was fine, the 5 decided to leave first. They left, fearing that when Su Xian woke up, he might feel pressured. They reminded Yi Xianyu to take good care of Su Xian when he woke up. As for the matter of the sword tomb, if little junior brother was willing to speak, it would be documented for future reference. If he did not wish to discuss it, they should not press or interfere. The Dao sect stands by the sword and values humanity. They respect the privacy of every disciple, especially concerning matters of opportunity, and are even more cautious. Yi Xianyu gladly agreed. After the 5 left, Li Qingshan dared to enter, first checking on Su Xian's condition, his face filled with worry. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Yi Xianyu smiled and said, he just drank the jade liquid immortal dew. He hasn't absorbed it all yet, so it's still early. Li Qingshan was surprised and teased. Jade liquid immortal dew? I remember you only had a drop. You wouldn't even let your own brother smell it. So why are you being so generous this time? Yi Xianyu sat at the head of the bed, half closing her eyes and said, what do you think? Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. How would I know? Yi Xianyu gestured towards the heavy sword on the table, reminding him, look, that's the sword your little junior uncle brought out. Li Qingshan noticed the heavy sword on the table, stepped forward to examine it closely, and wanted to reach out to touch it, but felt the spiritual pressure emanating from the sword. He couldn't help but praise, what a domineering sword energy. Yi Xianyu smiled and said, even if it's domineering, it's just an immortal sword. Li Qingshan retorted, just an immortal sword? You make it sound so casual. In this world, how many immortal swords are there? Once this sword is revealed, it will surely make the rankings. Yi Xianyu extended her small hand. Don't play dumb. Hand it over. What? I won. My 100,000 points. Li Qingshan pouted and, not willing to give up, said, how about we have another bet? Yi Xianyu took the initiative and refused, saying, no betting. We agreed this would be the last time. Li Qingshan turned his head away. Yi Xianyu urged, hurry up. Reluctantly, Li Qingshan took out the Dao Jade. I owe you this. Yi Xianyu received the points and felt great, not forgetting to mock him. Humph. Bet and accept defeat. Man, can't you take a loss? Looking at the empty Dao Jade, Li Qingshan felt like a knife was twisting in his heart. Although it wasn't the first time, it still hurt. Having achieved her goal, Yi Xianyu issued an eviction order. All right, I've seen the person and the sword and settled the accounts. You can leave now. Li Qingshan cast a deep look at Su Xian, who was sound asleep, and resentfully returned to the sword peak. A few days later, Su Xian woke up, feeling groggy and with a severe headache. When he opened his eyes, he saw red gauze curtains and a carved jade mirror, feeling even more confused. A ridiculous thought suddenly popped into his mind. Did I lose my virginity? Chapter 56. Concerned from the senior sister in the courtyard, the fairy's pointed ears twitched, her brows furrowing, and her cheeks twitching as she said, come to the courtyard to see me. This voice clearly came from outside the room, yet it seemed ethereal, as if it were right beside him. Senior sister? Su Xian scanned the bedroom, but saw no one. He patted his groggy head and stood up. Seeing the heavy sword on the table, he flicked his sleeve to retract it, poured himself half a pot of tea, and gradually became clear-headed. He wiped his lips with his sleeve before heading outside. As he walked, his memories reshaped. Su Xian recalled what had happened. He had gone to the sword tomb to retrieve the sword and had been gone for 4 months. After leaving the sword tomb, the energy source that had sustained him from the sword intent within had been severed. He had fainted from hunger, and then there was nothing else. It seemed he had been brought back by Yi Xinyu, but where this 3 parts drunkenness had come from was unknown. Following the sound, he arrived at the small courtyard. Now in early spring, where the mountain flowers bloomed for the first time, he saw a fairy in white, sitting alone among the flowers, creating a beautiful scene. "Senior sister, are you looking for me?" Yi Xinyu looked back at him, scrutinized him for a moment, and said a single word: "Sit." Su Xian did not hesitate and walked to the table to take a seat. Yi Xinyu asked, "How do you feel?" Su Xian replied honestly, "I don't know what's wrong. I'm feeling all fuzzy, like I've drunk all night." Yi Xinyu shot him a glare and disdainfully said, "The fairy liquid is a top-grade essence from the ancient fairy tomb, and you can't find even 10 drops in the entire mortal realm. How can alcohol compare? You brat, taking advantage and still pretending. In the Tsangming realm, there are classifications for plants: mortal, spiritual, fairy, and divine. Mortal plants are ordinary herbs from the mortal world. Spiritual plants are spiritual medicines that consume spiritual energy to grow. Fairy plants are extremely rare items that nurture a wisp of fairy aura, each one a priceless treasure. As for divine plants, they are mentioned in books, yet no one has ever seen them. The fairy liquid is recorded to come from the ancient fairy tomb, brewed by immortals. It has been preserved through the vicissitudes of time, and those who enter the fairy tomb in later generations may gain opportunities. Mortals who drink it can cure lovesickness, enhance their physique, and prolong life. For cultivators, it is a holy medicine for unblocking meridians, restoring vitality, and healing wounds. It is extremely precious." Su Xian smiled and said, "No wonder I felt so dizzy. Thanks, senior sister." Yi Xinyu teased, "What good is a thank you? If you really want to thank me, why not do something practical?" Su Xian, confused, asked like what. Yi Xinyu narrowed her eyes and said, "Like write me an IOU to pay me back later." Su Xian rolled his eyes, thinking, "I think we can talk about something else." Yi Xinyu poked Su Xian's forehead with her finger, looking down on him, "Eating and wiping your mouth clean without acknowledging it. Men are all the same." Su Xian was speechless. It felt strange for her to escalate things to the level of gender opposition. "All right, let's get down to business. Do you know how long you stayed in the sword tomb?" Su Xian answered without thinking, "For months." "Why?" Yi Xinyu's face turned serious as she admonished, "Why? You know it's 4 months, right? You clearly already ascended to the fairy sword pool, so why did you stay in there for so long? Didn't I tell you to only stay for 2 months? Su Xian felt a bit awkward and didn't know how to respond. The path to immortality isn't about who runs fast or far, but about who lives longer. You need to be steady, understand? Yi Xinyu lectured. Su Xian, however, didn't mind. Perhaps in her eyes, he was just a young boy who was still naive. "Okay, I got it. I'll pay attention in the future," Su Xian said sincerely. Yi Xinyu picked up the hot tea on the table, blew gently on it, and noticed his attitude seemed sincere. She then said, "This time, I'll let it go." "Understood." After taking a sip of hot tea, she poured herself another cup and looked at the young man. "Do you want a drink? Finish a cup yourself." "Oh." Yi Xinyu slowly savored her tea and returned to the topic. "Is your sword the heavy sword that is the first among 100 swords?" Su Xian instinctively glanced at his sleeve, nodded, and said, "Yes." Yi Xinyu set down her cup, waved her fingers, and a fairy sword appeared out of thin air, hovering beside her. The sword was pure white and crystal clear, unlike Su Xian's heavy sword. This sword was delicate, just like Yi Xinyu, a beauty among swords. Yi Xinyu said, "This is my sword, called Xinyu, and it ranks 88th among the first." Su Xian inadvertently gazed at this sword, feeling an inexplicable connection to it, as if he could communicate with the Xinyu just by thinking. The Xinyu also seemed to respond warmly to its master. It seemed related to him becoming the master of the sword tomb. He casually said, "Good sword." Yi Xinyu pouted, flicked her fingers, and the Xinyu sheathed itself. With a glance at Su Xian's sleeve, she asked, "What about yours? Did you name it?" "Of course. What is it called?" "Wait a minute." Yi Xinyu paused. "What are you hesitating for?" Su Xian smiled and said, "I named my sword. Wait a minute. Yixinyu held her cup and was stunned for a long time before she reacted and understood Su Xian's intention, lowering her brows to complain. You're really a little rascal. Su Xian remained silent. Only children would explain themselves. The two sat across from each other, drinking tea and basking in the early spring mountain breeze, remaining silent for a long time. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? What should I say? Su Xian asked knowingly. Yixinyu remembered her senior brother's advice and gently said, if you don't want to talk, then don't. If there's nothing else, you should go back to your practice and not linger here. Su Xian, understanding, stood up and cupped his hands. Then I won't disturb you any longer, senior sister. Yixinyu turned the cup in her hand and said nonchalantly, Su Xian turned to leave. Junior brother. Su Xian stopped in his tracks and looked back. What's wrong? Yixinyu stared at the cup in her hand and the tea inside, quietly asking, does the divine sword pool really exist? Su Xian thought for a moment and nodded. Of course. Yixinyu's brows furrowed slightly. I see. Su Xian glanced at her and then turned to leave, exiting the small courtyard and descending the high peak. After Su Xian left, Yixinyu drank the tea in her cup in one go, supporting her chin with one hand and fiddling with her long hair with the other. She gazed wistfully at the blossoming peach tree in front of her, murmuring to herself, not young, but not shallow in thought either. Chapter 57. The Immortal Mansion. Wait a minute. The sky opened wide as the wind blew, and the green peaks appeared faintly, with mountains and rivers stretching far away. The young man filled with the spring breeze. Haha, finally no more flying swords. Overlooking the mountains, with a thought. I sensed an abundance of sword energy within the mountains, spiritual swords, earthly swords, heavenly swords, all within my grasp, hidden in any corner, yet able to be perceived by me. Su Xian. There's a celestial sword hanging at the top of the sword questioning peak. 3 celestial swords are located in the sword canyon. In the distance, the ancestor peak has 5 celestial swords. Gazing into the depths of the clouds, I detected the presence of 5 more celestial swords, extremely faint, but indeed existing. I couldn't help but frown. There are a total of 100 celestial swords in the celestial sword pool, aside from the one in my hand and the 14 on the empty stone platform, which matches the 14 I have detected. 14 celestial swords, all hidden within the mountains. I tried to extend my consciousness, but was obstructed in my advance, nearly suffering backlash, my mind unstable. I retracted my thoughts, calmed my emotions, and stared at a certain spot in the mountains, muttering to myself, it seems there are still mysteries beneath the questioning Tao sect. Recalling the rumors about the sect when I joined, it is said that the mountain gate of the questioning Tao sect suppresses the luck of the other races in the mortal realm. I thought this must be related, and the rumors were not without basis. I returned to my residence and saw Wen Qingxue. After some casual conversation, I briefly mentioned the sword tomb and then inquired about official matters. I wanted to apply for a residence. Wen Qingxue said little, informing me that I could apply at the miscellaneous hall by presenting the Tao Jade. Without waiting for more words from her, I hurriedly made my way to the office of the miscellaneous hall at the Sword Peak. The miscellaneous hall, one of the 13 halls of the questioning Tao sect, manages various affairs, hence its name. I stepped eagerly into the office of the hall. The disciple on duty recognized me at a glance and quickly welcomed me. Little ancestor, what brings you here? I stated my intention. I want to apply for a residence. The disciple warmly replied, of course. May I ask if you prefer a spiritual mansion or a celestial mansion? Do you have any location requirements? How many courtyards do you need? Do you want spiritual fields? Do you need to dig a spiritual well? I was somewhat taken aback by the questions, surprised. Is it that elaborate? The disciple smiled and said, little ancestor, since you just joined the sect, you might not know. Would you like me to explain it in detail? I sat down in a chair and nodded, sure. With my permission, the disciple began to explain enthusiastically. Our questioning Tao sect has a total of 4 types of spiritual residences. First-class spiritual mansions have no sunlight and no amenities. Second-class spiritual mansions face south and come with a 1-acre spiritual herb field. Third-class spiritual mansions are exquisite little courtyards with excellent locations, great views, 3 acres of spiritual herb fields, and a spiritual well, highly recommended. As for celestial mansions, they are top-tier luxury residences, and their numbers are extremely scarce. The more I listened, the more I felt this young man resembled a real estate agent. However, I had to admit he was very professional and explained everything clearly. I coughed lightly and asked, given my current status, can I get a celestial mansion to live in? The disciple hurriedly replied, "Little ancestor, as a first-generation disciple, according to our sect's rules, you are entitled to the treatment of an elder. In the entire Questioning Tao sect, your status is only below a few elders. You're more than qualified." I was quite satisfied, my vanity receiving a small boost. However, the disciple then changed his tone, somewhat embarrassed, saying, "But little ancestor, there are very few celestial mansions, and they are all occupied. You'll have to wait for one to become available." I frowned slightly, asking, "What does become available mean?" The disciple smiled and explained, "The annual rent contribution for a celestial mansion starts at 300,000 points. There are always some people who are reluctant to leave, right?" I nearly spat out my tea. "Rent?" The disciple patiently clarified, "First-class spiritual mansions cost 10,000 points per year, second-class spiritual mansions cost 30,000, third-class spiritual mansions cost 50,000, and celestial mansions start at 300,000. I was stunned. Techniques, weapons, foundation-building pills, all free. Who would have thought that living in a residence would require contribution points? The Questioning Tao sect must be located in a remote area and not fit in with others, so foreign trade is poor, and they can only stimulate domestic demand. What do you call this? Managing internal circulation. I miscalculated. Little ancestor, little ancestor. Huh. I came back to my senses. What do you think? I silently glanced at the jade token at my waist, which had less than 1,000 points. But as a sect ancestor, I still wanted to maintain my dignity. I just wanted to ask, do I really have to rent? Can I just buy it outright? Temporarily, it seems not possible. Fine. I stood up, the tea is nice. Then I left without looking back. Little ancestor, aren't you renting anymore? I waved my hand lightly, saying casually, let us talk when a celestial mansion becomes available. I'll keep an eye out for you. If there's news, I'll inform you. Okay. Until I walked far away, the disciple finally turned back into the room, clicking his tongue and saying, TSK, little ancestor is still quite powerful. Chapter 58, Task Hall. After leaving the office of the miscellaneous hall, I returned to Wen Qingshue's small courtyard. I sat in the yard for half a day until the evening breeze blew and the stars appeared. When the busy Wen Qingxue returned to the courtyard, seeing the boy sitting there with a worried expression, she approached and asked, little ancestor, what's wrong? I remained silent, staring at the sky. Wen Qingxue sat down in front of me, her gaze wandering as she asked, little ancestor, when do you plan to move out? I felt as though my heart had been stabbed again and looked sadly at the icy girl before me. Wen Qingxue, not shying away, looked straight into my eyes and asked again, little ancestor, do you have no money? I clicked my tongue. Did you need to ask? When have I ever had money? Wen Qingxue was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, the more I thought about it, the more confused I became, unable to help but complain. Xiao Wan, why is it so difficult to cultivate immortality? Can't we just focus on our training? What is the sect thinking? Do we need contribution points to eat? Contribution points for spirit stones? Even the spiritual mansions require contribution points. Can it be a bit purer, just cultivating and seeking longevity together? Why must we be forced to fight and kill outside? Is this reasonable? Wen Qingxue understood but remained silent. What was the point of letting Su Xian sigh and complain? After a moment of thought, Wen Qingxue softly said, little ancestor, some things always need someone to do them, right? I paused, raising my eyes to look at her. Wen Qingxue slowly continued. In the past, when the sword ancestor wielded his sword to vanquish demons, someone asked him why he didn't just enjoy life and be a celestial being among mortals. Why did he have to take risks and offend those alien races? Do you know what the sword ancestor replied? I shifted in my seat, sitting up straighter, and shook my head. When Qingxue's tone became more serious, the sword ancestor said that some things must be done by someone, so why can't that person be me? I silently lowered my gaze, then looked back at Wen Qingxue, smiling. Are you giving me a lesson? Wen Qingxue chuckled and shook her head, explaining, no, I just want to tell you. We may not understand, but we should respect it. Since rules exist, there must be a reason for their existence. Being selfish is not a negative term. It is the nature of all living beings. We cannot guarantee that everyone can be selfless like the sword ancestor, daring to be the first for the world. That's why the Questioning Tao sect exists, using thousands of years to establish the current order and rules, operating through rewards and punishments, allowing the sect to function while also protecting the vast mountains and rivers of the northern realm. After a slight pause, Wen Qingxue advised, perhaps the little master should go out and take a look, and by the way, do some tasks. This way, you can see the mountains and rivers of the human world, experience the myriad facets of life, and earn some contribution points. Isn't it a win-win situation? Cultivating immortality shouldn't just be about hard work in isolation. Doing nothing is not the answer. Traveling thousands of miles and reading 10,000 books is also a form of cultivation. Perhaps then, the little master will understand why it is so and why it should be so. What do you think? Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. He didn't refute her, because when Qingxue was right, even though her words sounded a bit harsh and had a strong tone of preaching, an ordinary 18-year-old native might not grasp the true meaning she wanted to express. But Su Xian was a transmigrator. No one understood reading comprehension better than him. He knew very well what she meant. Seeing Su Xian silent, when Qingxue asked, "Does the little master agree?" Su Xian glanced at the girl lazily and replied, "I want to be quiet." When Qingxue tilted her head, her eyes flickering with mixed emotions. Ultimately, she hesitated to speak, unwilling to disturb Su Xian's thoughts, and got up to leave, returning to her room. What was said was enough. It was up to the little master to decide how to choose. She believed that the little master, being so excellent, would understand. Take it slow, just like before. Give time some time. Let flowers become flowers, and trees become trees. However, when Qingxue muttered quietly, "Who is quiet?" In the stillness of the night, with flickering lights and a cold, soft moon, Su Xian sat silently in the courtyard. Suddenly smiling with a hint of self-mockery, and sarcastically remarked, "The Tao of the Tao sect is the Tao of reason. Oh Tao sect, you really are a proper mess." Well, it seems that the only way to make money right now is this. So he got up and returned to his room to sit in meditation and practice, operating his heart mantra. Starting a business without startup funds means he could only work for a living. The more Su Xian thought about it, the more he felt something was off, feeling that living another life was still the same. Reading had just turned into cultivating immortality. Screwing bolts had just turned into fighting monsters. Indeed, there are troubles in life. Cultivating immortality also has its own worries. The spring breeze does not worry for me. Look, isn't that the little master? He has built his foundation so quickly. Wow, I didn't expect the little master also has to work. It feels much more balanced now. Of course, the sect leader works too. The principle of the Tao sect is that everyone works. As long as you don't die, just keep working hard. In the task hall, Su Xian, dressed in a new green shirt, was immaculate, with bright eyes, squeezed into the crowd, looking at the densely packed task list, ignoring the noisy discussions around him. Over the past year, Su Xian's fame had grown the most in the entire Tao sect. So it was entirely normal to be surrounded and watched. Not being watched would be abnormal after all. After all, he was so handsome. One should know how to share, right? Su Xian looked around and saw many different kinds of tasks, some of which opened up new perspectives for him. There were tasks to slay monsters, exorcise demons, and eradicate evil. These were all normal categories. What Su Xian didn't expect were the tasks related to disaster relief, rain-seeking, and healing. Those were outrageous. For instance, one task he was looking at stated that in the northern border, 3,000 miles away, a place called Linjiang City had suffered a catastrophic flood and required a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage to go and redirect the river for a permanent solution. The rewards were quite generous, exactly 100,000 contribution points. Just as Su Xian was engrossed in reading, a hand suddenly reached out from behind him and took the task. "I'll take this task." Su Xian turned around to see a stern face. "Oh, isn't this Qing Shan's disciple? You came to work too?" Li Qingshan glanced at him coldly, pointed to a corner, and said in a deep voice, "Tasks for those below the nascent soul stage are over there. What are you doing here? Don't you know your own weight?" After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Su Xian was speechless and shouted, "Hey, that won't do." Obviously, he did not receive a response. Feeling disgruntled, he walked toward the corner, muttering to himself, "No wonder it's so perverse. I misjudged. How can he speak to his uncle like that? Well, this task is not bad, but the reward is a bit low. That won't do." Chapter 59. New Disciple Support Plan Spirit Level Task. Suspected demonic beings have crossed the border in the western region. The task suggests that cultivators at the Golden Core stage or above should investigate, with a reward of 4,000 points. Type B task. Elder Su Feng from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall lost a storage bag near Tianchuang City. This task has no limit on the number of times it can be claimed. Return the storage bag for a reward of 500 points. Su Xian clicked his tongue. How stingy. Type A task. There are water monsters causing trouble in the Luo River, disturbing passing ships, and the villagers are in a panic. The village chief has burned spirit incense to request aid, with a base reward of 4,000 and an increased reward based on the water monster's strength, suggesting disciples above the golden core stage should go. Spirit incense is a communication tool used by immortals. When mortals burn spirit incense and state their requests, a trace of thought within the incense will float back to the Tao sect with the wind. It's not exactly high-tech, but it indeed facilitates communication between the mortal world and the immortals, somewhat similar to a cultivation version of carrier pigeons. This is quite good, but unfortunately, I'm not skilled in water combat. Let us keep looking. Type A. A small village in Linfeng City needs to build a water channel over the mountains for irrigation. The village chief has burned incense to request assistance from immortals, with a reward of 1,500 points. Su Xian thought for a moment and looked around again. He planned to take this task. He had already looked around half the task hall, and there were not many suitable tasks for those at the foundation establishment stage. After all, in the Tao sect, sitting down, one would find many golden core cultivators dead, and the so-called nascent soul old monsters were everywhere. Among the few suitable tasks, either the reward was low or there were risks. Although Su Xian had a sword spirit root, a sword body, and an immortal sword, he had no experience in combat whatsoever. He felt it was better to be prudent. Take it slow. First, choose a simple task to practice and familiarize myself with the process. Moreover, building a channel is a good deed that benefits the country and the people. It's very meaningful. To be alive means to do meaningful things. Using an immortal sword to dig a channel will surely be fast and deep. That's the one. He raised his hand to take down the task list, and was just about to go to the front desk to register when he turned around and bumped into a young man walking towards him, who cupped his hands and bowed. "Greetings, little master." Su Xian looked him up and down. The young man appeared refined and carried a scholarly demeanor, like a scholar, but with a long sword hanging at his waist, the red tassel at the sword's end particularly eye-catching. He bore a resemblance to Su Xian, enough to be considered a close match. Above his forehead was a line of words, "Late stage of golden core." "Who are you?" The young man introduced himself. "My name is Song Qingshu, and I am a disciple of Falling Cloud Peak." Su Xian raised an eyebrow. Song Qingshu. He did not have a good impression of that name, but as the old saying goes, one shouldn't judge a person by their name. He replied honestly, "I haven't heard of you." Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly and said, "With over 100,000 disciples in the Tao sect, it's not surprising that the little master hasn't heard of me. I see you are also here to take on tasks." "Yes, so what?" Song Qingshu explained his intention, saying, "It's like this. I have taken on a task that is a team task. It can be shared among 4 people, and we just need one more person. I wonder if the little master is interested in joining us." Su Xian was taken aback, thinking that this was a good opportunity. Without much thought, he casually asked, "What task?" Song Qingshu presented the task list with both hands. "Little master ancestor, please take a look." Su Xian instinctively took it, opened it, and read it softly. Spirit level task. In recent years, there have been many mysterious disappearances of infants in Yeqing, Southern Territory. A covert investigation has faced numerous obstacles, suspected to be the activity of a demonic cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Due to insufficient manpower, the Yeqing Supervision Hall requests the sect to send strong cultivators to investigate this matter. The task requires 4 people to go together, with at least one member of the team being a cultivator at the nascent soul stage or above. The task reward is 5,000 points for each person. The task levels in the Windazong Task Hall, from lowest to highest, are Level C, Level B, Level A, Spirit level, Immortal level, and Divine level. Generally, small tasks that can be completed within the sect are Level C, such as finding someone's lost pet or looking after someone's house and watering spiritual fields. Risky external tasks are Level A, while low-risk tasks like the ones Su Xian took to dig a canal or repair a road are mostly Level B. Of course, the task that Li Qingshan took to reroute a river is a major task at the Immortal level. As for tasks related to exterminating evil spirits or demons, most that require the involvement of nascent soul stage cultivators are generally Spirit level. After looking around, Su Xian noted that Level A tasks were the most frequently released in the entire task hall, with Spirit level tasks following. However, the reward was not necessarily higher for higher level tasks, but depended on the circumstances. The current task's reward of 5,000 for a single person was somewhat low, but as it was a team task, the total would amount to nearly 20,000, which is quite generous for a Spirit level task. After finishing reading, Su Xian clicked his tongue, saying, "Wow, this is a big task." Song Qingshu smiled and said, So, little master ancestor, are you interested? We can set off tomorrow. And my other two teammates are both at the nascent soul stage, which will fully ensure your safety. Su Xian didn't shy away and directly expressed his concern. I am very interested, but I don't understand why you are looking for me. I am only at the foundation establishment stage. Are you not afraid I will hold you back? Song Qingshu replied calmly. To be honest, little master ancestor, I do have my own motives. Su Xian thought to himself. As expected, even in a righteous sect like Wendazong, they are still pursuing benefits along the moral line. Otherwise, how could they take me, a burden, along for no reason? Although it is true that he has exceptional talent, with the demeanor of an emperor, in front of these senior disciples, he is ultimately insignificant. One could say he is good-looking, but otherwise useless. However, the other party's candidness did ease some of Su Xian's worries, and he leaned in a bit closer to ask, "What motives? Tell me about it." Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Little master ancestor may not know, but our Wendazong has a fixed task every year called the New Disciple Assistance Program. In team tasks with 3 or more members. 2 disciples above the Golden Core stage can lead 1 new disciple below the Golden Core stage to form a team. When handing in the task, they can receive an additional 30 reward, so little master ancestor understands." Su Xian was somewhat skeptical. Oh, is there such a thing? Yes. The sect does this to hope that new disciples can gain more practical experience, while also encouraging senior disciples to help new disciples, allowing them to grow quickly, thus forming a positive cycle. Song Qingshu continued. Su Xian nodded slightly. It was undeniable that this indeed aligned with the values of Wendazong, helping others and mutual benefit. The new disciples receive proper care, while the senior disciples do not leave empty-handed. I see. So, little master ancestor, will you join us? Su Xian smiled and said, I think I can't find a reason to refuse. Song Qingshu smiled warmly. Pleasure to cooperate. Su Xian replied, pleasure to cooperate. Chapter 60. A mere immortal sword. Not worth mentioning, after accompanying Song Qingshu to register and agreeing to meet at the Windod Square at the hour of the snake tomorrow, Su Xian waved goodbye. Song Qingshu returned to his falling cloud peak, while Su Xian made a quick detour and casually accepted the level B task of digging a canal. Not being proactive about making money is a problem. The next morning, after getting ready, Su Xian said goodbye to Wenqing Snow, telling her he was going on a long trip to complete a difficult and honorable task. If anyone came looking for him, just say he wasn't there. Wenqing Snow seemed to have known this beforehand. She simply reminded Su Xian to be careful and act cautiously while out, and that was it. He arrived early at the Windod Square. To his surprise, Song Qingshu and the others had arrived even earlier and had been waiting for a while, waving from a distance. Little master ancestor, over here. Su Xian controlled his heavy sword to land steadily, flicked his sleeve, and the sword returned to his robe. He chuckled. I thought I was early enough. I didn't expect you all to be earlier than me. Song Qingshu replied with a smile. We just arrived too. We can't let you wait, little master ancestor. Su Xian waved his hand. It's fine. It's not that formal between us. Su Xian was quite sociable. No one understood social interactions better than him. When dealing with juniors, one should be tolerant, kind, and blend in with them. His gaze fell on the two people behind Song Qingshu, a man and a woman. The man was robust, muscular, with short hair, like a strong man. His features sharp and imposing, giving off an aura of authority. He was at the early nascent soul stage. The woman was tall, with skin like fine jade, lips painted with vermilion, and a pair of phoenix eyes that were alluring without being seductive, a standard beauty that met popular aesthetic standards at the mid-nascent soul stage. All three wore the same white sword shirts of the Wendazong, each spirited and heroic, while Su Xian in his green shirt seemed a bit out of place. Su Xian paused for a moment on the two of them and then asked, Who are these two? Upon hearing this, they clasped their hands in greeting and introduced themselves in turn. Zhu Jianfeng, Ruan Chong, I have met little master ancestor. Luoyan Peak, Nangong Ning, I have met little master ancestor. Su Xian also returned the greeting politely, introducing himself in a deep voice, Sword Peak, Su Xian. After a brief introduction, Song Qingshu asked voluntarily, Little master ancestor, shall we set off now? Su Xian, understanding the hint, said, I'm fine with anything. I'll follow your lead. The four set off together. Riding their swords, they left the Windod Square and crossed the Sword Gorge. After 5 years, Su Xian felt deeply upon seeing the Chongqing Bridge again. From this angle, looking down, the long bridge spanned across, shrouded in mist, a long gorge that was unfathomable. truly deserving to be called a natural barrier. As they flew, the three intentionally slowed down to match Su Xian's pace and chatted casually. Little Master Ancestor, it has been 5 years since you entered the sect, right? Su Xian sighed. Yes, 5 years, but I have only been asleep for 4 years. So I don't feel much. Ruan Chong said solemnly. Little Master Ancestor, 4 years at the Sword Enlightenment Monument, achieving Foundation establishment in October. This speed is unmatched in the entire Wendazong. Su Xian humbly replied. Haha, it's nothing to mention. Nangong Ning's gaze fell on the heavy sword beneath Su Xian's feet, curiously asking, Little Master Ancestor, if I'm not mistaken, this sword should be your life sword taken from the sword tomb, right? Yes. May I ask what grade it is? Su Xian casually said. I just picked it up from the immortal sword pool. The three were taken aback, exchanging glances, unable to hide their envy as they looked at the unadorned heavy sword. An immortal sword. In the entire Wendazong, it was rare. An ordinary person might not even see half of one in their lifetime. Now, the person in front of them was stepping on one, making it quite a rarity. However, they could only admire it, never jealous. And certainly wouldn't harbor thoughts of killing to seize treasures. After all, disciples of Wendazong all knew that the swords from the sword tomb chose only one master in their lifetime. In Su Xian's hands, it was an immortal sword. But in theirs, it was just an iron sword. They could not wield it. Even it might backfire. The Little Master Ancestor is truly impressive. Quietly taking out the immortal sword, no wonder I couldn't see through it. The Little Master Ancestor is indeed low-key. Pulling out the immortal sword, such a big event. Not a single hint spread throughout the entire sect. Truly worthy of being the Little Master Ancestor, a model for us. The three did not hold back in their praise. Su Xian also felt quite pleased. The most important thing between people is communication. Sweet words, even if they are flattery, sound very pleasant to the ear. Feigning humility, he waved his hand and said, It's just a mere immortal sword, nothing to mention. In the eyes of the three, their admiration grew even stronger. They thought to themselves that it was no wonder he could be the Little Master Ancestor at such a young age. With this demeanor and composure, even they, who have already entered the nascent soul stage, felt inferior. Little Master Ancestor, how did you do it? It must be difficult, right? Back when I climbed the Heavenly Sword Pool, I couldn't hold on halfway, said Ruan Chong. Su Xian took a deep breath and, amidst the three's anticipation, said seriously, To be honest, I feel it's not difficult at all. It was quite easy to climb. Pulling the immortal sword, you just need hands. The three were stunned. Their expressions varied, their lips twitching, and their eyes lowered, suddenly feeling that the earth sword beneath their feet was no longer appealing. What does that mean? It means they don't have hands. They only pulled out the earth sword. They felt inexplicably depressed. The casual conversation ended unhappily, and the three remained silent. If they continued chatting, they might die from their own lack of competitiveness. However, Su Xian was completely unaware, standing tall against the wind, full of vigor. After passing a narrow gorge, they flew east for several miles, and under Nangonning's guidance, the four landed straight towards a certain location. Although Su Xian was puzzled, he did not ask, and simply followed. Soon, they arrived at a port at the foot of the mountain, filled with boats. However, these boats were not the ones that sail on water. Of course, the port was not an ordinary port. It was an aerial port. The various sized boats before them were flying ships, professionally termed cloud boats. They are a type of large functional magic treasure powered by spirit stones, capable of flying freely in the sky. Seeing the confusion in Su Xian's eyes, Song Qingshu took the initiative to explain. Little Master Ancestor, the city of Yi, where we are executing our mission, is located in the south, adjacent to the central plains of the mortal realm, quite far away. Flying there consumes too much spirit energy. So we are taking a favorable wind boat. These cloud boats are all properties under the business hall of our Wendazong. The people from the business hall frequently travel back and forth between the northern border and various places in the central plains, conducting business with the outside world, purchasing necessary supplies for the sect, and selling our sect's goods, earning a large amount of spirit stones to maintain the normal operation of the sect. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. He had heard about the business hall from Fatty Zhou while having meals at the spirit food workshop. Rare ingredients, for instance, were sourced from outside by the business hall. Fatty Zhou also mentioned that if he needed something that the sect did not have, he could entrust the business hall to procure it for him. But he would need to pay. That's great. As the Little Master Ancestor and the first-generation disciple, Su Xian viewed the disciples in the mountains like his own children. and seeing these cloud boats felt like looking at his own family. He thought this must be what his senior sister meant by with great power comes great responsibility. Curious, he asked, so, do we need to pay contribution points to the business hall for riding this cloud boat? Chapter 61. One sword, one building, one realm. Song Qingshu smiled and replied, of course not. Any disciple of our Windazong holding the Tao Jade can ride the business hall's cloud boats for free. It's a benefit for the sect since most of the trips to and from Windazong are for executing missions, rarely for personal matters. Su Xian felt reassured and said, that's good. Ruanchong suddenly interjected, if you're not a disciple of Windazong, you need to pay spirit stones to ride the cloud boat, and it seems quite expensive. I heard from the disciples of the business hall that beyond the northern border, in the Central Plains, the business hall specializes in cloud boats for passenger transport, earning quite a bit every year. Of course, this business isn't exclusive to the business hall. Sects in the Central Plains also have similar enterprises. The most famous being the Immortal Alliance Trading Association. I've heard that their operations span the entire mortal realm, covering everything from eating and wearing to living and traveling. Su Xian quietly nodded. The Immortal Alliance Trading Association sounded like a big enterprise. Soon, the four arrived at a cloud boat that was loading cargo. Nan Gongning was seen chatting lightly with an elderly man from the business hall, laughing, and then turned to the three and said, the captain says we still need to wait half an hour before we can depart. Then let us board the ship. All right, boarding the cloud boat. Su Xian watched the busy disciples of the business hall using the technique of spirit control to load and unload cargo, feeling curious. He thought this must be the technique that allows one to lift heavy things easily and light things heavily, using spirit power to manipulate the weight of objects freely. Although this technique is not of high grade, it is undeniably very practical. It's essential for moving bricks. He thought that after returning, he could go to the Dao Pavilion to learn this technique. After all, his current skills consist of only the Qinglian sword song, and he can only use one sword out of the 13. His methods are too weak. It's safer to have more skills while traveling the martial world. Soon, the loading and unloading were completed, and the cloud boat set sail. The formation carved beneath the boat began to operate under the drive of spirit stones, sending the massive vessel into the clouds, heading straight for the sky. Su Xian stood on the deck, gazing at the vast sky, and sighed. This is indeed faster than my flying. I just wonder if it consumes spirit stones. Once I have money, I'll get myself a cloud boat. The cloud boat is similar to airplanes from the previous life. The speed might be slightly slower, but in terms of cargo capacity and stability, it can't be compared to airplanes. Moreover, it can hover in the air, unaffected by wind, frost, snow, or rain. If necessary, it can also launch spiritual energy beams for long-range attacks. It combines the functions of helicopters, transport planes, and fighter jets. On the way, the three companions were meditating cross-legged, not neglecting their cultivation, working hard to an alarming degree. Su Xian was not idle either. He was reviewing the mission while also studying the map of the northern border. He thought to himself that even though he was here to fool around, he couldn't be too obvious about it. After all, he was with elders, and he still needed to maintain some face. The destination of this trip was Yi City, located in the southern realm of Windazong, one of the cities in the northern border closest to the Central Plains. It was a full 4,000 miles away from the Windazong mountain gate. If Su Xian flew alone, not counting any breaks along the way, it would probably take him almost 2 days. However, by taking the cloud boat, they could arrive by tomorrow morning if they set off now. But the flight path was slightly off, so he would need to fly a distance on his own later. On the map of the northern border, there were 108 cities scattered across the mountains that crisscrossed for thousands of miles. The farther south, the denser the cities became, with relatively flat terrain, while to the north, they became sparse and less populated. Thus, Su Xian boldly speculated that his home should be in the northern region. However, on this map, the smallest landmarks were counties, and he couldn't find the village of Hodao after searching for a long time. Seeing a disciple busy on the deck, Su Xian approached to ask, "Hey, can I ask you something?" The disciple from the business hall glanced at Su Xian with a strange expression and somewhat dismissively said, "Little brother, what do you want to ask?" Su Xian furrowed his brows slightly, thinking that this disciple probably didn't recognize him. It was the first time he had been called little brother by a disciple of the sect. But it wasn't surprising. Disciples from places like the business hall, shadow hall, and inspection hall often spend years outside, only occasionally returning to their sect. It's understandable that they wouldn't recognize a rising star like Xian, Holding a map, he asked, "Have you heard of Hudo Village? I don't see it on this map." Hudo Village? Yes. I haven't heard of it. Is that your hometown? The disciple examined X, Xian for a moment and explained. The Northern Territory map you have only shows counties. Places with a population under 10,000 aren't included. X Xian nodded, understanding. He quietly put away the map and remembered to thank him. I see. Thank you. The disciple, intrigued, asked, missing home? X Xian sighed, I suppose. The disciple took out a wine pouch from his waist, shook it at X Xian, and invited, Want a sip? X Xian declined. No, I don't drink. The disciple clicked his tongue. This wine is for getting worries. Take a sip, and all your troubles disappear. When I missed home, I drank this. He uncorked the wine and took a hearty swig, looking thoroughly satisfied. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at X Xian and remarked, What a spirited young man, and yet he doesn't drink. Your future isn't bright. X Xian shrugged. It was indeed for getting worries wine. But didn't they say that drawing a sword to cut water only makes it flow more? Raising a cup to drown sorrows could only increase them. He had no intention of lingering and wanted to return to the cabin. You keep busy. I'm leaving. The disciple resealed the wine pouch and hung it back at his waist, calling out, Hey, where are you going? X Xian paused and looked back, saying calmly, Yeching. The disciple pondered for a moment and said, Yeching? You won't arrive until tomorrow morning. All right, I'll ask around and see if anyone knows. X Xian was taken aback and thanked him. Thanks a lot. The disciple waved dismissively. No need to thank me. It's a simple matter. We're all brothers. After saying that, he got busy again. X Xian smirked and walked away, thinking to himself that the people from the WNDO sect were truly kind-hearted and very enthusiastic. However, after X Xian left, the disciple shook his head and smiled, muttering, This young man is quite handsome, but his eyes aren't great. How old am I? And he still calls me young man? Such a lack of respect. Back in the cabin, X Xian quietly sat down and began to practice the mental techniques of the Qinglian sword song. Little Book Spirit had said that he could only start building the sword tower by Yujing after reaching the golden core stage. By then, he could cultivate in a completely different manner. According to Little Book Spirit, he would build a Bai Yujing in the sky based on himself as the foundation. Each floor represented a realm, and each realm constructed a floor. What did this mean? It meant that once he broke through to the golden core stage, every time he successfully built a layer of the sword tower and unlocked a divine sword, he could use the power of the sword tower and the divine sword to ignore the shackles of heaven and earth and directly break through a major realm. Simply put, he wouldn't need to struggle through comprehension and meditation anymore. He just had to build the tower. Theoretically, he only needed to reach the 6th floor to become an immortal in the human realm. To put it even simpler, in the future, his cultivation wouldn't require sacrificing his life, but just spending money. For X Xian, this was good news. However, he also understood that building the tower wouldn't be that easy. But then again, no matter how difficult, brick by brick, it could eventually be built. It might not be fast, but it would definitely be stable. After all, those who cultivate know that human effort has its limits. Some realms can easily trap you for a lifetime, leaving you with no way forward and no way back, half alive. But X Xian was different. He could break through realms by building towers, which provided a minimum guarantee. Therefore, he felt that this method of cultivation was acceptable. As night fell, feeling somewhat bored, X Xian went to the deck, enjoying the evening breeze and gazing at the starry sky. The moonlight was like a furnace, the clear light like water, and the mountains were bright and pure. This was the ancient world, without heavy industry, no exhaust fumes, and the night sky was clean and bright, with fireflies dancing about. Little Master Ancestor. X Xian turned to see a pretty face and curiously asked, What are you doing out here? Inning softly replied, It's a bit stuffy, so I came out for some fresh air. Chapter 62. The devilish cultivators are weak. Don't be afraid as the wind grew cooler. X Xian gazed at a pool of stars. Inning glanced at him and curiously asked, What is Little Master Ancestor thinking about? X Xian looked at the Milky Way and replied, Nothing much, just thinking how vast the starry sky is and how bright the moon is. Inning furrowed her delicate brows, glancing at the sky. If she were to believe it, she certainly wouldn't. She didn't think the night sky she saw was more impressive than that of the WNDO sect. Taking a deep breath, she softly said, I was very nervous during my first mission too. X Xian was a bit confused, looking at Inning with interest. She casually tucked her hair behind her ear and said confidently, "Actually, it's nothing much. Everyone has their first time. You'll gradually get used to it. Don't think that our mission this time is about dealing with devilish cultivators. It's really nothing to be afraid of. Devilish cultivators are still human. They're just more malicious and have no limits. They will do anything to achieve their goals." Xian tilted his head. Ning continued, "Moreover, devilish cultivators know that they are practicing the devil's path and that they are on the wrong road. So why do they still choose to walk it? Because they can't walk the righteous path. It's either due to poor talent, inherent flaws, or a lack of a firm heart, which is why they stray from the right path. Such people are very weak and can be easily suppressed." Xian's pupils slightly widened, and his eyes sparkled. It was the first time he had heard such a novel perspective. Devilish cultivators practicing the devil's path because they are weak? He had to admit, there was some truth to it. Ning leaned against the railing, her lips slightly pursed, and continued, "That's the truth. If they could walk the great path, the righteous path, who would choose to endure hardship, letting go of the good path to risk walking the small path? People believe that the devil's path is a shortcut, and that cultivation increases quickly, saying that the righteous path is a foot taller, while the devil's path is a foot higher. In fact, that's all just deception from the devil sect. Cultivation requires cause and effect, requires fate. And it's all about comprehension and the pursuit of the path. Those devilish cultivators, lacking innate talents, forcibly seize the luck and fate of others to compensate for their own flaws. However, anything obtained through external means has its limitations. And by mixing in with the fate of others, there will inevitably be some side effects. Once they reach a certain level of cultivation, they will face an irreversible bottleneck. And trying to advance further will be more difficult than ascending to heaven. Little master ancestor, think about it. If the devil's path were really as good as they say, why would it always be suppressed by the righteous path?" Xian couldn't hide his admiration, nodding repeatedly. I think so too. Heroes think alike." Ning continued, "For thousands of years. In the Northern Territory guarded by our WNDO sect, let alone the devil's path, even true demon clans don't dare to show their faces. Devilish cultivators are such a niche term in our WNDO sect, they have long since vanished. I once read in books about the battle against the demons fought by our ancestors. In the vast Northern Territory, whether it was demon lairs or demon sects, they were all turned to ashes in an instant. Within a month, those who fled, and those who died, completely clean. Those devilish cultivators not only lack talent, but they are also afraid of death. They are incredibly timid. Otherwise, why would they always hide? In recent years, even when there were missions to exterminate devilish cultivators, they all happened in the Southern Territory, near the Central Plains, in the circles of devilish cultivators. The Northern Territory governed by our WNDO sect is their forbidden ground. Hearing my question about the Dao sect, no one feared it like a tiger. It can be said that the demon cultivators have long suffered because of the Dao sect. Su Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for the demon cultivators. Ning smiled and asked, "Little master ancestor, do you know why our north border, with its high mountains and perilous terrain, vast land and sparse population, is most suitable for hiding and concealing? Yet these demon cultivators would rather abandon their roots and pursue the trivial, distancing themselves from the north border and instead settling in the prosperous and rich Central Plains?" Su Xian didn't even need to think about this question. It was clear that the Dao sect was too righteous, to the point of being perverse. How could such a sect tolerate the likes of demon cultivators? However, Su Xian kept silent, wanting to hear Ning speak, because her voice was very pleasant. Leaning on her chin and shaking her head, she said, "I don't know." Ning, full of spirit, continued, "Under heaven, in the entire Fan state, there are not less than 8,000 sects that claim to be righteous. But only our Dao sect is truly righteous." Su Xian didn't respond, but he deeply agreed in his heart. It was indeed too righteous, to the point of being skewed. Ning's voice lingered as she revealed, "The world is vast, just like the starry river above our heads, boundless and infinite. The Fan state is merely what we humans call it, with the east facing the Tsang Sea, the north connecting to the great wilderness, the south reaching the weak water, and the west ending at the vast ocean and 10,000 miles of glaciers. This is the known world to us, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, with only the north being named Fan State by our ancestors of the Yellow Sand Desert. It is the place where mortals reside and is indeed the Fan State. Yet even if the fan state is not the entirety of the world, its vastness stretches for 1,000,000 miles. And the north border is less than 1% of the fan state. We refer to that area as the Central Plains. They call themselves the Middle State, while we refer to our side as the Northern Wilderness. The Central Plains is vast, with endless plains, surging rivers, high mountains, streams, dense forests, deep valleys, and a Jiangnan that everyone yearns for in life. It is prosperous, with a large population and developed commerce. There, dynasties rise and fall, each fighting against one another. And countless sects exist, with Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism governing the world. Confucianism speaks of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness, cultivating righteous energy, governing the country, managing the family, and bringing peace to the world, all comprising a group of scholars. Taoism speaks of following the natural way, governing without action, not conforming to the will of heaven, with the Tao encompassing yin and yang, and a group of old Taoists who refuse to bow to anyone. As for Buddhism, they are all monks, spreading Buddhist teachings everywhere, cultivating goodness in themselves, believing that all beings suffer and that the Buddha saves all beings. Of course, there are more than just these three teachings. There are also the moists, agriculturalists, and yin-yang masters, making it 100 schools contending for supremacy. They each want to establish a leader among them. They proudly claim to be the righteous path, standing against the evil demons, shouting slogans that are no worse than those of our Tao sect. However, they only shout. On the surface, they are all gentlemen, each hating evil like a sworn enemy, but secretly, they plot against one another. Those big shots seem lofty and detached from the mundane, but in reality, they harbor ulterior motives, viewing the common people as mere grass and the masses as ants, justifying it by saying that heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as straw dogs, and that sages are unkind, treating all beings as straw dogs. When facing demon cultivators, they let their own younger generations fight against them to the death, while they turn a blind eye, protecting and condoning them, just to achieve the balance they desire and to maintain the order they uphold, the rules they have established. Otherwise, their strength is no less than that of our Tao sect. If they truly had the heart to exterminate demons and united to attack them, within a year, there would be no more demon cultivators in the world. Speaking of this, Nangong Ning paused slightly, slowing her speech and saying each word clearly. On the contrary, our Tao sect stands with the sword, its sharpness exposed, yet we settle in a corner, not contending with the world, completely out of place with the fan state. Becoming that oddity, constantly facing exclusion. If we weren't strong enough, we might have been schemed against and divided long ago. They don't consider that if our Tao sect didn't stand in the north border, could the Central Plains be so peaceful? Su Xian listened intently, becoming immersed in her words. There was no denying that Nangong Ning spoke very clearly and understood well. Su Xian wholeheartedly agreed with her viewpoint. In fact, he had thought about similar questions in his previous life. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil have never coexisted. But where there is light, there must also be darkness. Every person has selfish motives. The cultivation world is even more inseparable from competition. That's why he always said that the Tao sect was too righteous, to the point that it often made himself doubt. On the contrary, the middle state that Nangong Ning spoke of aligned more with his understanding of this world. Slowly, he said, in a world where everyone is muddy, I alone am clear. Nangong Ning was slightly surprised. Su Xian shrugged and said, when turbidity becomes the norm, purity becomes a crime. Chapter 63. Nangong Ning looked at Su Xian in astonishment, feeling as if she had seen ivory coming from a dog's mouth. The night before their departure, when Qingxue, not knowing from where she got the information, visited late at night and specifically urged that this trip must take good care of the little master ancestor. If possible, she also hoped that during this trip, she could communicate more with the little master ancestor. Simply put, the little master ancestor came from a small village that shunned the world, inexperienced, with shallow insights and a pure heart. Having never seen the real world, she was quite confused about many things. So she wanted her to secretly teach the little master ancestor some values, talk about principles, and discuss broader perspectives. To this, she gladly agreed. This was a necessary course for every disciple of the Tao sect, to recognize the world, understand oneself, comprehend the significance of the Tao sect's existence, and be clear about one's own value. The cultivation of the Tao sect never stops at realms. Cultivating the heart and the body is equally a focus of cultivation in the Tao sect. She had gone through this herself. From initial misunderstanding to later disdain. And through battles, she grew until she finally awakened, slowly understanding and gradually respecting it, until one day. She was willing to risk her life for it, and dedicate her life to it. She clearly remembered her master saying, "The principles are in the books. But being a person is underfoot." Knowing a principle and understanding it are two different matters. Discussing principles and being a person who discusses principles are also two different matters. The difference between the two is not just heaven and earth. It is also like a firefly compared to a bright moon, a poor horse compared to a chelan. The little master ancestor before her might not yet be a person who discusses principles, but he must be someone who understands them well. When turbidity becomes a norm, purity becomes a crime. Indeed, in a world where all is muddy, only the Tao sect is clear, so in the eyes of the entire fan state. The Tao sect has become that oddity. Slander, exclusion, and rumors do not flourish on the surface, but they never cease in the shadows. This is what she wanted to take the opportunity to tell Su Xian, the current situation of the Tao sect and the role it plays in the entire fan state. After speaking in circles, the core point is only this: the Tao sect is different from the outside world. So being a disciple of the Tao sect must also be different from the practitioners of the outside world. One must be mentally prepared and hold oneself to stricter standards. Su Xian truly understood this. She did not think that these were words that a child from a small mountain village could say. It should be noted that Su Xian was only 18 years old, and for 4 years, he had been comprehending the sword steel without ever leaving the Tao sect. So he had not seen the cruelty of the outside world, the weak being preyed upon by the strong, and interests taking precedence. She, who had a more advantageous environment than Su Xian, only understood these principles much later. She stared blankly at Su Xian, unsure of how to continue her lecture. Su Xian felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, leaned in closer, and stared back at Nangong Ning, asking, "Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? Is that not what you meant?" Nangong Ning came back to her senses, instinctively shrinking back, avoiding eye contact, and waved her hand with a smile, saying, No, I just didn't expect that you, little master, at such a young age, could see through things so clearly." Su Xian chuckled and recited, "The ups and downs of 100 years all seem like a dream." Nangong Ning tilted her head, her phoenix eyes sparkling, and knowingly asked, "What do you mean?" Su Xian grinned mischievously, saying, I once had a dream where I experienced 100 years of ups and downs. So I have long seen through the mundane world." Nangong Ning smiled. She wasn't foolish and knew what he meant. However, she didn't expose the young man. After 4 years of enlightenment, little master must have, as he said, experienced the passage of time in the dream world, thus seeing more clearly than ordinary people. This explanation was quite reasonable, at least convincing to herself. She gave a somewhat perfunctory compliment, saying, "I see. It seems little master is not only gifted but also well-informed and knowledgeable." Su Xian playfully teased, "To be honest, I thought you were lecturing me, your master?" Nangong Ning firmly denied. "How could that be? Absolutely not. Little master is an elder. How could a junior lecture an elder? Then why did you say so much?" Su Xian asked leisurely. Nangong Ning quickly added, "Little master misunderstood. I said so much just to tell you not to be too nervous. Those so-called demonic cultivators are like paper tigers in front of our sect of inquiry, easily dealt with. The ones who should be afraid are actually those demonic cultivators." "Yes, that's what I meant." Su Xian chuckled. Hee. Nangong Ning took the initiative. "Do you not believe me, little master?" Su Xian looked at Nangong Ning meaningfully and countered with a question. "Someone has sought you out, hasn't she?" Nangong Ning replied with a soft blinking her eyes in guilt, pretending to be innocent, her enchanting eyes reflecting the light of stars and moon, clear and gentle. Su Xian leaned on the railing with both hands and softly said, "That's good. I'm actually quite interested in what you said. The pursuit of knowledge is a human instinct, especially in such a dreamlike world." Su Xian was eager to learn everything about the sect of inquiry. Even though the more he knew, the more he felt it was too unreal and too beautiful, like a dream. He feared that a poke would break it. And he was also afraid that the dream would truly wake up. Nangong Ning thought for a moment and admitted, "All right. I admit that Xiaoxue came to see me last night." "Oh," Nangong Ning continued to reveal. "She urged me to take good care of you and to explain some principles to you." "Oh, those words I just said were intentionally for your ears." Xiaoxue said that little master seems to be a bit resistant to completing the sect's tasks. "Oh," Nangong Ning pouted, tentatively asking, Little master shouldn't be so petty as to be angry with me, right? Su Xian, however, answered a different question. You call Xiaoan Xiaoxua. It seems you two are quite familiar? His eyes were full of gossip. Nangong Ning generously replied, yes, I have a good relationship with Xiaoxua. We are disciples of the same year, but her talent is a bit higher than mine, so her realm is also higher. I am only at the 5th stage of the Yuan-Ing, and she reached the 7th stage decades ago. Su Xian dared not communicate. A bit higher? That's 2 major realms apart. His gaze wandered boldly to the girl, daring to ask, may I ask, how old are you this year? Nangong Ning's brow furrowed, chastising. Little master, that's quite rude of you. I was just asking casually. If you don't want to say, forget it. Nangong Ning hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and admitted, I am over 200 years old. I can't remember the specifics. Su Xian was not surprised. A mid-stage Yuan-Ing at 200 years old could be considered quite young. Although in the sect of inquiry, 10 years of foundation building is the passing line, and reaching the golden core is just average. In the path of cultivation, a difference of 1 realm is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Even for geniuses, it's easy to obtain the golden core, but difficult to achieve the Yuan-Ing. He clicked his tongue and said, not like it. Not like what? Su Xian replied earnestly. I see you. You look like just over 18. You should be the same age as me. Nangong Ning was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. Haha, I didn't expect little master to be so eloquent. Women are peculiar beings, regardless of age or whether they are immortal or mortal. If you compliment them on their youth or beauty, even if they know it's a lie, they will still be pleased. Xiaoning, what's wrong? What is it, master? Since we have some time, why don't you tell me about our sect of inquiry in the northern region? Sure, as long as master doesn't mind. Not at all. Let me think. I'll start with how our sect of inquiry supervises the northern region. Chapter 64. His name is Su Xian. The starry river is romantic, and the evening breeze is gentle. The girl's voice lingers as the young man listens quietly. First, she recounts a past story before speaking of the present. The relationship between the sect of inquiry and the entire northern region is like 2 merchants in business, complementing each other, achieving mutual benefit and win-win outcomes. The vast mountains and rivers, totaling 108 cities. Each city has a city lord and also sets up a supervisory hall. The sect of inquiry does not directly intervene in the mundane world, but balances the city lords in the name of the common people, wielding the sword to maintain checks and balances. Tyrants are executed. Those who harm the people are killed. Those who exploit the people are punished. Similar to modern disciplinary committees, holding the upper sword to strike down local officials. The city lords, on the other hand, use their power to maintain order, establish rules, stimulate the economy, and care for the common people. Among the 108 cities, there are 108 city lords who act like local monarchs, inheriting their positions without replacement, choosing wise ones as lords, and maintaining checks and balances with the sect of inquiry to avoid conflict. Even if there are occasional conflicts, the sect of inquiry mediates. In this vast territory, all mortals are protected by the sect of inquiry. When disasters occur, they are rescued. When troubles arise, they are aided. When monsters and demons attack, they are suppressed. In return, in this vast territory, among the 100 cities and common people, any descendants with exceptional talent will go to the sect of inquiry to participate in assessments. Those who pass will become disciples of the sect of inquiry. Cultivating and attaining enlightenment in the sect of inquiry, they in turn benefit the mortal world, creating a virtuous cycle. Thus, the sect of inquiry has stood for thousands of years, and the northern region has developed from a desolate land to a place where the human race counts in the tens of thousands. Nangong Ning said that the sect of inquiry has always faced immense pressure. After the sword ancestor vanished, as time passed, the alien races, demons, spirits, monsters, and evil beings have been stirring, frequently causing chaos in the human world and provoking constant challenges. The southern region, which is also inhabited by humans, has never been stable. Whether it be the 3 teachings, or the 100 schools, or even the secular dynasties bordering the southern region, they all eye the northern region with covetousness. They have long been secretly plotting, intending to eat away at and undermine it. Although the sect of inquiry stands firm and does not yield an inch, relying solely on the power of one sect is ultimately powerless. Furthermore, the sect of inquiry has always looked down upon conspiracies and tricks, naturally suffering losses. At this point, Nangong Ning's tone became exceptionally excited. The anger was brewing in the eyes of the Yuan-Ing strong. She said, If it weren't for the higher-ups of the sect not wanting to provoke chaos in the world due to momentary gains and losses of the sect, causing the common people to suffer, and letting the sect fall into a quagmire without time to deal with alien races, we would have probably already fought with the Central Plains people long ago. But after repeated forbearance, what we've received in return is the other party's escalating aggression. In recent years, especially, the Kangwu Empire at the border, under the secret instigation and support of various sects and schools, has frequently tested and provoked us. They have illegally occupied over 100 miles of our northern territory, and bloody incidents occur often. However, both sides have tacitly chosen to keep these matters secret. She also said that her last mission was to drive away a cavalry camp of the Kangwu Empire from the border. As she spoke, Nangong Ningyu slammed her hand on the railing and said angrily, "This incident in Yecheng might very well be related to the Kangwu Empire. It's possible they colluded with demonic cultivators to harm our northern people. If it were up to me, I would definitely sound the war drums and send 100,000 sword cultivators south to crush the Kangwu imperial city, to show the world who truly rules the north. My sword from the Dao sect would not be without merit." Su Xian remained silent, frowning in thought. One cannot only look at the surface of things. He could understand Nangong Ning's anger, but he also knew that since the other side was so openly provoking the Dao sect, their intention was to incite the sect's wrath. There must be many twists and turns involved, and it all sounded like a conspiracy. If a fight broke out, they might actually fall into the enemy's trap. Of course, this was just his speculation, as he was now merely at the foundation establishment stage. Although he was a disciple of the ancestor, he was ultimately just a bystander. And these major matters were not for him to worry about. He comforted Nangong Ning with a few words and, imitating a wild woman, cursed the outside world. Nangong Ning smiled sweetly. The best way to communicate was through emotional resonance. She cursed the outside world, and Su Xian did the same, making her feel that Su Xian was quite good. If he really took over as the sect leader in the future, he would definitely accomplish great things. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had grown much closer. The two talked and laughed until late at night, with Song Qingshu and Ruan Chong in the cabin witnessing the entire scene. Ruan Chong was completely stunned. It was the first time he had seen Nangong Ning talk so much and laugh so freely, which was greatly inconsistent with his impression of her as a senior sister. "Brother Song, did I see wrong? Is this really our senior sister?" Song Qingshu squinted his eyes and said softly, "It seems our little ancestor is quite good at communicating with others." Ruan Chong clicked his tongue, saying it might be that she was attracted to Su Xian. Song Qingshu laughed. "From what I know, the little ancestor is not that kind of person." Ruan Chong said seriously, "I didn't say the little ancestor." Song Qingshu was momentarily confused, then suddenly realized, covering his forehead, and denied, "Sister Nangong is not that kind of person either." "How can you tell?" Song Qingshu replied naturally. "If she really was that kind of person, she would have struck at me long ago." Ruan Chong fell silent, just shaking his head and clicking his tongue. "What do you mean? Am I not handsome? You're good looking. But you're too feminine, without any masculine aura. That kind of woman wouldn't like you." Song Qingshu lowered his eyes and didn't get angry, just lightly said, "We can't talk about this anymore." Their conversation naturally fell into Nangong Ning's ears, and her phoenix brows furrowed in anger, her white cheeks twitching. Su Xian keenly noticed. "What's wrong with you?" Nangong Ning brushed a strand of long hair and smiled slightly. "It's nothing. Just feel like I haven't hit anyone in a long time. And my hands are a bit itchy." Su Xian found it inexplicable and felt the girl's smile was somewhat eerie, not knowing how to respond. Nangong Ning said, "It's getting late. Little ancestor, you should rest early. We will reach Yecheng in a few hours, and then we will be busy." Su Xian happily agreed. "All right." In the morning, as the cloud shipped past Yecheng, they heard the disciples of the merchant hall ringing the copper gong, shouting as usual, "We have passed Yecheng. Those getting off the ship should hurry." Besides Su Xian and the other three, several disciples also emerged from the cabin, thanked the seniors of the merchant hall, and flew away on their swords, presumably also coming to Yecheng to carry out tasks like Su Xian. Nangong Ning exchanged a few pleasantries with the ship captain, and just as the four were about to leave, a disciple from the merchant hall, whom they had encountered during the day, ran over and handed Su Xian a rolled-up scroll. "Little brother, this is for you." Su Xian was slightly taken aback, looking at the burly man in front of him. "What is this?" The man smiled. "This is a map I drew. There's a village on it called Hodao Village, located east of the sect. I asked many people to find this for you. I must say, your village is really remote. You joining the Dao sect must be a source of pride for your village. Su Xian was delighted and quickly thanked him, asking for the man's name. The man waved his hand humorously. Oh, it's just a small favor, nothing to mention. You can just call me good person. Su Xian did not press further, expressed his gratitude again, and left with the other three. The man watched them leave, squinting and clicking his tongue. This lad is quite talented. I remember back then. I was the only one in my village who practiced cultivation. That guy was quite impressive. Suddenly, the captain stood behind him and asked ominously, "Do you know who that young man is? You're treating him like a brother?" "I don't know, but everyone in the sect is like brothers. It's not easy to cultivate outside, so if I can help, I will." The captain nodded slightly, hesitated to say something, and finally said, "His name is Su Xian." Su Xian? Why does that sound a bit familiar? The man was bewildered for a moment, then suddenly realized, incredulously exclaiming, "Su Xian, the little ancestor." The captain looked at him deeply, said nothing, and walked away. The man stood there in shock, regretting calling the little ancestor little brother and even giving him a punch on the chest while trying to show off, slapping his thigh in frustration. What a huge embarrassment. The Dao sect values lineage and respect. This is not a joke. Chapter 65. Yecheng is located south of the northern frontier, adjacent to the Kangwu Empire. After the four left the cloud ship on their swords, they headed straight for the city of Yecheng. This task involved demonic cultivators. So some details needed to be learned at the inspection hall in Yecheng, which could help them avoid unnecessary detours. At dawn, amidst the sea of clouds, they saw a giant city in the distance, and the four landed in an empty area outside the city. They put away their flying swords and changed into more grounded attire, stepping onto the main road like traveling merchants. According to the three, Dao sect disciples should follow earthly rules when acting outside to avoid unnecessary disturbances and not flaunt their identities in public. Su Xian understood this well. They aimed for a low profile. Although it was early morning, the main road outside the city was bustling with people, with many carts and travelers coming and going. Yecheng, being one of the few cities closest to the Central Plains among the 108 cities in the north, had close and frequent trade with the Central Plains. Compared to other cities, it was relatively prosperous, and in terms of wealth, it was undoubtedly the best in the northern frontier. Therefore, the city was a mix of all sorts of people. Even at this moment on the main road, one could see all kinds of people, including some with unusual clothing. The four blended in, and due to their outstanding appearances and extraordinary presence, they often attracted the attention of those around them, with many whispering and pointing. So good-looking, so handsome. However, the four were used to such attention and continued to walk forward, chatting and laughing. Su Xian walked with his hands behind his back, speaking confidently. The road beneath their feet also had its significance. Paths that could only be walked by one person were called qi, and as the saying goes, a path emerges naturally. The path that allows a unicycle to pass is called a jing, and the winding path leads to a secluded place, where the Zen room is filled with flowers and trees. The idiom another path is derived from this. A path that can accommodate a horse-drawn carriage is called a tu, which is why there is the saying an old horse knows the way. A road that can accommodate two horse-drawn carriages signifies parting ways, hence the phrase to part ways. If a small fork appears beside the road, it is called a qi, and if you walk into it, it is termed to stray into the wrong path. The road beneath our feet, which can accommodate 3 horse-drawn carriages side by side, is indeed a road. Just look how spacious it is. It seems that this city of Yi is quite prosperous. Su Xian spoke with great clarity, leaving the three listening in a daze. It's just a road. Yet it hides so many intricacies, especially Ruan Chong, whose life revolved around blacksmithing and cultivation, occasionally going out to fight, which was all physical work. What Su Xian said was unheard of, and with a face full of curiosity, he respectfully asked, "Little Master Ancestor, how do you know so much?" Su Xian leaned back lazily and replied, "I have a bad habit of liking to read books, almost to the point of obsession. If I don't read for a day, I feel uncomfortable all over, and I can't change it." Ruan Chong nodded repeatedly. "No wonder you're so knowledgeable. I can't do it. I get a headache just looking at a book." Su Xian humbly responded, "That's just the beginning. If you spend more time with me, you'll understand. My knowledge is vast." Good. Song Qingshu shook his head helplessly. Nangong Ning was left speechless, caught between laughter and tears. However, it must be said that their little master ancestor was indeed not someone lacking in experience. Although his words were inevitably mixed with exaggeration and had a hint of boasting, he truly had some knowledge. As they reached the city, the towering city walls and fluttering flags greeted them. The city had 3 gates, guarded by light-armored soldiers who checked the incoming and outgoing vehicles. The 3 gates served different purposes, one for goods, one for horse-drawn carriages, and one for people. The separation of people, goods, and carriages was orderly. Upon entering the city, a young soldier stopped the 4 for routine questioning. Although the 4, having changed their clothes, concealed their identities as disciples of the Tao sect, their excellent demeanor gave them away. The young soldier, having seen countless people of all kinds, quickly noticed that these 4 were extraordinary. Thus he spoke respectfully. "May I ask where you came from? What brings you into the city?" Song Qing-shu, with graceful demeanor, opened his palm, revealing the jade pendant. Just one glance, and the young soldier was taken aback. Song Qing-shu smiled warmly. "Please don't make a fuss." The young soldier understood, stepped aside, and bowed slightly to show respect. "Please. Thank you. It's part of my duty to let you through." With a wave of his hand, the soldiers made way, and the 4 strode confidently into the city. One soldier, curious, casually asked, "Captain, who are these people?" The usually good-tempered captain, however, changed his demeanor, shooting a cold glance and reprimanding, "Mind your business. Don't ask what you shouldn't." The chastised soldier had no choice but to yield. After passing through the city gate, a broad view opened up before them, resembling a grand painting of a prosperous age. What came into view was a wide, long street, dense buildings, crisscrossing alleys, and people bustling about. The sounds of chatter and commotion filled the air, with vendors calling out and performers showcasing their talents. With a thought, Su Xian looked further ahead to see pavilions and towers, lanterns hanging high, scholars dancing with fans, talented men reciting poetry, and beautiful women waving handkerchiefs to attract customers. Hotcakes, fresh hotcakes. Walk by, don't miss out, high-quality silk, being sold at a bargain. Those with money support the rich, those without support the poor. Little Brother is putting on a show. Storytellers and actors coax the crowd. 3 main roads lead to the center. Stay tuned for the next episode. "Sir, come play?" Su Xian squinted his eyes, looking around at the bustling scene, overwhelmed by the sights and sounds, murmuring, "Interesting, really interesting." Song Qing-shu, fanning himself with a folding fan, strolled leisurely and laughed. "Is this your first time seeing such a scene, little master ancestor?" Su Xian casually replied, "No, I've seen plenty on television before." The 3 were astonished, looking bewildered. "Television? What is that?" Su Xian realized he had let something slip, but didn't mind, his gaze wandering in front of a flower house. He casually said, "It's not important. But you can't deny, this city is quite open. Just look at that girl. Her skirt is almost up to her thighs." He paused, catching a glimpse of the 3 looking at him strangely, and quickly changed his expression, sitting upright, and said solemnly, "How can one wear so little? It's disgraceful and shameless." Ruan Chong scratched his head, thinking, "Weren't you just staring at her in fascination? Why are you scolding now?" It felt off. Nangong Ning lowered her head in silence, letting out a light sigh, thinking little master ancestor is still too young, lacking resistance to the seductive world. Song Qing-shu teased, "It's all to make a living. It's nothing serious. Little master ancestor, if you go to the Central Plains in the future, you should visit Jiangnan. That's the origin of the fireworks and willow lanes, where scholars and talents, beautiful women and talented men, gather to enjoy music and recite poetry. Even immortals would linger there, unable to tear themselves away." "Oh." Su Xian became interested and laughed. "If that's the case, I really should take a look. Such a filthy place can actually allow one to live in peace." Song Qing-shu smiled without speaking. Ruanchong sincerely said, "Little master ancestor, you don't need to pretend. We all understand since we're all men. Sister Nangong is also someone who has been through it. She won't laugh at you." Su Xian stole a glance at the suddenly serious Nangong Ning and stubbornly said, "I don't understand what little Chong said." The 3 exclaimed in surprise. Su Xian ignored them. After a while, they arrived at a courtyard with a plaque hanging that read Tao Sect Supervision Hall. "We've arrived." Chapter 66, The Unwritten Scroll. The courtyard was quite impressive. But once they entered, it felt exceptionally cold and desolate. Not long after entering, a person came from the back courtyard, at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. He warily scrutinized the 4 and asked seriously, "Who are you looking for?" Nangong Ning threw the jade pendant in her hand, and it flew through the air. The newcomer raised his hand to catch it steadily, and with a thought, he recognized it. Luo Yunfeng, Nangong Ning, 3rd-generation disciple. He quickly ran forward and cupped his hands in salute. "Li Feng of the Supervision Hall has met the master ancestor." Clearly, This young man before them was a fifth-generation disciple of the Tao sect. In the Tao sect, he was considered a junior among juniors. Although the Tao sect had been established for 10,000 years, there were only 8 generations of disciples within the sect. According to the sect's tradition, new disciples with excellent qualifications would apprentice under the second-generation disciples, those with superior qualifications under the third-generation disciples, and the remaining would be divided among the fourth-generation disciples. Moreover, the practice of taking on apprentices was prevalent among the Tao sect. Everyone who understood would understand. As for fifth-generation disciples and beyond, they rarely took in apprentices. There is no need for formality. Li Feng got up and returned the jade pendant with both hands. After Nangong Ning took it, she asked lightly, "Are you the only one here?" Li Feng replied, "Yes, the others are all out on tasks. If the master ancestor has any matters, just tell me." Nangong Ning got straight to the point. "What do you know about the missing infants in Yi City?" Upon hearing this, Li Feng's expression visibly changed, and he said in a low voice, "Elders, please follow me." He then led the way to the back hall. The 4 exchanged glances, not thinking much of it, and followed him. Along the way, Su Xian complained to Song Qingshu, "Is there really so few people in the supervision hall?" Song Qingshu smiled and replied, "Little Master Ancestor might not know, but the Tao Sect Supervision Hall has a total of 108 branches. Each branch, even if it oversees a city, is generally equipped with no more than 5 disciples, and most of them are at the Golden Core stage. If it weren't for that, tasks like ours wouldn't fall to us." Su Xian muttered that 5 people still felt a bit too few and unstable. Ruanchong interjected, 5 is not few. In a place like Yi City, Golden Core cultivators walk around like they own the place. 5 of them are enough to slaughter the city. Su Xian rolled his eyes and lectured, "Don't you know that there are always people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens? Don't underestimate this world. In a place like this, where fish and dragons mix, it's easiest to hide a tiger or a dragon. You never know when a master of the ascension stage might jump out from some corner." Since he just stepped into Yi City and walked through the crowd, he had already seen no less than 10 Golden Core cultivators. However, Su Xian didn't want to say anything because 9 out of 10 of them were from the Windazong. As for how Su Xian knew, it was simple. They all had sword lights on them. Only those from the Windazong would have their life swords from the sword tomb. Ruanchong scratched his head and said foolishly, "Little Master Ancestor is right. I've noted it down." They passed through the backyard and entered a room, inviting the 4 to take a seat and pouring tea for them. Li Feng then mysteriously took out a scroll from a hidden compartment and handed it to Nangong Ning, saying solemnly, "This is what the hall master gave me before he left, specifically instructing that if anyone from the sect comes to inquire about the missing baby girl, this item should be handed over to them." Nangong Ning opened the scroll, took a glance, furrowed her brows, and asked, "Did your hall master say anything else?" Li Feng thought for a moment and shook his head, staring at the scroll in Nangong Ning's hand. He then said, "To be honest, we originally had 5 people, but one mysteriously disappeared 3 months ago. We searched for a long time with no news. Half a month ago, the hall master followed the clues of the missing disciple and inadvertently discovered that a large number of baby girls had gone missing in Yi City in recent years, all under a month old. The hall master suspects this may be related to demonic cultivators, so he reported it to the sect. He left this scroll behind and instructed us to take care of the hall, and then he left and has not returned since." Nor did he say where he was going. After listening, the few of them pondered. Nangong Ning closed the scroll, nodded slightly, and said, "Thank you for your hard work." She then looked at the 3 and signaled with her eyes. The 3 understood and stood up to leave. Li Feng got up to see them off. As they reached the door, Su Xian suddenly stopped, turned back to look at Li Feng, who greeted him with a smile. Su Xian suddenly asked, "Your name is Li Feng, right?" Li Feng smiled. "Yes, Li from Wood, and Feng from Blade." Su Xian nodded and looked at him deeply, saying mysteriously, "I remember you. Do your best." Li Feng was taken aback and smiled foolishly. I will." After leaving the inspection hall, Su Xian kept frowning. Song Qingshu and Ruanchong moved closer to Nangong Ning, staring at the scroll in her hand and asking, "Senior sister, what's in there?" Nangong Ning casually handed it to Song Qingshu. "Look for yourself." Song Qingshu took it and slowly unfolded it. Ruanchong stretched his neck to peek over from behind. It was a piece of yellowed rice paper, completely blank. But in the corner of the paper, there were a few drops of dark red, like vermilion accidentally spilled. Ruanchong was confused and said, "But there's nothing written here?" Not believing in bad luck, he even used his nascent soul consciousness to investigate, but found nothing. Even the meticulous Song Qingshu frowned. His eyes filled with confusion. He inadvertently rubbed the few dark red spots on the paper with his long fingers and sniffed it at his nose. Blood? Nangong Ning said faintly. Yes, and it's the blood of a baby girl who hasn't reached 1 month old. Song Qingshu looked thoughtful and said, let me see. Ruan Chong snatched the rice paper and examined it closely, not forgetting to lean in and smell it, confirming it was indeed blood. He then looked at the two, still confused, and asked, what does he want to express? Song Qingshu supported his elbow with one hand and rubbed his chin with the other, analyzing. The matter of the demonic cultivators started with the theft of baby girls. The hall master left this rice paper with the blood of the baby girl intentionally, so there must be a connection. If I'm not mistaken, the blood on this paper is likely from one of the stolen baby girls. Ruanchong nodded, somewhat understanding, and agreed, that makes sense, I think so too. Song Qingshu frowned slightly and quickly shifted the topic. However, just based on this blood stain, we can't deduce anything. There is more than one stolen baby girl, so it's impossible to verify. Moreover, judging by the color of this blood, it has been some time. The essence in it has long dissipated, making it impossible to trace the source with tracking techniques. However, if this baby girl is still alive, we could try to deduce using feng shui techniques. Unfortunately, none of us are skilled in that. Nangong Ning lowered her eyes, deep in thought. Ruan Chong said carelessly, that's not hard. We can just find someone who knows when we get back to the sect. Song Qingshu remained silent. Nangong Ning softly said, going back and forth. Not to mention it would take time and effort. It's too troublesome. If that baby girl is dead, even our ancestors wouldn't be able to deduce anything. The bloodstain on this paper has definitely been here for over half a month. If, as you and I suspect, it fell into the hands of demonic cultivators, the chances of a baby girl under 1 month old surviving are extremely low. Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. Ruan Chong, who usually didn't like to think, spread his hands and said, so what do we do? Nangong Ning intentionally slowed her pace and looked at Su Xian, asking, Little Master Ancestor, do you have any ideas? Su Xian had been looking down, and after recovering his senses, he blankly raised his eyes. Song Qingshu noticed something was off with Su Xian and asked, Little Master Ancestor, are you feeling unwell? He realized that Su Xian had been worried since they left the inspection hall. Su Xian hesitated and said, it's nothing. Nangong Ning tilted her head slightly and asked gently, does Little Master Ancestor think we're wrong? Su Xian glanced back at the inspection hall, which had already disappeared at the end of the long street, and answered vaguely, don't you think that Li Feng just now seemed a bit off? Chapter 67. Tianzhu County. The three were surprised and exchanged glances, wondering what was off. Su Xian said, I can't quite put it into words, but I just feel it. You all understand, right? Su Xian didn't answer, but asked back. Song Qingshu shook his head, I don't understand. Ruan Chong stroked his chin and said, I understand a bit, but not much. This earned him a few eye rolls from the others. Ruan Chong added, I just think that kid seems a bit shifty, which makes me uncomfortable. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects their heart. Look at the disciples of Wendazong. Aren't they all like me, with sharp brows and bright eyes, full of righteousness? Nangong Ning ignored Ruan Chong and said slowly, actually, I also find it a bit strange. He seemed too calm. Think about it. 5 people in a branch hall, 1 missing, and the hall master also has no news. Yet he acts like nothing is wrong. Upon saying this, it did seem strange, and Song Qingshu agreed. Ruan Chong, however, was unconvinced and said boldly, you guys are overthinking it. Maybe he just has that kind of personality, more composed. Just like me, even if a mountain collapses on top, my expression wouldn't change. Nangong Ning looked at him with some disdain and said, enough of that. Song Qingshu had a dark expression. Can't you stop bragging? Ruan Chong muttered, isn't it okay to speak the truth? Su Xian remained silent, as that wasn't what he meant. However, Ruan Chong did say something that wasn't wrong. Perhaps he was just overthinking it. He pulled his thoughts back and glanced at the rice paper in Ruan Chong's hand, inexplicably uttering a word, paper. The three stopped their debate, looking at him in confusion. Su Xian said lightly, let us find someone to ask if this paper is produced in Yi City. Nangong Ning and Song Qingshu were slightly taken aback and instantly realized. Nangong Ning nodded, all right. Song Qingshu extended his thumb and praised, as expected of the little master ancestor. A single word awakens the dreamer, impressive. Su Xian smiled and humbly replied, let's wait and see. Only Ruan Chong looked bewildered, glancing at Song Qingshu and then at Nangong Ning, and finally at Su Xian, feeling utterly confused. Are you guys playing a riddle here? Nangong Ning ruthlessly snatched the rice paper from his hand. Song Qingshu gave him a meaningful look. Ruanchong looked at Su Xian, the little master ancestor. Su Xian smiled and interrupted, "You'll know soon." Ruanchong was puzzled. "Are you guys really that interesting? Aren't we on the same team? Wait for me." Moments later, in a certain place in Yi City, they found out about Yinxian Garden, 200 miles north of the city, in Tianzhu County. "Let's go." "Okay." The four of them left the city, flying north on their swords. Su Xian flew slowly, so he shared a sword with Ruanchong. On the way, Ruanchong, who had come to a realization, couldn't help but ask, "Little master ancestor, how did you think of the connection with the paper's place of origin?" Su Xian smiled and said, "I guessed too." "How did you guess?" "It's so accurate. Teach me." Ruanchong pressed on, determined to get to the bottom of it. Su Xian calmly explained, "On the way here, I noticed that there are many bamboo groves within Yi City. After entering the city, on the busiest main street, there's a shop selling paper every few hundred meters. It seems that paper from Yi City is quite famous, and there are many in the paper business, so naturally, there are many who make paper. The head of the inspection hall specifically left this item behind to pass it to us, likely to convey some kind of message. Blood stains on the paper, but the paper has no words. So I guess he wanted to tell us that there's a problem with the place where the paper is made. Of course, this is just speculation." Ruanchong expressed deep admiration, feeling that Su Xian's analysis was perfect, but lacking in culture. He could only say, "Impressive." Song Qingshu laughed and said, "The little master ancestor not only has extraordinary talent, but I didn't expect his thoughts to be so delicate." Nangong Ning said nothing, yet she deeply agreed with what the two were saying. The riddle she found difficult to understand was perfectly articulated by them, filled with details. This little master ancestor was not only handsome, but also very smart and observant. At the same time, she also agreed with Su Xian's speculation, feeling that the rice paper in her hand conveyed this very message. After Su Xian finished speaking, he self-doubted. "However, I still can't understand why, if my speculation is correct, he didn't just write it directly on the paper or send the information back to the sect. Why go through such a roundabout way and make us guess?" Nangong Ning responded, "That's not strange. He might be afraid of leaking the information, fearing to alert the snake." Su Xian nodded, "Maybe." The more Su Xian thought about it, the more he felt something was off, so he decided not to dwell on it. His purpose in coming along was just to see the world, to tag along and earn some points. With 2 nascent souls and 1 golden core, the entire Yi City could walk horizontally. Why think so much? There's an old saying, in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is a paper tiger, not worth mentioning. Soon, the four arrived in Tianzhu County, where bamboo was everywhere in the mountains and valleys. Each stalk rose high into the clouds. The bamboo here was very large, and looking up from the ground gave a feeling of piercing the sky, as if one could not see the top. Giant dragon bamboo, a type of bamboo that can grow up to 30 meters tall, is the tallest known species. High and wide, indeed. The bamboo forest in Tianzhu County is both tall and wide, and because it grows tall, the locals also call it Tianzhu, hence the name of Tianzhu County. As they walked through the county, they encountered an old man in the mountains and approached to ask, "Excuse me, do you know how to get to Yinxian Garden?" The old man looked at the group with a strange expression and asked in return, "Are you from out of town to buy paper?" "Yes," the old man said. "Then go back." The four were taken aback, not understanding. The old man deliberately lowered his voice to explain, "Yinxian Garden has long been closed. The workers moved away before the new year. Where would the paper come from? It would be a waste for you to go." "Closed?" The four were stunned. This was unexpected, and they hurriedly asked, "Why? Everything was fine. Why did it close? That's unreasonable." The old man's eyes wandered, and he mysteriously said, "You don't know? It's haunted there. I heard people say that in the bamboo grove behind Yinxian Garden, babies cry at night. They say there are ghost babies. Several people have died, and the workers inside were scared away. No one dares to go, and the boss can't hire anyone to work. So he had no choice but to close." Song Qingshu continued to probe. "How could it be haunted out of the blue?" The old man rambled. "I don't know about that. I'm just an old bone. I only heard others say it. This matter has been spreading like wildfire. People from 10 miles around know." The four exchanged glances, shaking their heads. If it were really ghosts causing trouble, why hadn't the sect of inquiry received any news? They had just arrived, so perhaps they were unaware, but the head of the inspection hall, Li Feng, surely couldn't know nothing. Su Xian curiously asked, "Since someone died, why didn't they report it to the authorities?" "Why not report? I've seen several waves of officials come, but it was ghosts. The officials' presence didn't help. Everyone is spreading rumors that the boss of Yinxian Garden slept with his female worker, got her pregnant, and out of fear of others finding out, buried her alive. The child in her belly came back to claim a life. These wealthy people lack morals. They can do anything, and having done wrong, isn't retribution bound to come? Clearly, from the old man's tone, the subsequent story seemed to be hearsay. After chatting for a while and gossiping, Su Xian didn't continue to dig for details, but asked, "Still, I have to trouble you to point me in the right direction." The old man, without thinking much, said, "Just over there. Keep going straight along this road. Turn left at the first intersection, and you'll get there." "Thank you. You're too polite. It gets dark early in the mountains, and the humidity is heavy. You should hurry back if you don't want to invite misfortune." "Understood." After bidding farewell to the woodcutter, the old man hummed a folk song and left. The four remained composed, exchanging glances and understanding each other. Ruancheng affirmed, "Yinxian Garden really has a problem. Baby cries, haunting, and the officials came, yet the sect of inquiry didn't send anyone to catch the ghosts." The more they thought about it, especially with the clues left by the head of the inspection hall, it was hard not to speculate further. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "It seems we came to the right place." Nangong Ning said, "Let us go. While it's still light, it's easier to handle things." Chapter 68. The abandoned bamboo garden. Green bamboo enters the secluded path. Blue vines brush against my clothes. As dusk falls, the path ahead becomes overgrown with weeds and covered with fallen leaves, faintly revealing traces of cart tracks, indicating that there were many carts passing through not long ago, often carrying heavy loads. Following the direction indicated by the old man, the four of them consciously restrained their presence to avoid alarming any potential threats. Flying close to the bamboo forest, they reached an open area at the end, where the surrounding bamboo was sparse, with more bamboo shoots than giant bamboos. And a cluster of houses could be seen, easily identifiable as a papermaking workshop. The three landed silently. Bamboo baskets and woven items were scattered at the entrance of the workshop. The main door was tightly shut, bearing a yellowed seal from the Yi city government, showing signs of damage. The wooden door was weathered, and the signboard was upside down. The evening breeze blew, rustling the bamboo leaves, and the wind passed through the gaps, making a whistling sound, while the signboard swayed, creaking and clattering, sending chills down their spines and creating an inexplicably eerie atmosphere. Nangong Ning said solemnly, "Yinxian Garden is right here." Wan Chongyuan's divine sense covered the entire courtyard, his eyes shining with a sharp sword light, and he said, "There are no signs of human presence." Song Qingshu replied, "Let's go in and take a look." "All right." Nangong Ning reminded, "Little master ancestor, stay close to me." Su Xian agreed without a second thought. "Okay." With a leap over the several-meter-high wall, he joked, "For cultivators, there's no need to use the door." Upon entering the courtyard, they saw a mess everywhere, clearly abandoned for a long time. "Let's split up and search." Song Qingshu went left, Ruancheng followed behind, his afterimage flickering and disappearing, while Su Xian followed Nangong Ning into the main courtyard. As the sky darkened, the hoots of owls from the bamboo forest added an eerie atmosphere to the desolate garden. Su Xian couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off. After walking around, they found broken doors, scattered tiles, half-finished paper, bamboo rotting in lime, and foul-smelling water. But no useful clues were discovered. Su Xian frequently glanced around and cautiously said, "Xiao Ning, don't you think this place feels unclean?" Nangong Ning frowned, waved her sleeve to brush away a spider web in front of her, and complained, "It is quite dirty." After a slight pause, she added, "And it also smells bad." Su Xian was speechless. Clearly, they were not referring to the same kind of dirtiness. "Little master ancestor." Nangong Ning, no longer maintaining her usual composure, narrowed her phoenix eyes playfully and said, "You're not afraid of ghosts, are you?" Su Xian replied seriously, "How could that be?" Nangong Ning, still skeptical, asked, "Really not afraid?" Su Xian shrugged and said, "Ghosts, gods, they're all mixed together. I've never seen a god, let alone a ghost. There can't be that many ghosts in the world. There are, however, many people who pretend to be supernatural. In Fan Prefecture, there are people, monsters, demons, spirits, and evil entities, and they can all cultivate to become immortals. As for ghosts, in the knowledge base from the sword monument that Su Xian received, they do not exist. Those so-called water ghosts and soul-collecting ghosts are not really ghosts, but rather some spiritual energy that has cultivated into a spirit, or the lingering obsessions of strong beings whose souls remain in the world after death. Theoretically speaking, they are not ghosts. But if you want to call them ghosts, that works too. At least that's what people believe. Su Xian was currently cultivating immortality, so he viewed problems rigorously. Rather than believing in the tales of evil ghosts seeking lives, he preferred to think that someone was secretly playing tricks. Nangong Ning followed Su Xian's line of thought and asked, "Little Master Ancestor also thinks there's something wrong with this ghost business?" Su Xian shook his head and said calmly, "I don't know if there's a problem with the ghost business, but the people involved must have issues." Nangong Ning slowed her pace and asked knowingly, "Oh, how so?" Su Xian analyzed. Although there are many people in Yi City in the paper-making business, no one would care if one less or more disappeared. But as you can see, the scale of Yinxian Garden is not small. There are dozens of pools for soaking bamboo. With such a large industry, how could it close down because of ghost rumors? Especially when it's just hearsay. For such a big business, they could surely hire a few Taoists to exorcise evil. Isnt had often said that money can make ghosts grind the mill. And don't forget, this is our Windazong's territory. Exorcising ghosts and demons has always been our responsibility. And we never charge any fees. If it were you, would you refuse such free labor? Moreover, if I remember correctly, local authorities can directly burn incense for spiritual matters that ordinary people cannot resolve. After receiving the report, the intelligence hall assesses the risks based on the incense's content and finally hands it over to the mission hall for release, sending disciples to resolve it. The old man said the incident happened around the end of the year, and several months have passed. Yet there is no mention of this in the suspended tasks in the mission hall for Yi City. Su Xian's analysis was thorough and well-reasoned. Nangong Ning occasionally lowered her eyes and frowned, deeply agreeing with Su Xian's thoughts in many points, but still curious about one aspect. So she asked, "How does Little Master Ancestor know that there is no such task in the mission hall?" Su Xian chuckled awkwardly. "Wasn't Qingshu looking for me the other day, asking if I wanted to team up? After I agreed, I thought I might as well take a look around since I was here. So I checked all the tasks related to Yi City in the mission hall, but unfortunately, there wasn't a single suitable one." Nangong Ning was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Little Master Ancestor is quite diligent." Su Xian shrugged and replied lazily, "What can I do? I'm poor." Nangong Ning smiled, but said nothing. Don't mention that Su Xian had just entered the sect and had just established his foundation. Even now, as a nascent soul stage cultivator, she was still quite poor. Every year by the end of the year, she was left with nothing. There were many like her in Windazong. They called themselves the Year-Light Clan. Nangong Ning returned to the main topic, saying, "If that's the case, then the owner of Yinxian Garden and even the government of Tianju County have problems. What do you think we should do next, Little Master Ancestor?" Su Xian thought for a moment and said, "What else can we do? Follow the clues. If people have problems, investigate people. If events have problems, investigate events. In this world, everything that happens must leave traces. Right now, we can only follow these clues and investigate further." Nangong Ning smiled and said, "Great minds think alike. I was thinking the same thing. Looks like Little Master Ancestor has a knack for solving cases." Su Xian rolled his eyes. "Don't tease me. I know my own abilities." Nangong Ning did not continue on that topic and turned to leave. "Let us go find them and see if they have any discoveries." Su Xian quickly followed. Moments later, the four met up. As they exchanged glances, the two shook their heads in unison, both having found nothing. Ruanchong complained, "I also checked that bamboo forest. There was nothing, not a single clue. Do you think we might have guessed wrong?" Song Qingshu pondered, "It's not impossible." Ruanchong asked, "Then what should we do? Should we stick to the old method, waiting for rabbits by the stump?" Chapter 69. Bamboo Forest Ghost Baby. Song Qingshu's face twitched slightly at the thought of waiting for rabbits by the stump. How long would we have to wait in a city as big as Yi? Ruanchong spread his hands. "Then what do we do? Junior sister, you have the most ideas." Nangong Ning furrowed her brows and reiterated Su Xian's line of thought, in an attempt to make Ruanchong understand better. Her analysis was more in-depth and specific than Su Xian's, revealing many details one by one. Ruanchong quickly understood. While Song Qingshu just wanted to borrow Nangong Ning's earlier words, "Great minds think alike," the four reached a consensus and decided to continue investigating based on the current clues. To improve efficiency, Nangong Ning planned to split into 3 teams and assign tasks accordingly. "Qingshu, you have a keen mind. You're responsible for investigating the details of Yinxian Garden and finding out who the owner is behind it. The more detailed, the better. See if you can uncover the true reason for Yinxian Garden's closure." Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. Leave it to me. Ruancheng, you go to the government of Tianju County and review the records. Check when this notice was posted. Since it's about ghostly disturbances, why wasn't he incense burned for spiritual matters? Find the official responsible for this matter and ask clearly. Ruancheng patted his chest and said, no problem. Nangong Ning specifically reminded, remember, speak nicely to them, and don't resort to violence. The latter swore, senior sister, you still don't know me. I may look a bit rough, but I'm actually very gentle. Besides, I forge swords, as you all know. When it comes to sword forging, attention to detail is paramount. You could say my eyes are like a ruler. No conspiracy can escape my wise and sharp gaze. I guarantee to investigate it thoroughly and clearly. The three listened, wide-eyed. And the only credibility in his words might have been that his face didn't flush the entire time. Nan Gongning raised her hand to interrupt his rambling and said, all right, let's set off. Regardless of the outcome, we will meet outside Tianju County tomorrow at noon. The two nodded in agreement. Song Qingshu casually asked, senior sister, what about you and little master ancestor? Ruancheng chimed in enthusiastically, right? Why not let little master ancestor follow me? I have plenty of details to share. And little master ancestor can learn a thing or two. Su Xian was speechless. The only one with details on his body was probably his hidden younger brother. The rest was just too rough. Nan Gongning automatically filtered Ruancheng's words, glancing back at the tranquil bamboo forest in the night, squinting as she said, did that local say that the bamboo forest behind Yunxian Garden becomes haunted at midnight? It's just dark now. So I'll stay and see if there are really ghosts or if someone is just playing tricks. She glanced at Su Xian and smiled. Little master ancestor isn't afraid of ghosts. Stay back and protect me. Su Xian was taken aback and shrugged. I'm fine with that. Ruancheng and Song Qingshu exchanged glances. With mischievous smiles and a hint of schadenfreude, even inexplicably winking at Su Xian with an understanding expression, reminding him to be careful, before vanishing into the dark night. This left Su Xian confused, wondering if the wind had muddled their eyes. Little master ancestor, shall we go? Where to? Nan Gongning's eyes sparkled. Throwing him a flirtatious glance, her voice soft. Where else? To the little bamboo forest. Su Xian shivered and complained, don't be ridiculous, be serious. Nan Gongning frowned slightly. Where am I being unserious? Su Xian casually replied, not you. I'm talking about the little bamboo forest being unserious. Nan Gongning grinned. As long as the person is serious. It doesn't matter if the bamboo forest is unserious. As the night deepened and the wind grew stronger, the bright moon hung high in the sky, making the stars seem sparse. Occasionally, moonlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, and the wind swayed the bamboo branches, creating a patchwork of shadows on the ground. The sound of the wind accompanied the rustling of the bamboo leaves. Time passed as the bamboo creaked. A bird startled the forest. Su Xian and Nan Gongning held their breath, lurking in the night. Su Xian leaned against a giant bamboo, closing his eyes to rest. As midnight approached, the moon floated high, and the night sky darkened. The already dim bamboo forest became pitch black. Suddenly, a strong wind surged through the forest, causing the bamboo to rustle loudly, startling countless nightingales into the air, chirping nonstop. Su Xian instinctively tightened his arms crossed over his chest, slowly opening his eyes. He saw Nan Gongning sitting cross-legged in front of him, her beautiful eyes glowing like an owl's in the dark. The sudden change made the atmosphere more eerie, and Su Xian's throat instinctively tightened, feeling a bit nervous as he subconsciously called out, Xiaoning. Nan Gongning held a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Shoo! Su Xian closed his mouth and looked around. Although it was pitch black, a foundation-building cultivator only needed a small source of light to see the world clearly, possessing night vision. Thus, within his line of sight, he could distinctly see the bamboo, leaves, and dust within 10 meters. Further away, everything was slightly hazy. Nan Gongning lowered her voice and said, Little master ancestor, listen. Su Xian felt it was strange, but didn't he think too much about it, focusing on listening. The wind was chaotic, and the bamboo made a mess of sounds. Yet amidst it all, he could eerily hear the sound of a baby crying. Instantly, he became alert. Nan Gongning pointed deep into the bamboo forest and whispered that. The two exchanged glances, and Su Xian understood, silently drawing out his heavy sword from his sleeve and resting it on his shoulder. Nan Gongning looked at Su Xian's gleaming heavy sword and was momentarily stunned. Little master ancestor, what are you doing? Su Xian hushed her, don't mind the details. Let's go see what's going on. Nan Gongning had the same intention and nodded in agreement. All right. They moved through the darkness like shadows, the wind not swift. The sound of the baby crying grew heavier and clearer. Wah wah wah, wah 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 wah, wah 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 wah. Ethereal, haunting, and filled with despair. The cries held a sharpness that a child of that age should not possess. It didn't sound like a human child. It resembled that of a ghost baby. Su Xian felt increasingly uneasy. Could there really be ghosts? He tightened his grip on the heavy sword, using the sound of the wind to cover his hurried footsteps, closely following Ningongning. Before long, they reached a clearing deep in the bamboo forest, contrasting sharply with the surrounding bamboo. The sound of the baby crying came from this spot. The two instinctively halted and gazed ahead. Just then, the clouds in the sky began to part, and moonlight fell, illuminating the clearing perfectly. As visibility increased, a splash of bright red stood out in the moonlight. It appeared to be a child, dressed in a bright red outfit. Facing away from them, completely still, they held their breath, not daring to approach. A child so small sitting so upright was something Su Xian could tell with his toes was definitely suspicious. As the moon emerged, the wind ceased. And the cries also stopped. Just as the two were about to observe the situation, the child in the red clothing seemed to sense their presence and slowly turned around. In that instant, Su Xian's heart raced, feeling as if he were facing a great enemy. The pale face, red eyes, and cracked lips gazed at them, suddenly breaking into a smile. Hee hee hee. Can you play with me? Chapter 70. Blood Puppet. The laughter was piercing and eerie, causing the temperature around them to drop suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloping them. Hee hee hee. Can you play with me? Nan Gongning felt a gust of wind rise beside her, and in an instant, Su Xian dashed out, wielding a 2-meter-long mountain-splitting sword, tracing a perfect arc in the moonlight as he swung it down. Boom! The heavy sword struck the ground, using the power of foundation building, and instantly created a deep pit in the clearing. Dirt and stones flew, leaves scattered. Nan Gongning was momentarily stunned, lost in thought, so fierce. Originally, when Su Xian said he wasn't afraid of ghosts, she thought he was just being tough. Who isn't afraid of ghosts? Now she believed it. Without a word, he swung his sword down. Unfortunately, he ultimately missed. Amidst the dust, the ghost baby hovered in midair, its face twisted, alternating between laughter and crying, going mad. Hee hee hee. Boo-hoo. Why are you hitting the baby? The baby is so small. Doesn't Daddy like the baby? Daddy is bad. Daddy should die. The baby will eat Daddy. Ha ha ha. Hee hee hee. Su Xian reflexively swung his sword at the air, raising his gaze to see the ghost baby lunging towards him with its toothless, bloody mouth. He quickly raised his sword to strike back, cursing, "What the hell? I haven't even married a wife yet. Who are you calling Daddy? Watch the sword. Daddy is bad. The baby will eat Daddy." A sword flashed across the sky, slicing through the air. The ghostly baby in front of them clearly had no cultivation, yet its movements were extremely swift, floating around like the wind. Su Xian swung his sword 3 times, barely grazing its clothes. He cursed under his breath, feeling bewildered. Ning formed a sword with her fingers, and with a flick of her fingertips, unleashed a sword chi that shot straight towards the ghost baby. The sword of the nascent soul. Although it wasn't her full power, its speed was faster than the wind. The ghost baby couldn't evade it, and was pierced through by the sword chi, letting out a chilling scream. Ah! Ning twisted her wrist, raised her fingers, and lightly uttered a word. Bind. The howling sword chi abruptly halted in midair, then quickly retreated, transforming into a sword rope that ensnared the small ghost baby. The ghost baby struggled desperately, trying to break free from its confinement, letting out sharp, sinister cries. Woo-woo. It hurts, it hurts. Mommy is bad. Mommy hits the baby too. The baby will eat both Daddy and Mommy. Eat them all. Su Xian sheathed his sword into the ground, looked up at the ghost baby suspended in midair, exhaled a breath of foul air, frowned, and complained. It really is a ghost. Ning walked out from the bamboo forest, approached Su Xian's side, and looked at the ghost baby with an expressionless face. Glancing at Su Xian, she said, "Little master ancestor, your son doesn't he look like you at all?" Su Xian was speechless. Your son. Ning frowned and said, "It calls you dad." Su Xian scoffed. "It also calls you mom." After a moment of silence, Ning said, "All right, I admit this joke isn't funny at all." Su Xian agreed, "It's not funny." They exchanged glances and then both burst into laughter, the originally eerie atmosphere becoming even more bizarre, though not in the same way as before. The small ghost baby continued to struggle and cry, baring its teeth, alternating between laughter and tears, acting mad. Su Xian, still shaken, asked, "What the hell is this thing, calling anyone it catches dad or mom?" Nangong Ning smiled without speaking and snapped her fingers. Crack. With that sound, the previously howling ghost baby suddenly fell silent, its head drooping like a marionette with its strings cut, crashing to the ground in a heap, spilling a pool of bright red blood beneath it. Su Xian felt utterly numb. A puppet? Nangong Ning said calmly. It seems little master ancestor was right. There are no ghosts in this world. Instead, there are people pretending to be ghosts. Su Xian collected himself and grumbled, "You scared me." But to be fair, it was quite realistic. Nangong Ning gazed at the blood on the ground and said slowly, "This is a blood puppet. The reason it looks so real is that it's made from a living person." A living person? Su Xian was taken aback, his eyes flickering. Yes, a living person. Upon hearing this, Su Xian looked at the ghost baby lying on the ground. His entire being went numb, and anger welled up within him. This child looked to be no more than a month old, and it had been turned into a puppet, even without knowing the process and principle behind it. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. How could a human do such a thing? Beast. Nangong Ning raised her eyes to the moon, exuding an aura of authority without anger, and said in a deep voice, "You wicked creature, do not surrender quickly. I can grant you a complete corpse." Her voice infused with the power of the nascent soul resonated like a bell, echoing far and wide. Amidst the thunderous sound, the bamboo forest swayed, and the moonlight dimmed. Su Xian felt utterly perplexed, glancing around, and instinctively took a step back, shielding Nangong Ning behind him. Hee. The girl from the Wenda sect really has quite the audacity. A chilling laughter arose from nowhere, echoing from a distance, yet it seemed to resonate right beside their ears. Even Su Xian, who was at the foundation establishment stage, couldn't he discern from which direction it came, nor could he tell if it was a man or a woman. In an instant, alarm bells rang in his mind. Su Xian clearly understood that this was a master. Nangong Ning's momentum did not diminish. With a wave of her sleeve, the cold aura dissipated, and she shouted, pretending to be a ghost, cowering in the shadows, "Dare you show yourself?" The person sneered in response, echoing the sentiment, and mocked, "Heh, if you want to see me, let us see if you have the ability." As they landed, the bamboo leaves around them began to shake violently, and the sounds of crying and laughter returned. Giggle giggle. Woo woo. Can you play with me? Can you play with me? Pairs of blood-red eyes lit up like red fireflies in the deep night, appearing one after another, filling the surrounding bamboo forest, dense and numerous. Immediately after, one red-clothed ghost baby after another floated out from the bamboo forest, slowly approaching the two from all directions. Surrounded? Trapped? Is it a trap? These thoughts flashed through Su Xian's mind in a short time. He confirmed it. He had been schemed against. Gripping his sword tightly again, Su Xian leaned against Nangong Ning, tensed and ready to fight. Damn, there are so many. Little Ning, what do we do? Nangong Ning remained silent, summoned her personal earth sword, and drew a circle at Su Xian's feet. In the blink of an eye, it formed, emanating a milky white sword light. And another earth sword hovered above Su Xian's head, glinting coldly. Su Xian felt dazed. What is this? Nangong Ning instructed, "Little master ancestor, do not take a step outside before I return." Su Xian, in a daze, replied, "Okay." Nangong Ning drew another sword, held it in her hand, and slowly raised it, slashing downwards. With a sound, the sword rang out, and a fierce wind surged. Within 100 meters, a chilling sword intent rampaged through everything, causing the blood puppets made from infants to dim their red eyes in an instant. Then they all collapsed to the ground. The sword edge turned, and another sword was unleashed. A beam of sword light appeared cold under the moon, obliterating the bamboo forest as it passed, shredding it into powder. Nangong Ning then surged out, like a meteor in the extreme night, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Xian stood there in a daze, staring blankly ahead, his throat rolling. Incredible. The nascent soul stage is truly terrifying.